transcending into the world of Dragon Ball. He has become Vegeta from the GT timeline. Decades have passed, witnessing the rise and fall of foes, from Frieza to Cell, Majin Buu, and ultimately the evil dragons. He has vanquished all adversaries, establishing his invincibility within this temporal realm. In pursuit of greater power, as Vegeta approached the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan 5th level, he inadvertently shattered the barriers of time and space. Meanwhile, in a certain dimension beyond time, the formidable Angel Kess, tasked with mending the temporal rifts of Universe 10, encounters Vegeta. A new tale begins. Angel Kess, Vegeta from another world, do you wish to partake in the Tournament of Power? GT Vegeta, are you suggesting I come to obliterate the weak? Chapter 1. GT Vegeta will shatter the hyperbolic time chamber. In the realm of Dragon Ball, a serene, snow-white world exists. Apart from a central hourglass-shaped chamber, no other structures can be found. This is the hyperbolic time chamber of the sacred realm. Historically, this place has remained tranquil, devoid of turmoil, as no living beings inhabit it, rendering time itself stagnant. Today, however, it is beset by an unprecedented upheaval, for one individual has forcibly transcended his limits, reaching a mightier realm, that he is Vegeta. Yet, he is not the Vegeta from the central narrative of Dragon Ball, but rather the Vegeta from the branch timeline of Dragon Ball GT. He is Vegeta, yet not entirely the Vegeta of this world. He is a transcendent being. Since Lin Mu assumed the identity of Vegeta in this world, he has altered his destiny and executed a remarkable comeback. From the saga of Frieza, through the androids and Cell, to the Majin Buu saga, followed by a decade of arduous training, battling Baby, suppressing Android 17, and ultimately, annihilating the evil dragons born of malevolent energy. Now, 5 years have elapsed since the evil dragon incident, and he has firmly established himself as the mightiest in this realm. Even the original protagonist, Goku, has relentlessly pursued him over the years, yet the disparity between them has only widened. Years of grueling training have allowed him to master the transformation to Super Saiyan to its utmost limit, and he has long since achieved the Super Saiyan 5th level. Indeed, he is the fabled white-haired monkey from the unknown realms. Yet Vegeta remains unsatisfied. Despite attaining such heights, despite his immense power, he harbors grander aspirations. The GT timeline does not resemble the central timeline. There are no gods of destruction, no angels, nor even the Grand Minister. Not even the Omni King may exist. But the absence of such entities does not preclude the possibility of other worlds encroaching upon this timeline. To guard against future threats, to preemptively eradicate potential crises, Vegeta has never ceased his quest for strength. This time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber is also a pursuit for the means to transcend his limits. In seclusion, he vowed. Without surpassing his boundaries, he would not emerge. In simpler terms, unless he became stronger, he would remain within. This practice has endured for 5 years. After years of relentless training, he has finally discovered the method to utterly break through his limitations. Now, the aura of his power erupts, filling every corner of the hyperbolic time chamber with a breathtaking intensity. Through the perception of his aura, one can ascertain that the terrifying energy Vegeta emanates could annihilate an entire galaxy with but a thought. And this is merely the extent of his power in a normal state. Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions, septillions, octillions, nonillions, decillions, undecillions, duodecillions. Quantitatively, this aura surpasses the levels of the 7th dimension, entering realms unimaginable. 9th dimensional, quintillion-level battle power. With a mere thought, a tempest swirls in all directions, space trembling incessantly, faintly revealing signs of collapse. To the eye of this storm, Vegeta stands resolutely, exuding an aura of supreme dominance, unaffected by the chaos around him. The apocalyptic energy continues to amplify, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the hyperbolic time chamber. It begins. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashes the energy within his being. This cataclysmic aura surges to new heights. In an instant, the hyperbolic time chamber is thrown into disarray, the endless expanse of this snow-white world now cloaked in unimaginable darkness. Around Vegeta, a white-hot flame-like aura begins to ascend, gradually transforming into a golden energy. In a fleeting moment, his battle power multiplies several-fold. Not only that, but he transcends the 9th dimension, reaching the 10th dimension. The terrifying battle power soars to units of quintillions. This reflects the battle power of Vegeta in the initial stage of Super Saiyan 1st level. Crackle! The wild energy of Super Saiyan 1st level ascends to the heavens, appending the entirety of the hyperbolic time chamber. Above him, a pitch-black vortex inexplicably materializes, unleashing a torrent of terrifying black electricity within. At the fringes of this darkness, A transparent barrier becomes discernible. IT is none other than the barrier of the Dragon Ball GT timeline. However, Vegeta pays it no mind. This is not his first encounter with such boundaries. His sole concern is how to break through to a higher realm. In the next moment, his gaze sharpens, and an even more tumultuous energy surges forth from within, akin to a tidal wave. The increasingly ferocious golden aura transforms into a tangible force, shooting skyward. He transcends the first level of Super Saiyan, moving into the full power state of the first level Super Saiyan. In this state, his battle power experiences a staggering 80-fold increase, reaching a terrifying 8 quintillion. Boom rumble! Under the overwhelming aura of the full power state of Super Saiyan first level, the entire hyperbolic time chamber seems on the verge of collapse. Space fractures into countless shards, scattering in all directions. The vortex above Vegeta expands even further, yet the barrier of the world remains unscathed, not even a crack appearing. This illustrates the formidable nature of the world. Though it may be influenced, it will not be easily shattered. If it were so simple to break, it would have already succumbed. Just as I anticipated, the space within the hyperbolic time chamber is indeed more resilient. Now I can unleash my full potential. Watch me break through and become even stronger. Ha 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 ha. His frantic cries resonate, his eyes blazing with piercing golden light in that instant, his already cataclysmic aura erupts once more. Super Saiyan second level, a 100-fold augmentation in normal state. Super Saiyan second level, peak, a 200-fold augmentation in normal state. The terrifying power escalates once again, reaching a staggering 20 quintillion. The tempestuous energy under Vegeta's command relentlessly assaults the world barrier, yet remains unscathed. Conversely, the realm of the hyperbolic time chamber is thrown into chaos by this wildly turbulent energy, as if it could collapse at any moment. But it does not end here. Vegeta continuously amplifies the intensity of the energy within. The golden fury extends to his waist, his eyebrows vanish, brow bone lowering, his gaze turning as cold and merciless as death itself. Breaking through the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan second grade, ascending from a nascent phase of Super Saiyan third grade to the ultimate state of Super Saiyan third grade, a staggering increase in combat prowess, from a baseline of 400 times to an extraordinary 600 times, once again tripling Vegeta's strength, culminating at an astounding 60,000. The sheer intensity of the unleashed energy has reached the utmost threshold that the hyperbolic time chamber can endure. Not even a mere second could be sustained. The entire realm of the hyperbolic time chamber collapsed. Chapter 2. Transcending Limits. Breaking through the world. Meanwhile, in the external realm, the collapse of the spirit time room has significantly impacted the divine palace. At this moment, the divine servant Bobo and the deity Dandy, observing the tremors beneath their feet, are drenched in cold sweat, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear. This ferocious aura has nearly shattered the dimensional barrier, overflowing from the spirit time room and beginning to ravage this world. The divine palace can scarcely endure such a violent presence, teetering on the brink of collapse. Dandy, filled with trepidation, finds his anxiety magnified to an extreme degree. Lord Deity, be careful. Bobo, ever vigilant, suddenly senses the impending danger and hastily pushes Dandy aside. In the very next instant, a wild golden aura erupts from the spot where Dandy had just stood, shooting skyward like a volcanic eruption. Should they be caught in this cataclysmic energy, their fates would be sealed. What a close call. Dandy exhales deeply, a profound sense of relief washing over him. We should temporarily vacate the palace. It is no longer safe here, Bobo urges, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Indeed, we have no choice but to retreat for now. I can only hope that when we return, the palace remains intact, Dandy concedes, agreeing to leave with Bobo. Such an occurrence had never transpired before, and they had always placed unwavering trust in Vegeta's restraint. Little did they anticipate that after 5 days of Vegeta's immersion, such a terrifying event would unfold. Although breaches from the spirit time room had occurred previously, they had never been this harrowing. At this very moment, the GT warriors scattered across Earth are acutely aware of the emergence of this ominous energy. In West City, within Vegeta's residence, the moment his aura erupts in a straight line, his children, Bulla and Trunks, immediately sense the shift. Alongside them stands a golden-haired girl, Vegeta's daughter. Though her mother is not Bulma, but rather Android 18. In this reality, Android 18 is indeed Vegeta's wife, not having fallen to the likes of the bald-headed Krillin as in the original tale. With Trunks leading the charge, they convene to discuss the situation. Though this is not their first encounter with such phenomena, the intensity this time is undeniably more formidable, as if a monumental event is imminent. Thousands of kilometers away, atop the Baozi Mountain, Son Goku is deep in meditation at its peak. Immersed in profound contemplation, He remains undisturbed by the chaos of the outside world. However, when Vegeta's energy registers in his awareness, Goku's eyes snap open. Instinctively concluding his meditation, he rises. That energy belongs to Vegeta. His power has surged to such heights. Goku seethes inwardly, feeling a fierce resentment. It has been some time since he last faced Vegeta, each training in their own right, both striving to transcend their limits. Yet it is clear that Vegeta has once again outpaced him, widening the chasm between their strengths. Within the spirit time room, fragments of space drift through the air, and the once boundless expanse of white has undergone a drastic transformation. In the skies, dark lightning rages, and at the darkened horizon, an invisible barrier begins to reveal a slender fissure. After a brief silence, an even more formidable aura erupts from within Vegeta's being, ascending beyond Super Saiyan level 3. He is on the cusp of a new evolution. His golden hair, once cascading to his waist, shifts to a deep brown, his attire vanishing, revealing a physique cloaked in fiery red fur. His eyes transform from green to a mesmerizing blend of blue, white, and black, accented by crimson shadows at the corners, imparting an air of dominance. Human form meets beastly visage, Super Saiyan level 4. Even with his hair still dark, Vegeta's combat prowess has surged to a terrifying 500 units. Yet, this is merely the beginning of his metamorphosis. With unrelenting momentum, Vegeta amplifies his Saiyan energy to its zenith, and the appearance of Super Saiyan level 4 undergoes yet another transformation. His waist-length dark hair morphs into a radiant red, signifying a breakthrough of limits. But this is not the end. This red-haired transformation is merely a transient phase, ultimately shifting to a soft pink. Both the intensity of his power and the purity of his aura reach explosive new heights. Although he retains the outward appearance of Super Saiyan level 4, his strength has undergone a seismic shift. From the ordinary state of Super Saiyan level 4 with black hair, he has transcended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan level 4 with red hair, achieving the utmost enhancement of his Saiyan lineage. In this form, Vegeta's battle power has shattered the limits of the unit scale, crossing into the realm of the next level, stabilizing at an astonishing 5 units. Boom, 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 boom. Above Vegeta, in the tumultuous dark realm, an even more terrifying upheaval unfolds. An unparalleled surge of energy threatens the very fabric of this world, with the barrier approaching a critical point of collapse. Gazing upward, Vegeta observes the surface of the world barrier, now marred by countless cracks, each one a precursor to potential explosion. Engrossed in his own transformation, Vegeta pays little heed to the colossal vortex overhead, which has expanded exponentially from before. He believes that no matter how powerful he becomes, truly breaking the world is still beyond his grasp. After all, he had once pursued such a pinnacle years ago, only to abandon it upon finding no success. As he stabilizes his transformation, Vegeta's gaze sharpens with newfound intensity. The next step is the final one. Murmuring to himself, he takes a deep breath. Now is the moment of utmost significance. Clenching his fists tightly, he grits his teeth, every muscle taut, veins protruding from his forehead, blood vessels surfacing ominously around his eyes. Chapter 3, Beyond Super Saiyan Level 5. A soul-piercing roar reverberates through the world of the spirit time room. The surrounding pink aura morphs into a jet-like form, rapidly expanding with an utterly destructive force. As the energy rises, the entirety of the spirit time room undergoes a cataclysmic transformation, culminating in a colossal explosion that upends all. Darkness engulfs the space, lightning crackles, and at the epicenter of this energy eruption, Vegeta's form undergoes a breathtaking metamorphosis. Thud, 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 thud. From the vicinity of his heart, sounds akin to thunderous explosions resonate. At the core of the pink aura, silvery energy begins to emerge, gradually replacing the Super Saiyan level 4 pink aura while simultaneously reshaping Vegeta's appearance. His form continually shifts, oscillating between pink and white energy. A deafening roar erupts from Vegeta's lips, awakening the dormant power of his bloodline that has lain in slumber for far too long. Boom. A pillar of pure white energy soared into the heavens, transforming into a divine light that pierced through the darkness. Within this sacred radiance, Vegeta's transformation was complete. His hair shone with a snowy brilliance, and his tricolored pupils glowed with a fierce crimson hue, presenting a form more formidable than that of a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. This was undoubtedly the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary 5th level. It was a form that Vegeta had attained through sheer mastery and profound evolution. At that very moment, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai Dandy and his attendant Bobo floated high in the air, several thousand meters away from the temple. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai Temple ceased its tremors, and the two believed that the turmoil had finally subsided. However, just as this thought took root in their minds, The harsh reality struck them like a thunderous blow. Boom! The entire Supreme Kai Temple erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering countless fragments across the sky. Smoke billowed, and flames erupted. After witnessing the monumental explosion of the temple, Dandy and Bobo fell into a profound silence, standing bewildered and disoriented. After a prolonged moment of stillness, Dandy, with a quivering voice, turned to Bobo and said, "Bobo, we must never lend the hyperbolic time chamber to Vegeta for training again." Bobo, upon hearing this, took a moment to compose himself before nodding in agreement. Yes. Lord Supreme Kai, they thought this way, yet, to put it plainly, it was merely talk. They could never truly prevent it. Especially since, in this world, Vegeta was the savior. How could they refuse his requests? With the explosion of the Supreme Kai Temple, Vegeta's overwhelming aura transcended dimensions, permeating the very fabric of the hyperbolic time chamber and resonating throughout every corner of Earth. No, it should be said that it reached the very ends of the world. In West City, Vegeta's children stood in stunned silence, their minds racing with 1,000 unspoken words, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the power they felt. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would never have believed that anyone in this world could unleash such a cataclysmic aura. Not only they, but all the powerful beings across the universe sensed this overwhelming presence. Even the Kaioshins residing in the realm of the gods were struck with terror, unable to maintain their composure. Among them, the most affected was Son Goku, who was at the Chaos Palace. This aura indicated that Vegeta had definitively surpassed the limits of the 5th level of Super Saiyan. How infuriating. It was unbearable. Why did he always seize the opportunity first? Even if I were to achieve the 5th level of Super Saiyan, I would still pale in comparison to him. Gazing into the distance and feeling that astonishing aura erupting, Goku clenched his teeth, filled with melancholy. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, as Vegeta successfully transformed into the 5th level of Super Saiyan, the turmoil in this small world finally came to an end. The overwhelming energy that had once suffused the chamber was swiftly retracted into his body as Vegeta willed it. It appears my premonition was correct. The 5th level of Super Saiyan is not the limit. There must be an even more powerful transformation beyond this. Although this breakthrough can be considered a temporary success, it still falls short of true accomplishment. While I am unsure if it resembles the vast transformations of Super Saiyan 4 or 5, I am confident that with the final exploration, I can elevate my power to new heights. At that point, traversing between worlds will be a mere trifle. Taking a deep breath once more, Vegeta sensed the changes within his body. He could distinctly feel that every cell within him was in a state of heightened activity. The energy coursing through him surged with an inexhaustible vigor. This sensation was one he had not experienced in many years. Since his initial transformation into the 5th level of Super Saiyan, the thrill had gradually diminished over time. Just as Vegeta began to revel in his newfound strength, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Crackle crackle. Boom. The dark vortex at the apex of the hyperbolic time chamber underwent an extreme expansion. The once inaccessible barrier of the world, for reasons unknown, had reached its limit. What is happening? Could it be that with the collapse of the hyperbolic time chamber, the world barrier has also been shaken? Vegeta exclaimed, startled by this unforeseen development. It was astonishing to him. Throughout countless battles and energy bursts, even with interdimensional pressures exerted on this spacetime world, it had never escalated to this extent. What he had previously overlooked now weighed heavily upon him. As the world barrier shattered, an incomprehensibly terrifying gravitational force surged forth from the darkness. Undoubtedly, this was a chaotic distortion of time and space. Vegeta's overwhelming power had caused this situation. This repulsive force. I cannot break free. Vegeta's heart raced in shock. Even with the power he wielded after ascending to the 5th level of Super Saiyan, he found himself unable to escape this ferocious pull. The gravitational force emanating from the depths of darkness seemed to target him with intent, relentlessly intensifying its grip. In a desperate attempt to break free, Vegeta exhausted every means at his disposal. Energy attacks, rapid traversals, instantaneous movements. None of these techniques diminished the pull. Instead, it grew ever stronger. After a brief stalemate, Vegeta was ultimately engulfed by the terrifying force and drawn into the abyss. As he was consumed, the previously tumultuous world returned to its former tranquility. Yet, this ravaged hyperbolic time chamber would not self-repair. Only its creator could rectify the damage. Chapter 4. The Dark World. The Aura of Death. In the unknown realm of darkness, the forcibly drawn Vegeta drifted through an infinite tempest of chaos. Surrounding him were the destructive energies of thunder and the chaotic distortions of time and space, capable of annihilating all and tearing apart everything. Fortunately, Vegeta was sufficiently powerful. His strength as a 5th level Super Saiyan had reached unprecedented heights. Otherwise, even if he had attained the pinnacle evolution of Super Saiyan 4 with its pink-haired bloodline, he would have been utterly obliterated. What on earth is going on? Where's this place? This chaotic energy? This tumultuous domain? Could it be that I have transcended the confines of the world and entered a realm beyond existence? This realm beyond reality should not resemble this scene. Vegeta furrowed his brow, finding himself in a realm of the unknown, maintaining his ultimate form of the 5th level of Super Saiyan with all his strength. Vegeta constantly employed his power to uphold absolute defense. No matter how the thunder struck or how the terrifying chaos surged, he remained unscathed, progressing steadily through the unseen darkness. Vegeta began to explore and seek an exit. He understood that being trapped for a short duration was bearable, as his power could sustain him. However, if he remained in this environment for too long, the harsh conditions would gradually lead him to lose his sense of self, and the continual depletion of energy could result in his eventual demise at the hands of the chaotic thunder. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. As Vegeta traversed the dark turbulence, he faced the most dreaded outcome. His physical and mental stamina had reached critical levels, causing his control over his own power to falter. Perhaps this was a trial, but if this continued, he would surely meet his end. Damn it, I was too careless. This place feels like a world, completely enveloped by an isolated barrier. To escape, I must unleash a power far greater than that needed to shatter a world. Yet with my current strength, that is utterly impossible. Vegeta muttered under his breath. With heightened focus, he remained ever vigilant against the encroaching tumult of darkness. At this moment, Vegeta had already sustained injuries due to the depletion of his physical energy. The effects of these injuries were compounding, relentlessly tormenting his body. Given his current level of strength within the GT universe, he believed that should he unleash his full power, no one could inflict any substantial harm upon him. Even a full-force assault from Kakarot would merely cause him a momentary discomfort. The aura of death loomed ominously around him, as if it were perpetually beckoning him towards his demise. Just as despair began to envelop him, an unexpected sight appeared at the very edge of the darkness, a brilliant white light. It was not merely perceived by his eyes, but also sensed by his instincts. No, it was not a matter of actively perceiving. Rather, the light seemed to actively draw his attention. His intuition whispered that this light was extraordinary, an anomaly within this peculiar realm. Could it be the key to my escape from this place? Furrowing his brow, Vegeta contemplated for a brief moment before casting aside any hesitation. Guided by his body's instinct and keen perception, he swiftly navigated through the chaotic world, deftly evading nearly all attacks. Yet, it is often at critical moments that misfortune strikes. Just as Vegeta was about to make contact with the radiant light, a tremendous purple lightning bolt erupted from the darkness, striking him with unimaginable speed and force, delivering a potentially fatal blow. It seemed that the sentient consciousness of this world had recognized him as an outsider and deemed it necessary to eliminate him. With a sickening cough, Vegeta felt his life force plummet drastically, blood spilling from his mouth. Even his ultimate form of Super Saiyan 5th level was unable to sustain itself, and his consciousness began to blur. Fate, it seemed, had played a cruel joke on him. As he slowly closed his eyes, the sole glimmer of light in the darkness was consumed and assimilated. Is it truly laughable that this is where my journey concludes? The invincible GT universe has led me to such an end. Vegeta raged within his heart, but it was of no consequence. In that instant, his consciousness was irrevocably shrouded in darkness. His body drifted with the chaotic currents, moving further away from the light. Time trickled by, and the deeply unconscious Vegeta lost track of how long he had been adrift in this abyss. Until, suddenly, a soft, melodious voice resonated within the dark expanse. Oh my! How surprising it is to find a human presence in this interstitial realm of time and space. Have you lost consciousness? Such a formidable physique, truly remarkable. In this boundless dark world, a resplendent rainbow light suddenly ignited. The darkness was not only illuminated by the radiance, but with the emergence of this unique power. The endless thunder dissipated, and the chaos began to settle. As the appearance of this being became clear, so too was her identity revealed. If Vegeta were to awaken, he would undoubtedly recognize her at once. She was the angel Kusu from the main timeline of Dragon Ball Super, belonging to Universe 10. With a youthful appearance, adorned in angelic attire, and possessing flowing silver hair styled in a braid, as an angel, she was meant to accompany the god of destruction, maintaining cosmic order. However, not long before, due to the actions of the rookie Kaishin Zamasu, her overseen Universe 10 had encountered significant troubles, compelling her to intervene personally in this interstitial realm to eliminate certain unwanted temporal branches and restore order to the time-space continuum. Wielding her angelic staff, Kusu approached with a curious demeanor, drawing nearer until she stood before the injured and unconscious Vegeta. Initially, She had merely sensed a general presence, but upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. For the individual before her was none other than the Saiyan Vegeta from Universe 7, who had made significant contributions to resolving the temporal crisis. Is he truly the Vegeta from Universe 7? No, the Vegeta from Universe 7 could not possibly possess such strength, nor should he be here. This Vegeta must hail from an alternate parallel universe, but how did he arrive here? Chapter 5, Arrival in the Super Time Space, Universe 10. Murmuring to herself, the angel Kusu gazed at the gravely wounded and deeply unconscious Vegeta. Encountering this version of Vegeta in the interstitial realm was both fortuitous and astonishing. Even she, as an angel, found herself momentarily at a loss, uncertain how to respond. This was an experience unlike any she had ever encountered. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Perhaps I should first examine his memories. After all, if he is an anomaly, he must be eradicated. Kusu exhibited an air of impartiality, with a mere thought. A sacred light emanated from her eyes and penetrated Vegeta's mind. A profound and mysterious power enveloped both Kusu and Vegeta. An unending stream of memories was meticulously organized through a unique process, flooding into Kusu's consciousness like an immersive AR film. If Vegeta were aware that his memories were being scrutinized, he would undoubtedly be filled with despair, for he was a traveler from another realm. The mere fact of his existence being known could lead to dire consequences. Especially if it were discovered by an angel, it would undoubtedly result in his demise, or worse, his status as a test subject. After all, his existence was pivotal to two fundamentally different worlds. Fortunately, while angels possess unfathomable power, they are not truly invincible, unless it is the Grand Minister. What Kusu witnessed in Vegeta's memories were merely recent events. So, it was during a breakthrough in my training that I inadvertently shattered the barriers of time and space. Having received the answers she sought, Kusu was taken aback. To witness a mortal capable of breaking through the barriers of worlds by sheer will was a first for her. Observing the unconscious Vegeta before her, Kusu narrowed her eyes slightly. There lies a secret within you that even I cannot fully comprehend. This must be the source of your remarkable strength and uniqueness. As she spoke, Kusu invoked her angelic powers, enveloping Vegeta entirely. She sensed that she had stumbled upon something incredibly intriguing. Perhaps this incarnation of Vegeta could bring about monumental change in the world, or even serve her interests. Well then, considering you are a formidable force in your own right, and not malevolent, I shall spare your life. However, she mused, I wonder what expression Lord Ramsey will wear upon meeting you. Once again, the mysterious angelic power surged, deeply penetrating Vegeta's being. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished from his location. Kusu had utilized her abilities to transport him into the gem space of her staff. Having secured Vegeta, the angel Kusu smiled gently and once more waved her staff. In an instant, her angelic energy radiated outward, like a tide of healing that restored everything in this time-space to its original state. Upon completing her task, Kusu waved her staff once more, and a temporal tunnel materialized. The ability to effortlessly create temporal pathways underscored the incredible nature of angels. In the original narrative, only angels possessed the capability to traverse between realms of time. As seen in the latter part of the Dark Demon arc, Whis mentioned traveling to the future to meet the god of destruction Beerus of that timeline. With Kusu stepping into the temporal tunnel, peace returned to this interstitial realm, as though nothing had ever transpired. This is the principal timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, a realm that embodies a complete temporal continuum. The year is 780 of the age. Unlike the myriad branching worlds of the Dragon Ball universe, this is a true transcendent realm, situated in the 10th universe, alongside the Kaioshin realm, within the domain of the gods of destruction. As a divine abode, no earthly paradise can rival the splendor of this environment. It is indeed a veritable utopia, where everything is imbued with sanctity. Towering purple trees rise majestically at the heart of the god of destruction's realm, a stunning spectacle akin to a world tree that supports the very existence of this universe. Beneath this colossal tree, a pink, humanoid elephant strolls leisurely, humming a gentle tune. He is Lord Rumshire, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Suddenly, a time-space portal materializes before Lord Rumshire, from which the angel Crix emerges. Upon their encounter, Crix beams a smile and cheerfully announces, I'm back, dear Lord Rumshire. Huh, you've returned so soon? I thought it would take longer, Rumshire responds, his voice possessing a quaint earnestness that starkly contrasts with his seemingly fierce appearance. In the original narrative, it is only after the Tournament of Power that everyone realizes Rumshire, despite being a god of destruction with an intimidating visage, is, in fact, the most composed and gentle among them. As long as he is not provoked, he resorts to destruction only when necessary. I have successfully restored the temporal anomalies caused by the evil Zamasu, and I even have some unexpected gains from this endeavor. As she speaks, Krix gestures with her angelic staff, releasing Vegeta, whom she had previously confined within its celestial space. Who is he? Rumshire inquires, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the unconscious and gravely injured Vegeta, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. This individual seems vaguely familiar, significant. Yet he cannot quite place who it is until Krix reminds him, this is the Saiyan involved in the Zamasu incident. Wait, Krix, you mean he is the Saiyan from the 7th universe? But why did you bring him back? Rumshire questions vehemently, his confusion evident as he seeks clarity from Krix. How could someone from the 7th universe possibly appear here, and why would Krix have brought him? Indeed, he is the Saiyan Vegeta, but he is not the same Vegeta from our timeline's 7th universe. To be precise, he hails from an alternate branch timeline. I fortuitously encountered him amidst the turbulent time streams and merely assisted him, Krix elucidates. Are you suggesting he is yet another individual from a different reality? Rumshi's brow furrows slightly at the implication. Not long ago, their universe had been plagued by Zamasu's temporal chaos, which ultimately led to the destruction of the future world. Now, another Saiyan has traversed time. As he ponders this, a profound purple aura emanates from Rumshire, a clear manifestation of his destructive energy. A fleeting thought of obliterating the Vegeta before him crosses his mind. Chapter 6. Krix. Let him participate in the Tournament of Power. Noticing Rumshi's inclination towards annihilating this Vegeta, Krix intervenes, halting the potential disaster. Lord Rumshire, I have conducted an in-depth analysis of this Vegeta. He does not qualify as a malevolent being, nor did he intentionally traverse time. As she explains, Krix projects the information she has gathered, allowing Rumshire to comprehend the nature of this Vegeta. Upon witnessing the recent experiences of this Vegeta, including the breach of temporal barriers, Rumshire breaks into a cold sweat, his body trembling. Is this truly the case? Krix, this formidable Saiyan surpasses the one from the 7th universe, doesn't he? Rumshire exclaims in astonishment. Despite their might, even gods of destruction cannot breach the fabric of time. Yet, this Saiyan has accomplished what seemed impossible. Though it may appear unintentional, it is indeed a reality, especially under the onslaught of time's thunder and chaos. This Vegeta has managed to endure for such an extended period. It is utterly inconceivable. Any god of destruction would surely perish within that realm. Isn't that right, Lord Rumshire? I believe encountering this Vegeta is not a misfortune, but rather a fortuitous event. Perhaps we should retain him within our 10th universe. Krix's expression radiates uncontainable joy, as if she intends to propose something significant, yet refrains from elaborating. Rumshire, perplexed and feeling the weight of responsibility, counters, but Krix, this Saiyan from another timeline is, regardless of circumstance, an anomaly. If we were to keep him, it could precipitate unforeseen calamities. Should we not report this to the Grand Priest? Rumshire, known for his timidity, contemplates the potential dangers, failing to recognize the advantages that retaining Vegeta could bring to their universe. Zamasu, this apprentice Kaishin, was indeed an anomaly, manipulating time rings to forge havoc. However, this Vegeta is different. He harbors no malice. I have discerned from his heart that he seeks only to attain formidable strength. If we can harness this aspect, he could assist us in the upcoming Universal Power Tournament. As Krix speaks, her expression subtly shifts. Rumshi's countenance transforms. The Universal Power Tournament is indeed to be held? He recalls that the last time the 7th universe and the 6th universe engaged in a clandestine competition, the Omni King became aware. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Though there is no concrete announcement yet, I suspect the confirmation is imminent. The last time I spoke with the Grand Priest, he mentioned this matter, Krix remarks, a hint of resignation evident in her gaze. The Universal Power Tournament is a customary event for most mainline timelines, provided there are no deviations. As an angel, and notably the Chief Angel, she is privy to many such matters. At this juncture, Rumshi's frustration becomes palpable. His animosity towards the 7th universe has long been entrenched in his heart. To him, had it not been for the science of the 7th universe, Zamasu would likely not have perpetrated such acts. I understand, but without the Grand Priest's endorsement, are you certain there will be no issues with the arrival of individuals from alternate timelines? Rumshire queries. Since the Tournament of Power is inevitable and they cannot escape such an arrangement, they must secure victory. At the very least, they cannot afford to be outshone by other universes. This Vegeta, capable of shattering temporal barriers by sheer will, is undoubtedly powerful enough. Currently, their 10th universe cannot boast such a formidable entity. Rest assured, Lord Rumshire, I have a method to grant this Vegeta a temporary residency within our 10th universe. The crux of the matter is whether he will accept. Krix articulates with clarity and precision, her thoughts meticulously organized. I see, Rumshire acknowledges. Indeed, Krix affirms. As the dialogue between Lord Rumshire and Angel Krix deepens, time gradually slips away. Unbeknownst to them, A significant duration has passed, and at this moment, Vegeta begins to exhibit signs of awakening. His body trembles, and his tightly shut eyelids begin to flutter. As the breath turned and began to rise, a transformation took place, unlike before when it resembled a stagnant pool of water. Observing the imminent awakening of the Saiyan Vegeta from the 7th universe of an alternate timeline, the god of destruction, Ramzi spoke in a deep tone. Chris, let it be as you say. However, be cautious. Any misstep, and we shall both bear the consequences. Of course, dear Lord Ramzi, responded Chris with a joyful tone as she turned her gaze toward Vegeta. She gently tapped her angelic staff against the ground. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors enveloped Vegeta entirely, tightly wrapping him in a cocoon of radiant light. This was the power of an angel, and it was of an exceedingly potent caliber. In mere moments, the energy surrounding Vegeta began to facilitate a rapid recovery. Not only did his injuries mend completely, but the once faint aura of life surged dramatically, returning him to his peak condition. As his wounds healed, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, and the moment consciousness flooded back. An instinctive surge of energy emanated, enveloping everything in the vicinity. This explosion of power startled Ramzi, for Vegeta's baseline strength was already at the pinnacle of the 9th dimension, and this recovery brought him perilously close to the 10th dimension. Chris, however, remained unfazed, for this was well within her expectations. To her, Vegeta was a mortal who transcended the gods. Unlike the Saiyans of their universe, he did not cultivate divine power, yet was far stronger. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Vegeta rose, his mind consumed by vigilance as he confronted the unfamiliar surroundings and the strangers before him. Greetings, Saiyan from an alternate realm, Vegeta. Chris greeted him with a smile, disregarding his wariness. As the ethereal sound of her voice reached his ears, Vegeta's gaze fixed intently upon the two figures before him. Upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted, and his heart raced with astonishment. The attire, the appearance, the petite girl, and the pink humanoid elephant. What was happening? What in the world is going on? Vegeta's mind reeled. The appearances of Chris and Ramzi far exceeded his comprehension. Had his recent breakthrough inadvertently shattered the barriers of reality, transporting him into the complete narrative of Dragon Ball Super? Was this truly the realm of the 10th universe's god of destruction? Had he truly traversed dimensions? For a moment, Vegeta doubted his own consciousness, believing he might be dreaming. However, he quickly began to sense everything around him. The suddenness of the event was overwhelming, and he found himself in a primary timeline, utterly appending all his previous notions and understanding. After years of rigorous training, he had reached his current strength, and now a fragment of his worldview had been irrevocably shattered, requiring a complete reconstruction. Noticing Vegeta's bewildered expression, Chris smiled gently after a brief pause. Scion from another world, Vegeta, I understand that you are filled with questions, perhaps even doubting your own circumstances. Fear not. Once you observe this, clarity will dawn upon you. With that, she harnessed her angelic power and, with a touch of her staff to the center of Vegeta's forehead, unleashed a burst of pure white light. This action left Vegeta with no opportunity to react, rendering him entirely passive. Before he could manifest any expression, a flood of memories surged into his mind, elucidating the reasons for his presence in this place. In what felt like an eternity to Vegeta, mere seconds passed as he absorbed the influx of information. As he digested the revelations, the confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated. Humanity's innate response to the unknown is one of awe and uncertainty. However, once the truth is unveiled, even the most terrifying revelations become manageable. While Vegeta maintained a facade of calmness, his inner turmoil surged like a tempest. Who could have anticipated that a single breakthrough in training could shatter the fabric of time and space, thrusting him into chaos, only to fortuitously encounter Chris, who was mending the temporal rifts, thereby leading him into the cohesive narrative of Dragon Ball Super. Was this a blessing in disguise? Indeed, in his original world, resources to further enhance his strength had dwindled. Arriving in this more comprehensive timeline offered him greater opportunities and directions. At the very least, he was no longer invincible. Beings far stronger than he now existed. Angels, the Grand Priest, and the omnipotent Zeno. Although he possessed knowledge of the original story, Vegeta feigned ignorance. He had never encountered Chris nor visited this world, so his understanding was limited. So, you saved me, Vegeta remarked. His gaze fixed on Chris as he scrutinized the seemingly harmless little girl. The earlier demonstration of her power had genuinely astonished him. Not only was the ability to delve into memories beyond his comprehension, but even in his Ultra Super Saiyan form, he could not withstand that force. Is this what it means to be an angel? Perhaps Chris's power surpasses even that of Whis or Beerus, as she is the eldest and chief angel. With his discerning eye, he could discern nothing of Chris's depths. Her strength and realm were far beyond his own. In the GT timeline, he had speculated on the might of angels across dimensions. He had once thought that while he might not be as strong as them, he would not be utterly eclipsed. Reality, however, revealed that he had been overly confident and had harbored unrealistic expectations. After observing Chris, Vegeta's gaze shifted to the pink elephant beside her. Compared to Chris, he could clearly sense the power of Ramzi, the god of destruction. It seemed that he was slightly stronger than his usual state. However, in terms of true combat prowess, he was merely a notch above the threshold of the ninth dimension. This corroborated his earlier hypothesis. The power of the gods of destruction generally resided within the boundaries of the 10th dimension. Thus, it was evident that the angel's dimensional realm commenced at least from the 15th dimension. What is the 15th dimension? It is a realm of unimaginable vastness, a domain beyond his current reach unless he accomplished feats that surpassed even the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Noticing Vegeta's scrutiny, Chris remained unperturbed and smiled gently. Drawing Vegeta's attention back, rescuing you was merely a trivial act. However, your existence does not belong to this timeline. Despite my capabilities as an angel, I am unable to discern the origin of your timeline. At this point, Chris paused, allowing Vegeta time to process her words. He refrained from probing further, sensing that he comprehended the essence of her message and did not wish to dwell on it. Now, you face two significant dilemmas, Chris continued, projecting images through her staff to elucidate the situation to Vegeta. She explained how the disruption caused by his unexpected arrival had instigated considerable upheaval in the timeline. Subsequently, Vegeta gleaned her intentions and the arrangements she wished to establish for him. To address the two formidable challenges you mentioned, you wish for me to accept the mark you provide, thereby granting me the privilege to reside within this temporal realm, liberated from its constraints. You desire for me to exist as a being of your 10th universe, and additionally, seek my assistance in a task. Allow me to hazard a guess. With your formidable power, and setting aside your celestial status, what endeavors remain unattainable in this world? Vegeta, with forthrightness, expressed his stance and unveiled his inner turmoil. The notion of accepting the mark bestowed by Kess, in his view, amounted to embracing a ticking time bomb. As a guarantee to remain in this world, he insisted on maintaining a semblance of control. Thus, receiving such a privilege would necessitate his service to the 10th universe. I surmise that your inquiries suggest you have already acquiesced to the 2 points I articulated. Rest assured, this mark merely serves as a locator and identification, imposing no further repercussions upon you. Furthermore, the task we require of you entails representing our 10th universe in an imminent tournament within this temporal realm. Kessa's eyes gleamed with delight as she spoke. She relished conversing with the astute. A tournament? Vegeta was taken aback. Chapter 8. The Vastness of the World, Eradication and Annihilation. Is it coincidental that the narrative of this temporal realm has progressed to the arc of Black Goku? The Tournament of Power. This unexpected traversal not only led me to the central narrative of the hyperdimensional world, but also bestowed upon me such a remarkable surprise. A swell of emotion surged within Vegeta, though he concealed it. The tournament Kess mentioned, aside from the Tournament of Power, left him pondering other possibilities. It indicated that his arrival was perfectly timed. Indeed, to consider it as my act of salvation, granting you the ability to remain in this temporal realm as recompense, seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Vegeta retorted, to which Kess responded with ease, elaborating on the related details of the competition and its potential implications. In our temporal realm, a future event will soon be orchestrated by the omnipotent Zeno, featuring a tournament of strength spanning the entire universe. The format will closely resemble standard battles, though specific rules will only be revealed in due course. Given that this grand competition encompasses all universes, and considering the recent turmoil within our 10th universe, your unexpected presence could alleviate our pressing dilemma. I wish to enlist your formidable strength to aid our 10th universe in this tournament. As her words trailed off, the cunning glint in Kessa's eyes was unmistakable. Unbeknownst to her, Vegeta was momentarily entranced, his mind flooded with an abundance of narrative. The Tournament of Power was indeed forthcoming. However, from Kessa's tone, it was evident that the true rules of the competition had yet to be disclosed. What does this imply? Does it suggest that the details of the Tournament of Power remain unannounced? Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether it will indeed take place. Yet, Kess seems to possess foreknowledge. I see. This resolves a long-standing question in my mind. It appears that the narrative arcs within the Dragon Ball universe are preordained. And while the existence of deities may be a surprise, the angels have been privy to this information all along, albeit unpublicized. Vegeta mused. Thus, he began to comprehend his position within this scheme. He surmised a portion of Kess's intentions and calculations. What are your thoughts, Scion Vegeta from another dimension? Kess inquired once more. At her words, Vegeta swiftly regained his composure and made a decision. I am willing to accede to your request to participate on your behalf, as a means of repaying the debt of gratitude for your rescue. However, prior to that, I require a deeper understanding of many matters. For I am not of this temporal realm and possess no knowledge of it. My world differs greatly from yours. Seeing that Vegeta had acquiesced, Kessa's face radiated with a smile, and the previously furrowed brow of the god of destruction, Ramses, relaxed. I anticipated you would outright refuse my request. However, since you are willing to oblige, I find solace in that. Please, take a moment to ease your mind. I shall provide you with a temporary identification for this world. Regarding the fundamental conditions of this temporal realm, I will embed information within this mark, allowing you to gradually familiarize yourself with it. With that, the angel Kess wielded her staff with authority. A vibrant spectrum of light emanated from the obsidian jewel atop her staff, piercing directly into Vegeta's brow. As the luminescence permeated him, Vegeta felt no discomfort, yet sensed something amiss. This entity now resided within his mind, continuously supplying him with a myriad of information. Had his power not reached its current threshold and his mental fortitude not attained such heights, he might have succumbed to utter chaos. Indeed, compared to my previous understanding, the comprehensive nature of this principal narrative world is far more expansive than the GT universe. It is utterly incomparable. Vegeta reflected, lost in thought. Kess, mistaking his distraction for concern, interjected, assuring him, there is no need for alarm. This is merely a simple mark, akin to a passport. With it, you may remain in this world for an extended duration. Otherwise, should the world's consciousness detect your presence, you would be expelled. Expelled? Vegeta was once again astonished. Does this imply that the world is alive? In previous years, he had indeed felt such a sensation, yet had never found validation nor grasped it fully. Yes, perhaps it greatly differs from your world, yet in this temporal realm, any existence not recognized by the world will inevitably be eradicated. This represents merely the best-case scenario. In severe cases, one could be entirely obliterated. Kessa's innocent demeanor, combined with her youthful appearance, starkly contrasted the terror inherent in her words. Eradicated or obliterated. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta inhaled deeply. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient strength. While he had always pursued greater power, he had long considered himself the strongest of the GT universe. Yet now, such a title seemed trivial. Very well, now that you have acquired the mark we bestowed upon you, you are officially a being of our 10th universe. You shall represent our universe in the forthcoming tournament of power. In the interim, I, the god of destruction, grant you permission to temporarily reside within the realm of destruction for rest. You may also use this time to further comprehend the nuances of this world. Should you require anything, I shall endeavor to accommodate you. With the major decisions settled, the previously silent god of destruction Ramses finally seized the opportunity to speak. Thank you kindly. Unlike certain domineering gods of destruction, Ramses bore a more amiable demeanor, prompting Vegeta to nod his appreciation. Kess interjected. I shall escort Vegeta to his resting quarters and arrange accommodations. Taking the lead, Kess gestured for Vegeta to follow her, leading him to the lakeside adjacent to the Grand Central Tree. Under normal circumstances, outsiders would not reside within the realm of destruction. However, your presence, Vegeta, has disrupted that equilibrium. As Kess waved her staff, in mere moments, she conjured a modern circular dwelling by the lakeside. This display once again astounded Vegeta. Indeed, angels are truly omnipotent beings within this realm. This structure was undoubtedly fabricated from thin air, rather than extracted from another space. Here we are, Vegeta. This will be your abode from now on. With a smile on her face, Kess opened the door for Vegeta. Chapter 9, Vegeta's Dominant Declaration. The naive Kess. Time flitted by like the blink of an eye. In what seemed like no time at all, Vegeta had already spent 3 days in this world. The realm of destruction lacks a precise concept of time and does not witness the sun's rise and fall. However, through his formidable sense of time, Vegeta was acutely aware that 3 days and nights had indeed passed. Today, as ever, Vegeta engaged in meditation. He sought to grasp a deeper understanding through this experience, and, not wishing to squander time, he needed to progress to the next phase of his training. Upon his arrival in this transcendent realm, many events required certain catalysts for him to intervene. Otherwise, he would find himself powerless. Thus, he could only wait for the power tournament to unfold. Only then could he truly immerse himself in the narrative of this temporal world. Naturally, for Vegeta, he was indifferent to the unfolding plot, as he firmly believed that his own existence was what bestowed meaning upon this world. Ah, is Vegeta-san diligently training again? You are already so powerful. Having shattered the barriers of time and space, must you really grow even stronger? Kess had somehow appeared beside Vegeta, playfully teasing him with her innocuous banter. After 3 days of interaction, Vegeta had come to understand Kessa's character better. He recognized that this seemingly elegant and gentle little girl was, in fact, quite quirky. The original text had not depicted her personality in detail, otherwise, Vegeta would not have been so oblivious. In your eyes, does my modest power truly count as strength? Vegeta continued to sit cross-legged upon a massive rock, his eyes remaining closed. Kess, upon hearing his words, did not display any peculiar expression. Instead, she expressed her thoughts in her own way. Your strength has completely surpassed that of the gods of destruction in this world. If that does not count as powerful, then what kind of strength would? Upon hearing Kessa's statement, Vegeta's expression remained unchanged. No, it should be said that he became even more serious. And from his lips came a retort. If your standard of judgment is merely in comparison to a god of destruction, then that is rather low. What I pursue is greater strength, indeed, the utmost strength. Ultimately, the gods of destruction mean nothing to me. My aim is to surpass even you, the angel. Perhaps it seemed a far-fetched ambition. Perhaps you might think me a dreamer. However, I shall not cease my journey. I shall surpass each and every challenge. When I next enter that interdimensional realm, I shall once again shatter it with my own power. This is my conviction. Grow stronger in the face of strength, becoming ever more valiant in battle, and the greater the challenge, the more relentless my advance. His commanding words articulated Vegeta's inner thoughts, also conveying to Kess that the path he must tread is still a long one. She did not need to flatter him. After all, she was an angel, her strength far beyond his reach. Therefore, the strength she spoke of was laden with condescension. Astonished by Vegeta's fervent declaration, Kess, embodying her naive persona, opted for silence. Her lack of words did not imply a lack of tumult within her heart. As the chief angel, she had never before experienced such emotions due to a mere individual. Although this Vegeta seemed somewhat delusional, he undeniably brimmed with potential. Otherwise, he could not possibly be the singular anomaly among countless worlds, breaking the barriers of time and space. Since Vegeta-san possesses such confidence, I hope that day will indeed come. Kess finally spoke in agreement. She would not display any extreme emotions. After all, she had existed for countless ages. Facing everything with a smile, she secretly wished to witness that day come to fruition. She was indifferent, but the god of destruction, Rumsey, could not remain passive. However, he dared not act too recklessly, for even if one claimed that the gods of destruction were weak, this Vegeta was indeed far more powerful than he. Initially, on the first day of Vegeta's arrival, Rumsey had held on to the pride of being a god of destruction. Yet on the second day, Vegeta's casual explosion of power had utterly crushed his dignity as a god. That was the first time in his long existence he had felt such terrifying strength emanating from a mortal. It was even more shocking than the images Kess had shown him. He could ascertain that from the dawn of creation to the present, he had never encountered such a powerful being, one that surpassed a god of destruction and drew perilously close to the realm of angels. Not wishing to disturb Vegeta further, Kess and Rumsey moved to another area to enjoy afternoon tea. Unbeknownst to them, another 2 hours had slipped away. While the two were resting and conversing about amusing events from the lower realms, a peculiar beam of light flashed momentarily. The Angel S staff received a message, a communication from the Grand Priest to Angel Kess. Not daring to delay, Kess immediately read the information, her face involuntarily reflecting a look of surprise. It was earlier than she had calculated. Oh my, I didn't expect this so suddenly. Lord Rumsey, it seems there has been a new development regarding the power tournament. She exclaimed. Just now, the Grand Priest ordered us to proceed to the Kaioshin realm and meet with the Kaioshin to head to the Omni King's palace. As Kess spoke, Rumsey's expression turned grave, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath. So soon? If that's the case, we must not delay. Let us set off at once. If we keep the Grand Priest waiting, it would be quite regrettable. With that, Rumsey's gaze shifted to the still meditating Vegeta, and he added, by the way, what about him? Are we leaving him alone in the realm of destruction? Mentioning Vegeta made Rumsey uneasy. After all, how could he feel at ease with this formidable stranger in his domain? Kessa's eyes flickered as a playful idea took shape in her mind. The message from the Grand Priest contained far more than what she had shared with Rumsey. The preliminary phase of the power tournament. The Scions from Universe 7 would face competitors from Universe 9, while also conveying the tournament rules to the other gods of the universes. Instead of leaving him alone in the realm of destruction, why not let Vegeta-san accompany us? What do you think, Lord Rumsey? Upon hearing Kessa's suggestion, Rumsey's complexion changed. Take him along. Kess, please do not jest. If the Grand Priest discovers this, we would be in quite a predicament. Rumsey spoke with a hint of apprehension. After all, this Vegeta belonged to an alternate reality, a being from another universe. If he were to incite the Grand Priest's displeasure, what could a mere god of destruction do? He could be replaced at any moment. Chapter 10. The preliminary phase of the power tournament. Kess paid no mind to Rumsey's concerns. After all, they would meet sooner or later, right? Bringing him along now was actually quite beneficial. Should the Grand Priest perceive any discrepancies and curtail their plans, it was unlikely they would face repercussions for events that had yet to transpire. However, before proceeding, they needed to slightly disguise his identity. After all, he was Vegeta-san. As Kess spoke, her gaze intently scrutinized the still meditating Vegeta. After listening to Kess's lengthy discourse, Rumsey nodded in agreement. Among the gods of destruction, he was known for his lack of cunning and his straightforward nature. He had always taken Kess's words at face value. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Let us hope nothing goes awry, Rumsey replied. Chris nodded, and the two of them made their way towards the rock where Vegeta lay, rousing him from his slumber. After a brief exchange, Vegeta gleaned an understanding of the current plot development. Although it had unfolded more swiftly than he had anticipated, this was precisely what he desired. What do you think, Vegeta-san? Chris inquired once more. Since we have already arrived in this temporal realm and have agreed to your request, it would be rather inconsiderate of me not to accompany you and see for myself. As he spoke, Vegeta rose to his feet, adding, moreover, I am quite curious to discover how the formidable beings of this world compare to those from my own. I have long since reigned invincible in my realm. His confidence was palpable, and though he did not state it outright, his tone was unequivocal. Were there any warriors in this world who could rival him? Vegeta was well aware of the answer, but feigned ignorance. Naturally, he had yet to encounter Son Goku from this timeline, and he must remain vigilant. Additionally, a key figure in the Tournament of Power would undoubtedly appear in the preliminary battles, namely the God of Destruction candidate, Toppo, who was the second most powerful entity in Universe 11. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed, Chris said with a smile, then added, however, before you join us, I must provide you with a change of attire. Otherwise, your identity may be swiftly uncovered, attracting undue attention. With that, Chris pointed her staff at Vegeta, invoking a mysterious power. In an instant, a black robe enveloped him, obscuring his features beneath a hood. This was merely a basic transformation. A gray and white mask now adorned his face as well. Chris insisted he wear the mask to further conceal his identity. All right, we can now set forth. The angel Chris declared, her expression brightening with a sweet smile as she gestured for Vegeta and the god of destruction, Rumsey, to follow her. Buzzing, a cascade of vibrant colors erupted from Chris's being. This enigmatic force was so profound that it defied comprehension. Vegeta had intended to deeply sense this arcane energy, but found no opportunity to do so. The unique sensation was fleeting. All he could discern was that this power differed from their own energies, neither divine nor mortal, but rather a system akin to the very fabric of reality itself. Is this the power of an angel? Vegeta mused inwardly, gaining a renewed appreciation for the might of angels. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of rainbow light shot upward at superluminal speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exited the realm of the gods of destruction, journeying to a new dimensional world, the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Unlike other universes, the god of destruction's realm and the Supreme Kai's realm in this universe were nearly adjacent. The Supreme Kai, Kusu, had already received the Grand Minister's summons and awaited the arrival of God of Destruction Rumsey and Angel Chris. According to the Grand Minister's orders, all must be present before they could proceed to the Xeno's palace. After a brief wait, a radiant rainbow light descended from the heavens, landing before Kusu. Upon witnessing this, Kusu recognized the visitors and greeted them with a smile, stepping forward. As the colorful light dissipated, Vegeta, Rumsey, and Chris appeared. Upon their arrival, Vegeta's gaze eagerly scanned the surroundings, for this was yet another realm he had never before traversed. This Supreme Kai realm bore only subtle differences from the God of Destruction's realm, with no significant distinctions. God of Destruction Rumsey, Angel Chris, Kusu bowed respectfully. After exchanging pleasantries, his eyes fell upon the cloaked Vegeta, a peculiar sensation washing over him, noting the oddity of such an enigmatic figure in attendance. Who might this be? He wondered, perplexed by the masked individual. To ensure that no complications arose during their audience with the Grand Minister and the Xenos, he inquired, might I ask for your identity? Having served as a Supreme Kai for countless years, he was aware that this presence was far from ordinary. After all, how often did one accompany a god of destruction and an angel? His only hypothesis was that this was a new candidate for God of Destruction, perhaps groomed by Rumsey following the events involving Zamasu. He is a warrior I brought with me, a remarkably powerful fighter who will accompany us to Xeno's palace to observe the proceedings, Chris explained, providing Rumsey with an opportunity to distance himself from the inquiry. I see. Understood, Lady Chris, Kusu replied, having arrived at a conclusion and refraining from further questioning. In truth, even if he wished to ask more, his stature as a Supreme Kai did not afford him the privilege. With the angel having provided an answer, what more could he say? Well then, if there are no further matters, Let us hasten our departure, Rumsey stated calmly. This subtle diversion was indeed impressive, effectively redirecting attention away from Vegeta's mystery. I understand, Lord Rumsey. As Gaosu activated his abilities, they were transported away from the Supreme Kai realm. Chapter 11. The Pinnacle of Power, the Grand Minister. Here lies a domain that surpasses both the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction realms. This is the supreme location beyond the 12 universes, Zeno's Palace. At the entrance to Zeno's Palace, the fabric of space shimmered with a peculiar ripple. Following this, a unique energy manifested, and the angel Chris, God of Destruction Rumsey, Supreme Kai Gaosu, and the cloaked, masked Vegeta materialized. At the entrance of Zeno's palace stood a figure clad in blue divine raiment, adorned with the celestial halo of an angel, the Grand Minister, the steward beside Zeno. Angel Chris bowed slightly. It has been some time, Grand Minister. God of Destruction Rumsey and Supreme Kai Gaosu knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Grand Minister." The reactions of the three exalted beings upon encountering the Grand Minister were varied. Vegeta, cloaked in black, regarded the Grand Minister with a calm demeanor beneath his mask, though within, tumultuous waves of astonishment surged. The overwhelming presence emanating from the Grand Minister was unlike anything he had experienced, a profound intimidation that left a lasting impression. Is this the Grand Minister, the overseer of all angels? Vegeta pondered, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Truly, he was deserving of his exalted status, second only to Zeno within the Dragon Ball universe. The overwhelming aura of power he radiated was palpable, instilling a primal fear that resonated deep within. As Vegeta assessed the Grand Minister scrutinized him in turn. A mere glance from the Grand Minister sent a chill coursing through Vegeta's body. His identity had indeed been discerned. Nevertheless, Vegeta maintained his composure. Since Chris had orchestrated this encounter, he harbored no doubts regarding its success. Thus he remained unperturbed. The Grand Minister, intrigued by Vegeta's calmness, briefly exhibited a flicker of surprise before it vanished like mist. He had a general understanding of the situation but chose to remain silent, finding it quite amusing. Moreover, since it was his eldest daughter, Kes, who had instigated this matter, he, as her father, felt inclined to turn a blind eye, as long as it did not escalate into a significant incident or threaten the balance of the universe. There was no cause for concern. The Grand Priest said nothing, yet the rebellious nature of Vegeta instilled considerable fear in both the God of Destruction, Ramses, and the Supreme Kai, Gavas. What on earth is this fellow doing? Shouldn't he be bowing? I should have known better than to listen to Kes and bring him along. The God of Destruction Ramses chastised Vegeta inwardly, his pink elephantine visage glistening with sweat. His expression tense to the utmost degree. He could hardly fathom that Vegeta would display such a lack of decorum. It was already established that he was to pay his respects to the Grand Priest. The Supreme Kai, Gavas, bowed his head even lower, his body trembling involuntarily. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly taut. The hearts of Ramses and Gavas raced in their throats, their breaths quickening. I have not encountered a human of such strength in many years. It is astonishing that a warrior of your caliber exists in Universe 10. It is no wonder you have come along. Stand at ease. With the Grand Priest's words, the dread that had gripped Ramses and Gavas began to dissipate. They had nearly been frightened to death. Simultaneously, they found it hard to believe in Vegeta's presence. After all, he was merely a mortal, yet had earned the Grand Priest's commendation. Particularly Ramses, who knew Vegeta's true identity. At this moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that the Grand Priest had not discerned Vegeta's secret. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Priest had exchanged a knowing smile with Kes after casting a glance at Vegeta. Surely, he could see through Vegeta's secret. Very well, now that you have arrived, you may proceed to the platform for the preliminary battle of the Tournament of Power. In due time, the deities from other universes should also arrive. Without further ado, the Grand Priest signaled, Kes, you may guide them. At your command, my lord. The angel Kes responded on behalf of everyone. In the next moment, they circled around the Grand Priest and entered the palace of the Omni King. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dazzling crystal corridor, radiating an enchanting glow, exuding unparalleled comfort. With each step they took, the crystals illuminated, casting light upon their path. In the surrounding dimness, countless star-like points twinkled as if they were celestial bodies, immersing them in a cosmic expanse. As they walked together, Kes suddenly halted. We have arrived. As she spoke, her staff gently tapped the ground. In an instant, the azure crystal beneath them burst forth with brilliant light, and a mysterious spatial force rapidly expanded, enveloping them all. Vegeta felt an unexpected lightness. Recognizing that this profound power was fundamentally different from the spatial abilities he wielded, capable of directly transporting a person to another realm. The brilliance of the crystal corridor intensified. And when the light finally faded, the quartet had vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a unique space within the palace of the Omni King. This was indeed the venue for the preliminary battle of the Tournament of Power, and they stood on the platform designated for Universe 10. Looking around, they realized they were not the first to arrive. Standing on the platform directly ahead were the God of Destruction, Ivan, the Angel, Awamo, and the Supreme Kai, Innate. From Universe 1, who had already made their entrance. I thought our universe would be the first to arrive. Ivan is certainly quick, Ramses remarked, casting a gaze toward Ivan's platform, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. It seemed there was some long-standing rivalry between him and Ivan. Arriving too soon may not be advantageous. We have others yet to wait for, Kes commented, unable to suppress her frustration that they had not all gathered yet. Including their arrival, there were still 10 vacant positions on the platform surrounding them. The Supreme Kai, Gavus, remained silent, deeming it prudent to maintain quietude in such circumstances. Meanwhile, Vegeta shifted his gaze toward the platform of Universe 1. Chapter 12, The Arrival of the Gods and Vegeta's Estimation. Through the expansion of his perception, Vegeta conducted a rudimentary assessment of the God of Destruction, Angels, and Supreme Kais opposite him. Without exerting much mental effort, he gleaned the answers he sought. His preliminary estimate placed the combat power of Ivan, the God of Destruction from Universe 1, at the 1000 division level. Although also within the division level, Ivan's standing was a tier above that of Ramses. Based on the original portrayal of Ivan, if his strength is at the 1000 division level, then the other formidable gods of destruction should be of a similar caliber, and the likes of Beerus may well exceed the 10th dimension, reaching the 11th. He mused to himself, recognizing that each individual harbored their own thoughts, with the gods of destruction harboring schemes, the Supreme Kais concealed enigmas, and the angels remaining inscrutable, Vegeta included. Focusing his attention on the angel Awamo, Vegeta's expression subtly shifted beneath his mask. While he too could not perceive the depths of Awamo, the latter's aura felt significantly less formidable than Kes's. Deep and unfathomable, yet merely a vast chasm, Kes. In Vegeta's eyes, was an abyss. Indeed, there existed a hierarchy among angels. Previously uncertain, he could now affirm that the disparity in power among angels was considerable. On the platform of Universe 1, the angel Awamo seemed to notice Vegeta's scrutiny, offering a slight smile, dismissing the matter entirely. He discerned Vegeta's distinctiveness immediately, but did not ponder it deeply, assuming him to be a remarkably powerful warrior from Universe 10. Perhaps even a candidate for the God of Destruction from that universe. It appears we arrived rather hastily. We should have brought along our own universe's formidable warriors. Ivan remarked ungraciously, evidently perturbed that Ramses had orchestrated this scenario, making him feel outpaced. What does it matter, Lord Ivan? Universe 10 remains far behind us, Innate interjected, showering praises. Moreover, this confrontation is between Universe 9 and Universe 7. Even if we brought our warriors, it would hold little significance and rather expose ourselves. The self-proclaimed apex of the cosmos, Universe 1, whether in terms of gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, or angels, carried an air of condescension, perpetually imbued with arrogance. They believed the other universes merely served as embellishments, incapable of rivaling their might. Little did they know, they were but ordinary in their own right. Meanwhile, although unable to hear their words, the expressions of Ivan and Innate from Universe 1 displayed overt disdain, inciting Ramses to a state of agitation. Fortunately, Gavas remained relatively calm and managed to temper the naturally mild-mannered Ramses. Lord Ramses, the gods of the other universes should be arriving shortly. Until then, let us wait in silence. When the Tournament of Power commenced, the angels Kes's words turned Ramses's mood around. With Vegeta as their ultimate trump card, their odds of victory in the Tournament of Power soared to an impressive 90%. After all, Vegeta's strength had long surpassed that of any god of destruction. In the 12 universes, there indeed exist beings whose strength surpasses that of the gods of destruction, yet they are few and far between, countable on but one hand. Moreover, terrifying entities such as Vegeta should, at least in this space-time continuum, be non-existent. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the expression on Ewan's face when that wild man ultimately loses the match, remarked Ramsey, falling silent thereafter. Time trickled by moment. Vegeta stood resolutely beside Kes, making no further movements. He closed his eyes, conserving his energy. Soon, as the deities gathered, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais appearing alongside the angels in such a grand spectacle, even he felt a tinge of excitement bubbling within him. In the past, he had been invincible in the GT universe, devoid of any adversaries. Now, in this realm, there existed a plethora of formidable beings for him to challenge. What a splendid prospect! The solitude of mastery brings its own chill. Vegeta craved worthy opponents and secretly yearned for defeat, for only then could he ascend to greater heights. As time slipped away, 5 minutes passed unnoticed. Though seemingly brief, the wait felt interminable. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the arena in Universe 6, heralding the arrival of the god of destruction Kampa, alongside Angel Vados and Supreme Kai Fua. Following their entrance, the gods of destruction and angels from other universes began to materialize in succession. Another series of radiant flashes ensued. The god of destruction Hellas, Angel Sawar, and Supreme Kai Pel from Universe 2 made their appearance. Shortly thereafter, the god of destruction Mosco, Angel Campelli, and Supreme Kai El from Universe 3 emerged. From Universe 4 came the god of destruction Quitella, Angel Kanichiwa, and Supreme Kai Kur. The god of destruction Iraq, Angel Kukatel, and Supreme Kai Aguma hailed from Universe 5. From Universe 8 arrived the god of destruction Legic, Angel Korin, and Supreme Kai Iru. The god of destruction Sidra, Angel Mojito, and Supreme Kai Laura represented Universe 9. Accompanying them were 3 competitors: the leader, the Red Wolf Bergamo, the second, the Yellow Wolf Lavender, and the third, the Red Wolf Basil. From Universe 11, the clown god of destruction, Belmod, appeared alongside Angel Margarita, Supreme Kai Kai, and a figure cloaked in black. Vegeta recognized this black-robed individual as Topo, the captain of the Pride Troopers from the original narrative. Lastly, from Universe 12 came the god of destruction Jin, Angel Machurin, and Supreme Kaigu. Except for Universe 7, all had gathered. 11 gods of destruction, 11 Supreme Kais, and 11 angels. Vegeta surveyed the assembly, utilizing his perceptive abilities to assess the power levels of the present gods of destruction. The sight left him astounded. Among the gathered deities, while only their surface battle power was displayed, even the weakest exceeded 100,000. The average level reached the mid to late stages of the 100,000 range. For instance, the god of destruction Quitella from Universe 4 exhibited a surface battle power of 5,000, while the slightly weaker god of destruction Iraq from Universe 5 had a power level of 4,500. Vegeta was acutely aware that surface battle power does not equate to full strength, and if the 2 gods of destruction were to unleash their full potential, their power levels would undoubtedly soar to at least the units of the 11th dimension, potentially even reaching the mid-level of that realm. Chapter 13. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It seems that the original narrative's assertion regarding the gods of destruction being at the 10th dimension, with Beerus at level 10 and Whis at level 15, merely provides a general overview. Vegeta's thoughts found validation. He had indeed been excessively arrogant, having previously believed that only Beerus could surpass the 10th dimension. Now, observing the scene, he realized that at least 4 or 5 gods of destruction genuinely exceeded the 10th dimension. This revelation, however, did not instill fear in Vegeta. With his current strength, having descended into this transcendent realm, he could effortlessly defeat all the gods of destruction. His perfected ultimate Super Saiyan 5th stage could unleash a battle power exceeding 100 billion times the norm. This implied that he could unleash power at the peak of the 9th dimension, easily reaching the positive units of the 12th dimension. Even before his breakthrough, he could achieve the 12th dimension using the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power. Vegeta surmised that he might even breach the 12th dimension and ascend to the units of the 13th dimension. With narrowed eyes, he established a clearer objective for the future, recognizing the gods of destruction as stepping stones and motivators for his ascent to greater strength. How intriguing, having arrived in this world. I certainly shan't be bored for a long time. With this newfound perspective, the future appeared all the more fascinating. Shifting his gaze, Vegeta also directed a portion of his attention to Topo, who was similarly clad in a black robe. The candidate for the god of destruction from Universe 11 indeed possessed considerable strength. Even his surface power was at the extreme level of the quintillion range. Based on his performance in the original Tournament of Power, he had reached the units of the 9th dimension, and ultimately, upon attaining his god of destruction form, his battle power surpassed that of the 10th dimension. I look forward to witnessing the extent of your power shortly. Please do not disappoint me. I hope you surpass your original narrative. With 11 gods of destruction, 11 supreme Kais, and 11 angels assembled, such a spectacle was likely to occur once in a million years. Yet, amidst this grand gathering, an eerie silence enveloped the space, with no one daring to speak or instigate anything, creating an atmosphere that was almost chilling. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. All awaited the arrival of the final universe's instigator. Just then, a vibrant array of colors erupted from the previously vacant podium. Subtle spatial fluctuations resonated as the god of destruction Beerus of Universe 7, Angel Whis, Supreme Kai Shin, and their competitors, Goku, Gohan, Majin Buu, and an unexpected guest, the world champion from Earth, Mr. Satan, made their entrance. At last they've arrived? Kakarot from this spacetime, alongside the god of destruction Beerus. As the personnel from Universe 7 entered, Vegeta instantly perked up. He, like everyone else, meticulously observed Universe 7, eagerly awaiting this moment with a fervor that was all-consuming. Focusing all his energy and amplifying his perception, he assessed the battle powers of Beerus and the transcendent Kakarot. Undeniably, Beerus was the mightiest among the 12 gods of destruction. His aura was placid, exuding a mysterious pressure, and according to Vegeta's discerned surface battle power, Beerus had reached the pinnacle of the 10th dimension, with a power level firmly at 9999. Moreover, should he choose to unleash his full might, he could effortlessly tap into the power of the 11th dimension. If his surface strength was already at the units of the 10th dimension, one could only imagine that the true extent of this strongest god of destruction must reach the 12th dimension. This certainty was bolstered by the original narrative's mention that Beerus not only mastered the powers of a god of destruction to perfection, but also wielded the Ultra Instinct technique. Even if not at its zenith, it was still a formidable skill. Furthermore, in the original tale, he had aided Vegeta in grasping the concept of Ultra Instinct, revealing the depth of his capabilities. The strength displayed is vastly superior to that of other gods of destruction. It is no wonder that legends have circulated in the world of the past, proclaiming that even when all gods of destruction unite, they are no match for Beerus. Shifting his attention away from the god of destruction, Beerus, Vegeta gazes upon Kakarot of this timeline, as well as Kakarot's son, Gohan. The transcendent Goku, having endured the Dark Goku incident in the future world, should have experienced a significant enhancement in strength. However, his ordinary battle power hovers merely at 5,000 quintillion, prompting Vegeta to suppress a smirk of derision. He has already ascended to the 10th dimension, yet Goku remains mired in the 7th. As for Gohan from this timeline, he indeed mirrors his original counterpart, still a mere weakling with a power level that barely grazes 100 million. In stark contrast to his counterpart from the GT timeline, the difference is nothing short of astronomical. After all, in the GT universe, he had once guided Gohan and instilled in him a relentless pursuit of training. The emergence of Majin Buu, however, surprised Vegeta, as his battle power reached quintillion levels, and this is merely the surface. He has undeniably returned to the stature of a formidable boss from yesteryears. As for the Earthling Satan, Vegeta dismisses him outright. A mere ordinary human with a power level not even reaching 100, even as a so-called savior, he fails to warrant Vegeta's attention. In summary, greater expectations yield greater disappointments. As the strongest warrior in the 7th universe, Kakarot's ordinary battle power is limited to a mere 5,000 quintillion. Even if this is just a FAOD, his full-powered eruption would scarcely exceed the quintillion peak. At best, it might inch closer to the 8th dimension's zenith. Calculating based on their ordinary power levels, the gap between them is vast. Even utilizing transformations to bridge the divide proves futile. Hey, the warriors of the 7th universe have arrived. Now that everyone is here, the grand spectacle is about to commence. By the way, Vegeta, I imagine you are quite curious now, right? In your world, there must also be a Goku, correct? How does the Goku from your world compare to the one in this universe? Angel Kusu, with a smile, turns to Vegeta, eagerly anticipating his response. She is well aware that this is intended to surprise Vegeta. However, his reaction is quite unexpected. There is neither astonishment nor any overt display of emotion. Vegeta merely shakes his head in disappointment. Chapter 14. The Arrogant Goku and Beerus's Fury. With the arrival of the 7th universe's members, the gods of destruction and angels of the 12th universe have gathered at this moment. Positioned above the arena, the Grand Minister, the 2 Zeniths, and 4 personal attendants occupy the highest point, surveying all that unfolds below. All the deities have descended upon this place. It is now announced that the preliminary battle of the power tournament is about to commence. In the presence of Zeno, the initiator, the 7th universe will engage in a 3-on-3 contest against the 9th universe. As long as they garner Zeno's approval, the power tournament will proceed as planned. With the Grand Minister's proclamation, the preliminary battle before the power tournament is finally set to ignite. The 2 Zeniths at the highest vantage point exhibit exuberance, dancing with joy, as they believe that the thrilling events are about to unfold. Yet, for all the deities present, the sentiment is quite different. This is not merely a contest. It is a matter of cosmic survival. The atmosphere shifts palpably, becoming exceedingly solemn, with all the deities and angels remaining silent, their gazes fixed upon the 7th universe. In the next moment, the tense atmosphere is shattered by the exuberance of transcendent Goku. Recklessly, he waves his arms towards Zeno from the 7th universe's platform, calling out, "Hey, Zeno, long time no see." Such a flagrant display of disregard for decorum and lack of reverence leaves everyone present in utter astonishment. How dare this mortal? It can be said that this Goku from the current timeline is somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In his quest for immense power, aiming to engage formidable foes, he has somewhat lost sight of his origins. However, he is not foolish. He has simply leveraged his relationship with Zeno to propose the holding of the power tournament. He considers himself clever and remarkable, yet he remains oblivious to the fact that he is being used as a pawn. All the gods of destruction are left gaping, including Beerus and the angel Whis. To them, Goku's brazen affront to Zeno can only lead to one outcome, a path to ruin. Yet an even more unexpected scene unfolds. Instead of rebuffing transcendent Goku's greeting, the two Zenas respond with remarkable warmth. This is the power of the protagonist's aura. Were it not for the universal understanding of Zeno's status, this moment would resemble that of long-separated friends joyfully greeting one another. Just as Goku prepares to soar closer for a more intimate exchange with Zeno, the exasperated Beerus seizes Goku's ankle, yanking him back with force. You fool! You might be carefree normally, but behave yourself in this setting. Beerus, now drenched in sweat from anxiety, clutches Goku's face tightly. He genuinely wishes to obliterate him. Should this carefree individual continue to act so recklessly, the seventh universe is destined for doom due to his actions. Were it not for the impending power tournament, Beerus would never allow such chaos to persist. I understand. Lord Beerus, transcendent Goku mumbles, his face flushed from Beerus's grip, attempting to pacify Beerus's fury. However, it is far from simple. Beerus, seething with frustration, is at his wit's end. With so many gods and angels present, and with Zeno and the Grand Minister watching, he reluctantly releases Goku. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Transcendent Goku rubs his reddened cheeks, a look of discontent etched on his face as he continues to grumble. Come on, Lord Beerus, you're being too stingy. I was just greeting Zeno. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? Upon hearing this, Beerus grits his teeth in anger, a shadow passing over his face as murderous intent swells within him. If the time were right, he would not only obliterate Goku, but would ensure he experiences the harshness of reality. You little brat, do you truly seek your own demise? Perhaps I should just destroy you right now to spare the seventh universe from your ruin. With that, Beerus feigns a display of power, deep energy swirling around him. The sudden flash of purple energy sends a chill down Goku's spine, causing him to tremble in fear. He realizes that he has genuinely provoked Beerus's wrath. My apologies. Lord Beerus, I won't do it again. Transcendent Goku stammers, retreating as beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. The jest has reached its limit, and he knows to cease. Thus, he is not as foolish as he appears. Humph. Beerus snorts in response, choosing to ignore transcendent Goku. With the farce concluded, the preliminary battle now moves into its rhythm. From his elevated position, the Grand Minister seeks Zeno's approval, and upon receiving it, he declares, before gathering everyone here, I had already informed you all, Lord Zeno is filled with anticipation for the upcoming power tournament. Thus, in order to savor the exhilarating thrill of battle, he meticulously orchestrated this preliminary skirmish. It serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to allow all the gods and angels across the cosmos to witness this contest and prepare accordingly. Secondly, to grant every universe an opportunity to showcase its prowess. Unlike the power tournament, this time, the competition between Universe 7 and Universe 9 will unfold in a one-on-one format upon this very arena. Now that the introductions are nearly complete, let us invite the first combatants from each side to ascend the stage and commence the inaugural match. With the Grand Minister's proclamation and the witness of the Omni King, the preliminary battle is officially underway. Kekekek. Allow me to obliterate every last one from Universe 7. On the side of Universe 9, the eagerness is palpable. The fierce wolf, Bazel, leaps from the platform, taking his place in the arena. His bloodthirsty demeanor reveals an urgent desire to ravage the competitors from Universe 7. He licks his lips, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Overconfident in his own strength, he perceives himself as invincible, regarding the contestants from Universe 7 merely as instruments for displaying his might. His demeanor suggests an unwavering certainty of victory, as though he believes he can effortlessly vanquish every single inhabitant of Universe 7. Yet, those who boast so brazenly prior to battle often face defeat. In the original narrative, the third wolf suffered a grievous fate, both in the preliminary skirmish and the official power tournament. Chapter 15. Is Majin Buu underestimated? As Universe 9 makes the first move, Bazel's formidable presence becomes evident to the gods of all universes. Those unaware might genuinely mistake him for a powerhouse. Upon his entrance, with arms crossed, he exudes an air of invincibility that is truly remarkable. When he first appeared in the original work, even Vegeta, having watched the animated series in a previous life, considered him to be a formidable fighter, never anticipating his ultimate downfall. Third, do not disgrace Universe 9. Annihilate Universe 7 utterly. commands Belgamer. Guji Guji. Those fellows appear feeble. They likely won't withstand even 3 rounds against Bezel, taunts another. Their incessant bravado is matched by the absolute trust bestowed upon them by the Supreme Kai, Laura, and the Destroyer God, Sidra. Their expressions resemble those awaiting the triumph of their universe. Universe 9 has long been ranked at the bottom among the cosmos, although their opponent, Universe 7, is only slightly ahead. A victory would certainly be advantageous for them. There is a distinction between the last and second to last place. Should Universe 9 emerge victorious, they would no longer dwell at the bottom, leaving Universe 7 to occupy that ignominious position. On the side of Universe 7, upon witnessing the contestant from Universe 9 take the stage, they held a brief discussion and ultimately decided to send Majin Buu into the fray for the first match. Majin Buu, the mightiest adversary of the Z era. Ordinarily, he would be expected to dominate over the mere Wolf Bezel. However, his entrance did not elicit favorable comments from the Assembly of Gods. After all, the deities of this temporal realm tend to judge solely by appearances. They perceive Bezel's wild and imposing demeanor as strength, while Majin Buu's seemingly delicate and unthreatening form is dismissed as that of a weakling. In the simplest of terms, the gods fail to grasp the terrifying nature of Majin Buu. They only see this plump, pink figure with numerous little holes as a source of amusement. TCH. The contestant from Universe 7 is utterly ridiculous. With that physique and lack of muscle, it is evident he possesses no strength. How could he possibly win this match? Universe 7 is destined for defeat. Upon seeing Majin Buu's entrance, the Destroyer God, Ramses, could not help but voice his criticism, articulating his blunt opinion. His words, inevitably tinged with bias, stem from the recent catastrophic clash between their universes, though the situation has since been resolved. It must be acknowledged that Universe 10's standards have been significantly lowered due to Universe 7's influence. Setting personal grievances aside, Ramses' worldview dictates that only muscle represents power. He is an admirer of strength and a devotee of physical prowess. This proclivity has led to Universe 10 being comprised solely of heavyweight muscle-bound competitors in the original power tournament, each more robust and formidable than the last. Listening to Ramses' remarks, the Supreme Kai, Gavas, remained silent, choosing not to engage further. He wished to caution Ramses that Universe 7 is far more complex than it appears, yet he understood that any attempt at persuasion would be futile, thus opting for silence. The angel, Kes, likewise refrained from voicing her opinion. Firstly, angels do not criticize their universe's destroyer gods, and secondly, in her view, Majin Buu is indeed not particularly noteworthy. Even if he were to attain the realm of the 7th dimension, it would still not warrant her effort to evaluate him. In the presence of angels, and even among some powerful Supreme Kais, the concept of dimensional units holds little weight, let alone against a destroyer god. With her angelic perception, she cannot fail to recognize the disparity in strength. In fact, she can discern at a glance just how formidable Majin Buu truly is. However, Bezel from Universe 9 is no slouch either, possessing strength at a comparable dimensional level. Ultimately, only through combat can the true measure of strength be determined. At the back, Kes's attention is drawn to Vegeta beside her, prompting her to communicate telepathically. Vegeta-san, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this match? At her inquiry, Vegeta turns to gaze at her, met with a teasing smile. Without uttering a word, his gaze falls upon Majin Buu, silently indicating his belief that the Pink Titan will triumph. This belief is not solely based on his knowledge of the original narrative, but also stems from his certainty regarding Majin Buu's capabilities surpassing those of the Wolf Bezel. Huh, is Vegeta-san so certain? How unexpected. I thought you would favor that wolf to win. I didn't realize you had such faith in this little pink chubby. Kes remarks, her expression one of intrigue. In response, Vegeta feels a sense of frustration and can only reply, do not judge by appearances, nor rely solely on superficial assessments. Majin Buu's abilities and strength are far more formidable than you can imagine. After all, he exists in my world too, and not only is he immensely powerful, but his talents are equally astounding. He can effortlessly replicate any technique he has witnessed or desires to learn. While it is true that Bezel from Universe 9 possesses commendable strength, it is apparent that his abilities lie primarily in combat skills. Majin Buu may not match him in that regard, but should Buu become enraged, Bezel would struggle to even land a blow against him. Moreover, if Majin Buu were to fully unleash his potential, even the combined efforts of those 3 from Universe 9 might not suffice to secure a victory against him. One after another, Vegeta conveyed his insights to the angel Kes through their telepathic exchange, piquing her curiosity. She had never anticipated that this Pink Titan could be so formidable, receiving such high praise from Vegeta. In the arena, as both contestants take their positions, the battle commences. Bezel unleashes a relentless barrage. his ferocious assault hammering down upon Majin Buu's form like a tempest. Each strike appears devastatingly powerful. However, not a single blow manages to breach the surface of Majin Buu's skin. While the disparity in their combat power may not be vast, their capabilities and the composition of their bodies present a stark contrast. Bazel's combat prowess reaches the magnitude of 10-dimensional units, while Majin Buu's apparent combat strength hovers around the same numerical threshold. The situation has unfolded in an overwhelmingly one-sided manner. Under the formidable offensive of Bazel, the demon Majin Buu is relentlessly forced back. Despite possessing equal levels of power, their performances diverge significantly, attributable to their contrasting combat styles. Bazel, an aggressive attacker, excels in utilizing his formidable techniques and strength to vanquish his adversaries. Conversely, Majin Buu relies on the unique attributes of his physique to counter opponents, playing until the very last moment to seize upon their vulnerabilities for an instantaneous kill. Chapter 16. The disparity between two realities. How to articulate this? Although this Majin Buu exhibits commendable strength, he pales in comparison to the Majin Buu from my timeline in several respects. Observing the battle unfolding on the arena, Vegeta could not help but voice his thoughts internally. In truth, the strengths of the Majin Buus from both worlds are quite comparable, both being classified as seventh-dimensional entities. However, the Majin Buu of this timeline is merely at the initial stage of the seventh dimension, while his counterpart from the other world has reached the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. The comparison of combat power is secondary. What truly matters is that the Majin Buu from this timeline appears significantly more conservative compared to his GT counterpart. It is evident that this Majin Buu has been largely inactive in combat, rendering him sluggish, akin to an infant slowly learning about the world. The GT Majin Buu, due to his circumstances, has been inadvertently engaged in a form of training and has never merged with OOB in his later stages. In summary, the disparity is stark. To put it simply, the Majin Buu from his world is akin to a father, while this world's Majin Buu resembles a son. The father has mastered nearly everything, yet the son is utterly unskilled. Years of lethargy have even led him to forget the fundamentals of combat. As Vegeta reflects internally, Angel Kess smiles faintly, clearly having overheard his unintentional lament. Naturally, she remains silent, deeming it unnecessary. She perceives the situation more clearly than anyone else, recognizing that while Majin Buu possesses immense potential and power, he is unable to unleash it. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai Gawas and the God of Destruction Rumshur observe the battlefield, oblivious to Vegeta's internal musings. Presently, they believe that the seventh universe is on the brink of losing this inaugural match. The battle has maintained a decidedly one-sided nature, elevating the momentum of the ninth universe to its zenith, while the morale of the seventh universe plummets to the depths. Who would not be concerned witnessing such a transformation of a once formidable foe? Yet, there exists one who remains unperturbed, Son Goku. He understands that despite Majin Buu's lack of systematic training and infrequent combat, his formidable strength remains intact. Most importantly, it is Majin Buu's unique abilities that enable him to exploit opportunities during the tournament. In the arena, Majin Buu resembles a rubber ball, soaring back and forth through the sky. Despite the mounting injuries he sustains, he displays no trace of pain. Boom! Another resounding impact as Bazel delivers a heavy blow to Majin Buu's jaw, sending him skyward. This overwhelming style of combat bores him, prompting a desire to conclude this tiresome game swiftly. Majin Buu's lackluster performance only serves to inflate Bazel's confidence further, exuding an air of superiority. Engaging with such a foe is utterly pointless. This one-sided trampling is not the combat I relish. I must swiftly knock you down and then deal with the other opponents. With a sinister grin adorning his face and a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Bazel unleashes a powerful attack. As his right leg gathers strength, a brilliant crimson glow intensifies around his ankle, materializing into an energy sphere. With a forceful kick, he propels this unstoppable energy ball towards Majin Buu. Suspended in the air, Majin Buu regains his balance and dons an innocent smile. However, sensing imminent danger, he swiftly spreads his arms and clamps down on the crimson energy sphere. Boom! The seemingly unparalleled attack is effortlessly crushed by Majin Buu. This spectacle astonishes all witnesses, even causing the angels to glance aside in surprise. What? Bazel exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had unleashed that attack with the conviction of annihilating Majin Buu. Yet, not only did it fail to incapacitate him, but it was also effortlessly obliterated by his opponent. Amidst the explosive flames, Majin Buu descends back onto the arena, causing a tremor upon impact. Clearly, he has begun to take the fight seriously. How delightful! That was truly entertaining. Majin Buu exclaims, grinning like a child. While such joy is innocuous in ordinary circumstances, It now takes on a disconcerting quality. The next moment, Majin Buu inhales deeply, and the myriad of bruises and marks adorning his body vanishes in the blink of an eye, restoring him to his original state, as if nothing had ever transpired. How can this be? What kind of ability do you possess? My attacks have had no effect whatsoever. Bazel stands dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the terrifying capabilities displayed by Majin Buu. Little does he know, this is merely one aspect of Buu's formidable abilities. Even if he were to be torn into hundreds of pieces, as long as a single cell persists, he can regenerate and revive, unless the damage is fatal. It barely registers as harm for Majin Buu. I am thoroughly enjoying this. However, a victor must be determined, otherwise, Dubra will be displeased. Now that you have had your turn, it is mine. As Majin Buu speaks, his traditionally squinted eyes suddenly widen. Leaning forward, he crosses his arms, and a rosy glow flickers around him intermittently. An astonishing surge of energy emanates from within him, causing the arena to tremble under the weight of his imposing presence. In the same arena, Bazel, feeling this unparalleled, ferocious aura, undergoes a dramatic transformation. Sweat beads upon his forehead, and the arrogance that once characterized him evaporates. Among the spectators of the seventh universe, the god of destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, and the time-traveling Son Goku and Son Gohan wear smiles. The tide is finally beginning to turn. Has this pink, pudgy fellow finally decided to take things seriously? Humph, I've been worried for far too long. Though Beerus's words seem laced with frustration, they carry an undercurrent of calm, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. After all, he is our universe's Majin. Not just anyone can defeat him, Angel Whis remarks in a measured tone. Such an astonishing presence. Despite Majin Buu's lack of rigorous training, his strength has surged tremendously. Muses the time-traveling Son Goku. Chapter 17. The Divine surpasses the mortal, inciting divine fury. In the spectator area of the 10th universe, as Majin Buu reveals his true combat prowess, both the god of destruction Rumshur and Supreme Kaigawas are left momentarily stunned. Not only they, but all present, gods and mortals alike, are taken aback. Heaven knows that this seemingly ordinary rotund figure possesses such immense strength. What is even more remarkable is that this seemingly innocuous entity harbors abilities of such significance that even the gods must take heed. It is astonishing to discover that this seemingly unimpressive individual contains within him such astonishing and peculiar energy. However, it must be noted that he lacks sufficient muscle mass. Were he a warrior from our 10th universe, I would undoubtedly urge him to cultivate a robust physique, remarked the god of destruction, Rumshur. Speaking of which, only a god of destruction like him could utter such words. Training Majin Buu to become Muscle Buu? That notion seems somewhat far-fetched. For while immense strength is indeed related to physical prowess, it does not apply universally, Vegeta retorted, having already retracted his gaze. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, even in the absence of memories from the original narrative, he could foresee its conclusion. In his eyes, such a level of combat is nothing more than child's play. Even with Majin Buu unleashing his full power, his combat power barely reaches the 100 quintillion mark. Bazel might be of a similar caliber. I hope this match concludes swiftly. Anyone from Universe 7 pales in comparison to that Kakarot. Rather than witnessing these tedious skirmishes, one would be better off sleeping. Vegeta crossed his arms, expressing his innermost sentiments. Such words left Rumshur and Guavas astounded, even more so intimidated. The angel, Kusu, shared a knowing smile. It is indeed somewhat dull, however. We could consider it an appetizing amuse-bouche before the main course, could we not? If that is your perspective, then it becomes even more tiresome. I now have the distinct feeling that you have invited me to the power tournament merely to trample upon the weak. Vegeta expressed his true feelings. This statement further provoked Rumshur and Guavas. Is this something a mortal should utter? Gods are beyond mortals, and yet, it infuriates the gods. Guavas, though somewhat unclear on the specifics, felt that this was rather arrogant. Had he known, he would not harbor such thoughts. On the arena, Majin Buu emitted a series of muffled sounds, repeatedly pounding his chest, with scalding white smoke billowing from the numerous orifices across his body. Despite his seemingly corpulent physique, his speed of movement was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, his massive form collided with Bazel. The resounding explosion echoed, causing ripples in the air, a testament to the force exerted. Ah! Bazel's body shot upwards like a rocket, his cries of despair ringing out. Yet it was not over. Majin Buu's arm suddenly elongated, seizing Bazel's ankle. With a surge of power, Bazel was swung like a meteor hammer in Buu's grip. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of explosions reverberated. Bazel was treated like a mere toy, mercilessly tossed about by Majin Buu. As time ticked by, Bazel's eyes rolled back, appearing half-conscious. Oh dear, I seem to have gone a bit overboard. Satan shouldn't be angry, right? Majin Buu paused, recalling Satan's admonition against killing and excessive force, and gently released Bazel. Upon escaping Majin Buu's grasp, Bazel appeared bewildered for a moment. However, his dazed eyes soon regained clarity. As consciousness returned, he trembled and swiftly rose, retreating to create distance. How dare you, you fat bastard! You have reduced me, Bazel, to such a pitiful state. Rage blazed in Bazel's eyes, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. His bloodshot gaze and twisted features resembled a hellish wolf emerging from the abyss, terrifying to behold. Perhaps it would be better for you to concede, allowing someone else to entertain me. After pondering for a moment, Majin Buu uttered a remark that nearly drove Bazel to fury. This statement utterly shattered the last bastion of Bazel's resolve. Plump fool, do not be so arrogant. Bazel roared at Majin Buu twice. Then his gaze shifted to the platform of Universe 9. Hand that over to me. Bazel was resolute, willing to resort to drugs to enhance his energy. Very well, but you must bear the consequences. The Kaioshin of Universe 9, Laura, disregarding all else, tossed a red fruit to Bazel. Upon seeing this, Bazel leapt to catch the fruit and unhesitatingly swallowed it whole. With a resounding gulp, as the fruit descended into his stomach, a crimson glow flickered in Bazel's eyes, and his body expanded at a visible rate, experiencing a remarkable enhancement. Observing Bazel's transformation, the god of destruction, Beerus, of Universe 7 grew displeased. Lord Grand Minister, is it permissible for him to consume substances to amplify his power? This is clearly against the rules. Beerus inquired of the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister, upon hearing this, slightly averted his gaze towards the two Omni Kings behind him. Upon witnessing their eager, animated demeanor, a mysterious smile graced his face, and he replied to Beerus, the preliminary match does not impose any rules. To ensure the enjoyment of the Omni Kings, the only requirement is that the battles satisfy their desires. Hearing such words, shock flashed across Beerus's face. He had 1,000 objections. Yet he was powerless. The Grand Minister had rendered judgment, and thus he could only comply. It's fine, Lord Beerus. Buu's power is far beyond this. Haha. The time-traveling Son Goku, hands on his hips, clearly dismissed any concerns regarding this act of cheating. Before absolute strength, all tricks are futile. Much like when they faced Buu in the past. Father is correct. Buu's power will never falter, agreed the time-traveling Son Gohan. Although Kaioshin Shin did not voice his opinion, there was no sign of emotional disturbance on his face. He was all too aware of Majin Buu's terror, in both ancient and modern times. He had come perilously close to suffering a similar fate. Yulata remarkably optimistic. Casting a glance at the cheerful group beside him, Beerus was not like them. As the god of destruction, his instincts warned him that a grave situation was about to unfold. Yet what precisely was to happen, he could not discern. Chapter 18. Will the power tournament devolve into a slaughter of the weak? On the arena, after consuming the mysterious fruit, Bazel let out a furious roar. The latent potential within him was unleashed momentarily, elevating his power to a significant threshold. Tenfold. His combat power surged tenfold at the very least. From 10 quintillion to 100 quintillion, reaching parity with Majin Buu. The enhancement of his strength inflated his ego to such an extent that he believed himself to be at the pinnacle of a pyramid, utterly invulnerable to any adversary. Ha ha ha. Can the rotund denizen of Universe 7 sense my current power? I am no longer the same as before. Allow me to demonstrate the terrifying might of Bazel. The Wolf Charge. Bazel's explosive speed eclipsed his previous ferocity by several magnitudes. The fruit not only augmented his strength, but also indirectly healed his injuries. It must be said that in any universe, there exist wondrous artifacts and species. Though the manifestation of this fruit in the original narrative was but temporary, it is indeed a remarkable divine object. His robust form appeared like a phantom before Majin Buu, delivering a powerful kick that struck with tremendous force. Bam! The sound of flesh meeting flesh erupted. The head of Majin Buu was grotesquely contorted by this terrifying force, while his corpulent body shot skyward due to the recoil. But that was not all. You gluttonous fool! Ha ha ha! Amidst a cacophony of maniacal laughter, Bazel soared into the heavens. His nimble legs unleashed a frenzied barrage upon Majin Buu from various angles. Majin Buu's form darted through the air like a bouncing ball. Each of Bazel's strikes was lethal, aimed either at his opponent's vulnerable spots or directly targeting critical points. If his adversary were human, they would have undoubtedly been rendered incapacitated by such a tempestuous onslaught. However, Majin Buu was different. He possessed not only formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities, but also lacked any internal organs or vital weak points. Thus, no matter how he was struck, unless he was shattered into pieces or utterly obliterated, these injuries were entirely negligible to him. What is the matter? Was that all you had to offer? Bazel, basking in arrogance and hubris, continued to taunt Majin Buu. Yet, The tide of battle was about to turn. In an instant, Majin Buu's arms elongated, ensnaring Bazel's shoulders. His body was sent hurtling backward, his arms stretching like rubber before snapping back in an instant. In Bazel's astonished gaze, Majin Buu delivered a crushing blow to his face, inflicting excruciating pain that made him grit his teeth and see stars. Reeling from the impact, Bazel staggered back, clutching his bleeding nose, his heart seething with fury towards Majin Buu. After repelling Bazel, Majin Buu's injuries from the battle swiftly healed, once again captivating the attention of all within the ninth universe. Ha! This is delightful. Majin Buu laughed joyously, akin to a child weighing 300 pounds, as his true abilities manifested. Even the gods dared not underestimate this seemingly innocuous rotund figure. His powers were undeniably formidable. For the moment, the battle had reached a lull. All the gods of destruction present were meticulously analyzing the combat prowess of the warriors from the seventh universe. Each observer was intensely focused and serious. For the seventh universe was the instigator of the power tournament. All universes yearned to be the first to strike against the seventh universe. Meanwhile, on the platform of the 10th universe, Vegeta was nearly dozing off from boredom. To him, the Majin Buu of this timeline possessed some intrigue, but it was evident that the ongoing battle was becoming rather tiresome. Although this confrontation appeared rather dull, there was no need for haste. 2 more matches awaited, and the 2 Saiyans from the 7th universe would soon take the stage. Surely, you must be curious about Goku from our timeline? Witnessing the strength of this Goku should pique your interest, as the purity of the divine power he wields is decidedly impressive. The power you have trained in is not that of the gods, which might come as a surprise to you. With a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, the angel Kes continued, "So, if the opportunity arises, would you be interested in stepping in? I believe with your might. A mere flick of your hand could astonish the entire arena." Kes's words were laden with playful teasing towards Vegeta. Though she recognized the improbability of the situation, she still expressed her desire for Vegeta to take action, igniting a spectacle that could captivate the gods across the universe. After all, a mortal strong enough to surpass the gods of destruction, as far as Kes knew, simply did not exist in this timeline. Listening to Kes's jests, Vegeta could not help but roll his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied, "While I was indeed eager at the outset, my current observations reveal that this timeline's Kakarot pales in comparison to the one from my universe. The extent of divine power remains to be seen. But even if he were to unleash it, I suspect it would yield little consequence. Had I been here as well, perhaps I would have found it more engaging." With that, Vegeta maintained his stance. Were it not for the lack of seating, he would have already leaned back to rest. The preliminary skirmishes had yet to meet his expectations. In his most candid thoughts, Vegeta mused whether this universe's power tournament would devolve into a mere exhibition of his prowess. Is that so? How regrettable. Kes's eyes flickered with disappointment as she grasped Vegeta's sentiments. Initially, she had hoped to showcase their universe in front of all the angels. Now, it seemed that opportunity was dwindling, for he clearly held little regard for their timeline's Goku. Indeed, the disparity in strength was quite substantial. The Goku of this world might find it difficult to match an untransformed Vegeta. However, this was not entirely unfortunate, for with Vegeta's overwhelming strength, the ultimate victor of the power tournament would assuredly be the 10th universe. Chapter 19. Is there no opponent if one is earnest? The scene shifted back to the arena. After a brief silence, the battle erupted once more. That insufferable, pudgy fool should not be so complacent. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Bazel bellowed at Majin Buu. He remained as arrogant and reckless as ever, while Majin Buu's temperament evolved. "Since the commencement of our contest, you have incessantly insulted me, and I am beginning to grow irate. I will eliminate you." A wicked expression, reminiscent of the Z era, crept across Majin Buu's face. He assumed the classic stance for unleashing the Kamehameha wave, a torrent of immense energy surging forth. It surpassed hundreds of quintillions, with the potential to unleash power exceeding 500 quintillions. At that moment, Bazel remained oblivious to the gravity of his predicament, convinced of his superiority over Majin Buu. Unbeknownst to him, he was merely a plaything in Majin Buu's hands. "You think you can defeat me? Dream on, you rotund buffoon." Bazel's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. He hastily focused his so-called invincible power. Yet, the disparity was becoming apparent. The fruit he consumed had altered his temperament, leaving him utterly unaware of the impending doom. Before him, Majin Buu's energy became increasingly tangible, the energy spheres in his palms pulsating with life. The aura of destruction rapidly expanded, climbing to nearly 1,000 quintillions in mere moments. This signified that Majin Buu was serious and exerting his full strength. With energy condensed to its zenith, Majin Buu aimed his palms at Bazel. "Do not jest. Such a languid attack could never defeat me. Witness what follows." Bazel chanted. foolishly attempting to withstand the oncoming energy with his flesh. The golden energy beam surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing Bezel in an instant. With a resounding explosion, the tumultuous energy swept across the arena, hurtling toward the far reaches of this world. As the dust settled and smoke billowed, the onlookers from the ninth universe were left in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In stark contrast, the participants from the seventh universe wore smiles, for they perceived that, barring any unforeseen events, the outcome of this battle was all but determined. Time trickled away, second by second. Bezel's battered body flickered in and out of sight amidst the thick smoke. As the haze finally dissipated, his mutilated form came into full view. "Ha! Do you see that creature from the seventh universe?" Bezel, enduring the pain coursing through him, emitted a raspy, grotesque laugh. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was but a shadow of his former self. Indeed, no sooner had Bezel begun to boast than the severe side effects from the mysterious fruit he had consumed erupted violently. Dark red arcs of electricity exploded around his body, and in the next moment, his aura plummeted dramatically. All the injuries he had accumulated suddenly unleashed their fury, causing his body to collapse in an instant. The battle was over. The outcome was clear. In the first round, the Majin Buu from the seventh universe emerged victorious. With a command from the Grand Priest atop the platform, the result of the first match was sealed. Even if the warriors from the ninth universe harbored any resentment, it was futile. They had lost the first round, succumbing to Bezel's arrogance and foolishness. Had Bezel not recklessly absorbed the opponent's attack, victory would not have been so simple for the adversary. The fruit side effects would not have erupted merely due to the limits of his body. To the Kaioshin R and the god of destruction Sidra, Bezel had brought shame upon the ninth universe. Were it not for the presence of the gods and the Grand Priest above, Sidra would have unleashed his wrath upon him. Lord Kaioshin, Lord Destroyer. This was merely a minor mishap. The next match shall be handled by the second, and I assure you, he will not disappoint. Belgamer, well aware of the temperaments of the two deities, quickly knelt, voluntarily seeking forgiveness. This action was not only a form of flattery, but also a desperate bid for survival. Furthermore, it was the only chance to save Bezel. Let us hope so. You have lost the first match, and I might spare you. But should the second match yield the same result, you know what I will do. Sidra's eyes darkened ominously. Even if he refrained from acting now, he would inevitably do so upon returning to the ninth universe. For now, preserving the ninth universe's dignity was paramount. Internal strife could not arise yet. According to the best-of-3 format, should they lose again in the upcoming match, the ninth universe would be utterly humiliated. The subordinates understood. Belgamer, maintaining a calm demeanor with his head bowed, harbored shrewd intentions in his gaze. He turned to his comrade, the yellow wolf Lavanda, with a serious expression. "It is now your turn. Do not, under any circumstances, bring us defeat. Understood?" Belgamer urged. "Good Jajai. Rest assured, big brother, I am nothing like that fool Bezel. My poison has no antidote." Lavanda cackled sinisterly, releasing purple toxic fumes intermittently. While his combat prowess paled in comparison to Bezel's, he certainly possessed the requisite skills to maintain his position as the second. The scene shifted to the platform of the seventh universe. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the ninth universe, the victors of the seventh universe exuded an air of ease and joy. The triumphant Majin Buu was indulging in a plethora of snacks conjured by the angel Whis as a reward. They had also arranged their next competitors, the time-traveling Goku and Gohan. "Gohan, the next match is yours. Show them your strength. Remember, when you focus, no one can stand against you," the time-traveling Goku advised, brimming with confidence in his son. Although Gohan had been lax, his latent potential remained. With the right external stimuli to rekindle his fighting spirit, he would surely be unstoppable. It is often said that when Gohan is serious, none can rival him. However, the truth is that even with his awakening of a mysterious form, Gohan was still merely that, just a shadow of his potential. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan beast form, it would hold greater significance. Gohan absorbed his father's encouragement, smiling and nodding in agreement. Though he harbored doubts about defeating his opponent, he was determined to give it his all in this battle. Chapter 20. Can Super Saiyan God match Super Saiyan 4? As 2 minutes passed, both sides confirmed their combatants. The arena, having been damaged in the previous battle, was instantaneously restored by the Grand Priest's enigmatic powers. Truly, the Grand Priest exhibited an almost omnipotent ability with a mere flick of his wrist. With the arena restored, Lavanda and Gohan stood on their respective sides, awaiting the commencement of the battle. Before the fight began, the gods and angels from all universes conducted a basic assessment and evaluation of the competitors. Unlike the ninth universe, the contestants from the seventh universe were of diverse races, appearing deceptively frail. On the platform of the 10th universe, Vegeta silently observed Gohan and Lavanda below. withholding any comments or judgments. Ultimately, disappointment was inevitable. Both Lavanda and the time-traveling Gohan were woefully weak. They were so feeble that a mere breath from him could extinguish them. Lavanda's strength was far inferior to that of the recently defeated Bezel. He was merely a trivial unit of power. Furthermore, according to the original work, his offensive capabilities primarily relied on the corruption and toxic gas accumulated within him over time. It is worth noting that such a character was considered a prominent figure in the Ninth Universe. If they were to rank among the top, it would indeed be bizarre. As for the time-traveling Gohan, at this juncture, he struggled even to transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone awaken a mysterious form once more. In the later chapters of the original story, had it not been for the necessity of having Gohan participate, he would not have easily awakened his mysterious state. Ultimately, it was merely to fill the ranks. Naturally, in this reality, there may be slight differences. Compared to Vegeta's world where GT Gohan existed, he had undoubtedly been influenced by his counterpart Kakarot, and while he was not overwhelmingly powerful, he was certainly not as pitiful as the time-traveling Gohan before him. This was the impression Vegeta had upon first encountering this timeline's Gohan, though it had only been magnified now. At the pinnacle of 1 billion. The nascent stage of 1 trillion. What did that signify? Even transforming into Super Saiyan 2 would only yield a 100-fold increase. At best, he would remain at a trivial unit of power. GT Gohan had maintained his mysterious state for years, having honed that form to its peak. Were it not for the 2 years spent caring for Pan during the evil dragon incident, he would have likely shattered the boundaries of his mysterious state and ascended to a higher realm. Moreover, GT Gohan's regular combat power, even at its weakest, reached the unit of Guy, and upon unleashing the power of his mysterious state, he could surpass the 8th dimensional unit. This Gohan was truly inconsequential. For Vegeta, the only glimmer of hope lay in the battle between the time-traveling Goku and Belgamer. However, this was merely an appetizer. Goku's transformation into Super Blue and his clash with the 11th Universe's Topo would be the main event. This preliminary skirmish would ultimately serve to validate the questions that had lingered in his mind for years. Just how much stronger could one become with the Super Saiyan God transformation? In other words, how does the realm of Super Saiyan God compare to that of Super Saiyan 4? On the arena, Lavanda licked his lips. From time to time, drool would slide from his mouth, the saliva possessing a potent corrosive effect, leaving small craters on the arena floor. His mocking and greedy gaze fixated on Son Gohan, reminiscent of a hunter eyeing its prey. Unfazed by Lavanda's taunting glare, Son Gohan discreetly heightened his vigilance, maintaining composure in anticipation of the impending battle. The Power Tournament. Round 2 officially commences. With the utterance of the Grand Priest, the second match ignited. In the blink of an eye, both parties sprang into action. The explosive speed and the instantaneous force exhibited by both combatants reached a remarkable standard. However, in light of the previous battle between Bezel and Majin Buu, their skirmish seemed somewhat trivial by comparison. Their figures darted across the arena like phantoms, engaging in a series of tentative exchanges and relentless melee assaults. At this moment, Son Gohan was oblivious to the fact that his opponent excelled not in combat, but in the art of poisoning. Carelessly, he had already fallen into Lavanda's trap. Is this truly the extent of your power, Universe 7? How disappointing. Lavanda, lacking prowess in battle, initially believed that Son Gohan would present him with a challenge. Now, in the midst of his relentless pursuit, Son Gohan found himself entirely on the defensive, feeding Lavanda's inflated ego and granting him unparalleled satisfaction. Underestimate me no longer. The true battle has only just begun, Son Gohan proclaimed defiantly. Bang! Boom! The resounding claps echoed as their fingers interlocked. Both parties locked in a stalemate. Son Gohan glared fiercely, yet Lavanda's lips curled into a sinister smile. As he opened his mouth, a deep purple mist emanated from within, enveloping Son Gohan, who was caught off guard, tainting his vision with poison. The excruciating pain in his eyes forced Son Gohan to stagger back, his hands desperately clutching his face. At that moment, his eyelids could no longer part, and due to the encroaching toxin, he fell into a brief state of blindness. The Kaioshin of Universe 9, Laura, and the God of Destruction, Sidra, secretly rejoiced at the sight. Finally, they could turn the tide. On the platform of Universe 7, the onlookers gasped in horror. This is bad. His eyes are poisoned. The God of Destruction, Beerus, immediately recognized Son Gohan's dire state. With blindness came a significant reduction in power. What a despicable tactic, utterly inescapable. The Kaioshin, Shin, sweated nervously as he spoke. Simultaneously, he conjured a bag from thin air, containing the precious senza beans. To be on the safe side, he had brought them along. Wait, Lord Kaioshin, now is not the time for senza beans. Gohan has not lost yet. Observing the Kaioshin's intention to toss a Senzu bean to his son, Son Goku swiftly intervened. Although the preliminary matches had no strict regulations against the use of Senzu beans, as a father, he understood that giving them to his son at this moment would only foster dependency. It was through adversity that his son would find the strength to evolve and grow stronger. Transformation sometimes merely requires a simple catalyst. The preliminary match was only the beginning. There lay the power tournament ahead, and he had faith in his son. Chapter 21, Awakening, Defeated by Arrogance. Gohan, recall the experiences you endured in the past. Let your body react. You can do this. As long as you focus, there is no one in this world who can stand against you. Surely, you do not wish to rely on Senzu beans to continue fighting? As Son Goku's words resonated, Son Gohan on the arena was visibly moved. His verbal encouragement struck a chord with Gohan's long-held sentiments. Even amidst blindness, he steadied himself. I do not need Senzu beans. Father, I will rely on my own strength to defeat him. As those words left his lips, the chaotic energy surrounding Son Gohan began to stabilize. Ha! Saiyan, do you believe mere words can shield you from the toxins I unleash? I can assure you, even with external assistance, it will avail you not. I am employing my prized treasures against you. Universe 7S Saiyan, your defeat is inevitable. Once my poison seeps into your system, it will gradually corrupt you. Imagine the horror of your body rotting away from the poison-S grasp. Are you not terrified? Perhaps you should consider surrendering. It may yet spare your life. The yellow wolf Lavanda began to boast, reveling in his arrogance. He was far too full of himself. In the original narrative, Senzu beans could indeed heal and purge his toxins. Surrender? Huh, I shall not concede. Years of neglecting my training have led me to this moment of trial and growth. I owe you my gratitude. Without your interference, I would not have gained such experience. Son Gohan, fully aware that this predicament was of his own making, chose acceptance over blame. He recognized that his lack of training over the years had led to this situation. Had he maintained his keen battle instincts as he once did, Lavanda's sneak attacks and poison would never have succeeded. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. When your body decays to the point of leaving only bones behind, do not blame me. Lavanda licked his lips, emitting a chilling laughter. Do not underestimate me. My power surpasses this. Unable to endure any longer, Son Gohan unleashed the energy of his Super Saiyan first-grade transformation. Though this transformation only drew upon the initial strength of the Super Saiyan first grade, the 50-fold increase in his battle power bolstered his confidence to confront Lavanda. A transformation, indeed, heightened his strength, yet without sight, he would find it difficult to challenge me. Moreover, the stronger your energy surges, the faster my toxins will infiltrate your body. Lavanda sneered, releasing two more sinister clouds of poison that coalesced around his fists. In the next moment, he lunged towards Son Gohan at breakneck speed, launching a fierce assault from multiple angles. In the face of this relentless onslaught, Son Gohan discovered a way to adapt, utilizing his key sensing to discern Lavanda's attack vectors. The looming threat instigated a surge in his Super Saiyan first-grade energy, propelling him from the initial state to full power in no time. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The Saiyan trait. Here. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan delivered a powerful blow to Lavanda's abdomen. Pooh! Lavanda struck hard, spewed forth a torrent of poison liquid, staggering backwards several paces. Clutching his wounded stomach, shock reflected in his eyes as he incredulously questioned, "This is impossible. Can you still see? That pungent stench of poison, no matter how far away, I can still smell it. Thank you for helping me regain my fighting spirit." With a solemn expression, Son Gohan locked onto Lavanda's position, preparing to leap. Suddenly, the toxic fumes assaulted his senses, causing his Super Saiyan first-grade full power state to falter. The poison manifested upon the surface of his skin, causing his energy to plummet drastically. Alas, it is indeed a pity. Although you possess certain abilities, the venom has already seeped into your very being. Gurgle. Lavanda's sinister smile widened at the sight. In his eyes, the scales of victory had begun to tip entirely in his favor. Yet, he underestimated the Saiyans' indomitable will and vitality. Even with the toxin invading his marrow, the time-traveling Gohan stood resolute, forcefully transforming into a full-power Super Saiyan. Gohan still harbors a fighting spirit, which astonished Lavanda, causing his eyes to widen. All I need to do is defeat you before the toxin completely annihilates my body. With renewed determination, Gohan leaped into action, charging once more at Lavanda. TCH. That tenacious creature. Lavanda's heart seethed with fury, unwilling to evade. He swung his toxic fist forward. Boom! With a deafening roar, the battle was reignited. On the arena, two fleeting shadows zipped past one another, the incessant clashes producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. In this desperate scenario, Gohan's fighting prowess surged ever higher. Lavanda gradually found himself on the defensive. Without the toxin, although his power remained formidable, it could not be fully unleashed. The magnitude of his strength was but a fraction of its potential. Under Gohan's relentless pursuit, Lavanda began to show signs of defeat. Now, it's over. Gohan grasped Lavanda's shoulders with unwavering strength, hurling him into the sky. His palms converged, energy coalescing in an instant. And a formidable flash of magical energy erupted from his hands. Damn! In midair, Lavanda hastily regained control of his body and, with a curse, clasped his arms together to shield himself. Toxic fumes gushed forth, enveloping his form. The raging energy shot forth in a straight line, engulfing the yellow wolf, Lavanda. Impossible. How can this golden-haired brat possibly defeat me? The protective toxin was overwhelmed in an instant by the magical energy, and Lavanda let out a roar of defiance. Yet, no matter how fiercely he resisted, the magical energy ultimately consumed him mercilessly. Chapter 22. The Omni King is the world. Goku makes his entrance. Boom! As the energy in the air erupted, blinding flames filled the sky. Amidst the explosion, Lavanda's body was charred black. His eyes glazed over, consciousness lost, he plummeted to the ground. With Lavanda's fall, the time-traveling Gohan also reached his limit. The toxin surged once more, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of black blood. His breath dissipated entirely, the Super Saiyan transformation fading, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Both contenders had simultaneously lost their combat capabilities, rendering the scene one of silence among all present, gods and angels alike. Only Vegeta maintained his composure, for he understood how the outcome would unfold. How should this be judged? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the god of destruction, Sidra. This outcome was unforeseen. Lavanda's performance was not lacking, adhering to the norm. Who would have thought that Gohan would cling to Lavanda in his last moments? It should be considered a draw, the Kais remarked, evidently not even contemplating the possibility of their universe's defeat. The second-in-command, Belmont, gazed at the fallen Lavanda on the arena floor, anger boiling within him as he clenched his fists. If Lavanda were to lose this match, then Universe 9 would not only suffer a loss of face, but would also be deprived of any chance to rise again. In fact, there would be no need for a third match. What was the point of continuing when the score was 2-1? Belmont clearly had not considered that even if he took the stage, the final result would only worsen. In the second preliminary match, both contestants lost their fighting abilities simultaneously, resulting in a draw. With the Grand Minister's declaration, the final result of the match was revealed. This ruling, to be frank, seemed somewhat unjust, yet there was no issue. The two had fallen within mere seconds of each other, hence it could be deemed simultaneous. All the gods and angels of the universe were momentarily taken aback, while Beerus, Whis, and Goku from Universe 7 felt a twinge of discontent. According to the customary rules of combat, the one who falls first is deemed the loser. Before their grievances could be voiced, the Omni King at the highest point began to express his dissatisfaction. How dull. This match has truly been quite uninteresting. The Omni King of this timeline lamented. Indeed, it pales in comparison to the first match, lacking any excitement whatsoever. The future timeline's Omni King was equally displeased. The remarks from the two Omni Kings left all the gods of destruction and Kaioshins in a state of panic. They were supreme beings, and everything that transpired was merely to please the Omni King. The Grand Minister, upon hearing this, hurriedly turned to the two Omni Kings, bowing respectfully, and said, "Please, esteemed Omni Kings, remain patient. I shall promptly instruct the commencement of the third match. In the third match, your friend Goku shall also participate." As the Grand Minister's words concluded, the two Omni Kings settled down and cheerfully remarked, "Is Goku going to take the stage? If Goku is on, it is bound to be most entertaining. We wish to see transformations, to witness dazzling brilliance." The demeanor of the Omni Kings resembled that of children. Yet, the more innocent they appeared, the more formidable they became. Such entities, capricious in their emotions, acted solely according to their whims. Regardless, they represented the very essence of the universe. He is the world. Soon, as the incapacitated contestants were returned to their respective universes' platforms, the progress of the third match was initiated. Belmont of Universe 9 and the time-traveling Goku from Universe 7 both arrived on the arena. The third match must captivate the Omni King's interest. Otherwise, the very existence of the 12 universes would be at stake even before the tournament of power began. For Belmont, his objectives were twofold: to earn the favor and satisfaction of the Omni King, and to decisively defeat the last contestant from Universe 7, the root cause of it all, Goku. As for Goku, he was evidently yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. As his turn approached, he gazed at Belmont with fierce determination. Vegeta, stationed on the Universe 10 platform, turned his attention to the time-traveling Goku on the arena finally feeling a flicker of motivation. At this moment, Goku was the sole focus of his attention. All others present were disregarded. Not even the Supreme Omni King commanded his notice at this juncture. The previous battles, apart from the match involving Majin Buu, had been rather lackluster, with the second match being a complete waste of time. The skill level was too low. It merely involved trivial tactics. If Lavanda had possessed even a modicum of strategy, he could have triumphed. His defeat stemmed from overconfidence and a misguided faith in his own toxins, underestimating Gohan's willingness to fight to the death. Come on, let us begin. Kakarot of this timeline. Allow me to witness for myself the extent of the power of a Super Saiyan god. What heights can you truly reach? Vegeta mused silently. To be honest, the time-traveling Goku's battle power was merely 5,000 quintillion. Vegeta could roughly predict the outcome. However, having not witnessed it firsthand, he was still eager to discover, just as before, how much Goku's power would elevate upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god. His Super Saiyan form, transitioning simply from black hair to pink. The ebony-haired warriors can amplify their power to an astounding 200 times their normal state, while the flawless Super Saiyan 4 black-haired form can reach an impressive 5,000 times. The Super Saiyan 4 red-haired transformation can escalate this further to 6,400 times. When breaking the limits of Super Saiyan 4 red-haired, one can astonishingly surge to a staggering 10,000 times their standard power. As for the Super Saiyan 4 pink-haired form, it can achieve anywhere from 20 to 50 times the limits of Super Saiyan 4 red-haired. How significant is the disparity between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? In a moment of deep reflection, Vegeta recalled more memories. In the original story of his past life, the strength augmentation of the Super Saiyan God compared to Super Saiyan Blue remains an enigma. No one truly knows the extent it can reach. Only able to speculate in whispers. However, numerous pieces of information, including various data comparisons, provide some degree of clarity. Vegeta's concentration did not go unnoticed by the angel, Kusu. It seems that, despite his claims of indifference, Vegeta-san is indeed quite concerned about Goku's battle. Kusu pondered, redirecting her focus back to the arena. Chapter 23, Goku's Forceful Assault. In the arena, Belgamore, under the gaze of the entire universe, refrained from immediate action to commence his performance. With his unique verbal prowess, he attributed nearly all blame for the crisis to the time-traveling Goku. Although it might seem somewhat underhanded to speak thus at this juncture, his assertions were not without merit. It was indeed due to Goku that the Tournament of Power was initiated, plunging all universes into peril. As Belgamore presented his righteous demeanor, even before the competition commenced, Goku was portrayed as the architect of this calamity. The gods, stirred by his rhetoric, began to direct their ire towards Goku. Moreover, the Omni King was led by Belgamore's words, Navi as he was, to grant one final opportunity. Should Belgamore triumph over Goku, the rule that condemned the losing universes to obliteration would be nullified. This proclamation invigorated the gods, amplifying their resentment towards Goku, as countless eager gazes fell upon Belgamore, making him appear as a savior. If Belgamore could vanquish Goku, the decree of universal destruction would cease to exist. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this was merely a bait devised by the Omni King to incite Belgamore to unleash greater power, enhancing the spectacle of the tournament. What has occurred will inevitably recur. What has been done will inevitably be done again. The Omni King had long desired to eliminate surplus universes, having seen no value in their existence. Thus, it was improbable that a mere utterance from Belgamore would instigate any change. Alas, at this moment, Belgamore remained oblivious. Believing he had caught the Omni King's favor, his spirit soaring. This was precisely the outcome the Omni King desired. All the gods and participants only grasped a fragment of this reality. The angels were privy to the truth, as was Vegeta, who understood the narrative. Even without the Tournament of Power, the universe would face reckoning. While Goku's intention in proposing the tournament was not to save the universe, but to satiate his thirst for battle, it must be acknowledged that his suggestion provided a lifeline for 8 of the 12 universes. Did you hear that? Goku of Universe 7. The Omni King has heeded my plea. Henceforth, I shall represent all universes in defeating you, the root cause of this crisis. Belgamore declared passionately, momentarily believing himself to be the final bastion of protection for all universes. Listening to Belgamore's series of accusations, the time-traveling Goku remained unfazed. In his eyes, the notion of universal destruction and being deemed a villain did not pertain to him, as the crisis had yet to unfold. Goku possessed an unparalleled trait, an exuberant optimism. He believed that even if he were the catalyst for this turmoil, winning the tournament would avert the annihilation of the universe. After all, the victor's reward was the Super Dragon Balls, which could certainly grant a wish to restore the destroyed universes. Let it be known, Although you claim to fight for the universe's survival, I shall show no mercy in this battle. If you truly possess the ability to defeat me, I would welcome a change in the rules of the tournament. Goku expressed, revealing his thoughts as he regarded the haughty Belgamore before him. Of course, such words were spoken with absolute confidence in his impending victory, for he had always considered his power formidable. With his keen perception and battle instinct, he could readily discern that Belgamore, the dark wolf before him, although significantly stronger than the previous two opponents, was still within a manageable threshold. His intuition proved correct. As the leader of the dangerous trio, Belgamore bore the title of crushing power, and his fierce battle prowess was not inferior to that of the recently emerged Golden Frieza. His strength was indisputable, yet comparatively, it was merely on par with Goku's normal state. With his full power unleashed, Goku's battle aura surged, transforming into a colossal wave that radiated outward. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his overwhelming presence causing Belgamore to stumble back involuntarily. In his normal state, Goku's combat power exceeded 5,000 units, soaring to an astonishing 8,000 units. Truth be told, had Belgamore not possessed any special abilities, he would have already been outclassed. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Belgamore's brow. The time-traveling Goku's strength exceeded his expectations. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. Come on, Goku. Faced with Goku's might, Belgamore unleashed his own capabilities. My true power is far beyond this. Open your eyes and behold. Without any hesitation, the time-traveling Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form at full power. The 80-fold increase in his battle power elevated it to an astounding 64 quintillion, transcending the 7th dimension and reaching the 8th dimension of combat prowess. Crackling with golden energy, Goku wore a confident smile, as if to say, "Do you still believe you can surpass me? Humph! Such astonishing energy. Feel free to attack me. If this is all you've got, then I must have overestimated you." Belgamore snarled, speaking in a tone of mockery, as he spread his arms wide, presenting numerous openings. Noticing this opportunity, the time-traveling Goku furrowed his brows in surprise. He would not let such a prime chance slip away. In an instant, he dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches upon Belgamore's form. Bang! Bam! Bang! Bam! The continuous sounds of impact echoed like thunder throughout the arena. Each strike contained the power to shatter stars. Enduring several of Goku's heavy blows, Belgamore gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain. As his abilities activated, a red glow enveloped his body, causing him to swell in size. Observing Belgamore's increasingly towering form, the time-traveling Goku felt astonished. Through the perception of his breath, he also noticed a significant enhancement in Belgamore's aura. Chapter 24. The Realm of the Gods. Is that all? How does it feel? Have you discovered my terrifying prowess? No matter what form of attack you unleash, it will only serve as nourishment for my growth. Do not cease. Continue your assault. Pour all your energy into me. Belgamore declared with unabashed pride. Those who revel in verbal advantage often meet a dismal fate. Belgamore was evidently too enamored with his own abilities. Like the two other wolves, he was excessively arrogant and overconfident. Absorbing energy to enhance oneself? That sounds intriguing. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my greater strength. The time-space Son Goku felt a flicker of interest. Countless ferocious attacks followed, and the relentless onslaught from time-space Son Goku grew increasingly formidable. Belgamore endured the pain, absorbing the energy, and his body gradually expanded, transforming into a small giant several meters tall within a mere 20 seconds. Thank you for the energy you provided. I have grown even stronger. Belgamore laughed maniacally. This sensation was utterly exhilarating for him. As long as he could fully absorb the energy, he would become even more powerful. Raising his enormous fist, Belgamore savagely struck down towards time-space Son Goku's forehead. Although his increased size had greatly amplified his strength, his speed had diminished considerably. The blow, akin to a meteor hammer, was effortlessly evaded by time-space Son Goku with a swift sidestep. With a resounding crash, the arena beneath them suffered a devastating impact, shattering into pieces. Such tremendous force? Can you continue to grow stronger? A playful smile graced time-space Son Goku's face as he discerned Belgamore's weakness. Yet, he was not in a hurry to defeat his opponent. Rather, he wished to observe the limits of this being who absorbed others' energy to enhance themselves. In the past, he had encountered similar foes, albeit with entirely different manifestations. With a mighty roar, a golden aura erupted. Time-space Son Goku was engulfed in a blaze of resplendent golden flames. Super Saiyan's second-tier peak. Under normal conditions, his combat power surged to an astonishing 200 times. At this moment, Son Goku's combat power reached a terrifying 160 quintillion. Transforming into the Super Saiyan second-tier peak, Son Goku surged forth with greater speed, launching ferocious attacks from multiple angles against Belgamore. Time and again, he struck, catching Belgamore off guard, and his body continued to grow throughout the battle, eventually occupying half the arena's size. Having absorbed such a vast amount of energy, his combat power had escalated to quintillion levels. However, it seemed he had reached his limit. Upon hitting the 100 quintillion mark, he could not ascend further. It appears this is your limit. The absorbed energy has peaked. Now, I shall unleash my full power for you to witness. With a resounding shout, Time-Space Son Goku grinned mockingly and leaped into the air. At the pinnacle of his ascent, the divine power within him erupted. Sacred divine sounds resonated throughout the space, enveloping the entire arena. The energy pool of Super Saiyan Blue was activated, and in an instant, a dazzling azure glow illuminated the surroundings, shocking the gods. The Kaioshians were astonished, and even the god of destruction displayed an expression of incredulity. Since the dawn of creation, such a being was exceedingly rare. Unlike them, the 12 angels maintained their composure. Although it was indeed astonishing for a mortal to wield divine power and cultivate it to such a high intensity at this level, it was still far from remarkable enough to astonish them. As the blue light dissipated, Time-Space Son Goku stood suspended in midair in his Super Saiyan Blue form. His aura had undergone a revolutionary transformation compared to before. On the platform of the 10th universe, Vegeta gazed at Son Goku in the sky. Through his perceptive abilities, he assessed that Time-Space Son Goku's combat power had now reached at least 6,400 quintillion. After calculations, it became clear that Time-Space Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue at full power had increased his combat power by at least 8,000 times. Vegeta's earlier suspicions were confirmed at this moment. So, it is just as I surmised. The transformation into Super Saiyan Blue must enhance combat power significantly, likely surpassing the threshold of Super Saiyan 4th tier. The Super Blue form is thus, and prior to it, the Super Saiyan God form probably only matched the Super Saiyan 4th tier in terms of strength. Observing the overwhelming divine power emanating from Time-Space Son Goku, Vegeta's expression remained unchanged. Although this power was indeed unique, in his eyes, Son Goku's combat power in the Super Saiyan Blue state was merely 6,400 quintillion. It was merely the latter stages of the 8th dimension, not yet touching the realm of the 9th dimension's units. This level of strength could be said to barely require even 1/10,000th of his usual power. With a mere glance, he could easily dispatch Super Blue Son Goku. Even if Son Goku employed the Kaioken and maximized its multiplier, he would still only be at the initial stages of the 9th dimension's unit. Weak, utterly feeble. He had previously considered that this Son Goku might be hiding some strength. However, he was thoroughly disappointed. He wondered what had instilled such confidence in Son Goku, leading him to believe he could conquer all the masters of the universe. It should be noted that even Vegeta, upon reaching his current state, never entertained the notion of being invincible. Super Saiyan Goku's power was merely thus, and recalling the original plot, Super Vegeta's strength likely paralleled that of Super Goku. Super Goku and Super Vegeta are insignificant. If those two could fuse or combine to become Vegeto or Gogeta, upon this thought, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. If it were indeed possible, he would be eager to witness it. As a traveler, he had experienced a remarkable ascent after becoming Vegeta, thus never having attempted fusion or combination. Now, in this time-warped world, the opportunity might arise. Before I can witness Vegeto or Gogeta, the only thing that slightly rekindles my spirit is that Jiren from Universe 11. He should, at the very least, be at the 10th dimension level. Vegeta mused silently. After all, if the original plot remained unchanged, Goku and Vegeta would not fuse, nor would they combine. Jiren is still the strongest. Chapter 25, with Kaioken empowered. God blocks God. The Grey Jiren. Only this strength, revered in the original work as a warrior comparable to the gods of destruction, even surpassing them, could pique Vegeta's interest. Regardless of Jiren's depths, based solely on his performance in the original work, even the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, displayed a startled expression, suggesting that Vegeta could not rely on his usual state to triumph. After an entire tournament of power, if he could win without transforming, it would be exceedingly dull. Should I, perhaps, slightly advance the plot or take action, leading the upcoming contestants to realize the gravity of the situation, thereby enhancing their strength in a short time? After all, only under sufficient pressure can the strong be influenced to grow stronger. In the depths of his mind, Vegeta conceived a notion. Ultimately, during the power tournament in the original narrative, nearly every warrior experienced a breakthrough at least once. Prominent figures such as Kakarot, Vegeta, Toppo, and Jiren, did they not surpass their limits multiple times? On the arena, Bergamo stared vacantly at the sky, where the formidable Super Blue Goku radiated an overwhelming divine aura. His expression solemn. At this moment, Bergamo had absorbed an immense amount of energy, magnifying his strength exponentially, far beyond what it had been before the battle. In his understanding, he had harnessed Goku's power to transcend his own limits. Yet, in comparison to Goku now, the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue evoked a profound sense of reverence within him, making it painfully clear just how vast the chasm was between them. The trepidation etched on Bergamo's face, coupled with a flicker of hesitation, elicited a triumphant smile from Super Blue Goku. Goku was indeed a battle enthusiast, innocent and pure-hearted, his lifelong pursuit being to engage in combat with formidable adversaries. However, this did not preclude moments of pride. For instance, when facing an opponent of considerable strength, he reveled in showcasing his might, instilling fear in them while basking in the glory of his superiority. To Goku, Bergamo was a relatively decent opponent. A few years prior, he would have certainly posed a challenge. But now, Goku felt utterly unperturbed. Even with Bergamo's capability for boundless energy absorption, Goku had his own methods to vanquish him. Come forth, Bergamo. Let me witness the extent of your limits. I shall defeat you with all my might. With this declaration, Super Blue Goku unleashed the Kaioken. This was not merely to intimidate and conquer Bergamo, but also a deliberate exhibition of his full power. Not only did he seek to solidify his status, but he also aspired to astonish the entire universe, thereby rendering the forthcoming power tournament all the more intriguing. He yearned for competitors stronger than the Three Wolves, as adversaries of such caliber would hardly suffice to satisfy his thirst for battle. A crimson light emanated from the azure divine aura, enveloping Goku's essence. The entire space around them shifted in hue. The deployment of the double Kaioken further amplified his combat prowess, propelling him beyond the 8th dimension, into the 9th. His battle power surged to an astounding 1,280,000,000. This was the genuine realm of a god of destruction. As his energy intensified once more, Super Blue Goku pressed his hands together in a lotus formation at his waist, channeling astonishing divine power into his palms. Feeling the unparalleled destructive force coiling within Goku's impending strike, Bergamo's heart quaked. Do not be overly arrogant, Scion of Universe 7. My energy shall not falter against yours. With gritted teeth, Bergamo resolved not to yield at this critical juncture. After a desperate roar, he unleashed his full power, summoning every ounce of energy within him. In that moment of fervent outcry, his battle power escalated, crossing the threshold into the 1,000 quintillion range. Yet, this fleeting surge paled in comparison to the might of Super Blue Goku, who stood there, enhanced by the double Kaioken. Impressive energy. However, this ends here. Kamehameha. Goku gathered his energy to its zenith, unleashing his signature technique. A colossal blue energy beam, spanning 20 meters in diameter, erupted from his palms, akin to a roaring dragon. Shatter. Bergamo's eyes glinted with determination as he made one final, valiant stand, releasing his ultimate technique. A deep crimson light shot forth from his fists, carrying an unmatched penetrating force. A thunderous explosion reverberated as Bergamo's Wolf Fang fist collided with Goku's Kamehameha. Initially, it seemed that Bergamo had gained the upper hand. However, as the force of his attack waned, it became evident that he lacked the stamina to sustain it. The ensuing shockwaves spread outwards. And after a mere 3 seconds of stalemate, Goku's Kamehameha, with overwhelming force, crushed Bergamo's attack. The tsunami-like energy engulfed Bergamo's massive form mercilessly. Ah! He cried out in excruciating agony as he was swept away by the torrent of energy. A deafening explosion followed, with thick plumes of smoke billowing around. A significant portion of the arena lay in ruins, obliterated by the sheer might of Super Blue Goku's strike. Bergamo, having reached the limits of his energy absorption, collapsed under the relentless power of the Kamehameha, not only being thrown off the arena back to the platform of Universe 9, but also plunging into a deep unconsciousness. This scene rendered the deities on the high platform speechless, enveloping the entire space in an oppressive silence. The god of destruction Sidra from Universe 9 and the Supreme Kai, Roa, bore expressions of disbelief, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. The overwhelming power of Super Blue Goku was beyond their imagination. Even Bergamo, formidable as he was, had been effortlessly dispatched. Even more shocking to Sidra was the realization that Goku's strength had encroached upon the territory of the gods of destruction, making victory seem elusive for him. Their universe had been decisively defeated. Mojito, the angel, shook his head in silent resignation. This outcome had been anticipated from the very beginning. Yet he felt utterly helpless, burdened with such an inept god of destruction and Supreme Kai. Chapter 26. Provocation to the entire universe. It is concluded, spoke the king of all from this timeline. Indeed, it is concluded, echoed the king of all from the future timeline. Goku's prowess is remarkable, remarked the king of all from this timeline once more. Indeed, Goku is impressive, added the king of all from the future timeline. from their perspective. The third match was indeed far more captivating than the preceding two. However, it still did not fully satiate their expectations. The preliminary battles had been designed to heighten their anticipation. Now, Goku's magnificent transformation and display of strength had accomplished its purpose. Lord King of all. According to the rules of the 3-on-3 format, the match between Universe 7 and Universe 9 has concluded, with Universe 7 securing 2 victories and 1 draw. Therefore, the victors of the preliminary battles are Universe 7, the Grand Minister reported respectfully to the King of all. His voice resonated solemnly in the previously quiet atmosphere. Very well, let the results be announced, the 2 kings of all proclaimed, in the profound silence that enveloped the universe. As the kings of all and the Grand Minister spoke in unison, no one dared to interject. However, despite the silence, every deity across the universes harbored resentment towards Goku and an intense loathing for Universe 7. Super Saiyan Blue Goku, evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt his confidence swell after the Grand Minister announced his victory in the preliminary battle. Clearly unsatisfied with the lack of combat, after reverting from his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, he did not return to his universe's platform. Instead, after the announcement of the results, he lifted his gaze towards the assembly of gods above. The audacious words that had incited the wrath of all the gods in the universe from the original narrative were now re-emerging, albeit in a more brazen manner. Lord King of all, an esteemed Grand Minister, since the matters of the power tournament have reached a conclusion, permit me to voice a few more words. O deities of the cosmos, since you have all deemed me your adversary, let your might come forth. No matter the opponent, I shall triumph over them. In this tournament of power, let your forces converge upon me. Such brazen declarations betray a staggering arrogance. Even Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, stood momentarily dumbfounded. The audacity of Goku's proclamation ignited a furious blaze within him. Does he not wish for his situation to escalate further? Is he not weary of existence itself, provoking the entirety of the universe? This fool remains oblivious to the gravity of his own stature. Though his strength is commendable, it is but a mere fraction of what is required. The stakes of this tournament of power concern the very survival of the universes when the official matches commence. Every universe will undoubtedly exert its utmost, and formidable entities will flock to the fray. Although they triumphed in their preliminary skirmish against Universe 9, that was merely the opening act. What is Universe 9, after all? It is but the dregs of the cosmic hierarchy. Historically, it has been one of the weakest among all universes. Although Universe 7 ranks low, it is worth noting that this is a recent development, partly due to the near eradication of the Ice Demon clan. The combat prowess of Universe 7 is neither particularly high nor low. A cacophony of murmurs and scornful banter erupted, undoubtedly emanating from the Kais and gods of destruction of all universes, yet their voices lacked clarity, resulting in a chaotic discourse. On the platform of Universe 10, the god of destruction, Rumshur, and the supreme Kai, Jivas, gasped in astonishment. Unlike Rumshur, who was consumed by anger, Jivas, due to the Zamasu incident, harbored a deep-seated concern for Goku, understanding his desire to face stronger adversaries. However, such a course of action was undeniably reckless. Oh, Goku truly is remarkable. With a single utterance, he has made Universe 7 the target of collective ire. Moreover, all the deities across the universes now regard him as the primary foe to vanquish. Kusu could not suppress her teasing remarks, maintaining a playful demeanor. Unlike other angels who merely perceived Goku as a mere monkey, while she found Goku amusing, she also felt a sense of anticipation, eager to witness him perform even more astounding feats. Indeed, it has transpired. Not only has it occurred, but it is even more audacious than what was stated in the original narrative. Vegeta remained silent, merely whispering to himself. He had hoped such a scene would not unfold, yet it not only did, but it escalated to an even more severe extent. This Goku, in his quest for battle against the strong, has reached a point devoid of boundaries. Clearly, he possesses a confidence so profound that he fails to consider the consequences. Shifting his gaze, Vegeta directed it towards the platform of Universe 11. Surely, you must be on the verge of losing your composure, Topo of Universe 11. The righteous, you cannot abide the existence of a world-threatening individual like Kakarot. At that moment, upon the platform of Universe 11, the towering figure clad in black robes stirred. Mighty Topo, Lord Kai, please excuse my rudeness. I can no longer contain myself. Topo's deep voice resonated with seething fury. In the next instant, before the god of destruction and the supreme Kai could intervene, Topo leapt from the Universe 11 platform, landing upon the arena. Instantly, this spectacle captured the attention of all the gods. All eyes were fixed upon Topo. Goku regarded him with a solemn expression. He had already sensed this presence. His earlier proclamation was, in essence, a test to gauge whether the masters of other universes would strike first, to engage with more formidable opponents and seize every opportunity. Above, the four attendants of the Omni King stood resolutely before him, fulfilling their duty to protect the Omni King from any disturbances. The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Upon landing in the arena, Toppo dramatically discarded his black robe, revealing his robust physique and true form. Ignoring the gazes of the gods and angels, and temporarily overlooking Goku's existence, he knelt on one knee. Addressing the two Omni Kings and the Grand Priest with reverence, Grand Priest, esteemed Omni Kings, I acknowledge my indiscretion, and I beseech your forgiveness. I have something to say. Upon hearing this, the two Omni Kings exchanged glances, seemingly intrigued, and nodded in acknowledgement. The four attendants then stepped aside. What is it you wish to convey? The Omni King of the present time inquired. Indeed, speak your mind, said the Omni King of the future timeline. Having received the Omni King's permission, the Grand Priest looked down at Toppo from his elevated position. Your reckless actions are forgiven by the Omni King. If you have something to say, now is the time. Chapter 27. Toppo takes the stage. The battle continues. With the Grand Priest's words, Toppo's gaze sharpened. In an instant, his cold, merciless eyes locked onto the transcendent Goku. He is a disciplined warrior and the successor to the god of destruction of Universe 10. Confronted by Toppo's formidable aura, Goku took a deep breath and gracefully descended onto the arena to meet his gaze. Upon sensing Toppo's immense strength, a subtle smile graced his face. Yet, it was this very expression that utterly infuriated Toppo. Arrogant Goku. Does he still not realize how ludicrous he appears? Earlier, the Omni King proclaimed that defeating you would absolve the decree of annihilating the universe. I, Toppo of Universe 11's prideful squad, humbly request an opportunity from the Omni King. I shall vanquish Goku. For the sake of justice, I, Toppo, the righteous warrior, shall suppress the forces of evil. Toppo's declarations unequivocally branded the transcendent Goku as the embodiment of malevolence. This fellow, one might say, exhibits a touch of Navet, seeking to assume the role of a savior. No, it would be more accurate to assert that Toppo has always perceived himself as the avatar of salvation. No one can quell the brazen spirit of the transcendent Goku. The warriors of Universe 9 are not but worthless, thus it falls upon him. As Toppo articulated his intentions, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11, Kai, seized the moment to advocate for Toppo. Esteemed Omni Kings, Grand Priest, Toppo is our warrior from Universe 11, upholding cosmic justice and order. Hence he harbors a particular disdain for the existence of someone as threatening to the universe as Goku. Please pardon his abruptness. It is simply that Goku has proven to be exceedingly audacious. Listening to Toppo and Supreme Kai's assertions, the two Omni Kings at the pinnacle of existence engaged in a dialogue, as if deliberating on a matter of significance. Finally, they rendered their verdict. The Omni King of this world declared, the rules have been amended. We have yet to witness enough of the previous bout. The Omni King of the future timeline continued, warrior from Universe 11, should you succeed in defeating Goku, we may consider nullifying the decree of annihilating the universe that has lost in the tournament of power. With this proclamation, the assembled gods erupted in astonished murmurs once more. Simultaneously, Toppo felt an overwhelming sense of significance within himself. As a champion of justice, the opportunity to fulfill this task would be an immense honor. Since the Omni King has granted permission, let there be another battle, akin to the previous rules, the Grand Priest stated, having received the Omni King's directive. With this statement, the gazes of the 12 gods of destruction and the 12 Supreme Kais converged upon Toppo. If he could emerge victorious, the universe would be spared from obliteration. Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed Omni King and Grand Priest. Bowing deeply to both Omni Kings and the Grand Priest, flames of determination ignited in Toppo's eyes. Turning around, he faced the transcendent Sun Wukong. Hee, how intriguing. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend me, leading to considerable misconceptions about my existence. I apologize for my earlier reckless provocation. Nonetheless, as before, if you wish to defeat me, you must present some genuine prowess. In response to Toppo, Sun Wukong's smile seemed to suggest enlightenment. Yet it only served to intensify the ire he provoked. This carefree demeanor of his, despite his noble intentions, often conveyed an air of teasing. Humph, you are far too verbose. The evil you are does not even deserve to stand upon this arena. Toppo paid no heed to Sun Wukong's current words. He had already tacitly accepted that Sun Wukong must be vanquished. Is that so? Then show me your true abilities and prove your worthiness to make me retreat. I have not yet had my fill of battle. The transcendent Sun Wukong grasped Toppo's intentions. Rubbing his fists together, a flame of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Although he was not the peculiar man in the black robe from the 10th universe he initially yearned to confront, Toppa was nonetheless a target of interest, satisfying his desire for combat. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the transcendent Sun Wukong transformed into the pinnacle of Super Saiyan's second stage. A golden aura enveloped him, adopting a battle-ready stance, brimming with potential. As both parties faced off, a terrifying aura swept across the shattered arena, conjuring storms of ferocity. Fully aware of his opponent's formidable strength, he feigned modesty by using the Super Saiyan second stage transformation, fighting without exerting his full might. He sought to test his opponent while simultaneously underestimating him. This was a fatal flaw inherent to every incarnation of Sun Wukong across time and space. It was precisely due to this disdain that he would inevitably suffer great losses in the battles to come. At this juncture, Toppa exhibited battle prowess that far surpassed 100 times. Once the two destructive auras collided to their limits, the battle commenced. Humph, arrogant fool. Since you refuse to unleash that blue transformation, I shall force you to reveal it. With a cold snort, a chilling glimmer sparked in Toppa's eyes. His seemingly robust physique erupted with astonishing speed, far exceeding that of the previous three wolves. The arena trembled beneath his feet. Such velocity and power instilled a long-forgotten sense of crisis in the transcendent Sun Wukong. With a burst of energy, the transcendent Sun Wukong faced the challenge head-on, launching an attack against Toppa, only to be countered in a heartbeat. The imposing figure of Toppa effortlessly dodged his strike, appearing behind him in an instant. With a colossal hand, he seized Sun Wukong's right arm with an iron grip, unleashing terrifying strength that twisted the joint in an instant. A sharp crack resonated. Sun Wukong's entire right arm dislocated, and excruciating pain contorted his visage. He had underestimated Toppa. With his other intact arm, he swiftly retaliated with an elbow strike to Toppa's abdomen, barely managing to push him back temporarily. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, the transcendent Sun Wukong leapt back, quickly adjusting his dislocated arm and preparing for battle once more. Is that all you've got? You were not this weak before. Justice is eternal. Brace yourself, Sun Wukong. With a resounding shout, Toppa charged forward again. Each footfall reverberated through the arena, indicating his intent to decisively subdue Sun Wukong. Witnessing Toppa's fierce approach, the transcendent Sun Wukong dared not remain careless. Acknowledging that Super Saiyan's second stage would not suffice against Toppa, he summoned a higher level of energy in an instant. With a mighty roar, the energy of the transcendent Sun Wukong surged once again. Golden radiance erupted like a pillar piercing the heavens, extending to his waist. The Super Saiyan third stage made its grand entrance, amplifying his battle power to a staggering 480 times the limit. Empowered by the transformation, the transcendent Sun Wukong experienced a significant enhancement in reflexes, speed, and strength. Transitioning from defense to offense, he aimed a punch at Toppa. However, just as he believed he could handle Toppa, the latter's massive form vanished from sight in an instant. This unexpected turn left the transcendent Sun Wukong stunned. In the next moment, a sense of impending doom washed over him as he looked up to find Toppa's imposing figure looming above. Such a colossal physique, yet its speed is so elusive that even my Super Saiyan third stage struggles to perceive it. I've encountered a true master. Sun Wukong gasped, a chill running down his spine. This was precisely the feeling of being overpowered he sought. In the blink of an eye, he harnessed his legs, leaping into action with a ferocious onslaught directed at Toppa. In an instant, a colossal tornado engulfed the entire arena. The tempest of battle eliciting expressions of delight from the two supreme deities watching from above. As the combat reached unprecedented levels, the air reverberated with deafening roars. Even with the augmentation of Super Saiyan third stage, Toppa's battle strength remained overwhelming, consistently dominating Sun Wukong. From the onset of the fight, Sun Wukong had never truly seized control. He was merely a toy in Toppa's hands. On the 11th universe's platform, Kaioshin Kai, Angel Makalita, and the Clown God of Destruction, Wime, observed Toppa's absolute advantage with faint smiles. It seemed that everything transpired according to their expectations, devoid of any surprises. Sun Wukong's arrogance had ignited the flames of justice within Toppa. It had been a long time since they had witnessed him so enraged and determined. Seeing the battle unfold in such a one-sided manner, Kaioshin Kai chuckled softly, commenting, "That scion named Sun Wukong is indeed quite conceited. He still refrains from utilizing divine power. Or perhaps he fears that should he let his guard down, he might defeat Toppa and render the battle dull? Oh dear, oh dear. Toppa is far from the weakling he imagines him to be," Angel Makalita remarked with a teasing tone, her words dripping with sarcasm, befitting her jester-like persona. Enjoy the show. Even if Sun Wukong possesses divine strength, Toppa's true power exceeds far beyond this. The Clown God of Destruction, Wime commented nonchalantly, "Moreover, Toppa is my candidate. Once he completely awakens, Sun Wukong will be naught but an ant." On the platform of the 7th universe. Witnessing Sun Wukong being thoroughly suppressed left everyone in the 7th universe in silence. After a triumphant skirmish against the 9th universe, the 7th universe had initially celebrated a considerable advantage. However, due to Sun Wukong's hubris, such events had unfolded, while others were oblivious. Beerus and Whis were acutely aware that Sun Wukong's power in the 7th universe was indeed formidable, yet other universes also harbored beings of immense strength, rivaling that of the gods of destruction. Toppa's displayed strength not only overshadowed Sun Wukong, but also hinted at considerable concealed prowess. Although Sun Wukong had yet to reveal his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, the mutual restraint implied a diminishment of the opponent's potential. Alas, behold the valiant warrior from the 11th universe, Toppo, whose formidable prowess stands unparalleled. Should Goku fail to unleash his full strength, he may very well find himself vanquished. After observing the battle for a brief moment, the Angel Whis rendered this insightful assessment. With his celestial perception, he perceives more than others. Toppo harbors secrets, and they are not merely ordinary secrets. Some truths he can articulate, while others must remain concealed within his heart. I have long cautioned against this brash display from the young man, yet he remains obstinate. How infuriating! This arrogant lad believes that a modicum of skill grants him the right to dismiss all others. Even now, he refrains from tapping into the powers of Super Saiyan God, risking a catastrophic defeat, as a shadow of discontent crossed the face of the god of destruction, Beerus. With a complex blend of affection and exasperation, he regards Goku, who surprises him, yet also vexes him with his presumptuous demeanor. Once this matter concludes, it will be imperative to teach this impudent fellow a lesson. For the present, he can only observe. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin, Shin, is drenched in sweat, too intimidated to interject. Gohan, Majin Buu, and Mr. Satan can only watch in silence. Although the battle appears dire, Gohan possesses unwavering faith in his father, knowing that Goku has yet to unleash even a fraction of his true power. On the platform of Universe 10, several individuals silently scrutinize the unfolding clash. This newcomer, claiming to be a champion of justice, exhibits considerable strength, managing to subdue Goku. The god of destruction, Rumshur, spoke with a tone of grave concern. Frankly, he finds himself somewhat anxious. Both Goku and Toppo have breached the boundaries of divine power. In contrast, within his own jurisdiction of Universe 10, despite the average power levels being relatively high, he is yet to encounter warriors of such caliber. Recently, a formidable fighter named Zamasu emerged, only to devolve into chaos due to Goku's involvement. Both combatants exhibit remarkable strength. However, if this is the pinnacle of their abilities, then it is a mere trifle. The angel Kusu's words trailed off as her gaze subtly shifted toward Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta, with an expression devoid of emotion, observed the battle, which he deemed akin to mere child's play. Noticing Vegeta's indifference, a hint of a smile crept upon Kusu's lips, a mysterious grin illuminating her face. In Vegeta's heart, disappointment festered. For him, this skirmish was nothing more than a tedious spar between Toppo and Goku. To put it plainly, should Toppo awaken the powers of the god of destruction, he could easily reach the level of the 10th dimension, and at that point, even Goku, in his Super Saiyan Blue form coupled with Kaioken, would face inevitable defeat. Chapter 29, A Child's Play. The battle rages on. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Time-space Goku finds himself toyed with by Toppo. He finally comprehends that not all formidable warriors from other universes are as he had imagined. True strength does exist among them. His previous encounter in Universe 9 was a complete annihilation, leading him to develop an inflated sense of invincibility, believing he could conquer any foe. Now, he realizes that Toppo's might is not inferior to his own. The power he possesses transcends even his current abilities, and unless he reveals his true strength, he cannot hope to prevail. The fact that he harbors such thoughts indicates Goku is indeed reflecting. However, unbeknownst to him, his perspective remains overly arrogant. He perceives Toppo's power as not exceeding his own, but rather on par with it. This, too, is a misconception. The reality is that should Toppo fully awaken, Goku would only find himself on the receiving end of a brutal thrashing. One must remember that in the original tale, even Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue 2nd grade, nearly faced defeat. Can you still maintain your previous arrogance, Goku? Toppo scoffed, delivering a forceful strike imbued with unparalleled impact, aimed squarely at Goku. A thunderous boom resonated. Even as time-space Goku hastily defended himself, crossing his arms, he was still sent sprawling back several dozen meters by Toppo's explosive might, nearly toppling from the ring. As he felt the searing pain radiating through his arms, Goku's expression twisted in discomfort. His arms trembled slightly from the force of Toppo's blow. The strength of Super Saiyan 3rd grade utterly impotent against it. I shall grant you another chance, Goku. Unleash the divine power you wielded before. Should you continue in this arrogant manner, do not blame me, Toppo declared with a cold snort, his gaze piercing with icy intensity. As his words hung in the air, his aura shifted dramatically, an unyielding chill enveloped time-space Goku, causing him to shudder. Toppo was signaling that the forthcoming conflict would transcend trivial skirmishes. Yet this ignited Goku's fervor for battle. How exhilarating! To think such a skilled opponent exists in another universe. Given your challenge, if I do not take this seriously, it would be my folly. Suppressing his overwhelming battle zeal, time-space Goku centered himself. With a mere thought, the dormant realm of divine power within him was awakened. Unlike his prior transformations, which caused a significant stir, this metamorphosis was strikingly tranquil. Fiery red energy burst forth from his being, enveloping the arena in its embrace. The profound essence of divine power permeated the entire stage. This form was not Super Saiyan Blue, but rather Super Saiyan God. Transformed into Super Saiyan God, Goku experienced a monumental shift in strength. The magnitude of his power increase far surpassed that of the transition from Super Saiyan 1st grade to 3rd grade. Although it may not rival Super Saiyan Blue, the augmentation bestowed by Super Saiyan God reached an astonishing 5,000-fold, comparable to Vegeta's pinnacle in Super Saiyan 4th grade. As this deep, searing divine energy receded back into his body, Goku's form was fully revealed, his physique lean yet robust, with fiery red hair and dual-colored pupils. His aura reminiscent of a placid sea, yet threatening to unleash a tempest at any moment. While the pressure he emanated was less than that of Super Saiyan Blue, this new form once again redefined the god's perception of him. For a mortal to command divine power is already extraordinary, yet this Saiyan has wielded it to an unprecedented degree. Apologies for the wait. Now let us resume. With his words barely fading, Super Saiyan Goku surged forward, seizing the initiative, enhanced by the transformation into Super Saiyan God. His speed, strength, and reflexes transcended to a new realm, elevating all his physical abilities and response times. Observing the approaching Super Saiyan Goku, Toppo let out a dismissive snort, his eyes igniting with fury. How could he fail to discern that Goku was still concealing his true power? To indulge in such tricks at this juncture was to court disaster. Humph. You are courting your own demise, Goku, Toppo roared, his patience exhausted. In an instant, he exploded forth with a speed several times greater than before. Two crimson streaks collided in a brilliant flash. As both Super Saiyan Goku and Toppo unleashed their fists in unison, a deafening crash echoed. The cataclysmic collision of their fists unleashed a wave of devastation. The ferocious energy rippling outward. The arena beneath them fractured instantaneously, enormous craters forming beneath their feet. The two combatants exchanged powerful blows, locked in a stalemate, each unwilling to yield to the other in this sheer display of strength. Haha. Super Saiyan Goku flashed a slight smile before, in the blink of an eye, transforming into a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight. Don't even think about escaping, Son Goku. Toppo swiftly locked onto Goku's position, channeling energy into his legs before leaping high into the heavens. Thus began an extraordinarily fervent battle of epic proportions. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding thuds echoed like thunderclaps, and as one gazed upward, two streaks of light rapidly collided in the sky. Their offensive techniques were equally formidable, with speeds that transcended mere definitions of swiftness. The ferocity of their martial prowess was terrifying. Each attack carried the weight of 1,000 tons, unleashing thunderous explosions in the fabric of space. The 12 gods of destruction present became fully alert, their undivided attention fixated on this intense confrontation. Both Toppo and Super Saiyan Goku showcased powers that had ascended into the realm of the gods of destruction, leaving even some of the elder gods feeling inadequate. High above, the Omni King observed the battle below, utterly captivated. The clash between Toppo and Goku was incomparable to the previous 3 matches. It was intense, it was passionate. Goku and Toppo, both incredibly strong. Indeed, how exhilarating. The two Omni Kings cheered exuberantly, reveling in an unprecedented joy. Besides them, the Grand Minister and the guards of the Omni King also felt a flicker of interest in the fervor of the battle. Even for these supreme beings, witnessing such a level of combat was a rare occasion. Although, it still resembled childish play. Chapter 30. Calculating their moves, just fight. On the arena, as the battle progressed, the confrontation escalated into a white-hot phase. The myriad energy blasts sparkled like celestial stars, their collisions generating a dazzling array of aftershocks. Both fighters engaged in close combat, augmented by the suppression of energy blasts. The battle between Super Saiyan Goku and Toppo reached a new echelon. No longer a mere exchange of victories, but a fierce struggle for supremacy. Witnessing the overwhelming strength of Super Saiyan God Goku, Toppo abandoned all restraint and unleashed his true power, his combat strength soaring to 6,000. With a thunderous momentum, he launched an onslaught against Super Saiyan Goku. Under the relentless barrage, Goku, in his Super Saiyan God form, began to falter, being continuously overwhelmed. The relentless beating left Super Saiyan Goku feeling immensely frustrated. He could hardly fathom that even in his divine state, he could be so thoroughly dominated by Toppo. This level of pressure was reminiscent of Zamasu's during their last encounter, and only Vegeta had ever pushed him to such extremes before. As Toppo maintained his unyielding assault, a fatal opening began to emerge. "It's over, Son Goku." Just as Crush, seizing the opportunity, Toppo deftly leaped through space, arriving behind Goku and ensnaring his form with unyielding grip. The terrifying force constricted Goku's body with such intensity that the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. "Ah!" Goku cried out in anguish. Desperately, he struggled to break free from Toppo's grasp, but the sheer might of Toppo far surpassed what Goku could muster in his Super Saiyan God state. He found himself in a predicament akin to the original story, albeit now in a more dire situation, restrained in his divine form. "As a warrior of justice, I shall not take your life. However, as your punishment, I will systematically crush every bone in your body. Son Goku, this is your just desserts," Toppo declared, his voice laced with a hint of fury. With relentless strength, he continued to twist and compress Goku's form. Cornered and desperate, Goku clenched his teeth, summoning forth the entirety of his divine power. He could no longer afford to remain complacent. Hiya! With a roar, the azure divine energy erupted forth. The overwhelming force instantly repelled Toppo and liberated Goku from his perilous situation. The Super Saiyan Blue transformation re-emerged, bathing the arena in a radiant blue light, the sacred aura resonating throughout the space. Observing the heightened intensity of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Toppo's demeanor grew grave. "So you've finally resorted to this transformation. But at this point, what significance does it hold?" Toppo stated, his expression unyielding. "Had you not transformed, I might have truly been defeated. But now that I have transformed, this is my domain." A hint of confidence flickered at the corners of Super Saiyan Blue Goku's mouth. After transforming, he seemed to have forgotten the pressure he had previously endured. On the platform of Universe 11, upon witnessing Goku's return to Super Saiyan Blue, the god of destruction, Beerus finally wore a serious expression. "The light-hearted skirmishes are over, Toppo. Use your power to crush Goku decisively." Beerus anticipated victory in this clash. Throughout the earlier battles, Toppo had maintained a significant advantage, leading Beerus to believe that even with Goku's transformation, he would not be a match for Toppo. Should Toppo emerge victorious, not only would he nullify the universe-destroying rule imposed after the previous tournament loss, but he would also have the opportunity to taunt the god of destruction of Universe 7. Beerus, the prestige of Universe 11 would be firmly established. "Forgive my candor, Lord Beerus, but I do not believe this battle will be so easily won," the Supreme Kai interjected. "Toppo's strength is indeed formidable, but his circumstances are complicated. Moreover, Goku from Universe 7 is no trivial contender." In his estimation, Super Saiyan Blue Goku had demonstrated mastery over divine power to such an extent that while Toppo could potentially win, the cost would be considerable. Additionally, there existed a crucial factor. Toppo's unwavering commitment to justice prevented him from fully unleashing the destructive power befitting a god of destruction. This limitation rendered him unable to utilize the full extent of his capabilities as a candidate for the role. Indeed, Kaisen speaks wisely. From my observations, it seems that Goku from Universe 7 has yet to reveal his true capabilities. This is merely a testing ground. Goku is astute, probing the depths of our strengths while deliberately concealing his own, preserving his trump card. The angel, Margarita, concurred, her perceptive nature revealing her insight into the unfolding battle. No matter how powerful he may be, it's ultimately inconsequential. If Toppo were to truly abandon his principles and unleash that power, he could obliterate Goku with a mere finger, the god of destruction, Beerus remarked with a sense of arrogance. It is worth noting that Toppo was personally selected and trained by him, leading to a natural bias in favor of Toppo. "Toppo, let all beings and deities witness your strength. As my chosen candidate, a mere Goku poses no challenge for you," Beerus thought to himself, an increasingly sinister smile creeping across his face. On the side of Universe 7, as Goku once again transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, relief washed over the spectators. The earlier suppression in battle was simply a result of Goku not taking the fight seriously. Now, everything has changed. The ultra-blue state of Sun Wukong is utterly transformed compared to before. This young man has finally had his fill of playfulness. It is high time for him to teach that boastful fellow a lesson. At this moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, has set aside all previous concerns. As the audacity of Toppo has ignited a fervor within him, solely focused on victory. In his perspective, the situation has escalated to this point. It is time to engage in combat. Presently, the attention of all beings and deities is riveted upon the arena. Yet, there is one divine entity whose focus remains unwaveringly elsewhere, not on the match, but rather on the spectator area of Universe 10. This deity is none other than the god of destruction, Iwan, from Universe 1. Chapter 31, The Unfathomable Warrior, Ultra Blue at Full Power. Lord Iwan, you have appeared quite distracted from earlier until now. What captivates your gaze? Inquired the Supreme Kai of Universe 1, Anath, with evident perplexity. In response to his inquiry, God of Destruction Iwan offered no answer, instead gesturing for him to observe the platform of Universe 10. Following Iwan's line of sight, a figure clad in a black robe and masked, Vegeta, came into view. Is that not a warrior from Universe 10? Questioned Anath, bewildered as to why Iwan was so fixated on this mortal. However, when he attempted to probe this individual's power through his perception, he was left utterly flabbergasted. Even he, a Supreme Kai, could not sense the fluctuations of the other's aura. It was as if it simply did not exist. Previously, all attention had been directed towards the 7th universe and the match, and though it shifted towards Toppo, he had entirely neglected to sense any other presence. Now, a tempest of emotions surged within him. He came to realize Iwan's implication. This warrior might possess strength comparable to Sun Wukong and Toppo. Could it be that Lord Iwan is suggesting? The face of Supreme Kai Anath reflected disbelief. It seems you two have noticed that individual from Universe 10. Compared to Sun Wukong and that Toppo from Universe 11, this person is far more inscrutable. Even I cannot fathom his depths, remarked the angel from Universe 1, Awamo, leaving Anath even more astounded. The fact that even an angel could not perceive the depths of this being? Such a terrifying presence in Universe 10 left Anath with a lingering apprehension, though he quickly composed himself. After all, as the foremost universe in terms of numerical strength, they need not partake in the chaotic struggle of the power tournament, and thus had no fear of being swept away by Lord Zeno. The scene shifts back to the arena, where Toppo and Sun Wukong are once again clashing. One exudes a fiery crimson aura akin to the sun, while the other radiates a divine, resplendent azure energy. The stark contrast between these two distinct energies is striking. Those unaware might mistakenly believe it to be a divine punishment upon a disrespectful mortal. The clash of their auras intensifies, causing the arena beneath them to tremble incessantly. The atmospheric pressure becomes unstable, and countless small stones begin to rise gently. Fragments of the arena are torn away. The overwhelming force generated by their collision alone instills a sense of dread and trepidation, sending chills down the spine. Such magnitude of power is undoubtedly at the level of a god of destruction, capable of annihilating entire universes with a mere gesture. Upon sensing Toppo's searing aura, Ultra Blue Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. This energy was not beneath him. Even if there was a slight disparity, it was negligible. The preceding series of battles had afforded him a tangible understanding of Toppo's might, at least on par with his own current capabilities. To battle such a formidable adversary, he would cherish the opportunity. I am exhilarated to encounter you, Toppo. Engaging in this duel has ignited a fire within me. Just how far will you push me next? With fervent battle intent gleaming in his eyes, Ultra Blue Sun Wukong struck first, transforming into a piercing blue streak of light and charging at Toppo with unparalleled speed. This direct assault was simplistic yet brutally effective, unleashing an unmatched power in an instant. Enough of that arrogance, Sun Wukong. With a frenzied roar, Toppo's aura surged, his fighting spirit ascending once again. Judging by numerical values, his combat power had now reached an impressive 6,400, rivaling that of Ultra Blue Sun Wukong. With a massive fist clenched tightly, the fiery crimson energy enveloped his knuckles as he launched a devastating blow towards the oncoming Sun Wukong. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed as their unparalleled forces collided, unleashing a tempestuous storm and a cacophony of sonic booms. The very fabric of this unique space quivered under the weight of their immense power. Both warriors stood at the late stages of the Xeno unit, nearing the peak level of strength, their capabilities having reached the 8th dimensional zenith, capable of influencing and even shattering the fabric of space itself. Of course, with their current prowess, breaking this extraordinary pocket of space was entirely out of reach. Even those at the 9th dimensional realm would find it impossible. Unless they could shatter their limits once more and ascend to the 10th dimension, stepping into the true domain of the gods of destruction. In this contest of strength, Toppo's prideful power was overwhelmed by Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, driving him forcefully towards the ground. Like a meteor plummeting earthward, Toppo's legs struck the ground, creating a massive crater with a diameter spanning dozens of meters. The arena's surface was now eclipsed by this chasm, rendering it no longer an arena at all. Upon landing, Toppo quickly regained his composure, gathering energy that danced within his palms. He had even resorted to his signature technique. Just as flash, with a thunderous cry, countless dense red energy spheres erupted from Toppo's hands. In the face of such a formidable barrage, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, skillfully controlling his energy flow with the precision of a fish gliding through water, deftly evading every energy assault. Unyielding, Toppo intensified his energy output, constricting the maneuvering space of Ultra Blue Sun Wukong. This onslaught merely squandered energy. Toppo, receive my attack. Amidst the relentless assault of energy blasts, Ultra Blue Sun Wukong's fury surged once more, darting through the space with abandon. His divine power escalated dramatically as he clasped his hands together, assuming the stance of the ancestral Kamehameha wave. In this moment, Sun Wukong's combat power had soared to 8,000. This represented the true full power of his Super Saiyan Blue form. Ultra Blue at full capacity, normal state with a tenfold augmentation. As Ultra Blue Sun Wukong traversed the space, the energy for his ultimate strike coalesced to its zenith. With a mere thought, he activated his instant transmission skill, evading the energy blasts and appearing right before Toppo. Once, he had used this very combination of instant transmission and Kamehameha to catch the fully realized Cell off guard. Now, facing Toppo, he invoked this technique once more. Not good. Toppo felt every hair on his body stand on end, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding over him. With no time to evade, he hastily crossed his arms in front of him to form a defense. Chapter 32. The Finishing Blow, Divine Reactions. Gazing at Toppo before him, Ultra Blue Sun Wukong's lips curled into a slight smirk as azure energy pulsated rapidly in his palms. This sudden offensive had long been reserved as his ultimate technique. The current display clearly indicates his immense regard for Toppo, even to the extent of acknowledging Toppo's formidable strength, capable of vanquishing him. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated all his energy into the ultimate Kamehameha wave, which erupted with an explosive force. Boom! The roar of energy, akin to that of a colossal dragon, reverberated throughout the surroundings, and the wild energy expanded to a size of hundreds of meters as it surged forth, akin to a raging tsunami that engulfed both Toppo and a substantial portion of the arena. As the tumultuous energy dissipated, the arena had been dented several meters deep, with most of it rendered utterly devastated. Within the billowing smoke, Toppo's presence was nowhere to be discerned. On the platform of the ninth universe, the god of destruction Sidra, the supreme Kai Lora, and the recently awakened trio of wolves were left in stunned silence, particularly for the trio of wolves who participated in the contest. Witnessing the battle between Toppo and Son Goku made them realize that their previous skirmishes had merely been child's play. In comparison to the current battle, their earlier encounters resembled a mere game of pretend, far too trivial. They had once fancied themselves capable of defeating Son Goku, especially as the destroyer god Belmod recalled his audacious claim to challenge Son Goku. A wave of bitterness washed over him, and he felt a flush of embarrassment. It was an utterly humiliating moment. Had Son Goku unleashed such a level of power during their previous transformations, Belmod mused, he might have perished countless times. On the platform of the 11th universe, the angel Margarita, the god of destruction Vermoud, and the supreme Kai Kai were similarly taken aback. The revelation that Son Goku had concealed such an ability was astonishing. Was that instantaneous movement? No, it was different. Cold sweat trickled down Kai's forehead. His first thought was the supreme Kai's instant transmission, but he knew this was not the case. The sheer destructive force of that last strike was undeniably at the level of a god of destruction. In such a sudden turn of events, being struck at such close range would surely leave Toppo grievously injured, if not dead. The expression of concern on the face of the god of destruction Vermoud was unmistakable. The ferocity of that last attack was so terrifying that even he would have been hurt if caught off guard. With Toppo remaining true to himself, being hit by such a blow could very well pose a threat to his life. The angel Margarita furrowed her brow slightly. With her angelic perception, she could sense that Toppo was not in mortal danger, but after enduring that strike, the outcome was evidently clear. At least, given the current circumstances, Toppo appeared to be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, on the side of the 7th universe, as Ultra Blue Sun Goku suddenly reversed the tide of battle, various expressions of awe emerged among the onlookers. This move reminded me of the scene from years ago when my father battled against Cell. Back then, it was through a similar strike that my father caught Cell off guard and nearly secured victory. Who would have thought that in today's contest my father would replicate that very move? Son Gohan clenched his fists in excitement. Without a doubt, After this strike, the outcome was sealed. Their universe had triumphed. Not only that, but he also reflected on his former self. The memories of those days were profoundly stirring. Even if Gohan felt inadequate now, he had awakened to the present. Goku always seemed to deliver unforeseen surprises at critical moments, preserving the honor of the seventh universe. This sudden maneuver was such that even I, caught off guard without deliberate defense, would likely have been taken aback. However, it appeared that Goku had perhaps gone a bit too far. That opponent might well have been incapacitated by this strike. The situation had become quite delicate. The seventh universe had now become the target of collective ire. God of Destruction Beerus was deeply troubled, filled with a mix of anxiety and a tinge of excitement, yet lacking the joy of victory. He was concerned about Son Goku's forthcoming circumstances, as well as the seventh universe's fate. Although this preliminary skirmish had no explicit rules against killing opponents, Son Goku had directly taken down formidable fighters from both the 9th and 11th universes, rendering him a thorn in the side of all the universes. Moreover, having defeated such powerful adversaries, when the true tournament of power commenced, everyone would undoubtedly target Son Goku as their primary opponent, and the 7th universe would become the foremost target for elimination. Beerus felt a sense of unease, for this was uncharted territory for him. Viewing it from the perspective of an observer, if other universes were to involve his own, especially with such audacity, he would inevitably act against them. Beerus was perhaps overthinking. The fighter Topo from the 11th universe was not so easily dispatched. Nevertheless, given his current state, he would likely be unable to continue fighting. If this battle proceeded without unforeseen developments, it should culminate in victory for Goku. Not only would Goku establish his reputation by overpowering the 11th universe, but when the tournament of power arrived, the other universes would exercise greater caution towards them. Perhaps, this was not entirely a favorable outcome. It all hinged on how Goku would proceed from here. I find myself quite eager to see, as he has brought us numerous surprises and unexpected twists. Angel Whis elucidated not only the outcome, but also the circumstances. Clearly, his thoughts delved deeper than those of Beerus. As an angel, he had fully discerned that Topo was currently unable to unseal the dormant god of destruction power within him. Thus, regardless of the tournament of powers proceedings, Son Goku's victory was now a foregone conclusion. In his view, Beerus's concerns were not unfounded, yet the 7th universe would certainly not become a direct target. Not to mention the angels, even the gods had existed for countless ages. Who would be foolish enough to directly provoke Son Goku? A veritable boomerang? Everyone was merely testing the waters. Whis's considerations were indeed sound, and his predictions had not faltered. However, nothing was absolute. In the original series, the 9th universe had foolishly chosen to challenge the 7th universe with full force, resulting in their swift and disastrous elimination. You speak of surprises? This was sheer terror. Beerus harbored a surge of frustration that he had yet to release. Winning was good, but it was not without its drawbacks. After all these years in a high position, he had experienced the treachery among the gods of destruction, easily conjuring thoughts of unfavorable outcomes. The current state of the 7th universe was indeed influenced by Son Goku's victory, which would intimidate other universes. Yet, with Son Goku, this trump card, now fully exposed before the other universes, it signified that the 7th universe had lost its hidden advantages. Chapter 33. The battle concludes. The match is terminated. The gods and angels of the entire universe were compelled to entertain unique thoughts due to Son Goku's sudden outburst. After all, Topo, who had once held the upper hand, had his fortunes unexpectedly reversed by Son Goku. It was as if all previous surprises had evaporated into thin air. At this moment, on the arena, as the energy from the ultimate attack dissipated, Ultra Blue Son Goku was left panting heavily. This decisive blow had exhausted all of his strength in this form, and its successful execution meant that he had consumed a significant portion of his stamina. However, even with all his might, Ultra Blue Son Goku understood that it was impossible to defeat Topo with just this strike. Topo was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, at least up to this point. Whether it was his fierce rival and close friend Vegeta, the Dark Goku from the future, or the assassin Hit who had been sent to kill him not long ago, all paled in comparison to the current Topo in terms of power, speed, and combat style. Phew, it had been a long time since he had engaged in such a thrilling battle. Topo, you are indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, the Ultra Blue Son Goku straightened his back, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. As he regained his composure, he exerted every effort to restore his strength. This battle was far from over. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware. The presence of such a formidable opponent in what was merely a skirmish heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming power tournament and the caliber of extraordinary warriors it would unveil. The mere thought of this scenario sent exhilarating shivers coursing through him. Although the battle had not yet reached its conclusive end, Ultra Blue Sun Goku was already contemplating the imminent power tournament. This attitude, this demeanor, indeed rendered him somewhat arrogant and oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After all, Torpo had yet to be completely vanquished. He mistakenly believed that, aside from the god of destruction, no one could subdue him. In other words, this individual was in dire need of a severe beating. Only through the crushing defeat at the hands of a true powerhouse would his pride be dismantled, prompting any change. As time ticked by, the billowing smoke from the explosion began to dissipate. Torpo, his imposing figure marred by numerous injuries, stood resolutely atop the battered arena. His red, form-fitting battle attire lay in tatters, energy tearing through his wounds, blood oozing forth. It was evident how significant the damage inflicted by Ultra Blue Sun Goku's full-force Kamehameha had been. With such a battered body, victory was now an impossibility unless he resolved to forsake his long-held principles of justice and truly embrace the power of destruction, transforming into a god of destruction himself. Otherwise, he could never hope to rival Ultra Blue Sun Goku. Moreover, the Ultra Blue Sun Goku still had hidden lethal techniques yet to be unleashed. This probing battle had not yet reached the point of total commitment. However, Torpo held a different view. Reluctant to concede, he chose to fight until the very last moment. Even aware that he was not a match for Ultra Blue Sun Goku, for the sake of the justice he clung to within, he had to stand firm. The gaze of the Kais and gods of destruction from the 12 universes was fixated upon the two of them, particularly Torpo. Previously, he had stepped forward with unmatched vigor, battling with the collective hopes of the universe's gods resting upon him, attempting to alter the rules of the power tournament. Should he lose this battle, he would betray their trust and become an object of disdain among the deities. Observing the tenacity of Torpo before him, Ultra Blue Sun Goku's smile remained undiminished. Since his opponent was so insistent on a confrontation, he too could not let the other down, could he? Do not be too arrogant, Son Goku. Torpo's eyes blazed with determination as he disregarded his injuries and summoned energy from within, perhaps spurred by a fierce blow to his pride. The intensity of his energy surged beyond previous levels. Judging from the metrics, his combat power had even reached 7,000. Remarkable. Had his aura once again ascended? All right, then I shall reveal my true capabilities. Feeling Torpo's rising battle spirit, Son Goku grinned, unleashing the blue divine energy that surged forth. A faint crimson glow began to emanate around him, signaling the impending use of the Kaioken technique. The battle was poised to reignite. However, to the gods observing, it appeared to be nothing more than Torpo's futile struggle. He had already disappointed the deities' expectations, and they no longer placed their hopes in him. In stark contrast to the disappointment and indifference of other universes, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermouth, and Kai of Universe 11, Kai, displayed indignation. They yearned for Torpo to shed his burdens. From their lofty vantage point, the two Xeno watched as the intensity and fervor of Torpo and Ultra Blue Sun Goku escalated, their eyes gleaming with heightened anticipation. The Grand Minister, noting the shift in the Xenos emotional state, understood that the objective of this preliminary skirmish had been achieved. The fourth match concludes here. With the Grand Minister's declaration, the second round between Ultra Blue Sun Goku and Torpo was forcibly halted. Xeno from the current timeline expressed dissatisfaction. Why halt the match? The fun was just beginning. The future Xeno chimed in. Yes, Grand Minister. I have yet to see enough. I apologize, Your Majesty, but allowing them to continue could result in one party losing their life in this match. Moreover, if the preliminary skirmish is this intense, the upcoming power tournament is bound to be even more spectacular. So I kindly ask for Your Majesty's patience and to focus your energy on the tournament, the Grand Minister explained respectfully with a bow. Thus, the two Xenos had no choice but to relent. They appeared obedient, yet they understood better than anyone the art of letting go. Just as the fighting spirit of the two on the arena was beginning to ascend, the match was abruptly terminated by the Grand Minister's decree. What a pity. I had intended to show you my even greater power. It seems I will have to wait until the power tournament to battle again. However, I must admit, you are truly formidable. Fighting you has been a splendid experience. After this battle, I believe I will grow even stronger. Ultra Blue Sun Goku's unhurried words pierced Torpo's heart like sharp silver needles. Stung by the provocation, Torpo could only grit his teeth in anger, his fury surging within him. Yet he found himself powerless to act. Since the Grand Minister had declared the match concluded, he could only contain his frustration. Chapter 34, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Do not be too arrogant, Son Goku. Your strength is merely on par with mine. I have not even unleashed my full power in this battle. When the power tournament commences, you will come to regret it. In Universe 11, my strength is only considered decent, yet my ally possesses far greater power than I. You shall never defeat him. With his cold words delivered, Torpo leapt off the stage to return to the observation platform of Universe 11. However, his final warning failed to uplift Ultra Blue Sun Goku's spirits. Instead, it only heightened the Scion's excitement. Is there truly someone stronger than you in Universe 11? If so, that would be splendid. I have not even shown my true abilities in this battle, and am far from satisfied. When the official match begins, I assure you I will not hold back like I did now, Torpo. Ultra Blue Sun Goku grinned, feeling invigorated. At that moment, the gods across the universe regarded Ultra Blue Sun Goku with resentful glares. This ignorant mortal had unwittingly drawn them into an inescapable maelstrom of chaos. In the battle zone of Universe 6, the Angel Vados observed the concluded match with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. While her exterior remained calm, her mind was anything but. Her gaze shifted, inadvertently landing on the platform of Universe 10. Clad in a black robe, Vegeta had caught her attention long ago, and even with her angelic sight, she could not discern the depths of this individual. Universe 10 was governed by her elder sister. She had been curious from the outset, but had refrained from asking too many questions. Now, following the events in Universe 11, she saw an opportunity. At this moment, the god of destruction, Kampa, was visibly displeased by Ultra Blue Sun Goku's ostentatious display. As the brother of god of destruction Beerus, Kampa was filled with malice, constantly scheming on how to best his brother. With Ultra Blue Sun Goku stealing the spotlight and exacerbating the earlier humiliation, Kampa's jealousy surged. Alas, Lord Kampa, your restraint this time is truly remarkable. Ordinarily, you would have already begun to mock Lord Beerus. Whis remarked with a hint of intention, effectively igniting Kampa's fury. That fellow Beerus, witnessing his own victory, is simply intolerable. And that Son Goku, forever so self-conceited. He acts as if he is invincible in heaven and earth. The god of destruction Kampa grimaced, his displeasure evident. His envy rendered Super Saiyan Goku utterly unlikable in his eyes. Not only has he repeatedly thwarted his plans, but the sight of Super Saiyan Goku's smugness felt akin to Beerus flaunting his power before him, inciting his irritation. Seeing his scheme unfold, the angel Whis smiled subtly and suggested, Lord Kampa, perhaps this matter is far from over. Do cast your gaze yonder. Over there? The god of destruction Kampa paused slightly, turning to look in the direction Whis indicated. To his surprise, he beheld the 10th universe, not far from his own platform. A warrior clad in black robes hails from the 10th universe as well. He had scarcely paid attention before. Hey, Ramses, this is utterly dull of you. Since your universe has brought a warrior, why not let him take the stage for a match? Though the battle between Son Goku and Toppo had been halted by the Grand Minister, Kampa raised his voice, addressing the 10th universe. His words reached not only Ramses, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, but also resonated clearly with all the other gods of destruction present. Upon hearing this, Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, wore a befuddled expression. This would undoubtedly lead to endless complications. The Grand Minister had explicitly ordered the contest to conclude. Damn it, Kampa. Beerus was furious, wishing to thrash Kampa. That fat cat was clearly setting a trap for him. Knowing full well Goku's precarious situation, he still chose to stoke the flames, increasing the pressure on their 7th universe. It seems this matter cannot be simply resolved. How will the Grand Minister decide? Whis interjected, unable to contain himself. He had also been observing the black-robed warrior from the 10th universe, and even he could not discern their capabilities. This was no mere candidate for the role of god of destruction like Toppo. This was a true powerhouse. What's the matter, Beerus? You seem rather displeased. I am merely considering your interests, Kampa feigned concern, noting Goku's insatiable thirst for battle. Since the 10th universe has another participant, it would be prudent to consult Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister about allowing him to compete. Who among them was unaware of his true intentions? Yet, none intervened. For this was clearly not a moment for discourse. After all, just moments ago, the Grand Minister had declared the competition concluded. To raise such a matter now was to challenge the authority of the Grand Minister and Lord Zeno, seeking to take advantage of the situation. Kampa had unwittingly become the scapegoat for all the universe gods. Silence. Kampa, our 7th universe's affairs are not for you to feign concern over. The enraged god of destruction Beerus shouted at Kampa. As Beerus's ire flared, the situation grew increasingly intriguing. Neither Lord Zeno nor the Grand Minister intervened. The angels were merely spectators. This scenario prompted the 4th universe's god of destruction Quitella, who loathed Beerus, to speak up. I must say, I believe Kampa is correct. If the preliminary battle concludes so swiftly, it would be quite unjust. The participants from the 11th universe have taken the stage. Why should the contestant from the 10th universe be denied? Grand Minister, Lord Zeno, I implore you to allow the preliminary match to continue, even if only to let the 10th universe's warrior exchange a few blows with Son Goku. Otherwise, would it not dampen the spirits of the other universe participants? How can we expect to conduct the tournament of power properly? Moreover, does not Son Goku from the 7th universe believe himself formidable? Surely, you would not fear for his defeat, would you? Having spoken, Quitella's sinister expression was laid bare. While he appeared to advocate for fairness, his intentions were anything but noble. Beerus and Kampa exchanged malevolent glances. When has it become your place to interject in matters between brothers? Meddlesome rodent. When the tournament of power commences, your universe shall be the first to be eliminated. The two gods of destruction hurled venomous words at Quitella. Conversations between brothers may encompass anything, but when has it been appropriate for an outsider to meddle? Humph. Feeling the hostility radiating from both parties, Quitella scoffed coldly, turning his head away, choosing silence. In any case, he had already made his point, and it had taken effect. Chapter 35. KRS's Conditions. Will Vegeta take action? Upon the exalted throne, following the remarks from the gods of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe and Quitella of the 4th universe, the Grand Minister maintained a serene expression. Consistently smiling, he refrained from speaking or responding immediately, instead directing his gaze towards the two zeniths. At this moment, he could not overstep and make a unilateral decision. Despite his keen interest in the Vegeta from another time and space brought forth by KRS. Then, shall we proceed? The Xeno of this universe inquired. It must not be unfair, the future Xeno concurred. The two supreme beings had decreed the forthcoming course of events. I understand, Lord Xeno. However, we must consult the 10th universe. As this participant has not expressed any opinions thus far, we cannot impose our will. What do you think? The Grand Minister respectfully stated. The two zeniths nodded in unison, issuing naive responses. One might mistakenly believe them to be harmless. In the 10th universe, as events unfolded to this point, the attention of the 11 other universe gods converged upon them. Feeling the fervent and eager gazes surrounding him, Ramses, the god of destruction, was drenched in cold sweat, his face betraying an expression of distress. He yearned for Vegeta to step forth and showcase his prowess, decisively quelling Super Saiyan Goku's arrogance. However, he had no authority to command Vegeta, who was not even his subordinate. His bitter smile grew more pronounced, as Ramses could only cast a desperate look towards the angel KRS. She was his only lifeline. Since all the gods are now paying attention, and even the Grand Minister and Lord Xeno have acknowledged it, why not reveal a fraction of your power? The angel KRS tentatively proposed to Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Ramses gazed at Vegeta with longing, leaving the nearby Guas utterly perplexed. How could a god of destruction and an angel need to be so deferential in their requests? His curiosity intensified further. With all attention focused on him, Vegeta remained unmoved, making no attempt to act. In his eyes, Super Saiyan Goku was merely a frog in a well. He had no interest in suppressing such a trivial character, not even Kakarot. After all, Goku's full strength did not even measure up to his usual state. Was there truly any need for such a battle? Just as Jiren in the original story refrained from acting in the Tournament of Power, it was because his opponents were simply too weak, even when combined, to rival him. Were it not for the 7th universe's continuous fortuitous encounters and the relentless strengthening of Son Goku and Vegeta, they would never have qualified to face him. Super Saiyan Goku was indeed arrogant, having offended all the universes. As long as he does not proactively provoke him, he will not fall for the attempts of other universes to indirectly incite him to suppress Kakarot's arrogance. He has come here merely to go through the motions, to validate his inner suspicions and observe the progress of this preliminary skirmish. He remains silent, while the angel Kairos begins to feel the weight of the situation. Unmoved, Vegeta shows no interest whatsoever in Son Goku. After a moment of contemplation, Kairos devises a plan and proposes straightforwardly. How about this? If you represent our Universe 10 and take action to subdue Son Goku, you may propose a condition within my capabilities, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. What do you say? The Kaioshin, Gavus, and the god of destruction, Lambs, are left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Shocked, they realize that an angel is actually beseeching Vegeta. In this realm, no one has ever compelled an angel to yield, except for the Grand Minister and the Omni King. To receive a conditional promise from an angel is tantamount to securing an omnipotent wish. At this moment, upon hearing Kairos' offer, Vegeta can't help but feel tempted. After all, this is an angel's favor. Just as he contemplates whether to intimidate Son Goku, he suddenly perceives a gaze from above. The Grand Minister is looking at him with a subtle smile, seemingly anticipating something. Does the Grand Minister hope for me to suppress Kakarot as well? How intriguing. Vegeta muses silently as his gaze shifts to the arena. Meanwhile, on the arena, Son Goku, in his ultra-blue form, undoubtedly overhears the discussions among the gods. He raises his head and gazes at the cloaked Vegeta from Universe 10. Expanding his aura, he attempts to discern the depth of his opponent's power. Following the battle with Topo, He understands that the true masters are those who remain concealed, waiting to strike. He wishes to gauge how formidable Vegeta is. Yet no matter how much he amplifies his perception, he fails to sense any aura. If not for Vegeta's presence, he might even think that the spot was unoccupied. This realization only solidifies Son Goku's conviction that the individual before him is a true master, likely far superior to Toppo. The more formidable the opponent, the more it ignites Son Goku's fighting spirit. Hey, you over there, standing idly for so long without any reaction. I must say, I admire your composure. After witnessing my power, do you truly not wish to come down and test your mettle? Now that the Omni King and the Grand Minister have granted you permission to engage in battle with me, and I have yet to unleash even a tenth of my strength. A thunderous roar erupts from Son Goku, as his aura surges once more. In the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, augmented by a tenfold Kaioken, an overwhelming divine energy surges forth like a tidal wave. The crimson energy rises sharply, shocking the gods around him, especially those from Universe 11. Has Son Goku been concealing such immense power? The Kaioshin, Kai, is taken aback by this explosive divine force, which is tenfold stronger than what he previously displayed, if not more. If this level of power had been unveiled during his earlier battle, Toppo would have been unable to withstand even 10 strikes before being defeated. The audacity of the 7th Universe's warriors is astounding. Do they truly believe that a modicum of strength grants them free reign? With this magnitude of energy, I could obliterate you with a mere fingertip. The god of destruction, Vermaud, grinds his teeth in frustration, feeling humiliated as Son Goku's display directly slaps him in the face. His candidate for the position of god of destruction, Toppo, is clearly unworthy of compelling such a display of power from Goku. It seems, Vermaud, things are not as simple as you perceive. That Son Goku still harbors considerable hidden strength, murmurs the angel Margarita, her expression grave. What did you say? Vermaud exclaims, utterly astonished. Aside from the three of them, the one most affected is undoubtedly Toppo. This divine energy has overwhelmingly surpassed him. Unless he chooses to wield that hidden strength, he stands no chance. Yet, doing so would mean casting aside everything he has steadfastly upheld. Justice would be utterly forsaken. Chapter 36. In this moment, the gods tremble. On the platform of Universe 6, the angel Bados chuckles softly. Ah, it seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle, Lord Kampa. She expresses her absolute interest in the unfolding events. How formidable will the warrior from Universe 10 prove to be? She is truly curious. However, can that individual truly contend with Son Goku? This divine power, compared to their last encounter, has increased significantly. Even Hit might not stand a chance against him. Feeling the overwhelming divine energy unleashed by Son Goku, Kampa is left sweating and sighing. Not necessarily. While Son Goku from Universe 7 has indeed enhanced his energy, our Hit has been growing stronger as well. Besides, the individual on the Universe 10 platform may not be weaker than him, explains Angel Bados, her gaze fixed intently on the cloaked Vegeta. Hearing Bados' reasoning, Kampa manages to regain his composure, realizing that his universe's warrior is not easily overshadowed. Interesting. So, it seems Beerus is bound to face a setback this time? Hee hee. A smug smile spreads across Kampa's face as he attempts to mask his inner anxiety. On the side of Universe 7, the preliminary skirmish, which should have concluded, is set to reignite. It was hoped that Son Goku would maintain a low profile and refrain from provoking others. Yet he has boldly challenged the cloaked figure from Universe 10. That brainless fool, Goku. Must he offend every universe? Grinds Beerus, his teeth clenched in fury. He could have ended it there, maintaining a stable situation. Yet, at this moment, he chooses to provoke others, complicating matters further. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will never understand the gravity of his actions. The Angel Whis observes the cloaked Vegeta on Universe 10's platform with keen interest. He does not speak, but he already possesses an answer. What a predicament this is for my father, Son Gohan sighs helplessly. He knows his father all too well. However, he does not worry about defeat. His recent string of victories has clouded his judgment. Little does he realize that the individual Goku has provoked is far from ordinary. Lord Beerus, Gohan, this time, Goku is likely to face a tough challenge. The mysterious figure on Universe 10's platform seems to possess a dimension of power so elevated that Whis sighs, as if to ensure his universe can withstand the outcome. This statement sends a chill through the hearts of all present, an ominous premonition taking hold. To elicit such a comment from Whis, what kind of monster stands on the Universe 10 platform? Without question, their strength undoubtedly surpasses both the current Ultra Blue Son Goku and Toppo. How could it be so formidable? The Super Saiyan Blue under Kaioken pales in comparison. Unlike others who interpret Whis words, Beerus comprehends their deeper implications. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he longs to seize Ultra Blue Son Goku and teach him a painful lesson. Son Gohan, on the other hand, is left in a daze, grasping only the surface meaning. Indeed, Wukong has exhibited a rather excessive sense of superiority. A moment of suppression may not be entirely disadvantageous. The angel Whis interjected with a thought. It is through enduring greater adversities that one truly fortifies their strength. On the platform of Universe 10, Vegeta gazed down from his elevated position upon the Super Saiyan Blue Kakarot, who had boldly issued a challenge. He remained silent, simply observing and attuning himself to the intensity of the power before him. It was rather feeble, even with the augmentation of the Kaioken tenfold. The combat power merely registered at a meager 8 Ryo. Beside him, the angel Kusu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, setting aside the conditions she had previously mentioned. Kakarot's proactive challenge served as the perfect catalyst. The powerful are not to be trifled with through mere words. The god of destruction, Ramsai, also began to sharpen his focus. As the gaze of the deities converged upon Vegeta, their hopes were pinned upon him. I now agree to the condition you mentioned earlier. Vegeta's calm declaration sent waves of exhilaration through Kusu, her expression transforming into that of a starry-eyed little girl. Ramsay's spirits lifted, his lips curling slightly. This scion from another dimension was finally prepared to represent Universe 10 in combat. A spectacle was imminent. At that moment, the Super Saiyan Blue Kakarot was practically brimming with impatience. Am I still unworthy of your attention, even now? What you perceive as my power is not even my full strength. If I so desire, this energy can be further amplified. How long will you refrain from descending to engage me in battle? Are you frightened? Observing Vegeta's continued inaction, Kakarot decided to alter his strategy. Employing taunts to provoke Vegeta, he truly believed in the magnitude of his own strength. The atmosphere became palpably strange at that moment. The air pressure thickened ominously, silence enveloping the surroundings as if a pin dropping would echo like thunder. Insect. Following a whispered utterance and a disdainful snort, Vegeta's fury erupted, unleashing a tempest powerful enough to upheave the very world. Boom! The cataclysmic force morphed into a ferocious hurricane that consumed all. In an instant, the entire unique space was plunged into chaos. The oppressive aura surged forth like a storm from the heavens. At this moment, the gods trembled, and even the angels turned their attention. Powerful. Beyond powerful. So powerful it was almost unfathomable. The 8th dimensional Ryo units represented the pinnacle achievable by beings in the lower realms. Any entity capable of transcending the 9th dimensional Ryo units had already begun to qualify as a god of destruction. The 10th dimension, the Go units. This was undoubtedly the realm of an experienced god of destruction. Presently, the overwhelming might unleashed by Vegeta was undeniably the 10th dimensional Go-level power. Even seasoned gods of destruction had only just begun to breach the 10th dimensional tier. For instance, Ramsai, the god of destruction next to Vegeta, as well as Sidra from Universe 9 and Kampa from Universe 6, all belonged to the lower echelon of their kind. Vegeta's newfound ferocity surpassed them, even overpowering them decisively. To unleash such terrifying power without transforming into a Super Saiyan was a testament to Vegeta's mastery of controlling his strength after years of rigorous training. Transformation was merely a conduit for enhancement. Upon attaining a certain level of might, such mediums become unnecessary. He could be as strong as he wished. Chapter 37. A thought that terrifies Kakarot. The daunting storm conjured an overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Vegeta resembled a primordial beast awakening from the dawn of time, emanating unparalleled power. Even the gods could only stand in awe, and the angels were equally captivated by the spectacle. Undoubtedly, this formidable strength was on par with any deity present, and it subtly approached realms accessible only to angels. Most notably, this was merely the result of a fleeting thought and a casual scoff. Universe 10 harbored an entity transcending the gods, aspiring toward the angels. Kusu, the angel of Universe 10, wore a mysterious smile, while Ramsai, the god of destruction, grinned with inscrutable depths. Even Goku, despite his simplicity, realized the absurdity of this warrior from their universe, who stood at the zenith of the cosmos. On the platform, Kakarot was utterly dumbfounded. How could this aura possibly exist? The Super Saiyan Blue Kakarot was left disoriented by the sheer force of the overwhelming pressure. One could say his fighting spirit had evaporated in an instant. How to fight? How could he even engage? The tenfold Kaioken state dissipated automatically, and the full power of Super Saiyan Blue waned with the wavering of his conviction. At that moment, a chilling dread permeated his being. When he regained his senses, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. The tempest of energy unleashed in a mere thought had shattered his resolve, scattering his fighting spirit. He struggled to regain control over his body. Yet the primal fear that surged through him rendered him trembling, the limitations on his bloodline leaving him temporarily powerless. At this moment, Every cell within him screamed in unison. The time-traveling cockroach appeared dazed, his complexion pale. In this instant, he grasped the extent of his own insignificance. He felt a deep sense of shame for his earlier arrogance and provocations. Having achieved several victories in recent matches, he had foolishly believed himself invincible, thinking that even the greatest warriors from all universes combined could not rival him. The extent of his previous hubris was now matched by an equal measure of terror. In this moment, he comprehended how ludicrous his past bravado had been. Before a true powerhouse, his level of strength was utterly inconsequential. The power he wielded was commendable. Yet merely that, commendable. It paled in comparison to Vegeta's magnitude, who had transcended the boundaries of reality, capable of obliterating the barriers of the world with a mere misstep. Even the gods of destruction were not his equal. Gazing at the enigmatic figure clad in black robes upon the high platform, although Kakarot was paralyzed with fear, his cognitive faculties remained intact. The overwhelming aura unleashed by his opponent was indeed formidable. However, he could not shake the feeling of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered this aura before, but the sheer magnitude of the shock rendered him momentarily unable to recall. On the side of Universe 7, the Supreme Kai Shin was utterly terrified by this otherworldly presence, sweating profusely as his arms trembled uncontrollably. Throughout his tenure as Supreme Kai, he had encountered countless events. What he witnessed today completely shattered his worldview. Is this truly the extent of power a human can unleash? The god of destruction, Beerus, wore an expression of fright. Disbelief etched across his features. His demeanor suggested an incredulous, "What on earth? This is outrageous." This aura had surpassed his understanding of human capabilities. What was once deemed impossible had materialized before his very eyes. Throughout the cosmos, from the dawn of its creation to the present, over countless billions of years, while formidable warriors had emerged, they seldom reached the threshold of quasi-god of destruction levels. Beings as powerful as Kakarot were exceedingly rare. Now, witnessing a presence that could rival or even surpass the gods of destruction on this battleground, his heart was overwhelmed, unable to articulate the shock he felt. This formidable power, while perhaps not surpassing his own, certainly comes close. In fact, it has even managed to exceed that of some of the more established destroyers at the lower end of the spectrum. Perhaps it was the overwhelming shock that led the destroyer Beerus to believe he was experiencing an illusion. He seemed to have felt this very aura not long ago. Beside him, Son Gohan was rendered speechless, his face a canvas of fear and his trembling eyes betraying the tumultuous storm within him. Unlike the formlessness of divine power that eludes perception, what Vegeta unleashed was a tangible force, a force that belonged to humanity. They could palpably grasp the sheer terror of this power, which shattered all their previous understandings. Merely the magnitude of the aura was sufficient to crush a person alive. Meanwhile, Majin Buu, overwhelmed by the tempestuous aura emitted by Vegeta, had lost all desire for snacks, his squinting eyes now wide open. Even Mr. Satan, a mere bystander, though unable to sense the aura, succumbed to the overwhelming oppressive force the moment it descended upon him, collapsing in a faint. The Angel Whis, usually composed, slightly parted his lips, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his otherwise tranquil countenance. Even the angel's serene minds were stirred by Vegeta's imposing presence, illustrating just how formidable he had become. However, Whis' greater concern was not the intensity of Vegeta's outburst, but rather the striking similarity of this aura to that of someone from their 7th universe. Coupled with the catastrophic events triggered by Zamasu of the 10th universe, Whis' suspicions deepened. In the other 10 universes, the Kais were struck with intense shock, their inner turmoil far beyond the reach of words. The destroyers, though comparatively composed, fell into a heavy silence, their expressions dark and contemplative. Even the angels, whose minds had been honed through countless cycles of rebirth, were not impervious to the ripples stirred by Vegeta's might. Everything transpired too suddenly, too dreamlike. The mysterious warrior on the stage of the 10th universe had achieved a feat rivaling that of the gods, perhaps even surpassing them. Among those present, barring the angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King, no one else could hope to subdue him. Bolder speculations arose that even a united front of the 12 destroyers might not guarantee the suppression of such a formidable being. What a jest it was for the destroyer of Universe 10, Rumshire, to have such a powerful warrior under his command. He could hardly believe that the brawny, simple-minded pink elephant could possibly have such a formidable fighter at his disposal. In his mind, Rumshire was merely a muscle-bound simpleton, and the notion that such a warrior could emerge from the 10th universe, with its perceived mediocrity, was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 38. The Schemes of the Gods. While it may be hard to believe, dear mistress of flavor, one must recognize that the eldest sister is no pushover. Indeed, it is no wonder that this universe, governed by the likes of Sister Kiers, is anything but ordinary. If it were as mundane as our speculations suggest, that would truly be remarkable. The angel Margarita remained considerably more composed than Flavor, for as an angel, she could see further and had deduced the reason behind the immense strength of the black-cloaked Vegeta on the stage of Universe 10. As the eldest daughter of the Grand Minister, Angel Kiers appeared harmless, a charming little girl, yet her depths were unfathomable. Her siblings had never fully grasped just how formidable she truly was. The existence of such a powerful entity within Universe 10 must surely be linked to her influence. It seems that the most significant threat posed by this power tournament does not stem from the 7th universe, but rather from the 10th. Kai took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and remarked that while Vegeta's explosive emergence had astonished the gods, it also conveyed a more crucial piece of information. Universe 10 is the most formidable universe. This power could likely only be rivaled by Jiren. Toba mused inwardly. Universe 10 boasts a being who, though not a god, can rival one. However, they need not fear. For even their Universe 11 possesses entities that are on par with, or even transcend the level of destroyers. Compared to Vegeta, Toba leaned more toward Jiren's supremacy. In their universe, even the destroyer Flavor likely could not match Jiren's might. Over in Universe 6, oh my, what an astonishing aura. Our actions have inadvertently summoned a super warrior. Oh, what troubles you, Lord Kampa? A call went unanswered, and the angel Bados glanced over, noticing the destroyer Kampa, who appeared dazed with fear. Upon witnessing Kampa's embarrassing demeanor, Bados' expression darkened as she teased, Lord Kampa, could it be that you are feeling a bit frightened? At her words, Kampa's mouth twitched, and he quickly regained his composure, retorting with a huff. How could I possibly be afraid? Such a level is merely child's play. I need only make a slight effort to reach his limits. It would be a lie to say he was unafraid. The sheer intensity of that aura would surely lead to his defeat, even should he exert himself fully. After all, he was one of the destroyers at the lower end of the scale. Angel Bados, discerning her destroyer's bravado, shrugged it off. Knowing full well that the upcoming power tournament did not require Kampa to compete. In Universe 1, it was hard to believe that Rumshire, a being seemingly only filled with muscle, could harbor such deep potential. The existence of such a master in their universe was baffling. How could a universe with such an entity still maintain an average level of mediocrity? The destroyer Ewan of Universe 1 sighed, a chill of apprehension washing over him as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Even in his universe, which held the highest standing among the 12, turning it upside down might not yield such a powerful existence. At most, he might find a few warriors at the same level as Ultra Instinct Goku. This mortal was truly extraordinary. After so many years ruling his universe, it was his first encounter with someone surpassing the destroyers. Yet, given that it was the universe governed by the eldest sister, it seemed only reasonable that such a powerful being would emerge. Angel Avamor's mind raced, grasping the reasons behind the emergence of such a formidable warrior. The beings of the universe, no matter how prodigious their gifts, could only reach a certain limit without proper guidance. Yet with the right direction, the possibilities became boundless. Especially since the overseer of Universe 10 was none other than the highest-ranking angel among them, Kiers. This powerful warrior was likely her creation. In Universe 9, as the defeated universe of the preliminary battles, their faces now bore expressions of desolation. Destroyer Sidra, Kairos, and Angel Mojito, alongside the dangerous trio of wolves, found themselves gasping for breath under the overwhelming presence of a single Ultra Blue Goku from Universe 7. How could they hope to win against Universe 10, which possessed an even more monstrous being, one that transcended even the destroyers? Once the official matches began, a mere thought from that being could lead to their annihilation. At this moment, their morale had crumbled, and they had begun to resign themselves to defeat. Victory seems unattainable. It is destined to be a lost contest. Why persist? Let the tournament of power commence swiftly and bring about destruction. This is the 4th universe. How infuriating. The pink elephant, Rumsey, has concealed his true strength so deeply that even I have been deceived. To discover such a formidable opponent in the 10th universe compels me to re-evaluate my strategy. The threat posed by the 10th universe far surpasses that of the others. The god of destruction, Katra, clenched his fists in anger. This strength, while not entirely surpassing my own, indicates that victory will not come easily. Lord Katra, rather than contemplating the upcoming tournament of power, it appears the present situation is of greater import, remarked the angel, Kornik, beside him. If this human were to defeat Son Goku, the conditions set forth by the Grand Priest would be fulfilled. Once Vegeta makes his move, it will undoubtedly be an overwhelming force, effortlessly defeating Super Saiyan Goku, alleviating their burdens. With the rules nullified, even if they were eliminated from the tournament, there would no longer be a psychological burden, allowing for a lighter spirit. Hearing Kornik's words, Katra immediately perked up. This cunning rat has turned his gaze towards the 10th universe. The 4 kings of all, positioned at the pinnacle, exchanged incredulous glances. While this aura might not be significant to them, the fact that beings from the lower realms could grow to such heights was truly astonishing. The individual from the 10th universe is remarkably powerful. Goku appears paralyzed by fear. It seems Goku is destined to lose. Indeed, the two kings of all began a dialogue, each contributing their thoughts. Observing their conversation from above, the Grand Priest's lips curled slightly as he looked down upon the 10th universe's platform. At that moment, he confirmed the identity of the individual on that platform. However, he remained indifferent to it. Instead, Vegeta's arrival sparked a promising idea. Perhaps, due to his involvement, the tournament of power would become more intriguing. With a playful spirit, he tentatively proposed, "Warrior of the 10th universe, should you defeat Son Goku, the previously established rule about the destruction of the losing universe will still apply." With the Grand Priest's statement, the already charged atmosphere ignited anew. Countless gods of destruction and supreme Kai turned their eager gazes towards the 10th universe's platform. Unlike the likes of Topo, this individual possesses the ability to suppress Super Saiyan Goku with but a thought. At this moment, nearly all the gods of destruction silently roared within. Yet, in such an environment, regardless of their emotional turmoil, they must suppress it. Ultimately, all the gods felt a simmering frustration. Having subdued Goku would equate to defeating him. However, the Grand Priest's question implied that mere overwhelming force was insufficient. Chapter 39. The Inevitability of Trend. Why Change? At this moment, upon the 10th universe's platform, feeling the intense gazes directed at her, the angel, Chris, wore an expression of surprise. The chain reaction initiated by this encounter exceeded her expectations in fervor. With satisfaction, she glanced at Vegeta and inquired, "With your first action, you have become the focus of all the gods. Bringing you along was indeed a wise decision. The supreme Kais and gods of destruction are thoroughly intimidated by you. How does it feel to command such attention?" The angel Chris, resembling a playful young girl, continued to question Vegeta. Her mood was exuberant. Vegeta's intervention aligned perfectly with her desires. "So, will you make your move now?" The god of destruction, Rumsey, asked earnestly. As the god of destruction of the 10th universe, he felt immense pressure. The expectant gazes of the other gods of destruction rested upon him, undoubtedly urging him to command Vegeta to teach Goku a lesson. This expectant scrutiny filled Rumsey with a sense of helplessness and frustration. He too wished to see Vegeta unleash his fury upon Super Saiyan Goku, but the authority to command was not his. He lacked the standing to issue orders to Vegeta. In this moment, Vegeta, listening to the words of both Chris and Rumsey, remained silent, maintaining his composure. He gazed down upon the battered arena, observing Super Saiyan Goku, who appeared utterly defeated and felt no inclination to engage. Moreover, his objective had already been achieved. He had intimidated and provoked Super Saiyan Goku with absolute power. To take action now would serve no purpose. Soon, Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the smiling Grand Priest above. The look in the Grand Priest's eyes seemed to convey, "You have accomplished your goal. What now? Will you truly alter the course of this momentum?" Grand Priest, Vegeta silently mused, sensing a hint of impending danger. This was a subtle trap laid for him. For him, the course of events had always been malleable. However, that was in the context of the GT timeline. In this timeline, there are angels, the Grand Priest, and the kings of all. It is different. I am not so easily manipulated. Humph. With these thoughts, Vegeta resolved to navigate through this situation. Since the trend is inevitable, why change it? Changing it bears no significance. Ultimately, the outcome remains the same. The effect you seek, I have already achieved. That is sufficient. As Vegeta spoke, he retracted his aura, refusing to act upon the wishes of the gods. In that moment, all the gods were taken aback, and even the angels displayed expressions of disbelief. A golden opportunity to abolish the rule of universe destruction lay before them. Yet Vegeta chose not to act. What could this mean? All the deities stared in astonishment at Vegeta on the 10th universe's platform. Beside them, the god of destruction, Rumsey, was left in a state of shock. His muscular mind struggled to comprehend why Vegeta would refrain from taking action. However, with no authority to command Vegeta, he could only stare in disbelief. Alas, I had hoped to witness another spectacle, yet this also fulfills our agreement. The angel Chris let out a slight sigh, devoid of reproach. She had anticipated this outcome and deemed the objectives accomplished. Vegeta's mere presence served to intimidate the other universes, and that was sufficient. Warrior of the 10th universe. What does this mean? You possess the ability to defeat Son Goku, yet refuse to act. Do you genuinely wish for Lord Zeno to annihilate the universe that loses? The god of destruction, Katra, could no longer contain his frustration and shouted towards the 10th universe. With such a golden opportunity at hand, this mortal's reluctance incited a surge of anger within him. He could not fathom Vegeta's reasons for refusal. especially as it pertained to the survival of other universes. Could he not act for the greater good? Katra painted Vegeta as an antagonist with just a few words. Ahem. Lord Katra, please mind your demeanor. The Grand Priest and the kings of all are watching, the Angel Cornic cautioned. Overcome with rage, Katra instinctively glanced up at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's icy gaze bore down upon him. An immediate wave of sweat broke out over Katra as he realized his indiscretion. He, in his excessive excitement, provoked the displeasure of the Grand Priest. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Angel Cornic, this destroyer might have met an untimely demise at the hands of the Omni King. Long before the tournament of power commenced, the other destroyers could not help but chuckle at Ketla's embarrassing demeanor. Truly, what a disgrace, Ketla, remarked the destroyer of Universe 12. Gene, unable to contain his scorn. He had grown weary of this yellow-skinned rodent for quite some time. This sinister and cunning individual, who presents one facade while concealing another, utterly lacks the dignity expected of a destroyer. Even the destroyer Sidra of Universe 9, who ranks among the lowest, possesses far superior character compared to Ketla. This wretched rodent is a disgrace to all destroyers. Silence, foul fishman. Once your universe falls in the tournament of power, we shall see how you continue to laugh. Ketla seethed, teeth clenched, as curses spilled from his lips. Humph, that will certainly disappoint you, foul rodent. The universe I govern, Universe 12, is not as wretched as yours. Our average index ranks within the top 4, Gene declared, to which the angel Metinu beside him quickly concurred. Indeed, Lord Gene, as you have stated, our Universe 12 boasts an average index ranking second, only narrowly trailing behind Universe 1, unlike certain universes languishing in the bottom ranks. We are exempt from participating in the tournament of power. Matinu's sardonic words further darkened Ketla's countenance, alternating between shades of green and purple. Gene and Matinu were intentionally mocking them. The Angel Cornic from Universe 4 could only manage a resigned smile. Despite his desire to retort, the opposing arguments were undeniably valid. Gene, perhaps it would be prudent to temper your words and maintain harmony, interjected the taciturn destroyer Ewan of Universe 1. Gene was somewhat surprised by Ewan's sudden interjection, as this usually reticent creature had chosen to speak. However, given that his universe ranks first in average index, he was indeed entitled to voice his opinion. Chapter 40, Vegeta, the Noisy Deity. With the involvement of the two prominent destroyers, Gene and Ewan, other high-ranking destroyers could no longer remain passive. Ewan speaks truth. Let us not mar our camaraderie, Gene, remarked the destroyer Ligil of Universe 8, his lips curling into a smirk as he seized the opportunity to ridicule Gene. The animosity among the destroyers was palpable, and whenever an opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to mock one another. What gives you the right to interject, foolish fox? Gene retorted in a low voice. Humph, I most certainly have the right to speak. My Universe 8 also ranks within the top 4. According to the rules, we need not participate in the tournament of power, the cunning fox, destroyer Ligil, replied with a sly grin, relishing Jin's anger. And what of it? Your Universe 8 is merely 4th, my Universe 5 ranks above yours. The audacious Ligil's arrogance provoked a response from the destroyer Arak of Universe 5, who could no longer contain himself. The average index of Ligil's Universe 8 was still lower than that of Arak's Universe 5. If anyone should be speaking, it should be he, not this upstart. Ligil's eyes flashed with displeasure at Arak's taunt. You are but a 5th universe. What gives you the audacity to boast? Just a marginally higher average index, and you prance about with pride. The destroyer Hellas of Universe 2 expressed her disdain, showcasing her contempt for her fellow destroyers. It was evident that the higher one's average index, the more superiority they felt over their peers. The destroyer Sidra of Universe 9 scoffed dismissively, utterly contemptuous of the 4 who were exempt from participating in the tournament of power. However, he found himself at a loss for a suitable retort. As the universe with the lowest average index, they had suffered a humiliating defeat against Universe 7. The dangerous trio representing Universe 9 were among the strongest warriors. Yet they had faltered in their preliminary battle against Universe 7, placing them in an even more precarious situation. Following Sidra's remarks, the destroyer Mosca of Universe 3 began to voice his thoughts. The mechanical ticking emanating from Mosca's mouth conveyed his dissatisfaction and anger. You self-righteous beings. Do you truly believe that a slightly higher average index grants you superiority? A high average index does not equate to the strongest warriors residing within that universe. The ongoing provocations compelled the clownish destroyer Wime to speak up, unable to tolerate the brazen displays of the higher-ranking destroyers. He was acutely aware that his Universe 11, with an average index just shy of the top 4, still held its own. He possessed formidable warriors, including one whose power surpassed his own. Rather than engaging in this futile argument, he would rather inquire of Rumshire why he had chosen to observe instead of unleashing the warrior capable of defeating Goku. The destroyer Kampa of Universe 6 interjected, redirecting the focus toward Universe 10. Silence, Kampa. Our universe's affairs are not for you to meddle in. If he chooses not to fight, I shall not compel him. And you, refrain from casting judgment upon me, lest I show you no mercy. I recall it was you and Beerus who instigated that fateful tournament, leading to our current predicament. You are the true instigator. In response to Kampa's accusations, the destroyer Rumshire did not yield, bellowing to assert his stance. However, this only ignited further dissatisfaction among the other destroyers. Aside from the 4 prominent ones, the remaining destroyers turned their ire toward Universe 10. The sight of the fierce and intimidating destroyers caused cold sweat to bead on Rumshi's forehead. The situation was spiraling out of control. It appeared that events were unfolding in an unforeseen manner. The discord among the destroyers had not been witnessed in billions of years. And this quarrel was far more intense than any prior disputes. The angel Kusu observed the escalating commotion below with an amused smile, seemingly relishing the spectacle. The 2 Omni Kings and the Grand Priest, perched at their exalted heights, also observed with keen interest, finding this form of entertainment quite agreeable for passing the time. On the platform of Universe 10, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened to the cacophony of discussions around him. Although he remained silent, the aura surrounding him fluctuated with his rising agitation. As a warrior hailing from another realm, he has become formidable enough to shatter the barriers of a world. Even if the combined might of the 12 gods of destruction were to confront him with their utmost strength, he would regard them with disdain. This is neither an exaggeration nor blind arrogance. It is grounded in undeniable reality. In his current state, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan of the 5th level, his combat prowess can instantaneously breach the confines of the 11th dimension and ascend into the 12th. Should he achieve the pinnacle of his power, he could even reach the 13th dimension. Such strength is sufficient to instill awe in all the gods present. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of Vegeta's unfathomable capabilities. You gods are truly insufferable, he intoned in a deep, resonant voice. In the next instant, a cataclysmic aura erupted from his being, stirring chaos in all directions. At that moment, the gods, upon sensing this formidable force, were struck with trepidation. The tumultuous energy unleashed was far more terrifying than before. The gods, who had been engaged in heated arguments, fell silent, and the world was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chapter 41. In wrath, the gods tremble. The 12 angels cast sidelong glances at Vegeta. The Grand Minister and the 2 Omni Kings took a keen interest, scrutinizing Vegeta's stance with palpable intrigue. At this moment, Vegeta exuded an aura of absolute terror and an oppressive force that was profoundly unsettling. His dark cloak and mask, originally intended to conceal his identity, now rendered him even more formidable, resembling a demonic deity. The only visible pair of eyes bore a chilling glint that seemed capable of blinding those who dared to gaze upon them. Vegeta, now simmering with barely contained anger, thought to himself that no being, not even an angel or the Grand Minister, could command him. After all, he was a transcendent being, having risen to this level through his own merit. While his strength might be inconsequential to the angels and the Grand Minister, he was the kind of individual who would maintain his pride even in death. The concept of submission did not exist within his lexicon. Have you sat upon your lofty thrones for too long, viewing mortals as mere tools to be wielded at your whim? What right do you have to question my actions? His voice, steeped in a profound, suppressed rage, reverberated across the expanse. Immediately, an even more terrifying gale surged forth, transforming into a tempest that ravaged the divine realm. The 12 gods of destruction were drenched in cold sweat, their scalps tingling from the sheer intensity of his presence. This aura shattered the dimensional barrier, propelling them into the 11th dimension. The magnitude of the energy intensified, leaving the assembled deities at a loss for words. It felt as if this extraordinary realm was on the brink of being obliterated by this overwhelming force. If the previous aura had been one that could contend with them and slightly gain the upper hand, this new manifestation was an absolute annihilation. Goku, still on the stage, was now utterly dumbfounded. His complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, his fear magnified to such a degree that he momentarily forgot he was on the battlefield. The god of destruction Ramsey, closest to Vegeta, felt the brunt of this overwhelming presence. It seemed that the god's reckless actions had incited the ire of the strongest warrior in our universe. The angel Kes smiled silently, showing no intention of intervening. The situation had escalated beyond control, and only the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings could quell it. However, at this moment, there was no need for their intervention. To the gods from other universes, if you wish for me to subdue Goku, I'm afraid I hold no interest in him. Do not presume that mortals are mere tools for your exploitation. Should you harbor any grievances, I am more than willing to engage. including now. Let me witness whether you, the gods who believe yourself superior, can defeat this mortal. Vegeta's commanding voice echoed throughout the space, imbued with an undeniable authority that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. The gods of destruction from other universes fell into silence upon hearing his words. To think that merely his released aura could reach such heights, compelling even them to tread carefully. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome was utterly unpredictable. Moreover, in this setting, they could not act recklessly, for the Grand Minister and the two Omni-Kings presided over them. The atmosphere descended into a profound stillness. Humph. It seems you gods of destruction are not as formidable as you fancy yourselves, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, retracting his overwhelming aura. The oppressive weight lifted, yet the silence remained unbroken. As the gods continued to scrutinize him with piercing gazes that seemed to strip him bare. I believe I now understand why you refrained from taking action earlier. You must have anticipated this moment. Few wish to engage in such thankless endeavors, the angel Kess remarked thoughtfully, recognizing Vegeta's reluctance to intervene. This man was far more enigmatic than she had initially perceived, had it not been for her own vanity. Seeking to showcase her universe's might in front of the other angels and gods of destruction, the situation might not have spiraled into this irretrievable mess. With matters having escalated to this point, the Grand Minister understood that he must step forward to restore order. Continuing in this stalemate was not a viable option. Gods from all universes, cease your hostilities. The warrior from the 10th universe speaks truthfully, even as gods. You do not possess the absolute authority to command others to act against their will. Your actions have overstepped boundaries. This farce ends here. With the Grand Minister's intervention, none dared to voice dissent. The farce drew to a definitive close. This supreme being maintained his impartial stance, showing no favoritism. His perspective transcended the trivial conflicts of gods and mortals alike. At this moment, all the gods of destruction retracted their hostile gazes, fully acknowledging the Grand Minister's decree without question or objection. However, while they outwardly appeared to acquiesce to his words, their thoughts remained inscrutable. Since you from the 10th universe are unwilling to engage, and Goku remains undefeated, the rules of the power tournament will proceed as originally established. With that, the Grand Minister turned to consult the Omni-Kings. Following their expression of intent, he formally announced the date and location of the power tournament. The tournament will commence on the 31st day of the 3,355,603rd year at the 157th hour. The duration of the contest will be 100 taka, and the venue shall be the Void Realm. As the Grand Minister's pronouncement resounded, the time and place for the power tournament were officially set. In 40 hours, 8 distinct universes shall each select 10 of their mightiest warriors as representatives to engage in a grand melee lasting 48 minutes. Listening to the Grand Minister's series of declarations, Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. Now, he had formally intertwined himself within the unfolding narrative. Due to his influence, the Ultra Saiyan Son Goku felt a certain stimulation. He had a premonition that this power tournament would not follow the trajectory of the original narrative. Because of him, the gods would undoubtedly seek out stronger warriors to represent their universes in this contest. It was even possible that characters beyond those featured in the original storyline could participate in this power tournament. If that were the case, it would certainly add an element of intrigue. Having been invincible in the Dragon Ball GT timeline for many years, his arrival in the Dragon Ball Super timeline warranted a thorough enjoyment of his newfound circumstances. If he were to suppress all warriors without transforming, it would indeed be rather dull. Chapter 42. The Gods Depart. The Grand Minister's Persuasion. All the gods of the universe, you may take your leave. Everything has been arranged and is ready, the Grand Minister commanded, dismissing all the deities. 40 hours may sound brief, yet it is ample time for the Kaioshins and Destroyers. 40 hours is sufficient to traverse the universe multiple times. With the assistance of the angels, locating suitable candidates for the tournament would be exceedingly simple. Moreover, within the unfathomable cosmos, powerful beings were not absent. Perhaps even those beings had already caught wind of the events unfolding here. The Grand Minister had issued his orders, and the destroyers and angels from other universes would not linger any longer. On the platform of Universe 4, the destroyer Katra sighed heavily, reflecting on the urgency of the situation. Before departing, he cast a thoughtful glance at the position of Universe 10. He needed to devise a plan to significantly weaken the combat strength of the other universes. Just as the notion of targeting Universe 10 crossed his mind, the Angel Conic unceremoniously interrupted him. Lord Katra, it is time for us to depart, urged Angel Conic. All right, I understand, Katra replied, shaking off his thoughts as they returned to Universe 4 through the abilities of the Kaioshin. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, the time for the power tournament had been established, and the Destroyer Kampa was troubled over the selection of participants. Among the known strong warriors in his universe, Only the assassin hit seemed worthy of consideration. The rest of the competitors were merely insignificant fighters, merely filling numbers. Sigh. I wonder if his family will be of any help, Compa lamented. Beside him, Angel Vados couldn't suppress a smirk at his musings. Lord Compa, your imagination is quite expansive. Instead of lamenting, we should hasten to gather our contestants. Time is fleeting. You know, she reminded him with a sidelong glance. Fine, fine, I understand, Compa replied wearily. The pair gathered around the Kaioshin Fuwa. KK. As Kaioshin Fuwa chanted the incantation, all three vanished from the peculiar space. On the platform of Universe 11, before departing, the Clown Destroyer merged. Cast a meaningful glance at the platform of Universe 10. His gaze was caught by the Destroyer Lamusi of Universe 10, observing the clown's apprehensive demeanor. Lamusi puffed out his chest, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. Don't be too arrogant, Lamusi. Your universe possesses formidable warriors, but so does mine. When the power tournament commences, your Universe 10 will undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated, Merged muttered in annoyance. The next moment, under the power of Kaioshin Kai, everyone was teleported away, returning to Universe 11. In Universe 7, the flustered Ultra Saiyan son Goku trembled as he returned to his home universe's platform. His expression suggested he had yet to recover from the recent shock. His body was drenched, not just from the heat of battle, but also from the cold sweat induced by fear. Observing Goku's disheveled state, Destroyer Beerus seethed with anger. You reckless fool, do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? When the power tournament begins, our Universe 7 will undoubtedly be besieged by all participating universes. And do you now comprehend just how terrifying that fellow from Universe 10 truly is? You thought a bit of power was enough to feel proud. In the presence of true strength, your power barely qualifies as a warm-up. Enraged, Destroyer Beerus seized Goku by the neck, berating him. He was acutely aware that even with all his might, he could not guarantee subduing that individual. Faced with the furious destroyer, Goku managed a bitter smile, feeling both aggrieved and helpless. Indeed, this time he had been overly impulsive and arrogant. Unfortunately, nothing could be undone now. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, I acted rashly, Goku said, his face filled with sorrow as he struggled to explain, but found no words. This tournament was indeed instigated by him. With Beerus gripping his neck, he was left with no room to resist. Ultra Saiyan Gohan, wishing to intervene, lacked the courage to do so. Majin Buu had abandoned his desire for snacks, merely staring blankly at the scene. The ordinary person Satan had now awakened, his face a mask of confusion, utterly unaware of the chaos around him. Observing Goku being relentlessly chastised by Beerus, Angel Whis sighed. Lord Beerus, please release Goku. Now is not the time for infighting. We must depart. For remaining here would surely displease the Grand Minister. At the mention of the Grand Minister, Beerus shuddered, casting a wary glance toward the high vantage point. The Grand Minister was currently observing him with a bemused expression. With a single glance, Beerus was compelled to release his grip. The Grand Minister is watching. Whis, why didn't you warn me sooner? That insufferable brat. Once we return, I will deal with you properly. Despite his myriad frustrations, Beerus was obliged to leave under the Grand Minister's imposing presence. KK. The Kaioshin Sin chanted, teleporting everyone from Universe 7 away. As Universe 7 departed, the other universes followed suit. In this peculiar space, only the Destroyer Lamusi of Universe 10, Angel Kusu, Kaioshin Gas, and Vegeta remained. Gazing at the now desolate platform, Destroyer Lamusi turned towards Kaioshin Gas. We too should depart to prepare our contestants for the power tournament, he stated. Yes, Lord Lamusi, Kaioshin Gas nodded. Please hold for a moment. Members of Universe 10, the Grand Minister's voice suddenly resonated. Grand Minister. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's proactive summons, Lamusi was drenched in sweat. Hastily bowing deeply, greetings, Grand Minister, Kaioshin Gas, observing closely, fell prostrate on the ground, his aged visage glistening with cold sweat, hardly daring to breathe. We have encountered the Grand Minister. Might I inquire as to why you have intentionally detained our Universe 10? Angel Kusu respectfully inquired with a slight bow. In response, the Grand Minister remained silent, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Gradually descending from the heights, he halted at a suitable distance, his gaze unabashedly fixated on the figure of the cloaked Vegeta before him. Ultimately, I cannot conceal my identity from my father. It appears my true self has been uncovered. Vegeta-san. However, during the previous gathering of the deities, you did not reveal the truth, father. What has changed now? The angel Kes pondered silently in her heart. Even as the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest, her understanding of her father's thoughts remained woefully insufficient. Beside her, the god of destruction, Rumsey, bent deeply at a 90-degree angle, his heart racing with trepidation. The Grand Priest's unabashed gaze was fixed intently on Vegeta, and he too discerned the underlying reason. Should blame be cast upon him, his position as a god of destruction would surely be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, Gas, who lay prostrate on the ground, buried his head lower still, trembling with anxiety and fear. Noticing that the Grand Priest's focus was on him, Vegeta expressionlessly raised his head, his eyes behind the mask meeting the Grand Priest's gaze. One was the Chief of Angels, while the other stood as the mightiest mortal across the multiverse. The tension in the atmosphere escalated to a breaking point as their eyes locked. Rumsey's heart raced, and Kessa's face reflected her anxiety. "My daughter, you have presented me with quite the surprise. Though merely a mortal, you have ascended to realms that even the divine cannot touch." Vegeta, hailing from another universe, has reached a power level that surpasses the limits of a single realm. How intriguing it is, in the multitude of parallel universes, that only a select few exceptions find themselves in such circumstances. The Grand Priest's expression was a peculiar blend of amusement and scrutiny as he appraised Vegeta, secretly reveling in the existence of such an anomaly. As he observed Vegeta, the latter too scrutinized him. Is this the unfathomable depth of the Grand Priest? The closer one gets, the more insurmountable your presence appears. This power has likely shattered the limits of numerical values, transcending into realms unimaginable. The more Vegeta gazed, the more he found the Grand Priest's existence utterly incomprehensible. The Grand Priest loomed before him like a shroud of mist, stretching infinitely. As the standoff persisted, Rumsey felt as though he might lose control of his faculties, while Kess, whose mind had remained placid for eons, began to waver. Just then, the Grand Priest spoke. "Visitor from another realm, I am aware of all that pertains to you. Your sudden interference would typically warrant destruction. However, since my daughter Kess has chosen to retain you and you possess an imprint deep within your soul, you may remain in this realm. Naturally, this is contingent upon your adherence to order." After the Grand Priest's decree, his gaze shifted to Kess. Upon noticing his focus, Kess maintained an outward composure. Though relief flooded her heart, she had retained Vegeta, fully confident that her father would not chastise her. Yet she would have harbored concerns had the situation not reached this juncture. With the Grand Priest's words, her worries dissipated. "Kess, the turmoil in Universe 10 due to the apprentice Supreme Kai Zamasu has caused significant disturbances across multiple realms. I trust such an incident will not recur." The Grand Priest's expression remained enigmatic. "Rest assured, Father, I shall keep a vigilant watch over him. Nothing akin to Zamasu's folly shall transpire again," Kess promptly assured. The Grand Priest, confident in his daughter's promise, nodded. "Very well, then. If there are no further matters at hand, you may depart." With a nod, he issued orders to the denizens of Universe 10. Upon hearing this, Rumsey and Gas dared not linger any longer. Sighing in relief, they hastily rose and utilized Gas's abilities to exit the peculiar realm, returning to Universe 10. As the gods withdrew, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next course of action. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to commence preparations for the arena of the upcoming tournament. Just as the Grand Priest was about to set forth to the Void Realm, both Xeno Kings summoned him simultaneously through their thoughts, causing his expression to shift. He should have anticipated this moment. Surely the two Xeno Kings were already aware of the identity of the outsider, Vegeta. In Universe 10, through Gas's abilities, the group returned to the Supreme Kai realm. Phew. It is fortunate that the Grand Priest did not cast blame. I nearly feared for my position as a god of destruction. Rumsey exhaled, realizing the gravity of the situation. The phrase "to accompany a king is to accompany a tiger" is not without merit. A moment's slip could lead to irrevocable consequences. Gas remained silent, his gaze toward Vegeta growing increasingly complex. He now understood the true identity of this being, not belonging to this realm, but rather an entity that Kess had retrieved from an unknown world. However, since it was the angel's decision, and the Grand Priest had acquiesced, it was no longer his concern. The next moment, Gas turned his attention to Rumsey. "Lord Rumsey, we must now depart to the lower realms to seek contestants for the power tournament. 40 hours is a pressing time frame." Upon hearing this, Rumsey's expression soured. He cast an annoyed glance at Gas, as if to say, "I have only just returned. Should we not linger a moment longer before seeking contestants? Moreover, isn't this the Kai's task? As a god of destruction, my dominion lies in destruction, while the Kai governs creation and knows where the powerful reside." Noticing the discontent in Rumsey's gaze, Gas took several steps back. "Lord Rumsey, Gas is absolutely correct. Time waits for no one, and the gods of other universes are already seeking contestants. We must hasten our efforts." Kess chimed in, prompting Rumsey's demeanor to soften slightly. "All right, if time is so pressing, then let us swiftly depart and locate the remaining 9 contestants." Rumsey clasped his hands behind his back, ready to set forth. Yet, just before they were to embark for the lower realms, Kess turned her attention to Vegeta and inquired, "Would you care to join us and witness the sights of Universe 10? It is likely to differ vastly from your previous world." Chapter 44. The Gods Stir. The seventh universe faces dilemma. Without hesitation, Vegeta declined Kessa's invitation. There is no need. You may handle the recruitment of the power tournament contestants. He had no interest in the customs and landscapes of Universe 10, nor did he find any powerful beings within this universe worthy of his attention. Therefore, rather than waste time wandering the lower realms, he preferred to focus on preparing for the impending tournament. Since you do not wish to accompany us, we shall not press the matter, Kess replied. The God of Destruction Realm and the Supreme Kai Realm are interconnected. Should you wish to visit the God of Destruction Realm, you need only traverse this divine domain. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, until we meet again. With a wave, Kess bid farewell to Vegeta. In the next moment, Kess and Rumsey vanished from the Supreme Kai Realm, thanks to Gas's abilities. Watching them depart, Vegeta shed his dark cloak and removed his mask. With a thought, he crossed over into the God of Destruction Realm. Upon returning to the God of Destruction Realm, Vegeta sought out a suitable spot and entered a state of meditation. 40 hours is neither long nor short. Upon entering meditation, the brief span of time merely amounted to the blink of an eye for Vegeta. Simultaneously, in other universes, efforts were fervently underway to seek out additional participants for the tournament. In Universe 11, within the realm of the Kais, after a brief respite, the angel Margarita employed her divine powers to mend Toppo's injuries. They formally commenced discussions regarding the Tournament of Power, deliberating on candidates and strategies. Rest assured, Lord Vermout, Lord Kai, and Angel, I have already identified potential candidates for the Tournament of Power, Toppo proclaimed with confidence. My proud team boasts numerous formidable elites from across the universe. So leave the selection to me. Toppo's proactive initiative earned the approval of those present, who were quite pleased with his efficiency. Very well, however, regarding Jiren's involvement. Once we secure his agreement to participate in the Tournament of Power, we must bring him to the domain of the Destroyers. The clown-like Destroyer Vermout instructed Toppo with a serious demeanor. Toppo understood Vermout's concerns, particularly in reference to the warrior from Universe 10. Only Jiren possesses the capability to stand against him. Toppo expressed no dissent, thumping his chest in assurance. I guarantee that the participants I select for the Tournament of Power will not disappoint you. Furthermore, I shall personally approach Jiren. Since you have a plan in mind, I shall accompany you. With my abilities, traversing between the mortal realm and the divine will be quite convenient. Lord Kai K suggested earnestly. With the assistance of the Supreme Kai, Toppo readily agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, within the Supreme Kai's realm, Supreme Kai Fua, Destroyer Kampa, and Angel Vados convened. They, too, had devised a strategy regarding their candidates for the Tournament of Power. Most likely, they would select from the fighters who previously participated in the martial arts tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7. It seemed that the only contenders of note within Universe 6 were they. Naturally, the assassin Hit was an indispensable participant. At this moment, Angel Vados had established communication with Hit through her staff, conveying the details of the Tournament of Power. Hit's response was merely a cold acknowledgement. Understood. All right, Lord Kampa. It seems Hit is on board. As per our prior agreement, we shall dispense his payment after the tournament concludes, Angel Vados reported after severing the connection with the assassin. Assassins, as always, were motivated not by lofty ideals, but by substantial rewards. While Hit's agreement was a positive development, Kampa's furrowed brow indicated his lingering concerns. There remained 9 positions yet to be filled, and those candidates proved to be elusive. Observing Kampa's troubled expression, Angel Vados jested, Lord Kampa, perhaps you should inquire with Hit if he has 9 brothers available. Hearing Vados's playful remark, Kampa responded nonchalantly, I would actually welcome the notion of 10 brothers, but alas, that idea is far too absurd. By the way, Vados, what is the current status of Frost? If he's still alive, please inform him to prepare. Although I have little fondness for him, it appears he is the only viable candidate for this Tournament of Power. The thought of Frost's sinister and strange methods sent a shiver down Kampa's spine, yet the fate of the universe necessitated his inclusion regardless of personal feelings. As for Frost's survival, it was fortunate he had not met his demise. However, following the exposure of his recent actions, he now lived a rather miserable existence. Conveniently, he was not far from Hit, so it would be best for Hit to seek him out. In Universe 7, upon returning to the Supreme Kai's realm, the atmosphere was laden with desolation. The severely shaken Super Saiyan Goku had yet to recover from the staggering defeat he had faced. He remained ensnared by the terrifying aura of the mysterious black-robed warrior from Universe 10. Once brimming with confidence in his own strength, he now questioned whether their universe could truly emerge victorious. Had he come to realize his own insignificance? You were so formidable on the stage just moments ago. Why the sudden despondency? Scolded Destroyer Beerus, observing Goku's disarray. The weight of Beerus's sarcastic remarks left Goku feeling utterly constricted, with no recourse available. Their Universe 7 seemed on the brink of collapse. The Supreme Kai Shin and the Elder Supreme Kai exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. Their pride, the mightiest warrior of their universe, Goku, was rendered insignificant before the warriors of Universe 10. Even with Vegeta, who possessed strength comparable to Goku's, what could that change? In the face of overwhelming power, all discussions were rendered futile. As events unfolded, no one could conceive a viable solution. Even Gohan, who had metamorphosed into the strategist among the Z fighters, found himself perplexed. The strength of the mysterious warrior from Universe 10 was beyond imagination, rendering all conceivable strategies ineffective. Meanwhile, Majin Buu and Satan, one a gluttonous figure and the other an ordinary man, had little to contribute. As the atmosphere thickened with despair, Angel Whis let out a soft sigh. Lord Beerus, perhaps we should consider this from a different perspective. While Goku's overconfidence led him to encounter a formidable opponent, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. His audacious actions have provoked the other universes, revealing more of their hidden strengths. Had that warrior from Universe 10 not intervened, we would have remained unaware of their depth. We still have time and opportunities. If we wait until the tournament of power commences, Universe 7 may truly find itself in dire straits. Noticing the somber mood, Angel Whis sought to alleviate Goku's distress. That warrior from Universe 10. You are aware of his prowess, Whis. What do you propose we do? Beerus spoke earnestly, his eyes shadowed by gloom. It was evident how deeply troubled he was. A lost match would lead to everything being lost. If their universe were destroyed, he, as a destroyer, would cease to exist as well. Goku's reckless ambition had led them into a precarious position. The entity from Universe 10 possessed such overwhelming strength that even Beerus hesitated to guarantee a victory over him. Even assembling 10 warriors of Goku's caliber from Universe 7 would not ensure victory against his formidable foe. Instead of lamenting their predicament, Whis prompted, Lord Beerus, have you perhaps noticed something peculiar? The mysterious warrior from Universe 10, does he not bear a striking resemblance to someone from our universe? His sudden shift in topic caught Beerus off guard, and not only him, but the others present also paused in contemplation. Previously, during the skirmish at the platform, the overwhelming stimuli caused them to overlook numerous details. Now, upon careful recollection, that formidable aura, nearly transcendent in nature, strikes them as vaguely familiar. Moreover, this is not their first encounter with it. The essence of that individual's presence indeed resonates with a sense of familiarity, and it is not the first time they have felt it. Could it be the god of destruction? Beerus furrowed his brow, his thoughts deepening. Considering the events triggered by Universe 10, he had already begun to form a vague hypothesis. At this moment, Son Gohan seemed to have arrived at a realization as well. Whis, Lord Beerus, allow me to speak. That aura, I can still vividly recall it, and if I am not mistaken, it bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Vegeta's energy. Gohan's proclamation ignited a fervor among the assembly. Vegeta. Yes, it's definitely Vegeta. The unique sensation emanating from that aura was indistinguishable from that of Vegeta, who frequently lingered by their side. It truly seemed like Vegeta. Although that energy was potent, its essence remained unchanged. Could it be that someone from Universe 10 has somehow seized Vegeta's body? At this juncture, Son Goku experienced a sudden epiphany. Recalling the events he had encountered in the future world, this hypothesis held a strong possibility of being true. That mysterious figure cloaked in black might very well be someone from Universe 10 or a version of Zamasu from another parallel world who had usurped Vegeta's body and remained in Universe 10. However, this was merely speculation. Their universe's Vegeta was currently safe and sound. Furthermore, the Zamasu of this realm had been eradicated by Lord Beerus, alleviating concerns about his interference. As for whether another individual had taken possession of Vegeta's body, that remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the likelihood seemed minimal, at least in my estimation. The deities of Universe 10 would disdain such actions, and the angels of their universe, to my understanding, would not engage in such conduct. Angel Whis meticulously analyzed the situation for everyone. He was quite familiar with his elder sister, Angel Kusu, and understood her character well. While other universe angels might engage in such deeds, Angel Kusu certainly would not. The identity of that individual has become irrelevant. What I am solely concerned with now is whether you have devised any countermeasures. In the face of such a monster, can you and Vegeta triumph together? The god of destruction, Beerus, redirected his focus onto Son Goku. Rather than squander time and energy speculating about the true identity of their adversary, it would be far more prudent to concentrate their efforts on the imminent tournament of power. Achieving victory is of paramount importance. Father, you must have a plan, right? Son Gohan implored eagerly. With all eyes now fixed upon him, Son Goku decided to reveal his strategy without further concealment. Though that mysterious individual's power is formidable, Even I find it challenging to match with my Super Saiyan Blue transformation at 20 times the Kaioken. However, it is precisely due to this provocation that I have discovered a path to break through. If I train in the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta, there may still be a chance. As Goku elucidated his plan, everyone soon grasped the concept. The hyperbolic time chamber, in essence, is a dimension where the flow of time is drastically different from the outside world. So, Goku, your intention is to enter the chamber with Vegeta and train there for over a year, gaining momentum to shatter the shell of latent potential and ascend to a higher realm? Angel Whis expressed some skepticism regarding this proposal. A year-long training period is commendable, yet at such a level of power, every increment of progress proves invaluable. The adage time spent training is ageless. A blink can span centuries is not merely a saying. Strength is built incrementally, not achieved in a single leap. Your confidence in a year's training is remarkable, but at this juncture, besides placing faith in you, there are no other options. Given the circumstances, the god of destruction, Beerus, reluctantly decided to trust Son Goku. Although aspiring to ascend to the level of a god of destruction, or even surpass one, within a year seems rather fanciful. Goku has delivered countless miracles in the past. Perhaps this time, he could succeed as well. Chapter 46. Preparations before the battle. Son and Gohan's dialogue. At that moment, the long-silent old Kaioshin stepped forward. His sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. Beerus cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "Old man, what do you want?" Regarding Goku training in the hyperbolic time chamber. "Perhaps I can be of assistance. Do not forget my ability. I can guide an individual to unleash their inner potential. Given sufficient time, I could even help you transcend your own limits." Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, the old Kaioshin wasted no time and proceeded directly to the point. Upon this revelation, the reactions among the gathered were varied. Beerus recalled that while this old fellow may not excel in combat, his abilities are undeniably peculiar. Indeed, the old Kaioshin's unique power can rapidly maximize Goku and Uncle Vegeta's strength. Son Gohan reminisced about his own experience with the old Kaioshin's potential unlocking. Though it seemed improbable at first glance, when the potential was fully unlocked, he himself was astounded by the sheer magnitude of that terrifying power. He had ascended from the lowest ranks to become the strongest warrior of that era. Then, we'll entrust this to you, old Kaioshin. Whether Goku and Vegeta can become stronger rests in your hands. Angel Whis cast a sidelong glance at the old Kaioshin. Although he held little hope for the potential unlocking ability, it could still provide some enhancement to Super Saiyan Goku and Super Vegeta's combat prowess. These two are the key to Universe 7's victory. Thus, their strength should only increase. Listening to the praise from the others, the corners of the old Kaioshin's mouth nearly reached the heavens. This feeling of showing off is truly exhilarating. Alright, since you've already formulated a plan, stop dawdling and wasting time here. Time is indeed of the essence. Those two need to begin their training, and we must also find the competitors. Let us get to Earth swiftly and gather the remaining contestants immediately. Do you understand? The god of destruction, Beerus, bellowed, unable to contain his impatience. At this moment, Beerus was not one to be trifled with. No one would be foolish enough to test his limits. Finally, under Beerus's command, the Kaioshin Shin escorted everyone to Earth. Upon their return, Son Goku assigned the task of locating the other contestants to Son Gohan. Burdened with this significant responsibility, Gohan understood well how crucial his upcoming task was. After all, it pertained to the very survival of their universe, and the search for competitors had to rest upon his shoulders. Ultimately, they returned to West City. Son Goku approached the Super Vegeta of this timeline first, explaining the circumstances and the rules governing the Tournament of Power. A series of explanations instantly ignited Super Vegeta's fury. In a fit of rage, he seized Son Goku by the collar, his gaze burning with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring Goku whole. Given his understanding of Son Goku, he was sure that this folly was the result of Goku's actions, leading to the tournament's initiation and its brutal regulations. Kakarot, I suspected it was your doing. Do you truly possess unwavering confidence in victory? What shall we do if we face defeat? Everyone will vanish due to your reckless folly. Super Vegeta unleashed a torrent of furious accusations towards Son Goku. The timing of the competition could not have been worse. As his daughter was on the verge of being born, I acknowledge my mistakes, but we find ourselves in this predicament now, do we not? Vegeta continued. This is our final opportunity. We have not yet been annihilated by Lord Zeno. Within the remaining 40 hours, we must enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train and maximize our energy levels. If we can triumph in the tournament and obtain the Super Dragon Balls, all may yet be salvaged. At this juncture, Son Goku could only use this rationale to temper Super Vegeta's wrath. However, could his thoughts truly be concealed from Super Vegeta? Those who know you best are often not your friends, but your rivals. Moreover, Super Vegeta was not only Son Goku's fated adversary, but also his ally. Super Vegeta was acutely aware of what kind of underwear Son Goku wore. Humph. At this point, we have no choice but to proceed. However, Kakarot, you had better divulge every detail of your experiences. You know my temperament. Your little secrets cannot escape my notice. Super Vegeta demanded with fierce intensity. All right. I had intended to discuss this later, but there is no harm in revealing it now. During the preliminary skirmish at Xeno's palace, I encountered a formidable fighter from Universe 10. Even in my Super Saiyan Blue form, utilizing the 20 times Kaioken, I found myself devoid of the courage to retaliate against him. Before he could finish, Super Vegeta was taken aback by Son Goku's revelation. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the Son Goku before him, if employing the 20 times Kaioken, would undoubtedly surpass his own strength. Yet, even such power left him intimidated, lacking the audacity to fight back. What sort of monster had emerged? Furthermore, that individual's aura was strikingly similar to yours, Vegeta, and given the earlier events with Zamasu, I suspect that Super Saiyan Goku was about to divulge more. With the discussion having reached this point, even a fool could grasp the implications. TCH, are all beings from other universes this vile? Enough is enough. Super Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of satisfaction knowing that this adversary had targeted his physique. Wasn't this a veiled indication of his superiority over Son Goku? Acknowledging the gravity of their situation, Super Vegeta understood that they had no alternative but to fight with their backs against the wall. He crossed his arms, wearing a serious expression as he inquired of Son Goku. Kakarot, speak. What are your plans moving forward? Let us first enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. And the old Kai will accompany us as well. With a year and a half's training, combined with the old Kai's potential unlocking techniques, we can significantly enhance our capabilities. Upon hearing Son Goku's strategy, Vegeta remained unconvinced and added, have you made arrangements regarding the participants for the tournament? You need not worry about that. All we require is to train. Lord Beerus, Whis, and Gohan will handle the arrangements, Son Goku reassured him. Chapter 47. Kusu, do you not intend to conceal your identity? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 38 hours had elapsed. With less than 2 hours remaining until the commencement of the Tournament of Power, Vegeta, clad in black and meditating within the God of Destruction's realm. Since that time was drawing near and awakened from his meditation. Upon opening his eyes, the whimsical angel Kusu appeared before him. Ah, you're finally awake. I thought it would take a while longer for you to emerge from your trance. So, Vegeta-san, are you prepared? Kusu inquired politely, a light laugh escaping her lips. Let us depart. Vegeta responded with a slight nod, betraying no overt emotion. His only genuine interest in participating in the Tournament of Power lay with Jiren from Universe 11 and the presumably stronger Son Goku from Universe 7. Even with formidable trump cards from other universes, they paled in comparison to these two. This attitude stemmed from the fact that the contestants from Universe 10 were rather lackluster in the original narrative. The remaining 9 contestants served merely as filler, and he had even resolved to single-handedly overpower the other 7 universes during the tournament. Then let us be off. Kusu, embodying a charming demeanor, lightly tapped her staff against the void, unleashing mysterious angelic energy. With a burst of radiant light, the two were enveloped. The next moment, as the brilliance faded, they found themselves having traversed from the God of Destruction's realm to the Supreme Kai's realm. Lord Armshi, we have arrived, Kusu announced. Vegeta's gaze swept past the God of Destruction Armshi and the Supreme Kai Gaosu, landing on the 9 contestants they had gathered. Mori, Lilibei, Jirisan, Napapa, Wabyuni, Makiop, Gilker, Rubarte, and Ju. Apart from Lilibei, who was female, the rest were all muscle-bound brutes. This was in line with Armshi's characteristic style of selecting such seemingly formidable, yet ultimately flimsy participants. Most of them were at the level of billions, with only a few reaching millions. In the grand tapestry of the universe, they might be dominant, but in the context of the Tournament of Power, they were undoubtedly mere cannon fodder. Furthermore, they were all characters from the original work, without exception. The only one absent seemed to be the Murism, the Muay Thai fighter, who had been replaced by Vegeta. Although he had not paid much attention to the original story in his previous life, Vegeta distinctly remembered the name of the character who had been replaced. You have finally awakened. With your arrival, our Universe 10 contestants are now complete, Armshi said, a grin stretching across his face upon seeing Vegeta. Are you the contestant that Lord Armshi has been eagerly awaiting? You look magnificent. I am Lilibei. May I ask your name and what species you belong to? Upon meeting Vegeta, Lilibei immediately began to swoon. This was consistent with her butterfly girl persona. The Vegeta before her was precisely her type. Ignoring Lilibei's inquiries, Vegeta coldly shifted his gaze to Armshi, stating, when do we depart? Being completely disregarded. Lilibei wore an expression of embarrassment, soon replaced by indignation. As a woman, being overlooked, especially when she considered herself attractive, would naturally evoke displeasure, even if Vegeta were her ideal. However, she could only swallow her frustration, given the presence of the god of destruction, Supreme Kai, and the angel. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Armshi turned his gaze to Angel Kusu. Kusu gave a slight nod, indicating that the moment had arrived, although there is still ample time. If we cannot wait any longer, we may depart now, Armshi replied. Before we go, Vegeta-san, do you wish to maintain an air of mystery? After all, your identity is rather unique, Kusu interjected, prompting Armshi to realize the implications. Indeed, if the Vegeta from Universe 7 were also participating in the Tournament of Power, their meeting would be quite peculiar. Upon hearing such remarks, the other contestants were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the situation. Even Guas hesitated, for he understood that their universe had skirted the edges by locating this Vegeta. How tedious. I know that I, too, shall participate in this Universe 7 from this timeline. Yet, since I am joining, is there truly a need for concealment? Vegeta's retort sent beads of cold sweat trickling down the brows of Ramses and Guas. Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. With everyone's participation sanctioned by the Grand Priest, what was left to hide? It was merely a meeting of two counterparts from different timelines. Was it not so? Perhaps I am the one being overly cautious. Thus, let us proceed. Kes narrowed her eyes, contemplating an initial strategy of having Vegeta remain hidden, only to unleash his full might later and astonish all the universes. However, with Vegeta opting for a direct participation, such complexity was rendered unnecessary. This unexpected turn altered the way other contestants regarded Vegeta, including Lilybell, who now found herself increasingly intrigued. As Angel Kes waved her celestial staff, a mysterious force emerged, establishing a connection with the Grand Priest residing in the void. Great Grand Priest. The 10 warriors from Universe 10 are prepared. As Kes concluded her statement, a surge of enigmatic light enveloped all present. Under the embrace of this peculiar illumination, Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly, as he felt an unprecedented sensation. Immediately, he expanded his perceptive abilities, committing this feeling to memory and exploring it further. In the next moment, everyone present vanished from the realm of the Kaishin. In the void, at the chaotic center, a grand and magnificent structure floated, an architectural feat only a deity could accomplish. This was the arena for the power tournament, designed to withstand the chaotic dance of 80 warriors. Presently, the arena lay barren, with 3 gods of destruction tasked by the Grand Priest to repair it. These beleaguered deities, under the Grand Priest's orders, were testing the arena's sturdiness. They had hoped to impress the Omni King, but their efforts were anything but gentle, leading to the inevitable destruction of the arena. Realizing the need for reinforcements, the Grand Priest entrusted the repair of the arena to the 3 gods of destruction. They had to restore it to its former glory before the official commencement of the tournament. Chapter 48, The Void. As the 3 gods of destruction toiled to mend the arena, a beam of white light descended into the void. The contestants from Universe 10 emerged, the first to arrive at the arena. Upon entering this unknown world, all 10 participants, including Vegeta, were struck by awe. After all, regardless of who they were, even Vegeta, this was their first glimpse of a world in chaos. The astonishment was inevitable. Unsurprisingly, we are the first to arrive here, one remarked. TCH. Those fellows from the other universes are quite slow, Angel Kes and God of Destruction Ramses bantered, one calm and composed, the other striking a proud pose with hands on hips. However, their attention soon turned to the 3 gods of destruction repairing the arena, prompting Ramses to chuckle uncontrollably. Hey, Ramses, what are you laughing about? Inquired the God of Destruction from Universe 5, Iraq. We're engaged in the honorable task bestowed upon us by the Grand Priest. Chimed in the God of Destruction from Universe 8, Ligil. Instead of mocking us here, you should prepare for the upcoming matches. Avoid becoming the first universe to be eliminated. Added Ewan, the God of Destruction from Universe 1. As for whether Universe 10 will prevail, you need not concern yourselves with that. Just continue repairing the arena, rest assured. The warriors I have chosen will not disappoint me. The championship of this power tournament shall undoubtedly belong to Universe 10, Ramses declared confidently, even proclaiming that securing victory would be effortless. The 3 gods of destruction felt a surge of irritation at his words, secretly deriding Ramses. They understood well the source of his confidence, his possession of a warrior whose prowess rivaled, if not surpassed, their own. Without further ado, they hastened their work. With one universe having already arrived, even if the time had yet to come, the others would soon follow. They had to complete the repairs on the arena's positions within this time frame. At this moment, Vegeta wandered about. Upon arriving here, he employed his vast perceptive abilities to encompass the entirety of the void. As he meticulously sensed his surroundings, he was taken aback. for he discovered that the sturdiness of the void surpassed even that of the world barriers he had known in Dragon Ball GT. It was no wonder the Grand Priest had chosen this realm as the venue for the power tournament. Even a peak-level god of destruction would find it challenging to shatter this void. This. Suddenly, Lily Bell, one of the contestants, was startled by the view from the edge of the void, exclaiming in astonishment. All eyes turned toward her, and as they approached the arena's edge, the scene that met their gaze instilled a profound sense of fear. Before them lay an endless abyss of darkness, stretching infinitely. This sight, without exception, sent shivers down the spines of all contestants, leaving them with a sense of impending doom. Should one fall, death was certain. Dear contestants, allow me to elucidate the rules of this power tournament, Kess announced to her universe's participants. The elimination rule states that any who fall outside the arena shall forfeit their right to continue competing. Within this arena, there exists a special restriction set by the Grand Priest that mimics the gravity of your home planets and nullifies flight abilities. Skills such as your flight techniques will be rendered ineffective during the tournament. I hope you do not take offense. These are the rules of the competition, and all must abide by them. Following her proclamation, some contestants began to stir with anticipation. Although the fighters from Universe 10 were not particularly formidable, they all possessed flight skills. As they prepared to utilize their flight techniques, they soon realized that their abilities had been disabled. Without the capacity to fly, they had effectively lost a means of survival. Everyone, I think I can fly, Lily Bell exclaimed in surprise, discovering that she could soar through the skies of the void simply by flapping her wings. I think I can fly too, said Jayam, flapping his wings and gliding through the air. Being a birdman, this was natural for him. Angel, why can they fly? Questioned Mulichimu, perplexed. Kess cast a knowing glance at Lily Bell and Jayam, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she explained. Do you see the wings on their backs? That is an innate ability of theirs, exempt from the rules, which is precisely why they were chosen as participants. Does this not mean that our chances of victory in Universe 10 have significantly increased? They can soar through the skies and avoid combat, allowing them to last until the final moments. The other contestants from Universe 10 displayed expressions of excitement. Yet, this notion was clearly overly optimistic. For even if they could fly, other universes could select similar participants. If merely relying on such a means allows one to reach the end, then the other universes would be utterly inept. Unlike the others, Vegeta understood well that even with the ability to fly, what difference did it make? Insufficient strength renders one worthless. This sentiment elicited puzzled glances from the competitors present. Vegeta, what does this mean? Even before the contest has commenced, he is already attempting to undermine the prestige of Universe 10. The more one attracts attention, the more likely they are to be eliminated first. While your innate ability to fly certainly affords you an advantage, in the chaos of such a battle, every moment is unpredictable. The very advantage of your flight capability may render you the primary targets for elimination by the others. Vegeta articulated this point with precision, though harsh. It was indeed the truth. The ability to soar across the arena in the void was a significant asset for them. However, it was precisely this advantage that would make them the first to be eliminated. Such was the nature of the original narrative. Before the other participants could voice their rebuttals, a beam of white light descended upon the void. With a resounding boom, the attention of all from Universe 10 was captivated. Through his senses, Vegeta detected several familiar auras, confirming that the warriors from Universe 9 had arrived. As the white light dissipated, the god of destruction Sidra, the supreme Kai Roar, the angel Mojito, and their 10 competitors emerged. Chapter 49, Universe 6. Is that Vegeta? The first to come into view was undoubtedly the prominent figures of Universe 9, the dangerous trio, Black Wolf Bergamo, Yellow Wolf Lavinda, and Red Wolf Basil. The remaining 7 competitors were Oregano, Rosaru, Sisip, Chapper, Salilu, Hoop, and Confrey. Through his keen perception, Vegeta discerned that these participants were largely insignificant. Except for the aforementioned trio, whose powers had escalated to the unit of Xeno, the other competitors languished at a meager level, barely reaching the unit of Mega, and some even fell short of that. No wonder, in the original narrative, Universe 9 was obliterated in less than 5 minutes from the onset of the contest. With such a lineup and such pathetic combat prowess, their annihilation was inevitable. It appeared that the gods of destruction from the other universes were also arriving in succession. Soon, all universes would gather for this grand event. Vegeta, I wonder what thoughts will cross your mind when you encounter the contestants from Universe 7. The angel Kess glanced at Vegeta, her smile unwavering. As if relishing the unfolding spectacle, she had a rough idea of the lineup from Universe 7 and had gleaned much about Vegeta. In this alternate realm, comrades and kin had become adversaries. How would Vegeta navigate this predicament? One could only hope that Kakarot from this world, along with my counterpart, would experience a surge in power after enduring my intimidation, lest they disappoint me. Vegeta murmured under his breath, a subtle response to his own contemplation. Just as his words faded, yet another universe's competitors arrived at the venue. In another corner of the arena, the Supreme Kai Kuru, the god of destruction Quitella, and the Angel Kornik from Universe 4 made their entrance. Accompanying them were the contestants prepared by Universe 10. While it may appear that there were only 9 individuals, in truth, 10 had gathered, albeit one was so diminutive that one might easily overlook them without careful observation. The 10 competitors from Universe 4 were Ganache, Damon, Gave, Dakuri, Shosa, Mona, the Madman Nink, Majira, Gamasuras, and Xiangxia. Vegeta deliberately amplified his perception to assess the combat capabilities of Universe 4's contestants. Through his aura sensitivity, he formed an impression of their strength. He paid them little heed. Even at their peak, these individuals were merely on par with those from Universe 9. At best, some opportunistic contenders might leverage their advantages to catch their opponents off guard. Moments ticked by. Soon, contestants from other universes began to arrive in succession. Following Universe 4, the deities and 10 competitors from Universe 6 made their appearance, unchanged from the original tale. Led by the legendary assassin Hit, they included Frost, Batamo, Bergamo, Sayanal, Pibara, Dr. Rhoda, Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. All contestants from Universe 6 had assembled. Regardless of their origin, that face still elicited a sense of disdain from Vegeta, who muttered quietly, his eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. Frost from Universe 6, devious and nefarious, was also a member of the Frost demon lineage. Crucially, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, stirring a flicker of displeasure within Vegeta. In his timeline, GT Frieza had been brutally suppressed by him in his Super Saiyan form, tortured to the brink of despair. Even after decades, when he returned to the mortal realm due to chaos from Hell, Vegeta had dealt with him once more. Frost had already become one of Vegeta's predetermined targets. As Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Frost, the latter noticed the scrutiny. Upon turning his gaze and recognizing Vegeta's familiar visage, Frost was instantly paralyzed in fear. This face was one he would never forget. It was this very man who had utterly tarnished his reputation in the martial tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. With a single blow, he had been decisively defeated. How could he be here? Isn't that guy from Universe 7? How did he end up in another universe? Frost's expression shifted to one of anxiety upon seeing Vegeta. After all, the memory of being beaten by this universe's Super Vegeta haunted him still. That moment had seemingly morphed into a nightmare, awakening him whenever he finally drifted into slumber. As Frost acknowledged Vegeta, the other contestants from Universe 6 also took notice. The god of destruction Kampa, the angel Vados, and the assassin Hit were all struck with disbelief. How did a Vegeta suddenly appear from Universe 10? Is that the Saiyan from Universe 7? Does Universe 10 also harbor Saiyans? And moreover, the assassin Hit pondered. Hey, Vados, what is going on here? Isn't that guy Vegeta from Universe 7? How did he end up in Universe 10? The god of destruction Kampa blurted out, bewildered, turning to the angel Vados for clarification. At that moment, Vados was equally astonished. She finally grasped the situation. So, the man who intervened during the preliminary battle was indeed Vegeta, but this Vegeta does not belong to this world. Sister, you truly have grand ambitions. To secure victory in this tournament of strength, you have even brought in individuals from parallel universes. If I am correct, Father must have already sensed this. But since he has given his tacit approval, as his sister, I cannot refute it. Vados mused internally, falling into contemplation. If my conjecture is accurate, the individual who resembles the Saiyan Vegeta from Universe 7 must be the mysterious figure who intervened during the preliminary battle, Vados explained to Kampa. Kampa gasped in shock. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. Kampa was unsure of the specifics, but he had a rough understanding of Vados's words. A colossal conspiracy was undoubtedly afoot. The individual who bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta from the 7th universe is likely none other than Vegeta himself. Despite Kampa's seemingly foolish demeanor after so many years of serving as a god of destruction, he possesses a keen intellect that emerges at critical moments. In Chapter 50, the angels indeed transcend the boundaries of the universe. As Kampa and Beerus ponder this reality, the Saiyan from Universe 6, Kaba, mistakenly identifies Vegeta upon his arrival. Rushing into the 10th universe's territory and greeting Vegeta. Master Vegeta, it's been a while, but aren't you a Saiyan from the 7th universe? What brings you to the 10th universe? Have you perhaps allied yourself with them? It is evident that Kaba has erroneously taken Vegeta for the counterpart from his own universe. Nevertheless, Kaba maintains a respectful demeanor towards Vegeta, even if he suspects Vegeta may have defected to the 10th universe. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the Vegeta you speak of. As a fellow Saiyan, allow me to advise you. In situations where allegiances are unclear, extending goodwill to those from opposing factions will only lead to your own downfall. It is far wiser to focus on your own capabilities than to place your hopes in others. Vegeta's indifferent words serve as a lesson to Cabba. To be frank, the original portrayal of Cabba is quite lackluster. As a Saiyan from Universe 6, he foolishly places his hopes on the Vegeta from Universe 7, uttering flattering words while committing the despicable act of betrayal. Then who exactly are you? Upon hearing such words, Cabba's confusion is palpable, and disbelief flickers in his eyes. Clearly, he has only registered the first part of Vegeta's admonition, neglecting the sage advice that followed. Hey, Cabba, what are you doing? Hurry back. The god of destruction Kampa, realizing Cabba has strayed from the group, urgently calls out. Upon hearing Kampa's summons, Cabba, not daring to delay, quickly apologizes to Vegeta for the mix-up and returns to his universe's ranks. Vegeta, on the other hand, finds himself utterly speechless. The need for an apology over a mere case of mistaken identity reveals Cabba's inherent weakness. Ultimately, one wonders what the original character from this timeline is thinking. With Cabba's little escapade concluded, contestants from the other universes begin to arrive in the Null Realm, accompanied by two beams of white light. The Kaioshin and Gods of Destruction from Universes 2 and 3, along with their angels and 10 participants, make their grand entrance onto the stage. The second universe, led by the God of Destruction Helles and Angel Saw, champions the ideals of love and justice, presenting contestants who embody this philosophy. The 10 participants are Ribrian, Kakunsa, Rosie, Zarbuto, Labe, Baikel, Zeroyan, Purin, Hamera. Most of these contestants are women, with the beautiful warrior Ribrian as their representative. Before transformation, their appearances are indeed pleasing to the eye, aligning with the image of love and justice they profess. However, upon transformation, their grotesque forms are utterly repugnant, evoking a sense of revulsion. In the original work, Vegeta from Universe 7 was notably disturbed by Ribrian's appearance. Conversely, the contestants from Universe 3 predominantly consist of robots and cyborgs. After all, the God of Destruction from Universe 3, Mosco, is known to have long concealed himself within a mech, although primarily composed of robots and cyborgs. The warriors from Universe 3 possess formidable fighting capabilities. The 10 contestants are Zapri, Nari, Magikeo, Katabesler, Borita, Ketsukai, Dr. Paparoni, Baera, Ponchia, and Nikirishi. The weakest among them boasts a power level in the millions, while the strongest reaches the level of the quadrillions. Among these 10, many robots have combat power ratings in the trillions. In terms of average power levels, they rank among the highest across the attending universes. Moreover, Vegeta is acutely aware that they possess hidden trump cards. These robots can combine their abilities. Ketsukai, Ponchia, and Borita, when fused, become a super machine warrior named Ketsuki-Raid. Further merging with Dr. Paparoni summons an enigmatic and immensely powerful ultimate warrior known as Aniraza. Although the original manga briefly glosses over Aniraza's introduction, having been swiftly defeated by the legendary Super Saiyan Kale from Universe 6, the anime depicts Aniraza's dominance and combat prowess as unparalleled. His raw power necessitates the combined efforts of all from Universe 7 to overcome him, and even the strongest warrior from Universe 11, Jiren, displays a moment of solemnity in his presence. Naturally, the extent of Aniraza's strength remains to be evaluated by Vegeta. This anticipation, alongside his interest in Jiren and Son Goku, marks Vegeta's keenest expectation for this power tournament, fully aware of the unfolding narrative. As more universes arrive, 6 have now gathered for the Tournament of Power, leaving only the 11th universe, governed by the clown-like God of Destruction, Vermaud, and the 7th universe, under the reign of the mightiest God of Destruction, Beerus. Boom! Time continues to pass, and another wave of blinding white light descends upon the Null Realm. Following this, an invisible pressure swiftly radiates outward, an overwhelming aura enveloping the arena, capturing everyone's attention, including Vegeta's. As the light dissipates, the 11th universe has arrived in full force. Oh my, the 11th universe has arrived first. I expected it to be the 7th universe, and judging by their demeanor, they seem well prepared. Upon their arrival, Angel Kusu immediately senses something unusual. Among the 10 contestants, one in particular exudes an extraordinary presence. Merely by appearance, she conveys an intimidating aura, her unspoken pressure rivaling that of a god of destruction. She reflects on this, completely oblivious to the implications of her words. Not only does she utter something thought-provoking, but she also hints at a shift in circumstances. This revelation causes Vegeta to furrow his brow slightly. What does this mean? It should be the 7th universe that arrives first, without a doubt. Vegeta is well aware of the narrative, yet Kusu seems to be aware of a deviation. Indeed, angels transcend the confines of the universe. Thus they comprehend the original course of events. Vegeta muses internally, now with a concrete affirmation rather than mere speculation. Redirecting his attention, Vegeta gazes toward the 11th universe. Chapter 51. All 8 universes have arrived. Vegeta scans the arena, his gaze fixating on the 11th universe. Without question, the contestants from the 11th universe are members of the original Pride Troopers. Jiren, Toppo, Dispo, Berta, Kunzi, Taba, Zoyer, Kakarado, Cattell, and Casserole. In Vegeta's view, everyone is overlooked except for Jiren. Only this formidable foe, the ultimate antagonist of the tournament, sparks his interest. Is this the infamous Jiren? His strength surpasses my expectations. Truly deserving of the title of an existence that transcends even the gods of destruction, Vegeta silently muses, a smile gracing his face. Jiren's might far exceeds what he had anticipated. Just a glance reveals an extraordinary presence. This power gives off an inscrutable aura, undoubtedly surpassing the level of a god of destruction. Vegeta's formidable gaze swiftly captured Jiren's attention. The two titans, both standing at the pinnacle of strength, shared an unspoken connection, exchanging a glance that revealed their mutual determination. The resonance between these formidable warriors fostered a sense of camaraderie. He must be the warrior from Universe 10 that Toppo mentioned. Jiren discerned. With a single glance, he recognized Vegeta's identity, acknowledging the sharpness and audacity that emanated from him. Upon his arrival, Jiren's immense aura enveloped the arena, rendering all present as mere insects in comparison. Yet, upon noticing Vegeta, he realized that this tournament of strength was not as dull as he had anticipated. Just as Toppo had asserted, this formidable fighter from Universe 10 was indeed his equal. In Jiren's eyes, Vegeta emerged as his most formidable rival, the only one he deemed capable of battling him until the very last moment. Scanning the entirety of the arena, it became evident that only this individual held the qualification to challenge him. However, Jiren remained confident in his own prowess, even bordering on arrogance. Throughout the original narrative, he maintained an invincible demeanor, looking down upon all competitors until he was ultimately humbled by the Saiyan from Universe 7, which catalyzed a transformation in his mindset, allowing him to unleash his innate combat nature, fighting with abandon until the final moment. Interesting. In that fleeting exchange of glances, Vegeta had already garnered a certain understanding of Jiren's might. This level of strength warranted his serious attention, albeit only to a modest degree. For Jiren to draw out his full potential, he was still insufficiently tested. Withdrawing his gaze, Vegeta ceased to focus on Universe 11. Noticing Vegeta's disinterest, Jiren's eyes began to scan the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Previously, Toppo had conversed with the god of destruction, Beerus, about a moderately strong Saiyan from Universe 7 named Goku. He was the instigator of this entire event, the one to blame. Jiren sought to gauge the prowess of this so-called sinner, curious about the disparity in strength between him and the warrior from Universe 10. If Goku proved to be too weak, the encounter would lack excitement. Time slipped away, and the commencement of the tournament drew near. Presently, all 7 universes had gathered, save for one that remained conspicuously absent. TCH, why hasn't that fool Beerus arrived yet? Is he too intimidated by our warriors to participate? It seemed he feared defeat and chose to hide away. Observing Beerus's tardiness, the god of destruction, Lamshur, boastfully uttered a few words. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of white light erupted from a corner of the tournament arena. The warrior responsible for this entire tournament, the fighters of Universe 7, had finally arrived. That lazy Beerus has finally shown up. The god of destruction from Universe 4, Katra, couldn't help but complain, arms crossed. Previously, he had schemed to create trouble for Universe 7, aiming to prevent them from finding suitable competitors. In collusion with the god of destruction from Universe 9, Sidra, he sought to teach Universe 7 a lesson. Unfortunately for him, his plans had ultimately unraveled, with his assassination teams being completely eradicated and even Beerus sensing his intentions. Though he had not openly acknowledged it, he would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to deal with this yellow-skinned rat. Beerus is certainly taking his sweet time. Does he think this is a grand entrance? If he doesn't hurry up, he'll miss the deadline. At that point, Universe 7 will lose by default. Becoming the first universe to face annihilation, the god of destruction, Vermaud, critiqued. If that were to occur, it would be utterly perfect for him. Alas, such thoughts were merely fantasies, for reality seldom aligned with one's desires. It appeared that Universe 7 had not been intimidated by the warrior from Universe 10. As Goku was still set to participate, Toppo interjected, sharing his thoughts, as he too was influenced by the aura of the preliminary battle, leading him to question whether Goku would hide away in Universe 7. It became evident that Goku had been invigorated by the preliminary skirmish, emerging even stronger. The angel, Margarita, remarked with a teasing tone. This served as a reminder to their warriors to remain cautious of Goku from Universe 7. TCH. Is that the one responsible for the turmoil? The chaos in the universe can be traced back to him, scoffed the speedster Dispo. At that moment, Goku remained blissfully unaware that the instant he made his appearance, he had already been inscribed on the death list of Universe 11's proud team. In Universe 9, having suffered defeat in the preliminary matches and secured the bottom position, tensions ran high. Both the god of destruction, Sidra, and the supreme Kai, Loa, were of a dark and unpredictable nature. This time, they were determined to vanquish Universe 7. Belgemore, you three brothers have undergone training under Lord Sidra, and with your enhanced strength, you must eliminate Universe 7. The supreme Kai Loa proclaimed. Such commands, to be frank, felt quite unpleasant. However, the warriors had no choice. Loa was a deity, and he dictated their fates. The air was thick with conspiracy in Universe 9, and the hostile atmosphere directed animosity toward Universe 7, palpable to all present. Beside them, the angel, Mojito, appeared quite despondent, left speechless by the unfolding events. Chapter 52, The Splendid Lineup of Universe 7. With the arrival of all members from Universe 7, the atmosphere on the tournament stage was charged with tension. It felt as though the powder keg had just been ignited. The newly arrived participants from Universe 7 bore solemn expressions, listening to the incessant taunts from the other gods. The god of destruction, Beerus, was in a foul mood. Enough! Do you gods have no sense of decorum? Beerus bellowed, his voice echoing across the arena. What had initially been whispered behind backs had now transformed into an outright confrontation. The 8 universes had not yet engaged in battle, yet a sense of chaos loomed, suggesting that the other gods still perceived them as the architects of this crisis. It seemed inevitable that several universes would soon band together to assault them. The angel Whis could already foresee the impending turmoil. The situation was worse than anticipated. The warriors, upon hearing these words, felt heavy-hearted. Arriving in the null realm, they found themselves exposed to the scrutiny of all, realizing there was no escaping the confrontation. They could only face it head-on. In the vicinity of Universe 10, Vegeta surveyed the lineup before him, momentarily taken aback. Goku, the alternate version of himself from this timeline, along with Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, Goten, Frieza, Broly, Majin Buu, and Android 17. This was a lineup vastly different from the original narrative, and a terrifying one at that. This world, such monumental changes have transpired. Vegeta mused. Majin Buu, Broly, and even Trunks and Goten are here. To be honest, Vegeta felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Upon reflection, it was clear that in the original narrative, to ensure Universe 7's participation, Goku had forcibly assembled the Z Fighters, inadvertently neglecting several key characters. For instance, in the saga of Majin Buu, Trunks and Goten exert tremendous effort. They are undeniably far more powerful than Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi, yet they are relegated to the status of mere pawns. Even the originally intended Majin Buu was abruptly replaced due to his seemingly invincible abilities, making way for Frieza, who was then unjustly rehabilitated. This is all beside the point. In the present timeline, not only does Majin Buu participate, but the legendary Super Saiyan Broly has also emerged. What could have instigated such a monumental shift? The sole explanation lies in the unexpected intrusion of Vegeta, which has precipitated this scenario, allowing participants who were never meant to compete to do so. It is likely that the Angel Whis has subtly orchestrated these developments as well. Otherwise, would the narrative have undergone such a drastic transformation? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. In the Dragon Ball GT timeline, Vegeta had previously engaged in battle with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. That confrontation was arguably the most arduous struggle he had ever faced. Though he is reluctant to concede, Broly, with his unhinged ferocity, undeniably embodies the true essence of a Saiyan. Even though Vegeta's power at that time paled in comparison to his current strength, achieving even a stalemate against Broly was an arduous task. It is worth noting that the Broly he defeated was a rampaging beast, uncontrollable and terrifying. However, the Broly of this timeline differs significantly from that of GT. He exhibits an unexpectedly gentle disposition, bordering on the excessive, even somewhat cowardly. This understanding is gleaned from the clues provided in the theatrical releases. One commonality remains. When provoked, his explosive power can surge exponentially, reaching hundreds or even thousands of times its normal capacity, becoming increasingly formidable in combat. With a learning capacity that surpasses that of ordinary beings. How much enjoyment can you bring me, Broly? Perhaps the version of you in this timeline could provide me with a worthy challenge. With this thought in mind, Vegeta shifted his attention to others. Trunks and Goten, when viewed from his perspective, indeed appeared distinctly different. Given that this timeline is situated a decade prior to that of his original world, they are still quite young. Frankly, despite their youth, their strength is not to be underestimated. Especially after fusing through the Metamoran's technique to become Gotenks, their combat prowess would experience a dramatic increase. Though you in this timeline are still young, your strength is not to be trifled with. This is intriguing. A flicker of excitement crossed Vegeta's face. He grinned broadly, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. At this moment, he could not help but feel influenced. In his sight, the combat power values of the entire 7th universe manifested before him. The main characters, Goku and Vegeta, also surprised him with their newfound strengths. Goku's base combat power now reached at least the level of Xeno's units. While not exceedingly high, it was approximately 10 Xeno. Super Vegeta's base power was even greater, reaching a unit of 20 Xeno, equivalent to double Goku's. Have you been training in the hyperbolic time chamber? Otherwise, there's no way your strength could have increased so rapidly. And this is merely your surface level power. Vegeta could easily deduce the reasons behind their significant improvements. Besides the extraordinary capabilities of the hyperbolic time chamber that allow for rapid growth, could there be another factor? Surely, they must have felt immense pressure from him, prompting their swift breakthroughs. This is precisely what makes it entertaining. With your current levels, how far can you escalate during this tournament? Anticipation swelled within him. It must be said that this power tournament was beginning to hold some intrigue. Observing Gohan, who had previously displayed only modest levels of power during the preliminary battles, his current base power had now surpassed the level of Jing. What does this signify? The boy has awakened. Moreover, the Piccolo of this timeline exhibited strength that greatly exceeded his expectations, with a combat power value reaching 100 Jing, and that was merely his apparent strength. As for Frieza, after enduring torment in this timeline's hell, he has emerged significantly stronger than his counterpart in GT. His ultimate form now boasts a combat power value of 1,000 Jing, reflecting little deviation from the strength depicted in the original narrative. Android 17 maintains a fixed combat power at the level of Guy, though he may not match the Super 17 from the GT timeline. His limitless stamina constitutes a major advantage. After an extended period of observation, Vegeta's transformation did not escape the notice of the angel Kusu standing nearby. It seems our strongest warrior is quite pleased with the 7th universe's roster for this power tournament, Kusu remarked with a light chuckle. Chapter 53, The Ugly Faces of the Gods. On the side of Universe 11, it appears a spectacle is about to unfold. Kusu, how will you explain this later? A warrior identical to one from Universe 7 has appeared in Universe 10, and there are significant implications. The angel Margarita of Universe 11 wore a scheming smile. They had heard of the previous incidents between Universe 10 and Universe 7. However, since the issues had been resolved, they chose not to delve deeper. The entanglements of time and space are already difficult to fathom once. Now, with another identical warrior emerging from Universe 10, it becomes evident where the issue lies. I wondered how Ramses could possess such confidence. It turns out that warrior does not belong to Universe 10 at all. He must hail from an unknown timeline. Humph. Now I am eager to see how you will handle this. It seems that the power tournament might not even commence before Universe 10 faces annihilation. The clown god of destruction, Vermaud, currently displayed an expression of self-satisfaction. Before the tournament had even begun, Universe 10 was considered the most threatening universe. Now, this universe stands on the brink of erasure by the Omni King. This implies that even before the contest begins, they have lost a formidable adversary, shifting the odds further in favor of Universe 11. Meanwhile, Jiren, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11, remained silent, contemplative as he glanced at Vegeta of Universe 10 and Super Vegeta of Universe 7. The disparity was stark, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. With the emergence of two identical warriors in different universes, the gods from the various realms displayed their grotesque attitudes. Two distinct universes, yet harboring identical warriors? For the sake of claiming victory in the power tournament, Universe 10 is willing to resort to such unscrupulous measures. Now that the truth is laid bare, I eagerly await to see how the Omni King will deal with you. The Kaioshin of Universe 9, Laura, revealed his malevolent nature. Though the god of destruction, Sidra, remained silent. The slight upward curl of his lips indicated his stance. The gods of Universe 4 also unveiled their wicked expressions, eager to witness the judgment of Universe 10. Hee. Ramses, your pink elephant is surely in for a rough time. I had suspected that the warriors under your jurisdiction in Universe 10 could not be so powerful. It turns out they were plucked from who knows where. When the Omni King reprimands you, I will relish your explanation. The god of destruction, Katra of Universe 4, cackled sinisterly. The prospect of eliminating a formidable rival is splendid news for their Universe 4. He awaited the unfolding drama, though the angel Conic held a distinctly different perspective. As an angel, he perceived far more aspects than the god of destruction, Quitella, could ever envision. If there were truly a need to address the 10th universe, it could have been resolved long ago during the preliminary skirmishes. Why prolong it until now? Of course, not all deities embody such malevolence. A segment of the gods maintains a neutral and observant stance, much like those of the second and third universes. Previously, it had come to my attention that individuals from the 10th universe stirred quite a commotion in the 7th universe, even intertwining with other timelines. Although my sentiments towards the colossal Ramshur are less than favorable, his current predicament appears rather dire. What will he do now? Unlike the other gods of various universes, the god of destruction, Hellas, does not resort to harsh words. Her primary concern lies with the king of all's decree, whether to preemptively destroy or to spare. Lady Hellas, as mere observers, we need only to watch, we were reminded. Moreover, this matter has likely already been determined by the king of all and the grand priest. We are but spectators in this unfolding drama. The angel, Sava, has clearly understood his role. Such matters are evidently beyond their concern. Simultaneously, the god of destruction from the third universe, Mosco, expressed his opinion, with deep murmurs emanating from the mechanical armor adorning him. The angel, Canberry, responded, Mosco, do remain calm. The king of all and the grand priest are already aware of this situation. We merely await further news. Regardless of the outcome, the tournament of power shall proceed. Unlike several other universes, the 6th universe has steadfastly maintained its position. Their universe is a twin to the 7th universe, yet even among twin universes, one cannot expect identical beings. At best, there may be mere similarities. At this moment, even a fool would understand the scenario unfolding. As I suspected, this mysterious warrior is none other than Vegeta from the 7th universe. But, dear sister, from where did you manage to retrieve this warrior? The angel, Batos, remained unconcerned regarding the 10th universe's plight, believing that all of this had already been tacitly approved by the grand priest. What does it matter if the gods are disgruntled? The tournament of power shall still commence as planned. Meanwhile, the competitors from the 7th universe were all noticeably tense. Even the dimmest among them could discern that they stood at the center of attention. They too had noticed Vegeta from the 10th universe. When that identical visage starkly contrasted with the Super Vegeta beside him, all conjectures and thoughts seemed to be laid bare. Now, what more could the 10th universe possibly say? I am eager to see how Ramshur will justify the presence of two identical Vegetas. Following the incident with Zamasu, to encounter yet another identical individual is too much to believe it is unrelated to him. The god of destruction, Beerus, snorted softly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He awaited a satisfactory explanation from the god of destruction, Ramshur. On this matter, it would be wise for you, Lord Beerus, to temper your expectations. It is likely that during the earlier skirmishes, the Grand Priest had already been aware and had made his determinations regarding his existence. The explanation from Angel Whis caused a heaviness to settle in Beerus's heart, as if something lodged in his throat, refusing to go down. Must they endure this silent grievance? Indeed, the one who acted during the skirmish was him. It appears our previous conjectures concerning Vegeta were correct. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave, his voice lowering further. Chapter 54. The Mutual Attraction of Two Transcendent Beings. Upon hearing Goku's words, Super Vegeta's demeanor became even more serious. He had noticed the figure from the outset. You need not mention it. I saw him long ago, Kakarot. Just a mere impostor. Only I, the prince, can fully harness this body. He is nothing more than that. Despite Super Vegeta's disdainful words, the flicker of caution in his eyes did not deceive. Even after training in the hyperbolic time chamber and receiving the profound potential unlocked by the Elder Kai, his power had soared significantly. Yet he still could not fathom the depths of the being before him, even if it was his own body. An outsider could not possibly wield it to such an extent. He felt as though both he and Kakarot were being mocked by this world. The Lord is speaking. As Trunks and Goten bickered quietly, only they could hear their exchange. Trunks, did you see that person from that universe? He looks just like Uncle Vegeta. Goten whispered to Trunks, unaware of the implications. Of course I saw. I overheard a bit of the conversation between Dad and Uncle Goku. If I am correct, that person should belong to the same category as the one who recently took Uncle Goku's body. He stole my father's body. Trunks clenched his fists, his words betraying a torrent of emotions. Clearly, he wished to tear the imposter from the 10th universe limb from limb. However, what he did not realize was that this individual was no mere imposter, but his true father from another timeline. The atmosphere was profoundly eerie. Standing aside, Piccolo communicated telepathically with Gohan. Is he the formidable rival you mentioned earlier? I never expected that, having learned from Goku's experience. The 10th universe would engage in such actions, this time targeting Vegeta. Piccolo conveyed his thoughts to Gohan with gravity. Concurrently, he gained a new understanding of the unscrupulousness of other universes. Their own competitors were lackluster, yet they sought to usurp the bodies of other universes' champions. Such a modus operandi is decidedly that of a despicable scoundrel. Uncle Piccolo, I believe this matter is likely not as simple as it appears. Gohan, astute as ever, refrained from jumping to conclusions. For some reason, he felt that there was more to this situation. Piccolo, upon hearing this, remained silent. Should the truth prove to be different from their assumptions, delving deeper could yield terrifying consequences. As for Frieza and Android 17, while they were surprised by the existence of two Vegetas, their focus remained elsewhere. Their sole concern was how to emerge victorious in this tournament of power. The multitude of competitors surrounding them possessed formidable strength, making it no easy feat to prevail among such skilled adversaries. Soon, Frieza's attention was drawn to Frost, his counterpart from the sixth universe. Frost, in that moment, noticed him as well. They could be seen as reflections of each other from different universes. However, Frieza was the emperor of the universe, while Frost was a disgraced jester. Yet, being equally cunning and treacherous, a brief glance exchanged between them sufficed for mutual understanding. Before the competition commenced, the two stealthily made their way to a shadowy corner. Unlike the others, who were bracing themselves for the match, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly remained utterly silent, diminishing his presence. This aligned with his character, but his imposing stature and the terrifying pressure he exuded made it difficult for anyone to ignore him. He merely aimed to win the battle as per the Angel's agreement, hoping to exchange it for a better planet to inhabit. He wished for nothing more than to hasten the conclusion of this tournament and return home. However, at that moment, a resonance from the bloodline within him stirred. The typically reticent Broly suddenly appeared invigorated, guided by the power of his bloodline. His gaze drifted toward a certain individual in the sixth universe. What is happening? She resembles my body. Broly's bewildered eyes fixated on the location of the sixth universe. His sight, spanning a great distance, locked onto the female scion, Caulifla. A powerful resonance surged within him. This woman, is she of my kind? As he observed Caulifla, she too became aware of Broly. The moment their eyes met, it seemed as though something within her was on the verge of awakening, causing her to lose focus. Hey, what's wrong, Caulifla? Just as Caulifla was about to lose herself, Kale stepped in, bringing her back to reality with a word. Sister. Recovering her senses, Kale felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, her expression appearing rather unnatural. What's the matter, Kale? You seem quite unwell. Is it the environment here? Do not worry, just stick with me, and I shall protect you. Caulifla continuously reassured Kale, signaling her to have no worries. Yes, sister, Kale echoed, though she cautiously cast a glance at Broly from the seventh universe. This overwhelming feeling of bloodline surging cannot be mistaken. It emanates from this scion of the seventh universe. It was the first time in many years that she felt such a resonance. At this moment, at the pinnacle of the void, the Grand Minister was keenly observing the chaotic situation on the arena. This was precisely the effect he desired. As for the confusion among the angels and gods of destruction, he felt no need to clarify. The astute ones had already grasped the situation, while only the foolish remained tangled in trivialities. With your intervention, the power tournament had already begun to shift. One could only wonder what transformations lay ahead. How exhilarating, the Grand Minister murmured to himself, while calculating the time. Only 5 minutes remained until the commencement of the tournament. Simultaneously, under the combined efforts of 3 gods of destruction, the repairs to the tournament arena were nearing completion. This is it, the final touch. With a loud shout from the god of destruction of the 8th universe, Lickle, the god of destruction maneuvered the last 2 fragments of the arena toward the vacant spots. The 2 fragments soared directly towards Jiren of the 11th universe, smartly circumventing him as they filled the final gaps. Chapter 55, The Frustrated Son Goku. The match begins. With the arena fully restored, the power tournament was on the verge of officially commencing. Jiren's nonchalant demeanor had not gone unnoticed by those with keen eyes. Was he the expert that Toppo had mentioned? Son Goku was deeply captivated by the aura of strength radiating from Jiren, another formidable adversary. Where are you going, Kakarot? Ultra Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Son Goku's actions. Shouldn't he be focusing on the 10th universe now? The match hasn't started yet, so I'm just going to greet the guys from the 11th universe. The carefree Son Goku casually brushed off Ultra Vegeta's concerns and jogged over to the 11th universe's area. The members of the Proud Team cast unfriendly glances upon noticing the arrival of an outsider. Son Goku paid them no mind and was about to speak when he felt an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped him, freezing his movements. Jiren, who had been in front of him moments ago, had instantaneously teleported behind him. When did this happen? Cold sweat trickled down Son Goku's cheeks as he was taken aback. Get lost. A chilling command, imbued with immense pressure, left Son Goku dumbfounded. The mere utterance of it stifled any thought of resistance, leaving him drenched in sweat. At that moment, he once again comprehended the extent of his own weakness. Just as he had been arrogant and proud during the preliminary matches, he now felt an overwhelming sense of fear and confusion. It was not just the 10th universe's fighter who surpassed him in strength. The 11th universe also harbored beings far beyond his capabilities. Compared to Topo, this was an entirely different level. Terrified, Son Goku trembled and instinctively distanced himself, gazing at Jiren's formidable physique and the invisible aura of dominance he exuded. He stood frozen in disbelief. Humph. Jiren, witnessing Son Goku's intimidation, let out a dismissive snort. Combined with his frigid gaze, it was laden with scorn. The frightened Son Goku now harbored a sense of trepidation in his heart. He knew this was not a place to linger, and he hastily retreated. Upon witnessing this scene, the participants from the 11th universe could not suppress their mockery. Even the god of destruction joined in. Humph. Now you understand your insignificance, huh? This Saiyan clown from the 7th universe is quite amusing to watch flee. The god of destruction, Vermaud, thought, with uncontainable satisfaction. Jiren's might was such that even he had to tread carefully, and a mere Son Goku was nothing to him. The match is about to commence. Vermaud-sama, we should depart. Angel Margarita reminded. Indeed, then I shall leave the upcoming match to the members of the proud team, the clown god of destruction, Vermaud, instructed. Observing Angel Margarita and god of destruction Vermaud depart, Kaioshin Kai followed suit. Meanwhile, the other gods and angels from various universes gradually exited. The tournament was on the brink of beginning. The scene shifted back to the 7th universe. The startled Son Goku retreated to his own territory, his breathing finally beginning to stabilize. After 2 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber following the preliminary matches, he once again felt that suffocating pressure. However, this time, it was not as intense as before. He was growing stronger. He was in pursuit. Whether it was Jiren from the 11th universe or that Vegeta from the 10th universe. If it were the old him, he might have been utterly overwhelmed. But the current him, even if unable to confront them head-on, did not feel he would be easily suppressed. If he were to transform into his latest form, experiencing yet another significant surge in power, the outcome would remain uncertain. TCH. You look utterly pathetic now, Kakarot. I told you not to run around. Ultra Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment seeing Son Goku in such a disheveled state. At the same time, he steeled his resolve. The arena of the power tournament was teeming with hidden talents. Besides that fighter from the 10th universe who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, the 11th universe also had formidable warriors not to be underestimated. The air was thick with chatter, complaints from the gods mingling with the conversations of the participants. The match had yet to begin. Some were notably relaxed, while others were already poised for battle. As the final moments ticked away, the Grand Minister welcomed the Omni King's arrival, and under the Omni King's directive, he began to announce the rules and details of the tournament. His presence heightened the tension among all participating warriors and gods alike. This power tournament was organized by these supreme deities. They were merely performers in the eyes of these gods. Simultaneously, the appearance of the Grand Minister and the Omni King signified that the power tournament was about to commence. As the Grand Minister elaborated on the rules with extensive detail, a wave of internal grumbling swept through the participants, including Vegeta. This battle, a decisive struggle determining the fate of the universe, had an explicit rule against killing, rendering such a regulation akin to mere decoration. To lose the match meant certain death in the next round, and the combat would inevitably demand lives. Why, then, should one be concerned with moral boundaries? Once the explanations concluded, the Grand Priest, having received affirmation from the two Omni Kings, announced the commencement of the power tournament. With the Grand Priest's proclamation, this intense and exhilarating 48-minute melee commenced. Chaos erupted, with each participant showcasing their unique abilities. The arena transformed into a stage for self-expression. In mere seconds, a dazzling array of energy blasts began to rain down upon the platform. The sheer magnitude of these energy spheres, detonating across various zones, was terrifying beyond measure. Every combatant exerted every ounce of strength to fight for their respective universes, whether noble or treacherous in demeanor. Each began to employ their own methods and skills to secure even the slightest chance of survival for their universe. Some opted for the simplest approach, overwhelming their opponents with sheer brute force, while others adopted shrewd tactical styles, lurking in the shadows to evade the chaos of battle, conserving their strength to ensure they would endure until the very end. Among the most representative were Frieza from Universe 7 and Frost from Universe 6. These shadow dwellers knew better than anyone how to conceal themselves effectively. Chapter 56, A Dance of Demons. The might of a single punch. In the arena, chaos reigned. The masters from 8 universes launched their various assaults at the first opportunity. Universe 10. For the survival of Universe 10. Behold as I utilize my unparalleled muscular strength to eliminate all foes. Morichimu let out a resounding roar. In the next moment, his muscles contracted, legs coiling with power, and he leaped into the sky, soaring 100 meters high. He swiftly locked onto his first target, the Red Wolf Bazel from Universe 9. And with an explosive surge of strength, he dove straight down, catching Bazel completely off guard with his direct and effective approach. Now, we shall also take action. Wabuni, join me. Helisin invited the nearby Wabuni, and upon receiving agreement, they both launched their assault simultaneously. I too will commence my actions, Lilibei Wu. Would you care to accompany me? After all, our ability to fly freely in the skies will surely catch the other competitors off guard. Jum earnestly invited Lilibei Wu, who, however, paid him no heed, her attention entirely focused on Vegeta. Noticing the lack of response to his invitation, Jum's expression darkened as he disregarded Lilibei Wu and took to the skies, searching for suitable targets to attack. The remaining four, Papapa, Masapu, Gilker, and Rubarte, after a brief discussion, decided to act together. After all, should one venture out alone and encounter unforeseen circumstances, they would ensure their numerical advantage, securing Universe 10's longevity until the last moment. Soon, only Vegeta and Lilibei Wu remained in the area of Universe 10. What are you still doing here? Instead of utilizing your aerial combat advantages to attack the enemies, you linger by my side. Are you relying on me to protect you? Vegeta glanced at Lilibei Wu, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Hearing this, Lilibei Wu felt an anger rising within her. Hey, we are comrades in the same camp, and should support one another. Shouldn't you be grateful that I chose you as my partner? My flying abilities are unparalleled. Lilibei Wu seethed, gritting her teeth, frustrated with this man's utter lack of sensitivity. In response, Vegeta's gaze shifted slightly to Lilibei Wu, but more accurately, to the entity behind her. The blue life form from Universe 3, Magikeo, akin to a rubbery being, approached Vegeta with hostility, seemingly believing he would be an easy target. His arm, extending 100 meters, pierced through the space towards Vegeta with force. This is bad. Lilibei Wu sensed the impending danger and instinctively rushed towards Vegeta, flapping her wings to carry him away. Yet, in that split second, an energy blast exploded nearby, sending shockwaves that impacted her. Lilibei Wu lost her footing and fell directly into Vegeta's embrace. An unusual sensation enveloped both Vegeta and Lilibei Wu. As she landed in his arms, her face flushed, and she instinctively attempted to push away from him, only to discover an immensely strong arm encircling her waist. The strength was such that she could not break free, providing a weighty yet secure feeling. Is this really the time for flirtation? You people from Universe 10 are remarkably carefree. Magikeo, now within several meters, jeered, his colossal iron fist, imbued with enough power to topple worlds, descending forcefully. Witnessing this, Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. This entity, who was once easily thrown out of the arena by Jiren with a single punch, dared to boast in his presence. Bang! A tremendous aura manifested at terrifying pressure, dispersing Magikeo's massive fist with mere residual force and forcing him back 20 meters. Nanny! A startled Magikeo staggered backward, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was momentarily caught off guard by Vegeta's presence. He understood the magnitude of power behind that punch, yet it had been effortlessly neutralized by the opponent. But that was not the end. Vegeta clenched his other hand, white energy coalescing into a scorching flame at his fist's edge as he amassed strength for a heavy strike. Boom! A deafening sonic explosion erupted. The terrifying blow generated intense pressure, penetrating everything within 100 meters ahead. In an instant, fierce winds howled. Boulders crumbled, and the atmosphere of the arena was thrown into disarray. All competitors within 100 meters of Vegeta were brutally suppressed by this staggering strike. Sent crashing down from the stage, Magikeo from Universe 3 and Zabuto from Universe 2 were both swept away by the force of Vegeta's punch, instantly eliminated. In the audience of Universe 3, the Supreme Kai-El stared in shock at the blue liquid above him transforming into Magikeo's form, utterly dumbfounded. Magikeo, how could you be eliminated so quickly? Supreme Kai-El scolded vehemently. It is worth noting that Magikeo was his designated warrior, with formidable strength and bizarre abilities. Such a powerful entity should have only been eliminated later in the tournament. Yet now, the competition had barely begun, and he was already knocked out. What a farce. What dignity remained for Universe 3? Lying atop Supreme Kai-El, Magikeo wore a resigned expression, uncertain how to respond. He had aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate two competitors from Universe 10, but ended up being suppressed by a single punch. Beep, 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 beep. The god of destruction Mosca from Universe 3 spoke up, urging Supreme Kai-El to remain calm. Even with Magikeo eliminated, their universe still possessed powerful warriors. With a composed demeanor, Supreme Kai-El's gaze shifted solemnly towards Vegeta of Universe 10 in the arena. Until now, he found it difficult to comprehend and utterly astonishing. Clearly, Universe 10 had engaged in an act that defied the rules, yet it seemed as if all existence had collectively turned a blind eye. At the outset, everyone was eager to witness the spectacle of Universe 10's annihilation at the hands of the Omni King due to this warrior. Yet, the Omni King not only remained unconcerned, but the Grand Priest also feigned ignorance, failing to mention the matter. What does this signify? Chapter 57. A single punch captures the heart of a beauty. Majin was reduced to a droplet of liquid, rendering the scene both bizarre and comical. The Kaioshin, L, was seething with rage, yet felt powerless to act. What nonsense is this? The Grand Priest actually permitted two identical individuals to appear in the arena. Has everything been predetermined? How infuriating. We are entirely at their mercy and must simply accept it. Despite his dissatisfaction, no matter how much he resented the situation, he could only bottle it up inside. The decisions of the Grand Priest and the Omni King were beyond his influence. He was merely a humble Kaioshin in a universe. Indeed, while Kaioshins are exalted beings within the universe, in the grand hierarchy, they are but insignificant insects. In the audience of Universe 2, Zabuto stood bewildered and dazed. He had been unwittingly dragged into the fray. Initially, he had been lying low in the shadows, observing the unfolding events, only to be abruptly swept away by a fervent whirlwind that hurled him from the arena. He was utterly flabbergasted. My sincerest apologies, Lord Destroyer, Lord Kaioshin, at this juncture. I can only beseech both deities for forgiveness. Fortunately, his Destroyer and Kaioshin were still holding their ground. It's all right, Zabuto, don't overthink it. You've done your best. Now let the others handle the upcoming matches, the Kaioshin Pyre reassured him. In the name of love, no matter the situation, they must suppress any negative emotions. Although he felt that Zabuto was being incredibly uncooperative, acceptance was their only recourse. After all, the competitors had been chosen by them. How barbaric and violent the competitors were. The Destroyer of Universe 2, Hellas, ignored Zabuto and instead scrutinized Vegeta's formidable form, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. As a Destroyer, she understood that Vegeta was not to be trifled with, especially given the strength displayed in the preliminary matches. Now, with such power in a single punch, it would be prudent for them not to provoke this warrior lightly. Maintaining a numerical advantage and fighting until the last moment was the only strategy that could secure victory in the tournament. This had been her initial plan. For the rules stated, the number of contestants remaining in the arena at the end of the match would determine the outcome. In the arena, Lilybell was rendered speechless by the unimaginable punch she had just witnessed. She finally understood why, prior to the commencement of the tournament, Lord Destroyer Ramsey and Lord Angel Cress had deliberately awaited his arrival. She finally comprehended why her Kaioshin, Lord Gawas, had treated the matter with such deference. Hey, how long do you intend to maintain this stance? I don't have the luxury of protecting you on this stage. Vegeta's words jolted Lilybell from her state of shock. I'm so sorry. Lilybell hurriedly distanced herself from Vegeta, her cheeks still flushed, growing ever more crimson. Akin to a ripe apple. Let us discuss this after the match. Observing Lilybell's sudden transformation into a demure figure, Vegeta offered her a piece of advice. While she was indeed attractive, as a butterfly girl, Vegeta felt no desire. Having delivered his words, he turned to explore other battle zones. What Vegeta was unaware of was that his remark ignited a flurry of thoughts in Lilybell's mind. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she shook her head repeatedly to regain composure. The next moment, she flapped her wings and, adhering to her plan, began to intercept contestants from other universes. She too had to make an effort to showcase her abilities. However, she was not the only one capable of flight in this arena. On the side of Universe 7, upon witnessing the unparalleled power exhibited by Universe 10's Vegeta as he dispatched Majin from Universe 3, Goku, also a Saiyan, began to feel restless. He could hardly contain his eagerness to seek out a formidable opponent for battle. Gohan, Vegeta, you all remain here on standby. I'm off to fight. Hee. Goku exclaimed excitedly, sprinting forth. He had long anticipated this gathering of warriors for an epic clash, with the tournament of power now underway and countless strong fighters assembled. How could this battle enthusiast possibly restrain himself? Yet, this was one of Goku's most significant flaws, his lack of foresight, never considering the broader picture, nor contemplating what might happen to the team in his absence. As he plunged into the chaotic storm of battle, surrounded by a multitude of powerful opponents, Goku detected that their auras were all quite formidable. His gaze swept across the chaos until it landed on a familiar face. Toppo from Universe 11 was engaged in combat with Vegeta from Universe 6. Without hesitation, Goku chose Toppo as his opponent. Disregarding the precarious situation Toppo found himself in with Vegeta. Time had passed since their last encounter. Let us fight again, Toppo. Goku roared, his blood surging with excitement. In his normal state, his battle power surged from 10 trillion to 40 trillion. and he unleashed the full capacity of Super Saiyan first stage. Achieving such power in his base form allowed him to amplify his battle power by 80-fold in Super Saiyan first stage, elevating his strength to an astonishing 3,200 trillion. After rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber and the unlocking of his potential by the old Kaishin, he was no longer the same. His Super Saiyan first stage power could rival the Super Saiyan God transformation he had achieved in the preliminary matches. At that moment, upon hearing Goku's shout, Toppo's emotions were sharply triggered, and the humiliation he had suffered in the preliminary match resurfaced. His formidable power erupted instantly, forcing Vegeta back as he braced himself to face Goku. Since his defeat, he had undergone intense training under the Destroyer, and his strength had significantly increased. This time, he was resolute in his confidence to prevail against Goku. Just as the two were poised to clash, contestants from Universe 4 intervened. The Birdman, Ganos, and the Berserk Warrior, Nink, brazenly entered the fray, launching a relentless assault on both Toppo and Goku. Caught off guard, Toppo, who had been focused on Goku, was suddenly attacked by Ganos. Meanwhile, Nink, who was engaged with Goku, managed to hold his own against the full power of Super Saiyan first stage, gaining the upper hand. Chapter 58, The Great Melee. Jiren's disdain. Get out of my way. Unable to tolerate the relentless assaults any longer, Goku unleashed a devastating onslaught. The sheer magnitude of his power was enough to reshape the very fabric of reality. Goku had always been direct with opponents he found uninteresting. The brazen Nink, who dared to intervene in Goku and Toppo's battle, found himself relentlessly pushed back by Goku's overwhelming strength. Fortunately, Goku had not fully unleashed the entirety of his Super Saiyan first stage power, thus Nink did not suffer significant harm. Sensing the terrifying power of Sun Wukong, the madman Nink chose to withdraw from the fray, avoiding the spotlight. It must be said that he displayed wisdom, recognizing that he could not contend alone. Rather than engage in battle, retreat was the more prudent course. His companion, the avian being Ganos, followed suit, opting to step away from the confrontation with the two formidable creatures. As they fought and retreated, seizing every opportunity, they remained ever vigilant for advantageous moments. In such a chaotic melee, while these opponents might not possess overwhelming strength, they certainly exuded a formidable threat. With the duo from Universe 4 no longer obstructing him, Sun Wukong locked eyes with Toppo. The atmosphere crackled with the fervor of intense combat, as both sides' momentum surged, igniting their fighting spirit. Just as their fierce duel was poised to escalate, an unforeseen disturbance erupted, disrupting the clash between Sun Wukong and Toppo. Two elite warriors representing Universe 10, Morichimu and Napapa, joined the fray. Morichimu, you from Universe 11. Prepare to face me. Napapa, you little brat from Universe 7. Don't let your guard down. The sudden arrival of these two was no trivial matter. Morichimu's power erupted with terrifying intensity, sending Toppo, the proud captain of Universe 11's team, hurtling away in a moment of distraction. The unexpected disruption sent Sun Wukong into a fit of frustration. However, upon witnessing the imposing presence of Napapa charging toward him, he resolved to unleash his fury upon this opponent. At the very least, this adversary was stronger than the previous ones. A tempest of relentless assaults rained down upon Napapa, yet to Sun Wukong's astonishment, he was unable to budge him an inch. Even he was taken aback by Napapa's formidable strength and defense. Sun Wukong was astounded, realizing that this hulking brute was not merely a fa-ade of strength, lacking in aesthetics, yet brimming with capability. You from Universe 7 must be shaken by my power, right? You've absorbed my strikes, now brace yourself for mine. Napapa bellowed with a hearty laugh, transforming his hands into powerful palms, ready to unleash a rapid onslaught. A series of palm strikes rained down upon Sun Wukong, who stood his ground, adopting a defensive posture to face them head-on. Even so, he was forced back several meters, Napapa's might leaving him in awe. Did you manage to block that? Impressive, Napapa remarked, observing Sun Wukong only being pushed back a few meters. You're not too shabby yourself. Take another hit from me. Sun Wukong replied, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together, forming a sunflower shape, channeling energy into a concentrated form in an instant. A swift Kamehameha surged toward Napapa, who, sensing the terrifying force of the attack, assumed a defensive stance. Napapa's massive frame was pushed back repeatedly by the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave, only coming to a halt at the very edge of the arena. This was one of Sun Wukong's notable flaws. Despite possessing the ability to eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop, he chose to hold back at the last moment. Napapa's arms were left battered and bloodied, clearly struggling against the might of the Kamehameha wave. Underestimating this guy could lead to dire consequences. I cannot confront him head-on, or I risk elimination. Napapa realized the extent of Sun Wukong's strength and, filled with trepidation, contemplated a retreat. Huh, what do you think? My power seems to exceed yours by quite a margin, Sun Wukong boasted, rubbing his nose with an air of arrogance. Yet, his bravado was short-lived. As the madman Nink from Universe 3 seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack without any sense of combat ethics, this masochist teleported behind Sun Wukong, locking his arms around Sun Wukong's neck and throat, moving toward the edge of the arena. He intended to take Sun Wukong down with him. After their previous skirmishes, he had come to understand the magnitude of Sun Wukong's strength. A direct confrontation was futile, but he could exploit his own advantages to secure victory. In terms of raw power, he did not anticipate losing, and his unique ability to convert pain into pleasure meant that once he had Sun Wukong in his grasp, escape would be nearly impossible. Witnessing this, Napapa's lips curled into a smirk, relishing the thought that the next move would not require his intervention. While it wasn't him eliminating Sun Wukong, it mattered little. In the next moment, he gathered his strength in his legs and hastily vacated the battlefield, heading to another area. The scene of Sun Wukong being restrained by the madman Nink was also observed by Jiren, the strongest warrior from Universe 11. Disappointment washed over him. The sheer inadequacy of Sun Wukong's performance was glaring. A mere weakling could confine him. And he felt no need to intervene. One glance would be sufficient to finish off Nink. Perhaps it was fate that, at that moment, Sun Wukong sensed the shift in Jiren's gaze, the disdain evident. Unable to endure any longer, he transformed into his Super Saiyan blue state at full power. Not only breaking free from Nink's grasp, but also delivering a powerful kick that sent him tumbling off the arena. The instant he unleashed his divine power, Jiren's expression underwent a slight alteration. At the very least, he was not truly a weakling. What Topo referred to as Super Saiyan Blue. Ultimately, it is still only at this level. As this thought passed through his mind, Jiren prepared to shift his focus elsewhere. Suddenly, an odd sensation washed over him. Jolting him from his thoughts, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Coldly, he turned around, his piercing gaze locking onto the warrior from Universe 2, Lavanna, who had attempted to ambush him. With just a glance, he completely intimidated Lavanna, leaving him without the courage to make a move. This was the true essence of a powerful warrior. Every action, every gaze, and every shift in aura could instill fear in the unworthy. TCH. Lavanna, fully aware that he was no match for Jiren, let out a soft grunt to save face before retreating hastily. As he watched Lavanna depart, Jiren made no attempt to pursue. He turned away, lost in his own thoughts. Ultimately, throughout this power tournament, only one individual had truly captured his attention. That person had already made their move, and Jiren had witnessed it. That single punch still posed a threat to him. Chapter 59. Crafting a Conspiracy? Vegeta's Playfulness. Once again sensing the fighting spirit emanating from Sun Wukong, Jiren remained indifferent. Even the earlier display of Super Saiyan Blue failed to pique his interest in combat. Sun Wukong, locking eyes with Jiren, felt an overwhelming pressure. This immense weight caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his cheek. The sheer intensity of this oncoming force was far more terrifying than before. It confirmed for him that this individual was indeed powerful. Certainly on par with Vegeta from Universe 10. Even the god of destruction could not compare. This oppressive aura instilled a sense of trepidation within Sun Wukong. He understood that engaging Jiren at this moment was ill-advised. While he longed for a battle with a formidable opponent, the stakes involved the very existence of the universe, necessitating careful consideration. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong made the wisest choice to avoid combat. He could face Jiren another time, but not now. He needed to harness the power of battle to grow stronger, continually warming up to acclimate himself to his current abilities. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, having distanced himself from Universe 10's team, he chose to act alone. Utilizing his key sensing abilities, he had pinpointed his targets. At that moment, Frost from Universe 6 and Frieza from Universe 7 were hiding in the shadows of the timekeeping pillar, seemingly engaged in discussion. Vegeta's mastery of key sensing and stealth rendered them oblivious to his proximity. Ha, both of you have gathered. How fortuitous. Observing the scheming Frieza and Frost below, a subtle quiver graced the corners of Vegeta's lips, as a mysterious smile emerged upon his countenance. The Frost Demons. A lineage detestable beyond measure. Though he is a traveler from another realm, he remains Vegeta. The innate loathing he harbors for Frieza is irredeemable. Even if this Frieza hails from a different timeline, Frieza is still Frieza. His gaze sharpened, an unparalleled aura coalesced into a tangible force, obliterating all that lay before him. Boom! Enormous rocks shattered into fragments in an instant, unveiling the figures of Frost and Frieza, who had sought refuge behind the stones. Upon being discovered, both bore expressions of astonishment, which morphed into panic as they recognized their visitor. The stench of conspiracy wafted from afar, prompting Vegeta to approach and investigate. How fortuitous. It seems to be the two of you. Unlucky indeed to cross paths with me. A playful grin danced across Vegeta's face, his eyes glinting with mischief. Senior, what shall we do now? Upon witnessing Vegeta's arrival, Frost instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Clearly, he had been deeply traumatized by this world's Vegeta. So much so that a mere glance instilled considerable fear within him. Look at you, trembling before the battle has even begun. Have you lost all pride of being a Frost demon? This fellow is not the Vegeta from our universe. Crafted by the god of Universe 10, Humph. Against such a creature, this king needs only to make a slight move to dispatch him. Frieza, however, felt no trepidation in the presence of Vegeta. He was buoyed by his own confidence and strength. Having emerged from hell, he was now more formidable than ever before. Furthermore, after surviving the ambush by warriors from other universes, he had assimilated the power of the Destroyer, leading him to develop an illusion that his strength could rival that of a destroyer. Listening to Frieza's arrogant proclamations, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. He was undeniably the comic relief in this scenario. Although this universe's Frieza was indeed stronger than the one from his own timeline, a mere insect remains an insect. Well then, I shall leave him to you, Senior. I can observe the combat while you engage. Frost offered a superficial compliment with a light laugh, retreating to Frieza's rear. Each harbored their own schemes, their thoughts veiled in deceit. Frost's actions were merely a testament to the indelible psychological trauma inflicted by Vegeta. Should the situation turn dire, he would be prepared to flee. Such petty machinations could not escape Frieza's notice. Now, keep your eyes wide open and behold my form after yet another transformation. Frieza's lips curled slightly as he seized this opportunity to earn Frost's trust. The reservoir of energy within him surged forth, radiating a resplendent golden light from his being, illuminating the arena with a brilliance that was unparalleled. The gods were drawn to this golden radiance. Even the two kings observing from their exalted vantage were captivated by the spectacle. Wow, what dazzling light! Exclaimed the king of this timeline. So blinding and splendid. Which universe does this warrior hail from? Remarked the king from the future. This would likely be Frieza's singular moment of glory. A transformation that could command the attention of the gods, even attracting the gaze of the supreme god. At this moment, Frieza had completed his metamorphosis into his ostentatious golden form. His once white skin now shimmered with a gilded sheen, glistening like gold. Upon witnessing Frieza's transformation, Frost's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that a member of his lineage could possess such a transformation. Vegeta, his expression impassive, scrutinized the golden Frieza before him. Through his perceptive abilities, he gauged that the current golden Frieza possessed a combat power level that soared to astronomical heights. This indicated that Frieza's golden transformation was indeed more formidable than that of the Super Saiyan Blue, an increase of at least several tens of thousands times. Regrettably, you have encountered this king. Allow me to demonstrate the extent of my power that even the destroyers cannot obliterate. Furthermore, the body you have usurped belonged to one of my former subordinates. Golden Frieza exuded confidence in his strength. However, the more arrogant he became, the more brutally he would be vanquished. Vegeta, naturally, would not indulge Frieza's hubris. Enough with the prattle. With a disdainful snort, an unparalleled, formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, its terrifying intensity reverberating throughout the void. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire realm was disturbed, rendering the surroundings oppressively stifling. Chapter 60, Absolute Dread. The warriors engaged in their respective battles on the arena ceased their skirmishes upon sensing Vegeta's overwhelming aura. For the intensity of his presence was nothing short of terrifying. It felt as though the entire void was on the verge of collapse. This is impossible. This aura, how could it surpass mine by such a margin? Up close, Frieza was rendered speechless by the sheer terror emanating from Vegeta. Every cell of his being trembled in his golden form. He found himself utterly paralyzed by a mere glance from Vegeta. Such an occurrence was inconceivable to him. His predicament, however, paled in comparison to Frost's, who, under the weight of Vegeta's might, had lost all courage to resist. His gaze was vacant, trembling, as if his very soul had been shattered. This imposing pressure and spirit rendered all on the arena utterly incomparable. Indeed, Frieza, it is only fitting that you reveal this visage of fear in my presence. You are quite formidable to possess such a transformation. You are also astute to recognize that I am not the Vegeta of your 7th universe. Yet you are mistaken, as I am still Vegeta. Vegeta regarded Frieza's expression of terror with a playful glint in his eye. At these words, Frieza shuddered, a wave of humiliation washing over him. In that moment, he became acutely aware of how utterly he had lost composure. His proud golden form had been reduced to a state of disarray by the individual before him. You mean to say you are also Vegeta? Humph. While I may not comprehend the situation fully, do not become too arrogant, wild monkey. The indignant golden Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a death beam at Vegeta. The beam, possessing an absolute penetrative force, tore through space. Yet, when it was merely half a meter from Vegeta, it was crushed by the overwhelming oppressive aura, disintegrating into a myriad of energy particles that dissipated into the void. With an unfruitful test strike, disbelief flickered in golden Frieza's eyes. In the next moment, he unleashed a barrage of death beams, both hands working in unison to attack Vegeta. Each energy beam, upon making contact with Vegeta's protective barrier, was transformed into countless energy particles suspended in the air. The overwhelming situation only heightened the fear within both Golden Frieza and Frost, while a certain Saiyan prince, concealed and observing from the shadows, was equally astounded by the spectacle. Even in a state of full power, he could not have ignored all of Golden Frieza's attacks with such nonchalance as this Vegeta. Futile efforts. It seemed that growing weary of Golden Frieza's relentless assault, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, summoning forth a tempest. In an overwhelming display of power, the resplendent Golden Frieza and Frost were forcefully pushed back several dozen meters. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Both Golden Frieza and Frost struggled to stabilize their bodies, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Damn it. With a character like this targeting me at the outset, escape will be exceedingly difficult. I must devise a plan. A malevolent gaze fell upon Frost from Golden Frieza. To ensure his own survival and avoid elimination, this designated pawn must be utilized as a scapegoat ahead of time. Senior, it seems we cannot defeat this fellow. Let us postpone discussions of cooperation for later. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Frost intended to make a hasty retreat. However, just as he was about to depart, Golden Frieza intercepted him. If that fellow managed to escape, it would spell disaster for him. At this moment, we must join forces. That individual is targeting us and will not allow our escape easily. I have a plan. If executed successfully, it will not only augment your power significantly, but also eliminate that adversary in one fell swoop. With his eloquent rhetoric, Golden Frieza managed to momentarily daze Frost with his persuasiveness. Then what must I do? Ultimately, Frost chose to place his trust in Frieza, as he appeared to have no better alternatives at this juncture. Very simple. Before Golden Frieza could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A surge of golden energy tore through the fabric of space at an alarming speed, deftly circumventing Golden Frieza and striking Frost squarely in the chest, propelling his body into the sky beyond the arena. A thunderous explosion ensued, a blinding light erupting in the air. In the audience of Universe 6, the battered Frost was teleported back amidst the chaos. His sudden appearance startled the god of destruction, Kampa, who felt a mixture of helplessness and irritation at the turn of events. Frost's abrupt elimination thoroughly disrupted Golden Frieza's scheme. Golden Frieza, trembling, swiftly turned to face the increasingly imminent threat of Vegeta, his clenched fists and quaking form betraying his unease and agitation. Frieza, it's your turn next, Vegeta remarked, his gaze laced with mockery as he scrutinized Frieza. He would not permit this adversary to be eliminated so easily. After all, this plaything served to pass the time. Humph. Merely the removal of an inconsequential pawn. Do not revel in your fleeting triumph. My true power far exceeds what you have witnessed. Open your eyes and behold. You wild monkey. Recognizing the gravity of his predicament, Golden Frieza understood that he could no longer remain concealed. With a resounding cry, his aura surged, his strength ascending at an astonishing rate. His combat power fluctuated visibly before Vegeta's eyes. As his energy reached its zenith, the true magnitude of Golden Frieza's power was unveiled. 6,000. His authentic strength. This power was already comparable to that of Topo during the preliminary skirmishes. It must be said, the innate talent of the Frost demons was indeed formidable. Even imprisoned in hell and enduring torment, they could continuously grow stronger. At this moment, Vegeta truly witnessed the full extent of Golden Frieza's combat capabilities. Yet what of it? Even combat strength at the pinnacle of the 8th dimension appeared as mere ants to him, utterly insignificant. As his energy peaked, Golden Frieza raised his hands high. A sphere of crimson golden energy coalesced in his palms, swelling until it reached a diameter of 100 meters before ceasing its expansion. Chapter 61, The Golden Star Bomb. You deserve it, the Planet Destruction Ball, a technique imparted by the god of destruction, Beerus, to the Frost Demon clan for obliterating planets. However, after Frieza's modifications and enhancements, the Planet Destruction Ball transformed into a superior, even more devastating technique known as Supernova. The fully unleashed supernova was indeed a technique of the god of destruction, its power undoubtedly reaching the pinnacle of the 8th dimension. For those of the 9th dimension, it posed a significant threat. A moment's negligence could result in utter annihilation. This move could even reduce a supergiant to dust. Let us see you try to withstand it. Golden Frieza chuckled cunningly, hurling the supernova directly at Vegeta. Vegeta, his expression unchanging, regarded the advancing supernova with apparent indifference until it was a mere 10 centimeters from him. Suddenly, an invisible force obstructed the relentless advance of the supernova, rendering it immobile. This is impossible. Golden Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld an unimaginable sight. A technique capable of obliterating even a supergiant was halted by nothing more than Vegeta's gaze, unable to progress further. The chasm of dimensional disparity was insurmountable. Such a tiresome technique should not be brandished to embarrass yourself, Frieza. With that, Vegeta's oppressive aura surged exponentially. In the next moment, the invisible pressure crushed the massive supernova to smithereens, scattering energy particles throughout the surrounding space. Not only did it fail to create any disturbance, but it also conveyed a sense of absurdity greater than destruction itself. This scene left Golden Frieza utterly dumbfounded, while even the gods in the audience were taken aback. At that moment, anyone with even a modicum of power understood that while Golden Frieza's supernova might not yet threaten a god of destruction, its potency had reached a point where it could potentially shake the very foundations of a god of destruction. Even if they sought to destroy it, it would require considerable effort. Yet, this seemingly cataclysmic strike appeared utterly inconsequential before Vegeta, who rendered it fragile and insubstantial. It was evident that the gods had underestimated Vegeta on some level. What is the matter? Are you frightened by this? Is this all that the so-called Cosmic Emperor amounts to? Under Golden Frieza's fearful gaze, Vegeta's smile deepened with amusement. Golden Frieza, overwhelmed with trepidation, instinctively sought to flee. But Vegeta was far swifter than he had anticipated. With an assertive stride, Vegeta stepped on Golden Frieza's tail, immobilizing him, and then unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Frieza's face. The devastating blow shattered the air and struck Golden Frieza squarely, producing a resounding thud. Stunned and disoriented, Golden Frieza's eyes glazed over, blood trickling from his nostrils. The force of the strike left him momentarily dazed. But it was not over. Vegeta had not exerted much strength, as he still held some interest in Frieza. After all, this character exhibited remarkable resilience in the original narrative. Vegeta was curious to test just how formidable he could be. Employing both hands, Vegeta unleashed a relentless series of lethal strikes that tore through space, mercilessly battering Golden Frieza's form. What heavy fists, that damned wild monkey! How infuriating! Enduring humiliation upon humiliation, Golden Frieza seethed with rage. Each strike wreaked havoc sufficient to fill a jug. Had it not been for the unparalleled defense bestowed upon him by his golden form, he would have likely perished long ago under this relentless onslaught. Humph. More resilient than I anticipated, Frieza. You are more suited to be a human punching bag than anyone else. Vegeta taunted as he mercilessly battered the Golden Frieza, simultaneously prodding his psyche with his words. The sheer ecstasy derived from tormenting Frieza was indeed a mental delight. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the defense of Golden Frieza was truly remarkable, even without exerting himself fully. Each of Vegeta's blows possessed the potential to incapacitate a being of the 8th dimension. Do not grow too complacent. A frantic roar escaped the nearly berserk Golden Frieza, his fury reaching a boiling point, unleashing an energy that exceeded all limits. The golden flames emanating from him surged forth like a perpetually erupting volcano. Has he grown stronger again? Sensing the shift in Frieza's aura, Vegeta remained unfazed. To him, Golden Frieza's combat prowess had already peaked at the zenith of the 8th dimension's strength, mere steps away from transcending into the 9th dimension's realm. Yet, even if he truly ascended to that level, what of it? He would still be naught but an insect. Raising his right hand, Vegeta transformed his palm into a fist, a white aura coalescing into tangible flames at his fingertips. He concentrated, then swung his fist. Boom! The unstoppable force of his punch collided violently with Golden Frieza's face. An unparalleled surge of power erupted, causing Frieza's aura to dwindle drastically. Due to the excessive force, Vegeta's assault tore Frieza's tail, that slender, lizard-like appendage, causing his diminutive form to rocket backward in a straight line, crashing through several rocky mountains and directly off the arena of the power tournament. A moment's negligence led to excessive force. I hope this fellow is still alive. Watching Golden Frieza tumble hundreds of meters away and fall from the arena, Vegeta felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Ultimately, this was merely the extent of it. If the later emergence of Black Gold Frieza were to occur, perhaps there would be some entertainment to be had. He lowered his gaze to the tail beneath his left foot. Having lost its energy supply, the tail had reverted from dark gold to white. One must commend the resilience of the Frost Demon race. Even with its severance, the tail continued to writhe and convulse. As long as the tail remained, It could not be deemed eliminated, could it? Vegeta bent down to pick up Frieza's tail. Casually, he tossed it off the arena. Thus, Frieza was eliminated. Chapter 62. Whis, this Vegeta is indeed genuine. In the spectator area of Universe 6, with the elimination of Frost and Frieza, not only had Universe 7 lost its first combatant, but Universe 6 had also suffered the loss of a warrior. The numerical advantage had begun to tilt unfavorably. The god of destruction, Kampa, seethed with animosity towards Universe 10's Vegeta. Damn it. Of all the opponents to target, why must it be our universe? Did Frost provoke you? Why attack him? Kampa raged, perceiving Frost as collateral damage in his frenzy. Beside him, the angel Vados remained silent. Already aware of certain truths, her gaze subtly shifting to the audience of Universe 7. The Vegeta from Universe 10 was no imposter. In Universe 7's viewing area, Frieza had become the first contestant to be eliminated. Now, he lay battered and unconscious, his life force flickering faintly, akin to a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinction. Such ruthless aggression even sent shivers down the spine of the god of destruction, Beerus. That rascal from Universe 10 has deliberately targeted Frieza. Beerus gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws. Although he harbored disdain for Frieza, he recognized him as a formidable asset to their universe, particularly with Frieza's golden form. He ranked among the strongest in Universe 7. Yet, even a being of such caliber was rendered powerless against the onslaught of Universe 10's Vegeta. The battle decidedly one-sided. Beerus could not fathom why the imposter from Universe 10 had deliberately set his sights on Frieza. They should have been meeting for the first time, devoid of any deep-seated animosity. After a prolonged observation of Universe 10's Vegeta, the angel Whis suddenly remarked, "Lord Beerus, perhaps our previous assumptions were misguided. Have you discerned something?" Beerus inquired urgently, turning to Whis. The angel did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on Universe 10's Vegeta, growing increasingly solemn. At that moment, Vegeta, sensing the angel's scrutiny, turned his gaze, locking eyes with Whis. This exchange of glances solidified Whis's certainty regarding Vegeta's identity. An imposter could never possess such arrogance and resolve. Through his eyes, he perceived a wealth of insights and information. "Lord Beerus, our earlier conjecture was flawed. His identity is far more intricate than we presumed. Perhaps this body has always belonged to him." Whis inhaled deeply, revealing this bombshell of a revelation. Beerus was left speechless. His mouth agape, his intellect racing to grasp the implications. "Whis, are you suggesting he hails from another timeline?" Beads of sweat began to form on Beerus's forehead. The Vegeta from Universe 10 did not belong to this world. He was from an alternate parallel universe. Aside from the possibility of having usurped another's body, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Indeed, though it was merely speculation, it appeared to be highly plausible. This Vegeta was not an imposter. He was the genuine article. He hailed from a different temporal realm. Whis spoke earnestly, casting a contemplative glance toward the viewing area of Universe 10. The angel Kusu, noticing her brother's gaze, wore an innocent and bright smile, seemingly admiring his insight. Indeed, he was from a parallel world. But why was he here? And why is a contestant of Universe 10? This is infuriating. A member of Universe 7 fighting on behalf of Universe 10. The Grand Priest and Zeno must surely be aware of this. Beerus's emotions were in turmoil. Even if he were from a parallel universe, he was still a warrior of his universe. Now, he had allied with another universe against Universe 7. Meanwhile, the angel Whis remained silent. The presence of this Vegeta in this arena must be intricately linked to his sister, the angel Kusu. Yet, even with this knowledge, what could be done? As the chief angel, Kusu had not expressed any objections, nor had their father, the Grand Priest, or Zeno. On the arena, Vegeta gazed toward the viewing area of Universe 7, and after locking eyes with the angel Whis, he began to piece together the situation. However, he was indifferent to their discoveries. Even if they uncovered his true identity, what would it matter? The outcome of this power tournament would be rewritten by his own hand. Having dispatched 2 frost demons, Vegeta prepared to rise and seek further amusement elsewhere. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept toward him, and he knew this was no mere coincidence. A visitor has approached of their own accord. Your ability to conceal your presence is commendable, yet your arrival renders the surrounding air frigid. Reveal yourself, contestant of the 6th universe. Vegeta's piercing gaze directed toward a shadowy crevice to his right. In the heart of that dim rock formation, the ace of the 6th universe, the legendary assassin Hit, emerged silently. This individual had deliberately sought him out. To my surprise, you discovered me with such ease. Your strength surpasses my expectations. By the way, before the tournament commenced, Lord Kampa had advised me to be particularly cautious of you. The assassin Hit stepped forth from the shadows, hands tucked in the pockets of his trench coat, his deep voice carrying an air of chill. Observing Hit before him, Vegeta smirked. Did this fellow believe he was akin to the Vegeta of the 7th universe? If I am not mistaken, you must be the companion of the first foe I eliminated a moment ago, although you seem to possess greater strength than that individual. To approach me with such a level of combat prowess appears rather presumptuous. Vegeta's confident smile and indifferent judgment cast a shadow over Hit's expression, darkening his visage and revealing a glint of cold fury in his eyes. As an assassin, he upheld his own dignity and principles. Vegeta's brazen demeanor was intolerable to him. Chapter 63. Hit comes to challenge. For Hit, the Vegeta of the 7th universe had previously fallen to his hand. This Vegeta before him, while undeniably powerful, did not instill in him a belief that he would face defeat. A chilling glimmer flashed in his crimson eyes. With each step he took, the air grew increasingly frigid. Noticing Hit's movements, Vegeta remained unfazed, arms crossed, presenting an air of nonchalance. In his eyes, he had already discerned Hit's combat power level, neither formidable nor weak. Standing at the 8th dimensional unit. Moreover, it was at least above 5,000 units, merely a slight notch stronger than Golden Frieza. However, due to his mastery of the time-skip technique, he presented a more challenging adversary. Did the original Hit possess such strength? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps he had grown stronger due to his association. Nevertheless, any minor tricks are utterly futile in the face of absolute power. Humph. Do you truly wish to engage me in battle? With your level of strength? You are woefully inadequate. A mocking smile adorned Vegeta's face, and as he spoke, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended, akin to the sky collapsing. His fierce aura transformed into a storm, rushing directly toward Hit. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere reverted to Vegeta's domain, shattering the cold ambience Hit had crafted. This overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Hit's brow to furrow and his heart to grow heavier. In a face-to-face confrontation, though he had confidence in victory, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. Their gazes locked, the pressure on Hit intensified, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He understood clearly that this Vegeta was not the same as the one he had bested moments ago. After a moment of silent contemplation, Hit made his decision. He stepped back, withdrawing his hands from his pockets. He recognized that the individual before him was extraordinary, and any hint of weakness could lead to his undoing. Humph. You merely seized the body of the 7th universe's Vegeta, Hit remarked in his own manner, attempting to stabilize his mindset, while simultaneously seeking a flaw to exploit. In response to Hit's taunt, Vegeta remained unfazed. It seems you have made up your mind. Very well, then, unleash your attack. A smile lingered on Vegeta's face as anticipation began to build within him. While he was aware of Hit's techniques and offensive strategies, experiencing them firsthand would offer an entirely different perspective. Especially now, Hit's strength had once again escalated, and he had comprehended skills beyond the time skip. However, even if he were to utilize that skill, it would hold little significance for Vegeta. The disparity between their strengths spanned more than a single dimension. Before the battle commenced, in the observation area of the 6th universe, Lord Kampa was in a state of turmoil. Just a moment prior, their universe's frost had been knocked off the stage, and now Hit had directly confronted the Vegeta of the 10th universe. Kampa understood that this individual's might was far beyond what Hit could contend with. The tournament had barely begun. To engage with such a monster was tantamount to courting disaster. What are you doing, Hit? I have warned you from the very beginning not to provoke that individual. The competition had yet to reach 5 minutes. Ample time remained. And now was the ideal moment to eliminate participants from other universes. Yet you, instead, chose to confront this fellow. Infuriating. Lord Kampa ground his teeth in frustration. Had Hit sought out any other universe's participant, regardless of their strength, he would have remained silent. Even if it were Goku or Vegeta from the 7th universe, he would have voiced no objections. But alas, he chose a foe he could not possibly defeat. Their 6th universe had already lost one participant. Should Hit fall as well, they would be truly cornered. Kampa held no doubts regarding Vegeta's strength. The terrifying aura he had displayed during the earlier skirmish was still vivid in his mind. Such power could easily obliterate him, let alone Hit. The presence of such an overwhelmingly powerful being in the tournament of power was utterly lawless. How could other universe participants possibly survive? The Grand Priest and the Omni King merely observed the spectacle. Lord Kampa, do remain calm. We must retain some faith in our own contestants, Angel Vados interjected, casting a discreet glance at the agitated god of destruction. In my view, while the Vegeta of the 10th universe is indeed formidable, Hit-san is not so weak as to fall without putting up a fight. After all, Hit has evolved significantly. His abilities extend far beyond mere time manipulation. Angel Vados felt a pang of exasperation as she noted Kampa's impatient demeanor. How had she been so blind to choose such a gluttonous cat as a god of destruction, believing him to be charming? This temperament could hardly withstand any form of adversity, lacking the composure exhibited by other universe deities. Nonetheless, after years of coexistence, she had grown accustomed to Kampa's nature. Oh, Vados, there is no need for you to worry. Even if the entirety of the sixth universe were to be eliminated and we ceased to exist, you would not vanish or be erased. How infuriating! Lord Kampa exclaimed, bouncing restlessly in place. Observing his frantic demeanor, Angel Vados chose to feign ignorance. She had witnessed far too many melodramatic displays to pay heed to them. Their interactions were often characterized by this dynamic, resembling a fat cat lamenting to its owner. What a pity, Lord Kampa. The thought of our imminent farewell makes me quite sorrowful, Angel Vados remarked sarcastically, which only served to redden Kampa's face in anger. However, he found himself unable to retort. The angel's status was fundamentally different from that of the gods. Even if the universe were to be obliterated, the angels would remain untouched, merely experiencing a cycle of rebirth once more. Yet, he is different. As the god of destruction, the fate of the universe is inextricably linked to his existence. If the universe ceases to exist, so too does everything else, rendering their role as gods of destruction entirely superfluous. Chapter 64. The Clash of Legendary Powers. On the arena. As the competition commenced and battles raged on, the power tournament had reached a fever pitch within mere minutes. Countless formidable warriors clashed in every corner of the arena, with skirmishes erupting incessantly. The chaotic melee encompassed myriad universes, leaving no one able to discern friend from foe. However, two areas stood in stark contrast, shrouded in an unnerving silence that deterred any would-be intruders. One such area was the battleground of Vegeta and Hit. Given the confrontation between the mightiest warrior of Universe 10 and the ace assassin of Universe 6, even the gods were fixated on this duel. The other area, however, was devoid of spectators, yet an ominous aura emanated from it, instilling a profound sense of dread and fear deep within the soul. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly of Universe 7, guided by the instincts of his bloodline, sought out the fabled Super Saiyan Kale of Universe 6 once more. The latent powers within both their bloodlines resonated, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy until, at last, they both awakened simultaneously. Boom! Two astonishing beams of emerald energy pierced the entirety of the void. The vast, oppressive aura, coupled with the suffocating pressure emanating from the depths of their souls, transformed the atmosphere of the void. The arena trembled violently as the unparalleled might of the two legendary Super Saiyans erupted. The participants, sensing this tempestuous aura, widened their eyes in shock and fear. The combatants, engaged in battle, were compelled to cease fighting due to this overwhelming force. The power was not only terrifying but also imbued with a savage and bloodthirsty pressure that evoked primal instincts of unease and dread. On the other hand, the atmosphere surrounding the clash between Vegeta and Hit was similarly disrupted by this sudden eruption of energy. Could this sensation signify the awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta, upon receiving the message from within his bloodline, abruptly turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Through his heightened senses, he pinpointed the location of the awakened power and assessed the terrifying magnitude of its eruption. In the 9th dimension, at the Realm S unit, Hit, standing nearby, had lost the will to continue battling, for he recognized that the energy surge originated from their own Universe 6. For the sake of the greater good, he resolved to abandon his fight with Vegeta, ensuring that Universe 6 maintained its numerical superiority. With a mere thought, Hit vanished into the time skip, leaving no trace behind. As Hit suddenly departed, Vegeta came to his senses. He could have intervened, yet refrained from doing so, deeming it futile. The speed and manner of Hit's escape were rather peculiar, befitting his role as an assassin. Vegeta had confirmed that Hit had vanished from the area, his focus now entirely on the intensifying energy emanating from afar. The two legendary Super Saiyans had encountered each other, both succumbing to a state of rage. Such a scenario was undeniably intriguing. With that thought, Vegeta concentrated, transforming into a fleeting shadow before reappearing miles away at the source of the explosive power. He stood atop a rocky precipice, arms crossed, surveying the two legendary warriors below with an air of amusement. He also took note of the warriors from Universe 11, Jiren and Toppo, who were evidently drawn to the terrifying forces unleashed. Not only were they captivated, but the awakening of the legendary Super Saiyan had also caught the attention of all within Universes 7 and 6. At this moment, Goku and Super Vegeta stood together, gazing at the surging energy source on the arena, their hearts racing with trepidation. They had personally experienced Broly's terrifying power when the Angel Whis had discovered this Saiyan. They had initially dismissed him, only to realize the vast disparity in strength once Broly unleashed his fury. Even if they combined their strengths, they would still fall short against Broly alone. Did Universe 6 also possess a legendary Super Saiyan? Broly's presence there raised concerns, whether it was a blessing or a curse. If Broly were to lose control like Kale, he might inadvertently eliminate other participants from different universes, which would be troublesome. Goku, filled with apprehension, lamented that if Broly were disqualified for breaking the tournament rules, it would be a tragic loss. Enough worrying, Kakarot, look over there. The imposter from Universe 10 and those two from Universe 11 are here. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge their strengths. In contrast to Goku, Super Vegeta's thoughts were far more intricate. Since Broly's rage had drawn the attention of these two, it implied that they might take action. Only by understanding the enemy's capabilities could they find a means to counter them in the forthcoming battles. A cacophony of desperate roars resonated throughout the arena, as an uncontrollable tempest of energy surged forth, engulfing a significant portion of the arena. The legendary Super Saiyan Kale from Universe 6 had completely lost control. Her awakened power wreaked havoc across the arena, causing the void to warp under the ferocity of her energy, with massive boulders erupting from the ground. From his vantage atop the rocky summit, Vegeta could feel the sheer magnitude of this power. The legendary Super Saiyan had returned, he thought, a genuine exclamation escaping his lips. Kale's unleashed energy had reached the 9th dimension S unit. This level of strength was not to be underestimated. It was sufficient to overshadow the vast majority of competitors on the arena. Vegeta had personally experienced the terror of Super Saiyans. They were akin to an insurmountable bug. Their energy and strength continually escalated with astonishing speed. Confronting a powerful adversary could further unlock their latent potential, resulting in an exponential enhancement of their combat prowess. If one could not vanquish the legendary Super Saiyan in an instant, the consequences would be dire. The female Super Saiyan from Universe 6 had gone berserk. Yet why did he remain so composed? Vegeta's attention shifted to Broly, who had remained eerily still nearby. He could distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within Broly's being. Chapter 65, Power Surge, Total Annihilation. At this moment, Broly was enveloped in emerald flames, though he remained in his base form. The energy coursing through him rivaled that of the rampaging Kale, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, this energy remained unnaturally calm, an unsettling tranquility akin to the calm before a storm. In the observation area atop the arena, all the supreme Kais, gods of destruction, and even the angels were profoundly shaken by the eruption of power from the legendary Super Saiyan. The seemingly frail girl from Universe 6 harbored such unfathomable energy. Who could have foreseen that the most unassuming of characters could unleash a might so formidable that even the gods would be left astounded? This power has ascended to the realm of quasi-destruction. In the viewing area of Universe 6, the destroyer god Kampa was left utterly dumbfounded by the overwhelming aura emanating from Kale. Initially, when he had chosen Kale to participate, he had assumed this young girl was merely there to fill a spot. He never anticipated that she harbored such terrifying strength. Hey Vados, did you already know about this Saiyan girl's incredible power, which is why you insisted on her participation in this tournament? Kampa incredulously inquired. He remained blissfully unaware until now. At one point, he had even considered replacing Kale with another contestant. But now, the power Kale had unleashed was rivaling his own. Lord Kampa, I told you from the very beginning to remain calm. You were simply too anxious and worried. The tournament has only just begun. And while there are formidable fighters from other universes, our universe is not without its own exceptional talents, and Kale is not our only ace. The angel Vados teased Kampa with a playful tone. Hearing this, Kampa's face turned crimson. He felt utterly humiliated. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Yet now, having seen it unfold, he could not deny the truth. He felt a sense of relief for not hastily replacing Kale. With Kale's eruption of power, the champion of the tournament seemed to be beckoning towards Universe 6. Well then, Kale, send every contestant from the other universes tumbling off that stage, without exception. The championship of this tournament belongs solely to Universe 6. Kampa bellowed towards Kale on the stage. He remained oblivious to the tremendous cost required to unleash such power. In her current state, Kale had lost all sense of self, completely overtaken by the primal ferocity of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. She was no longer Kale, but a mindless beast. Meanwhile, Angel Vados felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing Kampa's call. How could Kampa be so oblivious to the fact that Kale could no longer hear anyone's voice? Lord Kampa, regardless of what you say now, I fear Kale cannot hear your commands. She has succumbed to her rage, consumed by the wild power within her. Her mind solely fixated on destruction. Moreover, there is an even graver concern. It is quite possible that Kale may even turn against her own allies. Vados reiterated, halting Kampa in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. To be unable to control her power and transform into a monster that could not distinguish friend from foe meant that everyone on that stage had become potential targets for Kale's wrath. What a ridiculous situation. A rampaging monster incapable of controlling her power is of no use to me. On the stage, Kale had begun to stabilize her transformation into a Super Saiyan, her emerald aura retracting into her form. It was hard to fathom that just moments ago, this seemingly frail girl had now transformed into a towering figure, radiating an aura of ferocity that stood at 3 meters tall. Dark smoke wafted from her massive body. Her pupils vanished, and her visage twisted into a terrifying snarl akin to a beast on the verge of a rampage. This starkly contrasted with Broly, who stood calmly beside her, seemingly preparing a devastating technique. In her berserk state, Kale noticed Broly's presence, and within her surged a powerful resonance from her bloodline. The Super Saiyan lineage allowed for only one to exist. There could be no duplicates. Clenching her hand, a brilliant emerald light flickered in her palm, with energy rings retracting into her grasp. Each contraction caused a cataclysmic shift in the fabric of existence. After 3 cycles of retraction, a lively emerald orb danced mischievously in her palm. In the next moment, Kale swung her arm, unleashing the emerald energy as a shockwave that struck Broly's chest. The force propelled Broly into the air, exploding in a dazzling display of emerald light. Was Broly eliminated? That was clearly impossible. Although Kale's strike appeared fearsome, it had not harmed Broly in the slightest. It merely relocated him to another part of the arena. Indeed, there were disparities even among Super Saiyans. After repelling Broly, Kale's vacant gaze swept across the multitude of contestants, igniting her fury and discontent. A roar erupted, more terrifying than that of a wild beast, accompanied by a tangible emerald flame. The sheer intensity of the energy beam pierced the sky of the void, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Undoubtedly, her form was too fragile to fully contain the legendary Super Saiyan's energy, necessitating the release of a portion. In an instant, colossal stone pillars erupted from beneath Kale, elevating her 10 meters into the air. Surrounding her, countless particles of green energy manifested, and in the next heartbeat, an uncountable number of emerald energy blasts erupted from her form, cascading in all directions. This indiscriminate bombardment included both foes and allies. Each energy blast possessed considerable might. Even a single one could obliterate a medium-sized planet in the cosmos. Numerous universes were affected, and countless contestants were eliminated in the wake of Kale's explosive outburst. From Universe 2, Zeroin and Hamura. From Universe 3, Nicorix and Cardobessler. From Universe 4, Ganis and Gai. Chapter 66, Vegeta, Super Saiyan? Is that all? Aside from these 3 universes, the most devastated was Universe 9. Their universe, besides the dangerous trio, had nearly all its members eliminated the moment Kale unleashed her fury. In the blink of an eye, her roar had sent over a dozen contestants packing, and if this madwoman continued her rampage unchecked, more universes would fall victim. Even Universe 6 would not escape unscathed. After all, Kale could no longer discern friend from foe. Kale, her sister Caulifla called out, desperately trying to rouse Kale from her berserk state. Unfortunately, she was met with an energy blast potent enough to shatter stars, aimed directly at her. Just in the nick of time, the assassin Hit arrived on the scene, using his time-skip ability to save Caulifla. Hit had narrowly avoided death, and while Caulifla was overjoyed, her expression quickly darkened. Given Kale's current state, even Hit would likely struggle to bring her back. After ensuring Caulifla's safety, Hit cast a cold gaze towards the distant battlefield and solemnly remarked, "A formidable monster has awakened. Your sister is now lost in a state of friend or foe confusion. Someone must subdue her." Simultaneously, in a rocky area to the right of Kale and the others, 2 contestants from Universe 7, Goten and Trunks, fled from the relentless bombardment of energy blasts unleashed by Kale. This is no fun. This is absolutely dreadful. If I had known better, I would have listened to Dad and not participated in this tournament. Goten exclaimed, dodging with urgency. Be careful, Goten. If we so much as get grazed by one of those energy blasts, we're finished. I certainly do not wish to be eliminated before I have even begun. Such a fate would be utterly disheartening. Son Goten and Trunks, the 2 young lads, darted about the arena, evading the relentless energy bombardment unleashed by Kale. Despite their commendable fighting prowess, they remained mere children at heart. The intensity of Kale's outburst had startled them profoundly, evoking memories of their earlier encounters with Majin Buu, moments fraught with tension and fear. In their frantic retreat, a cerulean green energy sphere sliced through the fabric of space, homing in on them with deadly precision. Realizing the imminent danger, the 2 boys were rendered motionless with panic. Just as calamity loomed, Majin Buu appeared, swatting the energy blast aside and thus saving them. Uncle Buu, Goten exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief. Thank goodness, we're saved. Trunks sighed deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Stay close to me, Majin Buu advised in his endearingly simple manner. This place is exceedingly perilous. One misstep, and you could be sent tumbling down. With such a formidable protector at their side, Trunks and Goten could hardly refuse, nodding in agreement. With Majin Buu as their safeguard, their safety on this stage was significantly bolstered. At least until they could fuse, they were assured they would not face elimination, an assurance bestowed upon them by Whis. As long as time permitted, they would fuse, and then it would be the turn of the invincible Gotenks to reap victory. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the energy eruption, Vegeta stood resolutely atop a mountain peak, quietly observing Kale's explosive power. To be honest, feeling the resurgence of Super Saiyan energy after so many years stirred in him an almost uncontrollable urge to intervene and suppress Kale. However, he refrained. While Kale was indeed formidable, she had yet to reach a threshold that warranted his intervention. His gaze shifted slightly, traversing past Kale to the opposite side of the arena, toward Universe 11. In that moment, Universe 11 found itself under the looming threat of Kale's explosive power, which had become the gravest concern for all present. The three mightiest warriors of the Pride Troopers, led by Jiren, stood united, their expressions betraying a hint of seriousness as they surveyed the escalating chaos before them. Jiren remained silent, yet the subtle shift in his gaze indicated a change. The sheer destructive force of her voice. I didn't expect such a monster to emerge from Universe 6, Toppo murmured, while also sensing the disparity in power between them. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the legendary Super Saiyan Kale's might indeed surpassed his own full strength. Engaging her directly would yield minuscule chances of victory. However, there was an alternative, a complete relinquishment of self to embrace the power of destruction, which would elevate his strength to an entirely new echelon. With the God of Destruction's power, annihilating a Super Saiyan Kale would be a trivial feat if this monstrous force were not curtailed soon. It would run rampant without restraint. Damn it, Tease shouted, gritting his teeth in frustration. Just as Tease finished his sentence, Jiren made a move. When he did so, both Toppo and Tease sensed the shift, their expressions morphing into incredulity. They understood that Jiren did not act on a whim, and this marked the first time he expressed active interest in the fighters on the arena. Are you truly going to intervene, Jiren? Toppo whispered in astonishment. Tease remained silent, yet his face mirrored the tumult of emotions swirling within him. The explosive power of the female warrior from Universe 6 had captured the attention of their Universe's strongest fighter, Jiren. It was worth noting that even Goku from Universe 7 had rarely received such recognition. Jiren's actions did not escape Vegeta's watchful eye. While Kale was undeniably powerful, at their level, she was merely a target ripe for suppression. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to gauge the true capabilities of the gray-skinned warrior. As Kale's explosion of power continued unabated, her strength surged exponentially. Vegeta could clearly discern that Kale's energy had soared to levels exceeding 100 quintillion. If given just a bit more time, her Super Saiyan power would undoubtedly escalate to 1,000 quintillion, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of quintillions. Ultimately, however, the unrestrained eruption of power would lead to her own demise. Chapter 67. A true man never looks back. Violent suppression. Demise? Indeed. Vegeta understood all too well that the fate of past Super Saiyans had invariably followed this trajectory, succumbing to the lure of power and the desire for destruction, ultimately spiraling into self-annihilation. At this moment, Kale, perched high above, let out a series of frenzied, ear-piercing roars. The terrifying sound waves reverberated throughout the arena, even drawing the attention of the Grand Minister and the Omni King. She was unleashing her power, venting her destructive urges. This power, while formidable, was ultimately limited. Once it reached its zenith, it would plateau. Standing upon the mountain peak, Vegeta regarded the rampaging Kale with a sense of pity. If only she could harness this power, she might be considered a worthy adversary. However, her inability to control it destined her to remain a mere beast. As Vegeta's thoughts crystallized, the frenzied Kale seemed to sense something amiss. The primal force within her bloodline detected Vegeta's disdain. The legendary Super Saiyan would not tolerate being belittled. Roar! Kale unleashed a primal scream, her mouth agape as she expelled a blindingly intense beam of green energy. The colossal energy beam, infused with unparalleled destructive force, surged directly toward Vegeta's position. Are you initiating an attack against me? How intriguing, Vegeta mused, a smile gracing his lips as he sensed the overwhelming destructive potential of her strike. Calmly, he raised his hand, an aura of profound energy enveloping him. The unstoppable green energy beam, mere inches from Vegeta, was halted by an invisible barrier. The chaotic energy was gradually distorted by his unfathomable aura until it finally dissipated into a myriad of starlit particles. The sheer terror emanating from Kale's explosive energy left all present acutely aware of the lethal threat it posed. Jiren, who had been poised to act, halted in his tracks upon witnessing Kale's assault on Vegeta. Perhaps his intervention was no longer necessary. Casually dispersing Kale's attack, Vegeta chuckled. It has been quite some time since I felt the power of such an attack. You do possess some skill. The pressure this encounter evoked reminded Vegeta of his battles with Broly from the GT timeline, though he mused that the Kale before him paled in comparison to the overwhelming force Broly had once exhibited. With her initial strike thwarted, Kale's fury intensified. The hulking, menacing figure lunged forth with a ferocity reminiscent of a primordial beast, claws bared as if to rend Vegeta to shreds. For anyone else, such a direct assault might have left them utterly defenseless. Alas, this overt offensive, in my eyes, was riddled with vulnerabilities. As the words left my lips, a sphere of azure energy coalesced within the palm of Vegeta's hand. Final flash, he declared, unleashing a terrifying beam of emerald energy that surged forth from his palm. Hurtling straight towards Kale's open maw, the sheer force of the impact propelled Kale's body skyward, transcending the boundaries of the arena. Once Kale had been sent flying a considerable distance, Vegeta ceased his energy release and turned away, no longer paying heed. A true warrior never looks back at an explosion. The explosion erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing the surroundings in a searing blaze. In an instant, Kale's presence was extinguished, mercilessly subdued by Vegeta's overwhelming might. As the remnants of the blast dissipated, the once transformed Kale fell into a deep stupor, plummeting towards a corner of the arena. Witnessing the unparalleled power of Vegeta, every spectator and deity present stood agape, utterly astonished. Although she had not been directly eliminated from the ring, this spectacle was indelibly etched into the hearts of all. The unfathomable strength of the Super Saiyan Kale had been shattered in an instant by the man before them. Thus, one could surmise the magnitude of Vegeta's power. The assembled deities were once again reminded of the terror that was Vegeta. True strength is not akin to Kale's mindless rage, a mere beast wreaking havoc without reason. It is those who appear inactive, yet can decisively conclude a battle with swift precision, who are the true titans. At this moment, as the aftermath of the explosion settled, the battleground fell into a silence that felt almost unnatural. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, chilling every combatant to the bone. The legendary Super Saiyan Kale had been vanquished. Yet this did not herald a new calm. Rather, it signaled an impending tempest. The scene of Vegeta subduing Kale was keenly observed by Jiren, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11. Feeling the intensity of Jiren's gaze, Vegeta instinctively averted his eyes. Their gazes locked, and the unspoken energy between them was potent enough to incapacitate those of lesser strength. Across the arena, the two most formidable beings stood 100 meters apart, seemingly on the brink of an even more intense clash. Did my subjugation of that girl ignite your fighting spirit? If so, splendid. I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess from Universe 11. Should you fall as easily as that girl, it would be dreadfully mundane. Vegeta looked down upon Jiren with an increasingly expectant smile. Kale's strength was formidable, yet it was far from sufficient to warrant Vegeta's seriousness. Jiren, standing before him now, was undoubtedly the strongest contender aside from himself in this arena. Perhaps, engaging him would not be devoid of excitement. Conversely, upon sensing Vegeta's supreme arrogance, Jiren clenched his fists, shifting his demeanor. Long before the contest commenced, they had harbored mutual suspicions. Thus, Jiren understood that his greatest adversary within this arena was none other than Vegeta from Universe 10. Although confronting such a formidable foe prematurely could spell disaster for the upcoming matches, an inevitable clash loomed on the horizon. The desire to battle the strong is an intrinsic pursuit for every warrior. The confrontation between the two strongest was closely observed by the second youngest Scion, who lay hidden in the shadows. This would undoubtedly be a clash worthy of attention. Chapter 68. Confrontation with Jiren. The entire universe held its breath. Would the battle between Jiren of Universe 11 and the Vegeta of Universe 10 commence? Truth be told, I too yearned to step forth and engage in battle with them. Yet my power pales in comparison, a bitter reality. Sun Wukong seethed with frustration over his inadequacies at this moment. To witness such titans face off, yet find himself without a place among them was infuriating. It must be noted that in Universe 7, apart from Super Vegeta, he had no rivals left. Beside him, Super Vegeta could not help but frown at Wukong's words. At such a critical juncture, Kakarot still harbored dreams of challenging these two. Acknowledging the futility of such a confrontation, he nonetheless sought to throw himself into the fray. Even as a Scion, he yearned to take on formidable adversaries, yet with the fate of the universe at stake, he would undoubtedly make the most prudent choice. Burdened with thoughts, Super Vegeta's gaze drifted to a specific spot, the very direction from which Broly had been sent sprawling by Kale. Through his senses, he discerned Broly's aura, unnervingly tranquil. Broly, you shouldn't be so easily intimidated and subdued. What are you truly plotting? Once you unleash your fury, none shall be able to restrain you, not even I. Super Vegeta fell into contemplation, biding his time. Meanwhile, the deities observed the unfolding battle's trajectory and dynamics. On the side of Universe 10, as Vegeta and Jiren faced each other, the god of destruction, Rumshi, began to harbor concerns. The situation appeared increasingly precarious. That insufferable clown had a formidable warrior in his ranks. Even I cannot discern the depths of his abilities. Should Vegeta engage him, the outcome is uncertain. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Rumshi's forehead, his words laden with apprehension for Vegeta's plight. The gray-skinned Jiren of Universe 11 exuded an aura that hinted at extraordinary strength. Even I would not possess 100% certainty of victory against such a being. Rumshi's worries were perhaps unwarranted. Though Jiren was indeed formidable, our universe's Vegeta might yet prevail. Conversely, if this battle were to ignite, Universe 10 could seize the opportunity to utterly demoralize the other competitors. Unlike Rumshi, the angel Kusu remained unwavering in her belief that Vegeta would triumph. As an angel, her perception transcended that of a god of destruction. While Jiren was undeniably powerful, having surpassed even the average level of a god of destruction, he had yet to truly transcend the divine. Vegeta was different. When she first encountered him, she had been captivated by his immense power. It was the first time she felt that almost otherworldly, unadulterated strength, an essence that no god of destruction could rival, one that even angels would find humbling. Even should this battle commence, she felt no trepidation, remaining as steadfast as a rock. Indeed, it seems I have been overly cautious. Hearing the angel Kusu's reassurances, Rumshi relaxed. If an angel believes Vegeta will undoubtedly triumph, then what need is there for his anxious thoughts? Nearby, the Supreme Kai, Gaosu, listened to the discourse between the two deities, continuously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Their conversation was not one in which he could interject. He would do well to remain inconspicuous. In the observation area of Universe 11, the tension mounted. Is it about to begin? The Supreme Kai, murmured gravely, his brow furrowed. His concerns were numerous, and his considerations far-reaching. The prospect of an early clash between Jiren and Vegeta might not yield favorable outcomes. Earlier than I had anticipated, Jiren has already encountered that individual from Universe 10. Although this disruption to my plans is somewhat inconvenient, it is fortuitous that their confrontation has occurred ahead of schedule. After all, a battle between them was inevitable. This skirmish shall serve to demonstrate the vast disparities among the universes. Let them grasp the sheer magnitude of their differences. The god of destruction, Beerus, felt a slight upward curl at the corners of his mouth, brimming with confidence in Jiren's formidable strength. Even if that Vegeta from Universe 10 were immensely powerful, there is no way Jiren could be defeated. It appears that the spectacle is set to unfold sooner than expected. And our universe's Jiren seems to harbor considerable interest in this Vegeta from Universe 10. I wonder who among them will ultimately emerge victorious. The angel, Margarita, slightly invigorated, placed significant emphasis on this impending battle. On the side of Universe 7, the corners of Beerus's mouth seemed to ascend towards the heavens. Initially, his Universe 7's high-tier combat prowess paled in comparison to that of Universes 10 and 11. However, with the two mightiest warriors from these universes clashing prematurely, the scenario changes drastically. Once the battle commences, it shall greatly benefit Universe 7. When both sides are left battered and bruised, it will be the perfect moment for Universe 7 to strike. Although they lack Frieza, he remains confident in the combined might of Goku and Super Vegeta. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman profits. Witnessing this, Angel Whis couldn't help but nod. This was indeed an opportunity for Universe 7 to reverse their fortunes. Yet, beyond all this, he was more concerned about their universe's Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan from Universe 6 had erupted, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Jiren of Universe 11. However, their universe's legendary Super Saiyan possesses far more potential. Once unleashed, no one on the stage could contain him. What precisely has transpired here? It deviates from my expectations. Could it be that the encounter between two legendary Super Saiyans has resulted in one succumbing to rage while the other remains tranquil? No. Broly's energy has already been drawn forth. It appears he is unwilling to unleash his full power yet, holding back instead. Angel Whis furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. The scene shifted back to the arena. Vegeta and Jiren faced off, neither making the first move. Yet, their standoff presented an opportunity for the observers from other universes, who believed they had spotted a flaw. The last hope of Universe 9, the perilous trio consisting of the Black Wolf Belgamore, the Yellow Wolf Lavanda, and the Red Wolf Bazel, gathered to execute their renowned technique, the dangerous triangle formation. Their target was none other than Vegeta from Universe 10. Although the god of destruction Sidra had previously warned them against recklessly confronting Universe 10's Vegeta, the three brothers could not swallow their pride. In the preliminary skirmishes, their universe's glory was overshadowed by Vegeta. This time, they sought to reclaim their honor. Chapter 69, Vegeta, what of the public's wrath? Let them come together. Belgamore, brothers. Are you prepared? The glory of Universe 9 rests upon this strike. Lavanda, fear not. Brother, we shall give our all and reclaim all that we have lost. Bazel, united. Our combined power is not to be underestimated. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot escape unscathed. For the fate of Universe 9. Even if it is a sneak attack, what of it? Dangerous triangle beam. The perilous trio assumed their stances, unleashing a devastating tricolored energy beam with remarkable destructive force. While the individual combat prowess of the three brothers may not be impressive, their combined efforts resulted in a qualitative change. The potency of the dangerous triangle beam rivaled, if not surpassed, the energy beam that the legendary Super Saiyan Kale had previously unleashed upon Vegeta. Perched atop the mountain, Vegeta engaged in a battle of wills with Jiren, sensed a chill creeping up from behind. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, just as a formidable energy beam, composed of three distinct colors, tore through space, mere dozens of meters away from him. Like a mayfly shaking a tree, he muttered under his breath, not inclined to indulge his foes. Raising his hand, a sphere of energy began to coalesce. In that very instant, as the dangerous triangle beam was about to strike him, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth from the palm of Vegeta's hand. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated. This astonishing energy attack undoubtedly reached the caliber of the 10th dimensional threshold. The overwhelming energy wave obliterated the perilous trio's ultimate attack with sheer force. The terrifying aftershock engulfed 1/5 of the arena. In an instant, the last hope of Universe 9, the dangerous trio, was annihilated. The three brothers fell, defeated, from the stage. This spectacle once again reshaped the perceptions of all participants. At this moment, both the scions of Universe 7 and the strongest warrior of Universe 11, Jiren, bore expressions of disbelief. The might of this strike was simply too terrifying. The sheer force of it could rival that of a god of destruction. No, it surpassed even that, especially as it was delivered so casually. It is worth noting that the attack of the three wolves went unnoticed by all. In such a situation, a nonchalant strike wielded such immense power. As the energy tempest subsided, all eyes of gods and mortals alike were fixed upon Vegeta. A mere casual strike possessed the terrifying might that made even the deities tremble in fear. As a consequence of their actions, Universe 9 paid a heavy price. With the elimination of the dangerous trio, Universe 9 was left on the brink of annihilation. In that moment, the atmosphere grew intensely oppressive. The match came to a halt at this juncture. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9, Lower, and the God of Destruction, Sidra, felt their hearts sink. Their universe was doomed. With the complete elimination of Universe 9, they would be erased by the Omni Kings. At the pinnacle, the Grand Priest declared the fate of Universe 9. As his words echoed, both Omni Kings raised their hands simultaneously, mysterious powers converging within their palms. In an instant, all participants on the stage lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Even beings of unparalleled strength like Vegeta and Jiren had to observe with utmost attention. The power wielded by a single Omni King was already terrifying. Now, with two, one could only imagine the dread they would unleash in unison. As a blinding white light flashed, Universe 9, along with Supreme Kai Lower, God of Destruction Sidra, and all its warriors, was reduced to nothingness. No trace of their existence remained, as if they had never been there at all, utterly erased from existence. In the vast audience of Universe 9, only the angel Mojito remained. Having witnessed the demise of an entire universe, the angels were somewhat unfazed, as this was not their first experience with such an event. However, the Kais and gods of destruction were not so indifferent. Now, Universe 9 served as a cautionary tale. They might be next. With the complete obliteration of Universe 9, the Grand Priest announced the continuation of the Tournament of Power. This intervention by the Omni Kings amplified the hatred of the remaining 6 universes towards Vegeta immensely. During the preliminary tournament, it was clear that he possessed the ability to alter the course of events. He could have spared these universes from the calamity of annihilation. Yet he chose to remain passive. If Universe 7 is the instigator of all this, then Vegeta is the sinner who disregarded the very existence of the universe. It must be said that this has starkly revealed the malevolence inherent in human nature. On the arena, after witnessing the omnipotent abilities of the Omni King firsthand, Vegeta's brow furrowed increasingly deeper. Is this truly the extent of the Omni King's power? To erase an entire universe, it merely takes a fleeting thought. The terrifying capabilities of the Omni King, observed in person, imparted a distinct sensation to Vegeta. Simultaneously, he comprehended a crucial truth. In this Dragon Ball universe, all beings are utterly incapable of defying the Omni King. Their very existence, their life and death, rests within the grasp of the Omni King's contemplation. He is the embodiment of the laws governing this realm. In other words, he is the world itself. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this supreme being can exert any influence over him, a being of anomaly. As Vegeta emerged from the depths of the Omni King's boundless powers, he reigned in his tumultuous thoughts. With his keen perception, he sensed the searing gazes directed towards him from all directions. Those eyes seemed to yearn to consume his very existence. Vegeta, of course, recognized the source of this collective focus. Hidden in the shadows, you cowardly rascals. I can feel your battle intent. This world has always been one of the survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. I stand here now, so if you possess the capability, come forth. However, in my opinion, it would be wise for you to all attack together. Vegeta's declaration, filled with an indomitable aura, reverberated throughout the arena. Following this, an overwhelming force emerged, capable of instilling tremors even among the gods. Boom! In an instant, the entire Void Realm was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil, as Vegeta single-handedly stirred the very fabric of reality. What an awe-inspiring force! How could it possibly erupt from a mere mortal? This Vegeta is astonishingly formidable. Chapter 70. What of the 10th dimension? One strike to subdue. As Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7, could no longer remain composed, all the universes began to tremble. As the most powerful god of destruction, Beerus understood the terrifying weight of Vegeta's overwhelming presence. It was far more fearsome than the might displayed during their previous skirmish. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. This aura resembles that of a battlefield of demons. The only force that could possibly rival it would be the angels. The heartfelt words of the Angel Whis dropped a heavy bombshell for Beerus, who stood nearby. If even the Angel Whis is so laudatory, just how fearsome is this Vegeta? Aside from Beerus, who felt a deep astonishment, the expressions of the gods from other universes varied. The tremendous pressure emanating from Vegeta invoked a profound shock even among the angels, leaving the gods of destruction feeling inadequate. The other gods of destruction and Supreme Kais exhibited expressions of anxiety and wariness. Of course, one god of destruction stood apart from the rest. The god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramushi, was nearly suffocated by his own arrogance. The angel Kusu was quite pleased with Vegeta's display. This is exactly how it should be. Crush the warriors from the other universes mercilessly, no matter how many there are, no matter how powerful. Bring them all down without exception. In this moment, Ramushi felt his prestige swell immensely. This elevated and unrestrained sensation was utterly addictive. How long has it been since he felt such elation? What a domineering declaration, yet it perfectly aligns with Vegeta's character. Regardless of the strength of the challengers, he would vanquish them all without hesitation. Lord Ramushi, indeed, our Universe 10 has struck a stroke of luck this time. The angel Kusu chuckled softly, discreetly glancing at the expressions of the other angels. Her smug demeanor seemed to proclaim, "Look, the contender I found is incomparable to your lackluster fighters." As Vegeta's aura erupted, the expressions of the competitors on the arena varied greatly. Some were filled with excitement and anticipation upon encountering a true warrior, while others were utterly intimidated. Losing all will to fight in the face of such incredible pressure. Among them, the Saiyans felt the most profound impact. From the overwhelming aura Vegeta unleashed, they could distinctly sense the suppression and fear coursing through their very bloodline. Standing at the pinnacle, Vegeta crossed his arms, surveying the arena with an air of invincibility. His cold gaze swept over the competitors who glared at him with clenched teeth. "Humph, does no one dare to challenge me?" Vegeta scoffed, shaking his head in utter disappointment. It appears that this is merely a slaughter of the weak, as it has always been. Just as this thought crossed his mind, in a corner of the arena, Broly, who had been cultivating his legendary power, finally reached the point of eruption, perhaps sensing the threat posed by Vegeta's bloodline power. The previously calm Broly of Universe 7 awakened. As he opened his eyes, his dark hair transformed into a brilliant gold without the slightest breeze, followed by a colossal beam of energy that pierced through the entire Void Realm. This energy explosion was of an extraordinary caliber. The might and pressure it exuded far surpassed that of the previously vanquished Kale from Universe 6. This sensation is... Vegeta felt a stir within his own bloodline power. He immediately recognized this as the legendary pressure accompanying the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, this transformation was unlike that of Kale, whom he had dispatched with a single blow. The energy, based solely on its oppressive nature, had exceeded the 9th dimension, firmly reaching the realm of the 10th dimension. All present in the arena were drawn away from their previous focus by the overwhelming pressure of this eruption. Vegeta cast his gaze toward the source of the energy surge. As the emerald green aura dissipated, a robust and fearsome figure, radiating a menacing energy, gradually came into view. Upon seeing this individual, Vegeta's brow twitched slightly. He recognized him instantly. This was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan Broly from Universe 7. No one else could possibly match him. How intriguing. I had thought you would remain docile as before, yet you chose this moment to unleash your power. However, this is preferable. Your strength is far more interesting than that of the previous girl. At the very least, it brings me to a point where I can unleash my full power without restraint. Observing the figure gradually materializing from the haze, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. His eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Compared to the rampaging Kale, Broly was undeniably far more captivating. The disparity in their levels was monumental. Although Broly was currently in a mere ordinary Super Saiyan state, the power he possessed had reached the terrifying 10th dimension, firmly placing him within the realm of gods of destruction. And Kale, at best, she barely reached the 9th dimension. Lowering his arms, Vegeta regarded Broly with keen interest. Arc. With a roar akin to that of a feral beast, Broly, in his ordinary Super Saiyan form, leaped into action. His terrifying momentum boundless. Broly transformed into a radiant meteor, hurtling toward Vegeta's position, causing violent tremors throughout the surrounding space. Humph! In response to Broly's aggressive advance, Vegeta emitted a bemused hum. His figure, akin to a specter, deftly evaded Broly's savage onslaught. In terms of speed, even without transformation, Vegeta undoubtedly possesses the prowess of a 10th-dimensional being. With a swift motion, he raises his right hand, forming a fist that ignites with a tangible flame. Roaring fiercely at its tip, in an instant, his power reaches its zenith, and he unleashes a cataclysmic punch. The resounding explosion reverberates through the air. His earth-shattering strike collides mercilessly with Broly's visage, distorting his features and sending shockwaves through the surrounding space. The terrifying force erupts instantaneously, propelling Broly backward in a straight trajectory. With a series of thunderous crashes, multiple mountain peaks crumble into countless fragments upon impact. What does it matter if one is a legendary Super Saiyan? The result remains the same. Suppression. Chapter 71. The Ascendant Broly Unleashed. Take it seriously. At this very moment, the warriors of Universe 11 bear witness to Vegeta's formidable display of power, their expressions turning grave and astonished once more. Even Jiren, the mightiest fighter of Universe 11, is taken aback. The magnitude of such a monster's power, so effortlessly suppressed by Vegeta, raises questions about the origins of this warrior from Universe 10. Is it truly within the realm of human capability to attain such strength? The proud leader of the Pride Troopers, Toppo, finds himself increasingly agitated, gripped by an instinctual dread emanating from the depths of his soul. The power unleashed by Broly instills within him a profound sense of impending doom. That strength is utterly capable of overwhelming him in his current state, and only by tapping into God of Destruction energy might he stand a chance of contending. Jiren casts a silent glance at Toppo, noticing that Jiren himself bears an unprecedentedly serious expression. He genuinely senses Vegeta's formidable might. The recently emerged Ascendant Broly possesses a strength that cannot be easily dismissed. He can distinctly perceive the latent energy within Broly, far surpassing the intensity of the previous eruption from Kale. While Jiren is confident in his ability to unleash a punch powerful enough to upend the very fabric of reality, he knows he cannot replicate Vegeta's effortless mastery of such power. His fists clench involuntarily. To encounter such extraordinary warriors in the arena of this power tournament is a privilege. His desire to engage Vegeta in battle has become nearly unbearable. On the side of Universe 7, lurking in the shadows, Goku and Super Vegeta watch with utmost seriousness as Broly's power erupts and is brutally subdued. They have personally experienced Broly's might, even in his first transformation to Super Saiyan. He could easily overpower both of their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Yet, this formidable warrior has been sent flying by Vegeta of Universe 10, and the silence that follows is deafening. His power has escalated to such heights. However, this may present an opportunity. Vegeta, let us join forces to assist Broly in attacking that individual. With the three of us united, we should have a chance to bring him down. Goku proposes, appearing remarkably composed and seizing the chance afforded by Broly's eruption. Ultimately, unless absolutely necessary, they would never choose to collaborate, preferring to fight independently. But the sheer overwhelming strength of Vegeta from Universe 10 leaves them without a glimmer of hope for victory unless they join forces. Super Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's suggestion, remains silent, lost in contemplation. A tumult of emotions swirls within him as he observes the invincible figure before them, a position that should rightfully belong to him. His own body has been overshadowed by this imposter, who has achieved a level of power that even he, the original, finds daunting. Though reluctant to ally with Goku, he realizes that, at this juncture, it is the only viable course of action. Let us see, Broly is not so easily defeated. His power extends far beyond what we have witnessed. Should he once again transform into that green-haired state, he may very well hold his ground against that individual. Super Vegeta solemnly articulates, suggesting that the moment to act is not yet upon them. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, the assassin Hit accompanies Caulifla as they locate Kale, who lies unconscious after being subdued by Vegeta's blow. She is merely unconscious and not gravely harmed. Take her to a safe place, Hit instructs Caulifla, his steadfast gaze drifting toward Vegeta's vicinity. There is something he must accomplish. Do you truly intend to challenge that monster alone? Caulifla perceives Hit's intentions, her voice laced with concern. The power of that Vegeta is not one that can be conquered in solitude. As the strongest ace of their Universe 6, Hit's rash action would mean losing a crucial ally if he were to be eliminated. Resolute, Hit is determined to undertake this task. Without further explanation, he activates his time skip technique, vanishing into the fabric of time and space. As for Vegeta, he has become the focal point of all universes. As the most formidable competitor on the stage, he poses the greatest threat to all. Yet, he remains unfazed by this attention. The prospect of so many coming to confront him is a welcome challenge. Let the tempest rage even more fiercely. Leaping from the peak of a mountain, Vegeta descends onto the arena, his gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Broly had been sent flying. If the legendary Super Saiyan could be so easily subdued, it would indeed be a marvel. In his sensory perception, Broly's energy has not diminished. Rather, it is surging at an astonishing rate. Perhaps the cataclysmic force of Vegeta's earlier strike has awakened the dormant ascendant bloodline within Broly, inciting a frenzy that grants him even greater strength. At Broly's location, the very fabric of space trembles violently, the atmosphere growing increasingly ominous. Waves of vibrant green energy ripple outward, an overwhelming sense of oppression descending upon the void. In the distance, Broly, buried beneath rubble, undergoes a transformation. His form expands into a towering giant, nearly 3 meters in height, with muscles bulging grotesquely, comparable to that of a formidable warrior. In this state, Broly transcends the visage of a mere Super Saiyan, embodying the first stage of the ascendant transformation. The cataclysmic eruption of ascendant power causes Broly's combat strength to soar, and Vegeta, gauging this newfound prowess, estimates it to be at least at the 100-fold level. Even before fully awakening, he possesses such might. Should he reach his full potential, no one on this stage, save for Vegeta, could hope to contain him. Yet, this is precisely what makes battle intriguing. He shall serve as an excellent warm-up partner. Vegeta adopts a combat stance, subtly channeling the energy reservoir of his Super Saiyan form. This battle demands a more earnest approach. Chapter 72, The Ascendant Power, Goku and Vegeta Strike. A primal roar erupts from Broly, an expression of sheer fury. The second surge of ascendant power transforms him into a bloodthirsty beast. With a mere thought, Broly, guided by instinct, becomes a massive projectile, hurtling through space once more towards Vegeta's position. Although his physique had grown stronger, his speed of movement remained unchanged, and in fact, had improved significantly. When faced with Broly's savage charge, Vegeta neither dodged nor evaded. A golden glimmer flashed in his eyes as he braced himself against the beast's devastating impact. The sound of a thunderous collision reverberated through the air. Broly's assault carried enough force to obliterate the heavens, a destructive power so terrifying that even the gods would shy away. Yet, Vegeta, who faced this horrific blow head-on, remained unscathed. With merely one hand, he thwarted Broly's ferocious advance. At that moment, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta, akin to Broly's, his fury igniting into a blazing golden flame in an instant. The crackling of golden electricity danced around Vegeta, a display of his full power as a Super Saiyan. Having found one attack ineffective, Broly, in a fit of rage, swung his massive arms once more, attempting to rend Vegeta asunder. With a deft sidestep, Vegeta evaded Broly's onslaught and swiftly locked his hands around the enormous arm. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his strength, sending Broly's colossal form hurtling into the sky. In this realm of nothingness, barring a select few races, no one possessed the ability to fly. Thus, Broly, flung into the air, lost control of his body. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta instantaneously teleported above Broly, his hands clasped together like a war hammer, and delivered a crushing blow to Broly's chest. The resounding impact echoed mightily as Broly was driven deep into the arena of nothingness, creating a massive crater. Debris flew through the air as the arena trembled. Broly's body, embedded among the rubble, struggled against his confinement. Vegeta descended rapidly from above, delivering another powerful punch directly to Broly's face. The pain surged anew, driving the beast into a frenzy. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed by Broly's madness, launching a relentless barrage of punishing strikes. The sounds of fists meeting flesh reverberated through the air. At that moment, Broly resembled a human punching bag, enduring Vegeta's relentless assault. The physical torment and agony incited Broly's desperate roars and futile resistance. But each attempt at defiance was ruthlessly quelled by Vegeta's thunderous might. This legendary Super Saiyan, under Vegeta's overwhelming strength, was utterly powerless to retaliate. As Vegeta's continuous onslaught persisted, Broly's wails echoed throughout the realm of nothingness, sending shivers down the spines of all competitors, the sorrowful cries too mournful to bear. As time slipped away, Broly's anguished howls faded from the arena. His body, battered and broken from Vegeta's relentless blows, was now riddled with wounds. Thankfully, as a legendary Super Saiyan, his physical resilience far exceeded that of others at his level. Otherwise, even a warrior of the 10th dimension would have been reduced to mere pulp under Vegeta's ferocious assault. Gazing down at Broly, who lay motionless, Vegeta's eyes reflected disappointment. Once, in his world, Broly had instilled in him a profound sense of oppression. Yet now, having reached the pinnacle of power and shattered dimensions, encountering Broly again revealed a stark disparity in their strengths. Just as Vegeta prepared to eliminate Broly, an unexpected transformation occurred. A vibrant green flame surged from Broly's battered form. Vegeta murmured in surprise. Suddenly, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Broly, permeating the entire realm of nothingness. Vegeta was compelled to retreat, his disdain morphing into anticipation as he sensed the intensity of the unleashed energy. He discerned that this explosive power was at least in the thousands. From the emerald energy column, Broly's form materialized slowly, and as the energy dissipated, he emerged in a new guise. With emerald hair and a physique even more robust and primal, this was the true visage of the legendary Super Saiyan. All the injuries sustained during the battle were completely mended by this newfound power. At present, Broly remained in a mindless state, exhaling scalding white mist as his gaze, void of pupils, fixated on Vegeta. In the next moment, energy coalesced in his throat, and a colossal wave of destructive force erupted from his mouth. However, just as he released the energy, Vegeta had already leaped through space to position himself directly in front of Broly, charging a powerful uppercut that forced Broly to cease his assault. The chaotic energy exploded within Broly's mouth, inflicting severe damage upon his oral cavity and internal organs. "Fly for me," Vegeta roared, delivering a powerful strike that propelled Broly into the sky. As he prepared to strike again, Goku and Super Vegeta from Universe 7 sensed their opportunity. "Now's the time, Vegeta." Hidden in the shadows, Goku unhesitatingly unleashed his divine power. His transformation into Super Saiyan Blue at full power was instantaneous, amplifying his battle prowess to an astounding level. However, this was still not his ultimate strength. "Don't order me around, Kakarot," Super Vegeta grumbled, though his body obediently followed suit. Mobilizing his divine power, he too transformed into Super Saiyan Blue at full capacity, surpassing Goku slightly in battle prowess. The two Saiyan warriors joined forces, launching a coordinated assault on Vegeta from both sides. With a resounding crash, the two simultaneous strikes erupted. Vegeta effortlessly blocked the attacks from Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Vegeta. Observing the newfound strength of his counterparts, a smile crept onto his face. "Indeed, your powers have ascended to remarkable heights. However, to challenge me at this level is still a far cry." With a thunderous shout, Vegeta unleashed a surge of power, sweeping Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Vegeta aside with ease. "Damn it, such overwhelming force, we couldn't even retaliate," Super Saiyan Blue Goku lamented, shaken by the experience. His strength had undeniably increased since his last encounter with Vegeta, yet it was still insufficient to withstand Vegeta's casual dismissal. The gap in their strength was glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, he would not concede defeat. This challenge held tremendous significance for him, even providing an opportunity for rapid growth. Following his previous encounters, Goku had undergone a significant transformation. His heart was no longer solely filled with fear, but rather a burgeoning resolve to fight on. What on earth is this guy's true identity? It hardly resembles the semblance of having taken over my body. Rather, it feels as though it is another version of myself. Upon sensing this overwhelming power, Super Blue Vegeta couldn't help but furrow his brow. Despite both being Vegeta, this incarnation of him from another timeline possesses remarkable intelligence, perceiving far more than what meets the eye. Even if an outsider were to inhabit his body for an extended duration, it would be impossible for them to maneuver with such finesse. Super Blue Vegeta quietly harbored suspicions about the true identity of this doppelganger before him. realizing it was far more complex than he had initially surmised. The Scion's second son, having been repelled, swiftly regained his composure. The two stood on either side of Vegeta, and in an instant, an aura of intensity surged forth, capturing the attention of the entire universe. Super Blue Vegeta shouted, "Final Flash." In the very next moment, Super Blue Goku coordinated the assault, simultaneously exclaiming, "Kamehameha Wave." Both unleashed their signature moves, attacking Vegeta from either side. As for Vegeta, his expression remained utterly unfazed, as tranquil as a lake devoid of ripples. Meanwhile, Broly, who had been sent airborne by Vegeta, regained his breath and once again locked onto Vegeta's position, a sinister expression emerging on his face. A primal roar reverberated throughout the cosmos as Broly, under the influence of his overwhelming power, unleashed a colossal energy beam. The seventh universe joined forces in a concerted effort to eliminate Vegeta, surrounded and under siege, with a formidable energy assaulting him from above. Even a god of destruction would have to take this trifecta of energy attack seriously. If the three of you were of the same caliber, perhaps these finishing moves might bear some impact upon me. However, regrettably, you are far too weak. Upon uttering these words, a formidable aura enveloped Vegeta, forming an unbreakable shield that guarded him from all angles. The combined energies from three different directions collided against this impervious barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the original tale, where Jiren withstood the combined energies of Super Blue Goku, Super Blue Vegeta, and Android 17. With sheer will, Vegeta held his ground against the combined onslaught of the seventh universe's three most powerful warriors, remaining unyielded even at his Super Saiyan form's full power. The ferocity and invincibility of Universe 10's Vegeta were indelibly etched in the minds of every deity and angel present. I refuse to believe your shield is truly impenetrable. Super Blue Goku's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. In the next heartbeat, his battle power surged explosively. A sinister red aura enveloped him as he activated the Kaioken times 10, amplifying his power tenfold. His battle power soared beyond 400 quintillion. Hiya! With a resounding shout, the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Super Blue Goku expanded to more than double its diameter. The ferocious energy surged forth with an unparalleled ferocity, as if intent on devouring Vegeta whole. Super Blue Vegeta was not idle. He tapped into a deeper reservoir of energy, resulting in a dramatic increase in the power of his final flash. The two energies clashed, incessantly bombarding Vegeta's protective barrier. Yet, no matter their tenacity, they could not breach even the slightest inch of Vegeta's shield. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Attempting to shake the current Vegeta with the strength of the ninth dimension was little more than a fool's errand. Even with the assistance of Broly, a warrior of the 10th dimension caliber, it proved futile. Years of rigorous training had enabled Vegeta to harness his bloodline's power to its utmost. Even in an ordinary Super Saiyan first stage state, should he desire, he could summon a battle power rivaling that of a Super Saiyan fourth stage. Feeling the fervor from both Super Blue Goku and Super Blue Vegeta flanking him, a slight smile flickered at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Given your earnest efforts, I suppose I shall take this a tad more seriously. But do be careful not to be frightened. As the words left his lips, the latent power within Vegeta surged forth. Boom. In an instant, an aura of unimaginable might descended upon the entire realm of the void. A vast, golden energy beam erupted from Vegeta, piercing through the arena and the clouds above. Both Super Blue Goku and Super Blue Vegeta were forced back by the energy's impact. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, suspended in midair, was directly overturned by this terrifying force, crashing down onto the arena. When this overwhelming presence enveloped the void, all gods rose to their feet. The two Zeniths in the Xeno's palace gaped in awe, their gazes captivated by the resplendent golden radiance. The Grand Minister observed the dazzling light with a stoic expression, a hint of a devilish smile curling at the edges of his mouth. Chapter 74, Super Saiyan 4 emerges. The Monarch of Bloodlines. On the arena, all competitors wore expressions of astonishment, gazing at the golden beam that pierced through the world. Unlike the unfathomable power of the gods, the energy unleashed by Vegeta was a palpable force. Judging from the pressure alone, this aura was potent enough to crush a person alive. That guy from Universe 10 can actually unleash such power. The captain of Universe 11's Pride Troopers, Topo, remarked with a hint of trepidation. Although he had anticipated the opponent's strength would be formidable, the level of oppressive force he now felt was reminiscent only of Jiren at full power. Did this imply that Vegeta's strength was on par with Jiren's? Perhaps even superior? As for Jiren, he was beginning to struggle with his own impatience. He, too, was a formidable warrior, and the fierce aura emanating from Vegeta piqued his interest, igniting his battle instincts. His fists clenched involuntarily, and for the first time in ages, A smile of anticipation broke through his usually stoic facade. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Piccolo and Gohan concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the distant clash. What a monster! Could he truly be another version of Vegeta from a different dimension? Piccolo gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his face. The energy radiating from Vegeta instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Incredible! To think he could hone his energy to such a level. Gohan gasped in awe, his disbelief palpable. In that moment, even his unwavering faith in his father was shaken by the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, filling him with profound concern for his father's safety. Just as the two were distracted, two golden energy blasts tore through the fabric of space, hurtling toward them from behind. Ever vigilant, Piccolo swiftly turned, his hand slicing through the air to shatter the energy blasts into oblivion. "You!" Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. The assailants were none other than his own kin, the Namekians from Universe 6, Purina and Sanal. They bore the hopes of their entire race, having assimilated nearly all their kin to participate in this power tournament. Do not blame us for employing underhanded tactics, fellow Namekian. You know the fate that awaits us should we fail in this power tournament. For the survival of Universe 6, we had no choice but to do this. Purina and Sanal addressed Piccolo, their voices steady. Regarding their ambush, Piccolo remained largely unfazed. In the context of a chaotic battle governed by rules, such underhanded tactics were quite commonplace. Were he in their position, he too would seize the opportunity. At his side, Gohan subtly indicated that he was ready to join the fray. "Not necessary, Gohan," Piccolo replied. "They are my kin, and this battle is fated. Besides, your strength far surpasses mine. Conserve your energy. We will need you for the final moments. Leave these two to me." As he spoke, Piccolo's aura began to swell and boil, unleashing the full extent of his latent potential. His muscles expanded, and his skin took on an orange hue. This form, reminiscent of the later stages in the original series and known widely as the Dragon God form, had emerged. Originally, he should have awakened this power after the Tournament of Power, drawing upon the dragon's might, only to subsequently confront the crisis posed by the artificial beings. However, the overwhelming strength of Vegeta had compelled the warriors of Universe 7 to evolve, thus prompting Piccolo to access this transformation earlier than anticipated. In this state, his battle power soared to a staggering 8th-dimensional level, nearing 1,000 zetas. What is this? Do Namekians possess the ability to transform beyond mere size? Purina and Sanal exchanged bewildered glances upon witnessing Piccolo's metamorphosis. This was a transformation they had never encountered, and their instincts warned them that the Piccolo before them was vastly superior in strength. "I shall take my leave first, Uncle Piccolo. I will regroup with you later," Gohan stated before sprinting toward the opposite end of the arena. With Gohan's departure, a smile crept across Piccolo's face. Clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor, he called out to his fellow Namekians, "Let us engage, for among the Namekians of 2 universes, who shall prove to be the strongest?" Meanwhile, on the side of Vegeta, as the golden energy beams gradually dissipated, the tumultuous void began to regain its serenity. Within the golden radiance, Vegeta's form had undergone a profound transformation. His beastly visage was now devoid of upper garments, revealing powerful muscles cloaked in deep crimson fur. His golden Super Saiyan hair had cascaded into long, dark brown locks that flowed past his waist. His azure, dual-colored irises seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. The corners of his eyes were adorned with striking crimson shadows, bestowing upon him an air of dominance. Once his transformation stabilized, Vegeta inhaled deeply, calming the tempestuous blood coursing through him. The pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4th stage, his battle power now surged to an astounding 5,000 times his normal capacity. If his standard power was akin to an entry-level unit, then in this form, his combat prowess had reached a fearsome 5,000 units. What manner of transformation is this? Do we Saiyans possess such a form? The overturned Ultra Blue Goku stared in shock at Vegeta's wild appearance. In his knowledge, Saiyan transformations ranged only from Super Saiyan 1st to 3rd, followed by the God form attained through divine training, and then the current Ultra Blue. But what was this fearsome red-haired monkey before him? Not only did it emanate a terrifying strength, but its commanding presence dwarfed even their Ultra Blue form. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Ultra Blue Goku felt a quiver of trepidation within his very blood in the presence of Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta. Is my blood submitting? What is happening? Why does my body tremble? Gritting his teeth, Ultra Blue Goku forced himself to rise. Soon, the agitation within him was quelled, replaced by a surge of excitement and fervent battle spirit. Encountering the novel was always a boon for him. Not far off, Ultra Blue Vegeta also trembled as he stood. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage filled him with both awe and delight. Beyond divine power, there were other paths for the Saiyans to tread. Chapter 75. The alteration of events begins. Gamma Burst Flash. Could this transformation transcend Super Saiyan 3rd stage, reaching a higher realm devoid of divine energy? Damn it. If this truly is the Super Saiyan 4th stage, why did I forsake my dignity to serve that wretched Beerus? Gazing at the wild form of Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta, Ultra Blue Vegeta felt a deep sense of frustration and resentment. He was certain that this form was indeed Super Saiyan 4th stage. What else could it be? Yet, he was left pondering how the opponent had achieved such power. The reactions of the other Saiyans varied upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage. However, there was one Saiyan who stood apart from the rest. Upon the arrival of Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly felt a surge of ominous energy coursing through him. He sensed an intense threat. As the king among the Saiyan bloodline, the blood of the legendary Saiyan would not tolerate any rival threatening his supremacy. Upon detecting a potential adversary, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. A deafening roar erupted from Broly, amplifying his primal fury. The blood of the legendary Saiyan surged within him, granting him even greater strength, yet also overwhelming his reason with the untamed ferocity of the legendary Saiyan. Positioned on either side of Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta, Ultra Blue Goku and Ultra Blue Vegeta sensed Broly's anomaly. My body trembles uncontrollably, akin to the feeling I had with that Vegeta. This instinctive response is truly vexing. Yet, for some reason, it also stirs a thrill within me. Ultra Blue Goku clenched his fists, his combative instincts ignited by a powerful stimulus, unleashing a relentless battle spirit. His gaze swept over Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta, amplifying his perception to scrutinize how Vegeta would handle the rampaging Broly. Broly was a foe they could hardly contend with, even when united. Let me see just how formidable you are in this form. Ultra Blue Vegeta inhaled deeply, steadying himself, focusing intently on observing every movement of Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta also sensed Broly's rage. The blood within him signaled urgency, as if urging him to swiftly deal with the bothersome legendary Super Saiyan. Turning with an indifferent demeanor, Super Saiyan 4th stage Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the now even more unhinged Broly. Through his aura perception, he discerned that Broly's battle power had escalated to at least 2,000 units, and it was still rapidly climbing, hinting at a potential reach of 3,000 units. Given a little more time, he might even catch up to the current Vegeta. No, there was an alternative outcome. If the energy became too overwhelming, reaching the limits of his body, he could ultimately self-destruct. What a wild and frenzied spectacle. It evoked both fear and pity, the legendary Super Saiyan. This madness had both forged and doomed him. Let this technique quell your rage, he declared, leaning forward as golden arcs of electricity began to shimmer in his palms. A colossal energy slowly coalescing within them. Sensing the imminent threat posed by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Broly instinctively gathered a sphere of annihilating light, potent enough to obliterate all existence. With a resounding boom, an immense emerald beam of energy surged forth, racing towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta with an overwhelming force. Gamma Burst Flash. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing an even more formidable beam of energy from his hands. The terrifying power swiftly swept across the arena, ruthlessly shattering Broly's final strike. The overwhelming energy engulfed Broly entirely, causing the rampaging beast to roar in agony. Ah! Broly's pained wails echoed throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spines of the other competitors. Vegeta exerted himself once more, the Gamma Burst Flash expanding further. The violent energy pierced through Broly's form, propelling him off the tournament stage. As the tempest of energy subsided, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly found himself precariously teetering at the edge of the arena. In that moment, he was no longer the legendary figure. The destructive might of Vegeta's Gamma Burst Flash had stripped him back to his core. His body swayed perilously at the brink of the void, on the verge of plummeting into the abyss. In a desperate bid, Android 17 dashed forth, rescuing Broly just before he could fall into the abyss. Phew, that was close. If he had been eliminated, our universe would have faced dire consequences. Android 17 sighed in relief. Goku, Vegeta, leave this to me, he shouted towards his comrades. In the next moment, he hurriedly carried Broly deeper into the arena. This action eased the tension of the gods and angels from Universe 7, as well as Goku and Vegeta. It was a fortune amidst misfortune that Broly had not been completely eliminated. At that moment, in the audience of Universe 7, Beerus the Destroyer and Whis observed the unfolding battle with suppressed emotions. This contestant was the extraordinarily powerful Saiyan they had scoured the universe to find, possessing strength that rivaled Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. Yet, he had been so decisively defeated by the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta from Universe 10. Thankfully, he had not been entirely eliminated. Oh dear, the situation is rather grim. I never expected such a formidable entity as Broly to be bested by that Vegeta from Universe 10. Even if Goku and Vegeta join forces, their chances of victory seem rather slim, Whis remarked, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What is there to fear? There are multiple paths to victory in this competition. Once the contest concludes, the side with the greater number of survivors will prevail. As long as Goku and Vegeta can avoid being knocked off the stage, along with a few other competitors, Universe 7 will remain undefeated, Beerus insisted, feigning composure. Yet, deep down, it was clear that Goku and Vegeta might not adhere to his wishes. Chapter 76, Beyond Super Blue, the Deep Blue Evolution. The combat prowess displayed by Vegeta from Universe 10 ignited a fervor within Goku and Vegeta, both of whom were Saiyans. It seemed inevitable that a direct confrontation with Universe 10 was on the horizon. Whis analyzed the situation logically. Beerus' expression darkened at his words, yet he felt powerless to alter the course. Meanwhile, within the King's palace, the Gamma Burst flash unleashed by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta captured the attention of both kings. What a brilliant light! That incredibly powerful Super Saiyan was defeated in an instant. One king remarked. Indeed, that Vegeta from Universe 10 is extraordinarily strong, said the other. On the stage, upon noticing Android 17 rescuing Broly, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta paid little mind, confident that it was merely a temporary reprieve. He then shifted his gaze to Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. Sensing their unwavering resolve, Vegeta smiled with satisfaction. At least they were not afraid nor seeking to evade him. This is what I expected. If your fighting spirit were so easily extinguished, this power tournament would be dreadfully dull. Come now, it's your turn. Let me engage you with my Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta cracked his knuckles, a playful grin on his face. Super Saiyan 4? Who would have thought we Saiyans possessed such a transformation? However, even with a vast disparity in strength, my Super Saiyan Blue shall not falter. Super Saiyan Blue Goku steadied his trembling body, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Indeed, as I suspected, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation allows us Saiyans to achieve an alternate evolution without training divine power. But the strongest Saiyan in the universe is none other than me, Vegeta. No matter who you are, you will be defeated. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta roared, his divine power surging dramatically. Are you really going to utilize that form? I'm in. Goku exclaimed, noticing Vegeta's actions and summoning a deeper layer of divine power from within. Their divine energies soared, the azure light evolving as their power intensified. Have you broken through your previous limits and ascended to a higher realm? This is quite unexpected, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gasped in astonishment. In the original narrative, the transformation beyond Super Saiyan Blue was awakened in Goku after mastering Ultra Instinct, which then inspired Vegeta to achieve Super Saiyan Blue evolution. However, in this timeline, it seemed that both Saiyans had simultaneously and prematurely attained the Super Saiyan Blue evolution due to the influence of the current events. Two stunning beams of divine energy shot into the sky, stirring the atmosphere of the void. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Super Saiyan Blue evolved Goku and Vegeta emerged, their power significantly heightened. Is this truly your full strength? Quite impressive, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remarked, scrutinizing the deep blue Goku before glancing at the deep blue Vegeta behind him. In the state of Super Saiyan Blue evolution, Goku's combat power had surged to nearly an astronomical level, a dramatic leap from before, while Deep Blue Vegeta's power had reached the same incredible heights. It seems this transformation's magnitude far surpasses my Super Saiyan 4 limits, he mused with a smile, arms crossed, exuding an aura of calm and composure. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Deep Blue Goku and Vegeta gritted their teeth, striking simultaneously in unison. They attacked in a pincer movement, charging towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The explosive sound of their clash reverberated, marking the commencement of this ultimate battle. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta evaded their combined assaults with an almost ethereal grace. As they launched countless unique attacks, none of which could graze him. The battlefield incessantly transformed, at times leaping from the ground to the skies, and at other moments shifting to the opposite side of the arena. The combined assault of Deep Blue Sun Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta grew ever more ferocious. As fellow Saiyans, they were destined warriors bound by fate. Their collaboration unleashed a power that transcended mere arithmetic. The intensity of their combined attack was formidable enough to pose a significant threat even to warriors at the pinnacle of the ninth dimension. A single misstep against them could lead to dire consequences. Against a being of the 10th dimension, their strength was more than sufficient. Boom! Bang! The resounding echoes of two successive explosions reverberated through the air. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, unfazed, caught the heavy punches of Deep Blue Sun Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta. Exerting tremendous force with his hands, sending them flying as if they were mere playthings. Deep Blue Sun Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta felt an overwhelming power sweep over them, rendering them incapable of controlling their bodies. After hurtling through the air for dozens of meters, they finally managed to stabilize themselves with great difficulty. Standing side by side, they assumed their stances to unleash their energy. Kamehameha. Deep Blue Sun Goku amassed the divine power within him to its zenith, unleashing a brilliant azure beam of energy from his palms. The final flash. Deep Blue Vegeta, not one to linger, swiftly executed his ultimate technique. The two devastating attacks intertwined as they surged forward, converging into the ultimate Kamehameha, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, hurtling straight towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Well done. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood his ground like a mountain, neither dodging nor evading, intent on confronting the ultimate Kamehameha head-on. Boom! The energy collided with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's form, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the tremendous shockwave swept outward, with violent winds raging for an indeterminate period before finally subsiding. Chapter 77, Beyond Deep Blue Evolution? Deep Blue Sun Goku gasped for breath, rapidly adjusting his state. Do not let your guard down, Kakarot. The battle has only just begun. Deep Blue Vegeta was acutely aware of the enemy's might. Defeating them would not be a simple task. The two remained tense, their focus unwavering as they gazed at the area where the explosion had occurred. As the thick smoke dissipated, revealing the wild form of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, disbelief washed over their faces. Unscathed? How is this possible? Deep Blue Sun Goku was astonished by the sight before him. The destructive power of the ultimate Kamehameha that he and Deep Blue Vegeta had unleashed was such that even the god of destruction, Beerus, would have to take it seriously. Yet here stood Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, having not only withstood their combined ultimate strike, but emerged completely unscathed. They finally comprehended why even the mighty Broly had been ruthlessly defeated by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The disparity in dimensions was simply too vast. It was not a matter of mere degrees. It was a chasm that ordinary beings could not hope to bridge. TCH, an even more terrifying monster than Broly. Deep Blue Vegeta could not help but curse. Have you had your fill of fighting? Now it's my turn. Emerging from the smoke, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta leaped with astonishing speed, his powerful form transforming into a cannonball that collided violently with Deep Blue Sun Goku. The force of the impact sent Deep Blue Sun Goku soaring backward, his cries of pain echoing as he shot through the air like a rocket. Were it not for the enhancement of the Deep Blue evolution state, Goku would have been utterly obliterated. What speed? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Deep Blue Vegeta's forehead, his eyes trembling violently. Even with his heightened concentration, he could not perceive when Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had launched his assault. Seizing the moment, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta charged once more, moving with such rapidity that he appeared directly above Deep Blue Sun Goku in an instant. Clasping his hands together to form a hammer, he brought down an overwhelming force with a tremendous crash. Bang! The immense force struck Deep Blue Sun Goku squarely in the chest. The impact sent him crashing into the arena, creating a massive pit nearly 100 meters deep. GUH. A mouthful of blood erupted from Deep Blue Sun Goku. With the expulsion of that blood, his energy plummeted by more than half. What a heavy blow. It feels as if my bones might shatter. Was Broly struck by such a fist? The power he endured was truly immense. Was it merely one strike that nearly shattered my body? Deep Blue Sun Goku struggled to rise, but found his body teetering on the brink of collapse. No matter how hard he tried, he could not regain control. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had no intention of granting him respite. Plummeting from the sky, he delivered an unstoppable kick that pierced the air, embedding itself into Deep Blue Sun Goku's abdomen. Boom! The original 100-meter deep pit was further deepened, and the force of the blow rendered Deep Blue Sun Goku speechless, his consciousness fracturing in an instant as he fell into unconsciousness. The transformation state of Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution was dispelled, reverting Son Goku to his normal state, his aura flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. After the strike, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta looked down from above at the barely breathing Son Goku, his interest having waned. So weak. No, it is he who is far too strong. Deep Blue Sun Goku's combat prowess was among the elite on the entire arena, yet unfortunately, he had encountered a foe like this. As Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta prepared to deal with Deep Blue Vegeta, his gaze caught sight of something behind a nearby rock. Trunks? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta instinctively called out. Not only Trunks, but also Son Goten and Majin Buu were present. They were observing the battle from a distance, unable to intervene freely, particularly Son Goten, whose furious gaze was fixed upon him. Those two brats. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled inwardly, disregarding them. In the next moment, His thoughts coalesced, and he vanished in an instant. His departure provided Son Goten, Trunks, and Majin Buu the opportunity to tend to Son Goku. Of course, this was also a deliberate act by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. At that moment, on the opposite side of the arena, having dealt with Deep Blue Son Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta once again sought out Deep Blue Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4 and Deep Blue, transcending the boundaries of time and space, represented two distinct transformations from different realms. Kakarot's divine power has already dissipated. TCH. Good, let him rest peacefully over there. By the time he awakens, it will all be over. Deep Blue Vegeta inhaled deeply. Even facing Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta alone, he would not flinch. Compared to Kakarot, you seem a bit more intriguing in this world. You may be able to deceive others, but not me. Unleash your full power. I know this is not your true strength. The indifferent words of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta caused Deep Blue Vegeta's pupils to constrict sharply. Has he seen through it? Kakarot, didn't he notice it? Deep Blue Vegeta's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. He had intended to use this to defeat that guy. But soon enough, he smiled. Do not think that having defeated Broly and Kakarot gives you the freedom to act recklessly. I am Vegeta. Yet among the elite Saiyans, the king of the universe's foremost Saiyans is none other than I. Ha 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 ha. With a piercing scream, the divine power within Deep Blue Vegeta undergoes a profound transformation. A more intense radiance of divine energy bursts forth from his being, and an overwhelming divine pressure descends upon the entire realm of nothingness. Even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta cannot help but marvel at the power erupting from this world's self. Has this incarnation of himself surpassed Kakarot? As the Deep Blue energy retracts back into his body, although Deep Blue Vegeta's appearance remains unchanged, his combat prowess has experienced a qualitative leap. The pinnacle of Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution, a staggering 50-fold increase in base combat power. At present, his strength has reached a terrifying 5,000 quintillion. Clearly, his base form has also transcended alongside the enhancement of his combat capabilities. Chapter 78. Defeating Super Vegeta. The bug abilities of Majin Buu. Is this truly your full power? It is indeed rather impressive, observed Super Vegeta, witnessing the escalating strength of his counterpart. I am nothing like that Kakarot fellow, so brace yourself. With a cold snort, Deep Blue Vegeta lunges fiercely at Super Vegeta, employing the prince's fighting style. He unleashes a relentless and fierce barrage akin to a tempest. Each strike possesses the power to rend mountains and shatter the earth. Fully immersed in his assault, Deep Blue Vegeta maximizes the advantages of the prince's combat techniques, liberating his power entirely to unleash even greater abilities. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. The continuous onslaught generates deafening sonic booms. While Deep Blue Vegeta's assault is undoubtedly ferocious, it is effortlessly countered by Super Vegeta, who appears to have completely deciphered his approach. For Super Vegeta, the attacks from Deep Blue Vegeta are of little consequence. In fact, it can be said that the fighting patterns employed by Deep Blue Vegeta in this world have long been abandoned by Vegeta. There is no need for speculation. He can swiftly discern countermeasures based on instinct. This is precisely why Vegeta had forsaken such fighting methods in his early years. Of course, Deep Blue Vegeta, throwing caution to the wind in this confrontation, had no other choice. An all-out offense. If Vegeta were to face a foe stronger than himself, this could indeed be a viable strategy. This is impossible. Has he truly seen through all my offensive maneuvers at a mere glance? What is happening? Deep Blue Vegeta's heart races in shock. It is precisely due to his astonishment that he reveals a fatal opening. You are distracted. A cold whisper escapes Super Vegeta's lips as he clenches his right fist, swinging it with immense force. Bang! The impact shatters space itself, striking Deep Blue Vegeta squarely in the face. The sheer force distorts Deep Blue Vegeta's features, sending him hurtling away. Strangely enough, the sensation of being struck by oneself possesses a peculiar flavor. With his legs charged, Super Vegeta dashes toward the airborne Deep Blue Vegeta. Such a heavy punch, Deep Blue Vegeta grits his teeth, managing to regain control of his body after several backflips, and emanates a brilliant white-purple glow, rapidly condensing energy to unleash a Gallic gun. Witnessing this, Super Vegeta, relying on his formidable physical prowess, crashes through the Gallic gun, hurtling toward Deep Blue Vegeta, his robust form sending him sprawling. Raising a hand, he seizes Deep Blue Vegeta's ankle, unleashing an utterly savage force. Deep Blue Vegeta is treated like a mere toy. Flung about. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless, thunderous sounds continue. Deep Blue Vegeta's body is hammered into the ground like a meteor hammer by Super Vegeta time and again. A mouthful of blood is expelled. The series of blows leaves Deep Blue Vegeta severely incapacitated, as if his very bones are shattering. Such immense strength, I cannot break free. Deep Blue Vegeta desperately unleashes his aura, striving to escape Super Vegeta's grasp. Yet alas, the opponent's power is overwhelmingly fierce. The two are not even on the same level. Even with all his might, he cannot budge an inch. Thinking of escaping, shall I simply let you go? A mischievous grin spreads across Super Vegeta's face. In an instant, his right arm bulges with muscle, and a terrifying force erupts, violently swinging Deep Blue Vegeta's body. An unparalleled strength explodes in an instant. Deep Blue Vegeta is sent flying like a kite severed from its string, careening through several jagged peaks. Sliding nearly 1,000 meters before being buried beneath a cascade of rubble, his aura diminishing significantly. In less than 2 minutes of battle, the second Saiyan has been crushed by Super Vegeta's lightning-fast onslaught. The disparity in power is self-evident. They exist on entirely different tiers. However, despite the colossal gap in strength, the battle must continue. The other contestants from various universes have not yet been utterly demoralized. Sensing the positions of surrounding enemies through their auras, Super Vegeta wears a faint smile. His gaze sweeps across the battlefield. From Universe 2, Ribrian and Rosie. From Universe 3, Kafla, Pan, Bororita, and Paparoni. From Universe 4, Ganos and Camisalis. From Universe 6, Vodama, Gabba, and the lurking assassin Hit. From Universe 7, Majin Buu, Goten, and Trunks. From Universe 11, Jiren, Topo, and Dispo. Contestants from all universes have converged, and Super Vegeta's might has become the focal point. Everyone yearns to eliminate Super Vegeta, yet they find themselves powerless. Such a top-tier powerhouse is beyond the reach of these lesser beings. Save for a few who might still hold some fighting spirit on the stage. Feeling the searing gazes of hatred and resentment directed at him, Super Vegeta chuckles lightly, unconcerned. The weak will forever vent their frustrations in such ways. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, as Deep Blue Vegeta is brutally overwhelmed by Super Vegeta, Majin Buu seizes the opportunity to bring Goten and Trunks to Goku's side. Seeing Goku unconscious, Majin Buu unhesitatingly employs his unique healing abilities to mend Goku's injuries. Although the rules of the match prohibit the use of healing potions and items, there are no restrictions on abilities related to recovery. This time, Majin Buu's participation hinges on his healing prowess. As long as he remains, anyone from Universe 7, no matter how grievously injured, can swiftly recover. Moreover, this ability, when combined with the Saiyan trait of recovering strength after severe injuries, proves to be especially potent. Evidently, as Goku's wounds heal, he not only awakens from his stupor, but also experiences a notable enhancement in strength. As he opens his eyes, he finds Majin Buu before him, and he realizes what has transpired. This hidden card of Majin Buu's has now been reluctantly revealed. His healing method is akin to a bug-like ability, sure to attract the attention of other universes and become a target for early elimination. Chapter 79. The anticipation of the ultimate technique and Sun Wukong's conviction through the revelations of Majin Buu, along with the explanations provided by Son Goten and Trunks. Sun Wukong became aware of the specific circumstances surrounding the events. I see now. Thank you, Buu. Had it not been for your healing of my injuries, I might not have awakened until the conclusion of the power tournament. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude, rising to face the enigmatic Majin Buu. No need for thanks, Buu replied. But my healing abilities can only mend your physical wounds and restore your ordinary energy. The divine energy you have expended will require your own efforts to gradually replenish. Restoring my physical injuries is more than sufficient. As for the divine power, I can swiftly employ specialized methods to refine and coalesce it, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists and feeling a surge of strength within, bolstered by newfound confidence. It was a blessing in disguise that Majin Buu's healing had coincided with his battle against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, ultimately enhancing his combat prowess. The atmosphere grew tense as Son Goten called out to his father, Dad. He yearned to voice his concerns, but hesitated. Noticing his son's apprehension, Sun Wukong chuckled softly, patting Goten's head with a reassuring smile. Goten, do not worry. Your father is no longer the same as before. You can rely on me for the battles ahead. Hearing his father's assurance, Goten's worries gradually dissipated, his faith in Sun Wukong restoring his childlike innocence and joy. Meanwhile, Trunks glared defiantly into the distance at Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his teeth clenched in anger. To him, this impostor had ravaged his father, and he could not sense the divine energy nor ascertain his father's current state. Buu, I must trouble you to take them to a safe location. The ensuing battle may have a wider reach, and we need to maintain our presence on the stage for as long as possible. After all, numerical advantage is crucial. Sun Wukong advised thoughtfully. Understood. You must be cautious not to be knocked off the stage. As long as you remain, I can continue to heal your injuries. As long as you are here, our universe shall not fall, Majin Buu responded before swiftly escorting Son Goten and Trunks away to observe from a distance. Son Goten and Trunks worked seamlessly together, remaining hidden for now, while Trunks continued to search for his father's energy signature. Switching scenes, we return to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, whose formidable perception enveloped the entire arena, rendering the movements of all competitors visible within his aura of veritable omniscience. He was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's recovery, a scenario he had anticipated. Otherwise, he would have cast Sun Wukong down earlier, intending to provoke him into awakening. Have you finally recovered? Kakarot. It seems my efforts to keep you in the fray were not in vain, he mused. With Majin Buu's unique abilities, your grievous injuries have healed, and your combat power has notably surged. But I wonder if you can grasp the ultimate technique as swiftly as in the original narrative. However, this Super Saiyan Blue transformation is rather mundane for me. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta thought to himself. Suddenly, his keen senses detected a shift from Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. His gaze shifted to the area where the latter had been sent flying, where the previously diminished divine energy erupted anew. Boom! The overwhelming divine power surged upwards, obliterating the rocks on the arena floor. Amidst the brilliance of the deep blue divine energy, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta re-emerged, battered yet invigorated, his aura intensifying rather than waning. It seemed as if something dormant within him was gradually awakening, catalyzed by the injuries inflicted by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Interesting, it appears you two have undergone significant transformation. I wonder what you will ultimately become. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he sensed the evolution of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's aura. It seemed that in response to his own fierce stimulus, this world's counterpart was evolving towards an unknown realm, a change that even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta found astonishing. Before long, a fully recovered Sun Wukong returned to the battlefield, standing beside the transformed Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. He felt both shock and exhilaration at Vegeta's further evolution. Is this your true strength? You have cultivated the Super Saiyan Blue transformation to this extent. Let us engage once more. Before Sun Wukong could finish, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta interjected forcefully. Step aside, Kakarot. This is my battle, and it is mine alone. He is my opponent. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's resolve was unwavering. He had discovered a new direction. In his confrontation with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, he had transcended himself, continuously growing stronger, and now stood on the precipice of true ascension, a beacon of hope for his second evolution. Could it be that you have already? Sun Wukong gasped, astonished as he perceived the awe in his eyes. Though Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta had completed his transformation before him, he had only just begun to master the full potential of this form, while Vegeta was on the verge of another breakthrough. What did this imply? He had already surpassed him. In disbelief, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the distant Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Both Vegetas had surpassed him, clenching his fists. An indomitable spirit ignited within him, prompting a unique breakthrough in his own realm. It was as if a barrier he had previously deemed insurmountable had suddenly cracked, revealing new possibilities. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta offered no response to Sun Wukong's inquiry, oblivious to his transformation. His focus remained solely on himself, his determination resolute. The injuries he had sustained were suppressed by the divine energy, even healing under its influence. Taking a deep breath, the terrifying divine power surged forth once more. Chapter 80. Transcending Limits. Super Vegeta ascends to the 10th dimension. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's energy swelled again, the intensity of his divine power forcing Sun Wukong back several meters. Compared to earlier, it had at least doubled. No, the energy ascended once more. This was a signal of transcending the 9th dimension and reaching the 10th dimension. The energy levels surged to terrifying heights, and in an instant, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta launched his assault. Deep blue flames coalesced into a tangible form, engulfing him in a blazing aura that rendered him a figure of blue fire. This is what I wanted. This fervent battle spirit. This is the pride that defines Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, charging forward. The second round between the two Vegetas erupted anew in this very moment. Bang, 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 bang. Both parties unleashed their princely techniques, engaging each other with identical offensive maneuvers. This is the deliberate act of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. He has suppressed his own power to respond with an identical force and method. Two beings, hailing from distinct timelines, though Vegeta is a traveler. They are fundamentally the same individual. Vegeta has reached the pinnacle of bloodline power, elevating the purest essence of Saiyan strength to its utmost limits, showcasing the most primal and intrinsic force of the Saiyans. Super Vegeta, on the other hand, has ascended to the realm of the divine, currently undergoing a transformation towards an even higher plane of godhood. Their intense battle rages on. The speed of Deep Blue Vegeta's attacks accelerates, with each strike and maneuver pushing the destructive potential of the prince's combat style to its zenith. To the naked eye, one would merely witness countless beams of light racing through space, rendering clarity impossible. At this level, any subtle fluctuation must be interpreted through instinct and perception. What is happening? Such a fighting style, even with relentless training, should not be achievable by an imposter. As the battle progresses, Deep Blue Vegeta conceives a dreadful realization. He hastily ceases his assault, swiftly distancing himself from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Noticing the gravity in Deep Blue Vegeta's gaze, a slight smirk appears on Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's lips. It seems you have finally noticed. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazes into Deep Blue Vegeta's eyes and softly speaks. Who are you really? This combat technique could not possibly belong to a mere counterfeit. It mirrors my own skills to the finest detail. No, it even surpasses them. Deep Blue Vegeta exclaims loudly. In truth, he had long harbored suspicions, yet hesitated to confirm them. Who am I? You already know, do you not? With that statement, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta instantly affirms Deep Blue Vegeta's conjecture. Upon hearing this, shock paints Deep Blue Vegeta's expression, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps. Yet soon, this astonishment is supplanted by exhilaration. Energy surges within him at his command, the overwhelming force of divinity rising dramatically. Ha-ah! With a frenzied scream, Deep Blue Vegeta stretches out his arms wide. His muscles swell significantly, and a titanic wave of energy rapidly expands outward. His divine power continues to swell, its intensity climbing steadily, surpassing limits and stabilizing his combat prowess at the 10th dimension at a unit of 10. Such formidable energy, if unleashed in full, could obliterate the entire arena. One cannot fathom the magnitude of your ultimate attack. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stands firm, unflinching in the face of this impending onslaught. Deep Blue Vegeta, in a desperate gamble, concentrates all his energy into a single point. This technique is one of his signature moves, the Gamma Burst Flash. No matter if you are the real me or a fake, the champion of this power tournament shall undoubtedly be me. The universe's strongest Saiyan shall be none other than I, Vegeta. Amidst his fervent roars, the deep blue aura surrounding him solidifies, with golden lightning erupting around him like dawn breaking through the darkness. Undoubtedly, this is his true, unrestrained power. The ultimate Gamma Burst Flash, a technique he had only recently completed, previously devastating future Zamasu with its half-formed might. Now, having undergone further refinement in the hyperbolic time chamber, his energy has reached a new zenith, exponentially enhancing the power of this strike. With this blow, be eliminated. Gamma Burst Flash. The earth-shattering energy roars forth from Deep Blue Vegeta's palms. This terrifying force, akin to a world-destroying dragon, opens its gaping maw, seeking to consume Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta whole. Faced with this rampant energy, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remains unyielding, standing resolute in his regal composure. Compared to the attack he previously unleashed to defeat Broly, the power of this Gamma Burst Flash pales in comparison. An indomitable aura forms an impenetrable shield around him. The deafening roar reverberates throughout the void. The chaotic energy of the Gamma Burst Flash pierces through Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's form, erupting with a terrifying force that breaks free from the bounds of the power tournament arena. At this moment, the attention of the gods is drawn towards the spectacle. The destructive power of that last strike has undoubtedly reached god-level proportions, far beyond that of a mere candidate for destruction. Even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, no matter how strong, could not possibly emerge unscathed. In the audience of Universe 7, that guy, Vegeta, can unleash energy to such an extent. That last move was truly formidable. It should have had an effect. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, watches intently through the swirling smoke above the arena, his heart in his throat. Lord Beerus, I advise you not to harbor excessive optimism. While the power unleashed by our universe's Vegeta is indeed formidable, it remains far from sufficient to defeat that Vegeta of Universe 10. Angel Whis, fully aware of the terrifying strength of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, notes that even Broly fell easily to him. Even if this is Deep Blue Vegeta's ultimate strike, it may struggle to breach his defensive aura. Should it succeed, it would at best result in minor abrasions. Chapter 81, Son Goku's Fiery Battle Spirit. In the audience of Universe 10, the uproar caused by Deep Blue Vegeta's full-force attack is considerable. The astonishing energy is something I have not felt in many years. Even I would sustain significant injuries if struck carelessly. The Vegeta of Universe 7 is indeed an extraordinary individual, remarks God of Destruction Ramsey with solemn gravity, his eyes filled with respect. It must be said, he has grown even more concerned about the existence of the Saiyans. Why does their universe lack such beings? This is the first time I have witnessed Lord Ramsey express such high regard for mortals from another universe. However, while this attack is powerful, before true strength, it is no different from any previous techniques. Just as angels Kusu and God of Destruction Ramsey converse, a sudden flash of insight strikes in the audience of Universe 10. Contestants Jirison, Wabuni, and Lily Bay all return simultaneously to the viewing area of Universe 10. The three exchange bewildered glances, utterly perplexed about how they fell. Without a doubt, the overwhelming energy unleashed by Universe 7's Vegeta has directly affected the area they occupied. In an instant, they were struck down. Of course, they are not alone. Competitors from various universes, including Universe 2's Plank, Baikel, and Jimmy's, Universe 3's Zapri, Naralama, and Biala, Universe 4's Damon, Dakoli, Shosa, Mona, Gamazalas, and Xiangcha, Universe SX's Wanamagata, Boda, and Dr. Loda, and Universe 11's Boone, Quincy, Taba, and Kikote, among others, have all been knocked down by the terrifying shockwave of this strike. Some were also ambushed from the shadows. Across the universes, peril looms, with Universe 7 maintaining a numerical advantage. At this moment, on the arena, Deep Blue Vegeta struggles to steady his racing heart, breathing heavily as he fixates on the core of the thick smoke. Not far from him, Sun Wukong was also engulfed by the terrifying energy, presently crouching on the ground. That rascal, Vegeta, had managed to condense his energy to such an extent. One could only wonder if this move would yield any effect. Sun Wukong had an ominous premonition, and indeed, it came to pass. As the dense smoke from the explosion partially dissipated, the imposing figure of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood unwaveringly at the center. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong and Deep Blue Vegeta instantly froze in shock. Before Deep Blue Vegeta could react, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta struck with blinding speed. Teleporting right in front of Deep Blue Vegeta, a sphere of golden energy hovering ominously near his chest, pulsating erratically. A lethal sense of crisis rendered Deep Blue Vegeta immobile, every cell in his body screaming an unequivocal warning of danger. Gazing into Deep Blue Vegeta's almost vacant eyes, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled lightly. Though we share the same name, your strength indeed surpasses my expectations. However, I must say, the gap between us is far from trivial. As his words fell, the energy in Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's palm erupted violently. The golden energy propelled Deep Blue Vegeta's form, slamming him forcefully against the colossal pillar at the center of the power tournament arena. In that moment, Deep Blue Vegeta's aura plummeted dramatically. His transformation into Super Saiyan Deep Blue was lost, reverting him to his normal state, and he fell to the ground from the pillar. Deep Blue Vegeta was obliterated in a single strike. This scene profoundly resonated with everyone present, intensifying Sun Wukong's anxiety to its peak. The earlier Gamma explosion was immensely powerful, yet it had been ineffective against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. If he were to step in, he feared he would meet the same fate. However, with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to engage. After dispatching Deep Blue Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's gaze shifted to Sun Wukong. Now it's your turn, Kakarot from this temporal world. I presume your injuries have healed, and your strength has increased significantly, hasn't it? Let me see just how you measure up against another version of myself. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta watched Sun Wukong from a distance with an amused smile. To be honest, I feel I have little chance of victory against you. Broly has fallen, and Vegeta has also been defeated. If I were to engage, the outcome would likely be the same. Sun Wukong chuckled at this moment, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Saiyans have always faced formidable opponents with the resolve to battle first and contemplate later, especially someone like Sun Wukong, who was fervently passionate about combat. Previously, his fear stemmed from the unknown and a dread of higher dimensions, but now everything was clear. Once his conviction solidified, Sun Wukong charged forward with unwavering determination. This was his strength. Although he was aware of the potential outcome, he hadn't felt such exhilaration in ages. The might of Super Saiyan 4 was astonishing. Sun Wukong was eager to engage once more. The divine energy within him surged forth like a torrent. The deep blue aura escalated rapidly, and in an instant, he achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan Deep Blue. With a base power level enhanced by 200,000 times, his combat prowess soared to 2,000 yadas. After his near-death revival, his base combat level reached the level of 100 zilli, and with the formidable amplification of Super Saiyan Deep Blue, his power level reached its current state. However, this strength still paled in comparison to the earlier Deep Blue Vegeta. Yet, observing Deep Blue Sun Wukong now, he seemed to possess considerable confidence. Suddenly, the divine energy boiled once more. The barriers confining him shattered, and his Deep Blue evolution peaked, mirroring Super Vegeta. With a 50-fold enhancement to his base form, his combat power reached 5,000 yadas. This was precisely the power level Vegeta had previously displayed. Moreover, this was not his limit. Crimson energy radiated around him, and Deep Blue Sun Wukong's aura erupted in a magnificent wave. Noticing the shift in Deep Blue Sun Wukong's aura, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta raised an eyebrow. He recognized the technique. King Kai Fist. Indeed, Sun Wukong had originally mastered this technique in the original storyline, and he had utilized it during the preliminary battles. It was only logical that he would employ it now that he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Deep Blue. In this elevated state, utilizing the King Kai Fist, he questioned whether his body could fully withstand this surge of power. Nevertheless, even at the risk of self-destruction, he had to amplify his strength. This was his only hope of defeating you. The eyes of Deep Blue Sun Wukong shone with unprecedented resolve. The crimson aura stirred the Deep Blue divine energy into a frenzy. In Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's perception, Deep Blue Sun Wukong's combat power was skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Combat power, 6,000 yadas. Combat power, 7,000 yadas. Combat power, 8,000 yadas. Combat power, 9,000 yadas. And still climbing. The 9th dimension was breached, entering the 10th dimension. The units of measurement. So it's the tenfold King Kai Fist? Given your current physical strength, using the tenfold King Kai Fist in this form is rather audacious. However, the stronger you become, the better it is for me. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta observed the subtly shifting form of Deep Blue Sun Wukong, arms crossed, patiently awaiting the impending clash. Tenfold. King Kai Fist. Gritting his teeth, Deep Blue Sun Wukong escalated the King Kai Fist to tenfold. Boom. The overwhelming divine pressure, coupled with fierce energy, rapidly expanded. The deep blue divine power fused with the crimson brilliance, transforming into a light of annihilation that pierced the heavens of the void. The might of this force, the impact, subtly suggested it surpassed the earlier Deep Blue Vegeta. In the pinnacle transformation of Super Saiyan Deep Blue, augmented by the tenfold King Kai Fist, his combat power shattered the limits of the 9th dimension, tentatively stepping into the units of the 10th dimension. In Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's perception, Deep Blue Sun Wukong's current combat power had reached 5 go. This strength, while perhaps not matching the intensity of the original storyline's newly unveiled ultimate instinct, was unlikely to be far off. Once the aura of the tenfold King Kai Fist stabilized, Deep Blue Sun Wukong coldly regarded Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Apologies for the wait. Now we can commence. Deep Blue Sun Wukong spoke in a low, firm voice. Crackle. Blue and red lightning erupted around him, and this ferocious momentum felt entirely unlike the might of divine energy. Your power has indeed increased significantly, but how long can you sustain it? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood with his hands on his hips, outwardly appearing full of openings. Yet in reality, he was impeccably guarded. He was deliberately creating an illusion that others could strike him. Long enough to defeat you. Deep Blue Sun Wukong understood that further words were futile. He gathered his strength, legs coiled, and unleashed his full power. Leaping forward, his body transformed into a streak of light, slicing through space at astonishing speed. With a forceful kick, he aimed directly at Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's face. Too slow. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta let out a soft chuckle, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the Deep Blue Goku with a ghostly grace. After a missed strike, the Deep Blue Goku, undeterred, unleashed his full combat prowess. A relentless torrent of attacks surged forth from various angles. The Turtle School's martial arts, renowned for their balance of offense and defense, made it exceedingly difficult to find any flaws during a battle of equals. However, when faced with an opponent possessing overwhelming strength, the defensive capabilities of the Turtle School techniques appeared somewhat inadequate. It's my turn now, Kakarot. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta sneered, clenching his right fist. A golden aura coalesced around his fist, and with unstoppable force, he delivered a devastating blow. With no option to evade, the Deep Blue Goku braced himself, crossing his arms to form a defensive stance. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air as the power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, unparalleled in its might, exceeded all expectations. The Deep Blue Goku felt an excruciating jolt in his arms, his body sent careening backward by this irresistible force. In mid-flight, the Deep Blue Goku swiftly regained his balance, rapidly swinging his arms to unleash a barrage of energy blasts aimed at obscuring Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's vision and hindering his movements. Yet, he had underestimated Vegeta's tenacity. A formidable aura enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier as his muscular frame barreled forward, disregarding all energy blasts and obstacles, arriving before the Deep Blue Goku. Seizing the Deep Blue Goku's ankle, it appeared that a horrific scene was about to repeat itself. Fully aware of the fate that awaited him once ensnared by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the Deep Blue Goku disregarded whether his body could withstand further strain and resolutely unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken. A crimson energy erupted with ferocity, augmenting his combat power once again. The surge of energy allowed him to break free from Vegeta's grasp, Spinning rapidly in midair, he quickly distanced himself from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. With hands pressed together in a lotus formation, he gathered energy and unleashed a swift Kamehameha wave. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and his aura solidified as if an unseen hand dispersed the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Countless blue energy particles drifted through the air. Though the deep blue Goku had anticipated this outcome, witnessing his ultimate attack being effortlessly neutralized stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Damn it! Is this all I'm capable of? I wonder if my body can endure anymore. Even the Kamehameha wave amplified by the 20-fold Kaioken was so easily dismantled. Then it must be done this way. Gritting his teeth, the deep blue Goku's forehead pulsed with veins, his muscles alternately swelling and contracting. The intense veins on his body surfaced as every cell within him was pressed to its limit. You rely too heavily on the Kaioken, Kakarot. Such superficial augmentation is of no use against me. No matter how much you amplify the Kaioken, fundamentally, nothing changes. A flicker of disappointment crossed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's eyes. Chapter 83, Limit Break, 30-fold. A strike to crush the deep blue. At this moment, Goku stood at the precipice of his limits. Merely relying on the Kaioken could not shatter the shell of potentiality that confined him, nor allow him to take that definitive step forward. 30-fold Kaioken. The deep blue Goku, in a desperate gamble, was truly risking everything. This 30-fold Kaioken surpassed the physical limits of his body, akin to wagering his very life. A moment's miscalculation could lead to his demise. A crimson energy beam erupted, completely overshadowing the deep blue aura of Super Saiyan Goku's transformation. His combat power surged again, reaching a formidable 15-fold. In a last-ditch effort, the deep blue Goku's aura coalesced into a solid form, and he leapt into the air, channeling all his strength into a singular point. A dual-colored flame of blue and red blazed upon his fist. Victory or defeat hinged upon this singular blow. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta offered due respect to the deep blue Goku's desperate strike. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. The entire arena quaked under the force of this attack. The ground beneath Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta sank dozens of meters, dense smoke billowing forth, obscuring the view for both gods and mortals. Amidst the haze, the deep blue Goku's all-out strike was caught effortlessly by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta with a single hand. The sight before him made the deep blue Goku acutely aware of the vastness of the world. He was indeed powerful. But the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta before him was even stronger, so much so that hope for victory seemed elusive. The power behind this punch was indeed extraordinary. However, such combat strength was far from sufficient to defeat him. Go train some more, Kakarot. As Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta spoke, he exerted his left hand, locking onto the deep blue Goku's fist, while his right hand clenched, golden flames igniting at the tip of his fist. Charging up, he swung his fist. In that moment, time seemed to halt. The deep blue Goku's pupils trembled violently, as he could only watch helplessly as Vegeta's unstoppable punch hurtled towards him. Bang! A bone-crushing impact resounded. The punch, imbued with immense power, slammed into the deep blue Goku's chest. In an instant, a terrifying force coursed through him, and he could not catch his breath before a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. His transformation faded, and he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Boom, 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 boom. The deep blue Goku's body pierced through several massive rock formations. After sliding several hundred meters, he finally managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the arena. The pinnacle of Super Saiyan Blue evolution, augmented with the 30-fold Kaioken, was shattered by a single blow from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. At this point, all the elite fighters of Universe 7 had been systematically defeated by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. I wonder, in this critical moment, can you create a miracle once again, Kakarot? If only you could awaken Ultra Instinct, perhaps you could contend with me. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta gazed at the area where Goku had been sent flying, his eyes penetrating through the thick haze, locking onto the unconscious Goku, buried beneath debris. In the original story, Goku had awakened Ultra Instinct after being struck by a spirit bomb, utilizing its energy to break through the confines of potentiality. Now, he was merely gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. It seemed that awakening Ultra Instinct was a distant hope, having suffered another severe blow. The hidden competitors of Universe 7 sprang into action. Gohan, who had remained concealed, rushed to Goku's location with utmost haste, clearing away the boulders before carrying the barely conscious Goku away from the area. Yet, such a clandestine maneuver could not escape the watchful eyes of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. However, Vegeta remained unconcerned. Even if they were to recover, it would make little difference. Meanwhile, Majin Buu, observing from the shadows, wasted no time in hastening towards Gohan, arriving at Goku's location. As for Trunks and Goten, although they have consistently maintained a low profile, lingering in the arena, The consecutive defeats of Goku have compelled them to take action. At this juncture, they too yearn to engage in battle. Fortunately, the timing is nearly opportune. With the conclusion of the tournament drawing near, the moment has arrived for them to make their move. Meanwhile, on Piccolo's side, he faces the combined assault of the Namekians. Pibina and Saiyan, with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly countering their attacks. Having unleashed his potential through the dragon, he has awakened a new transformation. Were it not for the bond of kinship, these two would have long since been vanquished from the arena. However, the situation with Goku has also entered Piccolo's perception, revealing the precarious state of the 7th universe. Goku's energy has plummeted significantly. Has the battle there already reached its conclusion? I can no longer afford to squander time on them. A glimmer of determination flickers in Piccolo's eyes, and in the next moment, a golden aura envelopes him. Saiyan and Pibina sense the ominous shift and hastily retreat. The duo unleashes a devastating combined attack, releasing a beam of energy of astonishing destructive power, aimed directly at Piccolo. This time, Piccolo's combat prowess is markedly different, exhibiting a level of strength that is entirely disproportionate to before. In an instant, he erupts with an alarming velocity, his robust frame hurtling forth like a cannonball, striking fiercely against Pibina and Saiyan. With a resounding impact, both warriors spew forth copious amounts of acid, overwhelmed by the sheer force that threatens to shatter their very beings. This unparalleled might topples both adversaries, sending them hurtling dozens of meters away. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo swiftly aligns his index and middle fingers, gathering energy at an astonishing pace to unleash a powerful magical beam cannon. The golden, spiraling energy pierces through space, colliding with Pibina and Saiyan, propelling them from the arena like skewered meat. The 6th universe witnesses the elimination of its 2 participants. Having dispatched his foes, Piccolo reverts from his orange transformation. While this form boasts formidable strength, it exacts a considerable toll on his stamina, and he would not employ it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 84. Obstacles across the universe. Underlying currents. Exhaling deeply, Piccolo takes a moment to gather his thoughts, casting a contemplative glance at the audience of the 6th universe before honing in on Goku's location through his senses. He swiftly embarks on a mission, racing towards where Goku is situated. At this moment, within the King's palace, the 2 kings express their admiration upon witnessing the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Vegeta from Universe 10 is exceptionally impressive, defeating Goku, who has grown stronger, without the aid of divine powers. Indeed, it appears that Goku has succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, far worse than his previous injuries. Super Saiyan 4 is indeed formidable. The kings exchange remarks, their camaraderie apparent. Yet it is clear that during this tournament, they will show no favoritism. The attendants flanking the kings exchange knowing glances, seemingly communicating, and after respectfully notifying the kings, they take their leave. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister, overseeing the battle from his lofty position in the void, finds himself deep in contemplation. His finger strokes his chin thoughtfully as he observes the invincible Vegeta on the arena. The developments are becoming increasingly intriguing. You have bested Son Goku and Vegeta from this world, and the warriors from other universes regard you with great apprehension. What will your next move be, Vegeta? The Grand Minister's curiosity regarding the existence of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta intensifies. He is already aware of Vegeta's origins and has thoroughly investigated the circumstances of his timeline. This Vegeta's strength is a crucial piece in his grand design. Furthermore, within his timeline resides a GT Goku whose power is not significantly inferior to his own, a Saiyan who may also serve his purposes. It seems a visit to that parallel world is in order. In the audience of the 7th universe, as they witness Goku being bested by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, wears a grim expression, his countenance marred by concern. He had anticipated the difficulty of winning the tournament, but he never expected it to be this daunting. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta looms over them like an insurmountable mountain, stifling their spirits. Thankfully, Goku and Vegeta have not yet been entirely eliminated. The primary combatants of the 7th universe remain. As long as they stay in the arena, hope for victory persists. Taking a deep breath, Beerus calms his restless heart. With over a third of the tournament elapsed, ample time remains. As long as they maintain their numerical advantage, no matter how powerful Vegeta may be, they can leverage the rules to secure victory. Let us hope so, he muses. Though I fear that relying on numbers alone may not yield much hope, Lord Beerus. The angel Vados, with a grave expression, murmurs. The Vegeta from Universe 10 has yet to reveal his true strength. Beerus falls silent, casting a sidelong glance at the audience of other universes. Surely, upon witnessing the nearly celestial combat prowess of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the gods of destruction from other universes cannot remain indifferent. In the 2nd universe, As the number of participants dwindles, only 3 remain: Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rashi. The situation for their universe is dire. Gazing upon the formidable Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the god of destruction, Hellas, remarks with a tone of gravity, such a savage and wild appearance, utterly lacking in beauty. Following this, she employs special means to contact the remaining warriors of her universe. All remaining fighters of the second universe, remain vigilant. Your greatest adversary is the warrior from Universe 10. For the survival of the second universe, you must find an opportunity to defeat him. Thus, the god of destruction Hellas covertly issues orders to the remaining competitors of the second universe, designating Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta as their primary target for assault. The angel Sava perceives the underlying tension but remains silent. In this moment, all universes unite against this Vegeta, recognizing that defeating him is essential for victory. In the third universe, the god of destruction, Moscow, similarly commands the remaining participants, indicating that they may need to unveil their ultimate trump cards if necessary. Once the moment is ripe, they must bring Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta down, contrasting the fervor of the second and third universes, the gods of destruction. Quitella from the fourth universe and Kampa from the sixth universe fully comprehend the formidable nature of their adversary. In the absence of absolute certainty, they will not make the first move. Preserving the number of their respective universe as fighters remains paramount. Listening to the gods engage in their dialogue, yet daring not to intervene directly, the god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramzi, secretly reveled in delight. Only the formidable are targeted. However, the strong disdain all schemes and plots, for in the presence of absolute power, the number of adversaries and the means they employ bear no significance. The victor shall undoubtedly be the strongest, a belief that Ramzi has steadfastly upheld for long. Continue your quarrels. The more fervent your disputes, the better. Ultimately, it is I who shall claim the champion's title in this power tournament for Universe 10. Ramzi confidently proclaimed. The other gods of destruction appeared increasingly restless in the presence of Vegeta's formidable prowess. However, the god of destruction from Universe 11 seemed somewhat different, Ramzi. At that moment, the angel Kusu alerted Ramzi to pay heed to the situation in Universe 11. There, the clown god of destruction, Vermouth, had closed his eyes, betraying no emotional fluctuations. To which Ramzi paid no mind. Let that clown be. Whatever he does changes nothing. Ramzi remained indifferent. Although Kusu sensed something amiss, she chose not to delve further into it. Her gaze returned to the arena of the power tournament. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, the clown god of destruction, Vermouth, was communicating telepathically with Jiren on the stage. Chapter 85, Jiren makes his move. Hit interferes. From the void, a voice resonated. Jiren, can you hear me? Jiren. The clown god of destruction, Vermouth, repeatedly called out Jiren's name. I can hear you. On the stage, Jiren slowly closed his eyes, silently acknowledging the call. Shifting his focus to his own god of destruction. The time to conserve your energy has passed. Universe 7 has sustained heavy damage. And our greatest adversary now is Vegeta from Universe 10. The gods of the other universes are greatly intimidated by his power. The time for you to act has arrived. Jiren, his strength is formidable, but I have greater faith in your abilities. Show this scornful being what true power truly is, Jiren. Let all the universes know that Universe 11 is the mightiest. As Vermouth's voice echoed, Jiren responded, understood. With that, he swiftly opened his eyes. The moment for action had come. He had long harbored the desire to intervene, but the opportunity had never presented itself until now. With Son Goku and the others from Universe 7 being vanquished by Vegeta from Universe 10, the time had come. Focusing his thoughts, a monumental transformation occurred in his aura. The two formidable members of the Pride Troopers, Topo and Dispo, noticed the change in Jiren's energy and exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that he has made his decision? Topo clenched his fists, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. Until now, Vegeta had been the center of attention. Now, Jiren was poised to suppress him. Topo, Dispo, eliminate the competitors from the other universes. Leave that Vegeta from Universe 10 to me. It is time for it all to end. Jiren's confidence was unparalleled. His arrogance surpassed that of anyone else in this realm. He spoke gravely to the two beside him, then strode forward, leaving behind a sense of bewilderment. Although Topo was the leader of the Pride Troopers, in this context, Jiren's words carried greater weight. Watching Jiren advance, Topo could only respond. Dispo and I will swiftly clear the arena of all competitors. With Universe 7 severely weakened, it is time to take them down. Dispo nodded in agreement. The most critical battle now rests in your hands, Jiren. With that, they departed, heading towards Universe 7's domain. After they left, Jiren shifted his gaze, his intense battle intent locking onto Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Perhaps it was the mutual attraction among the strong, for Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's keen senses detected Jiren's scrutiny. Have you finally decided to make your move? You are far more intriguing than those two. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had long anticipated this encounter. Without a doubt, Jiren was the strongest contender on the stage aside from himself. Even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who had previously unleashed his power, could not compare to the Jiren before him. It was certain that Jiren's sheer physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary god of destruction. Sensing the focused attention from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Jiren subtly elevated the energy within his body. However, just as he was about to take the most critical step, someone preemptively attacked Vegeta. A flash of purple light appeared before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta in an instant, freezing time momentarily. The assassin hit from Universe 6 suddenly emerged, seizing the opportunity to strike Vegeta with his time skip technique. Bang! The previously frozen space shattered into countless fragments, as Hit's sudden assault was effortlessly caught in Vegeta's palm. Not even a moment of vulnerability, is there? It seems I was too naive. Such a swift and opportunistic strike thwarted, Hit's trepidation towards Vegeta intensified. The being before him was far more formidable and flawless than he had anticipated. You, the assassin from Universe 6, what brings you here? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta regarded Hit with an impassive gaze. Though time skip was indeed formidable, it was merely a trivial trick before someone of his caliber. However, to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's surprise, Hit, having witnessed his might, resolutely chose to engage him. Come do my bidding, Hit uttered coldly. In the next moment, his form became intangible, slipping into the realm of time, projecting his image before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. It seems you genuinely wish to challenge me. Very well, let the battle that was previously unfulfilled commence now. Additionally, allow me to witness the reputed time skip and its true might. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled lightly, a look of ease and contentment gracing his features. The assassin Hit, while renowned and possessing the time skip as a deadly technique, was ultimately ineffective against a true powerhouse. Do not be too arrogant. Hit's form flickered, reappearing before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Their gazes locked, the atmosphere thick with tension. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remained unperturbed, maintaining his earlier nonchalance, for he knew that the Hit before him was not the true Hit. His true form resided within the time realm. What he saw now was merely a projection. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar as Hit, concealed within the realm of time, silently teleported behind Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, raising his hand to strike. Anticipating this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's eyes gleamed with sharp insight, and in the next instant, he turned, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The space behind him exploded, as Hit, who had been lurking in the time realm, was struck by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's heavy fist on his arm. The terrifying force abruptly overturned him, sending him flying several meters away, struggling to stabilize his body. The pain radiating from his arms caused Hit to display an expression of embarrassment. The weight of the fist was beyond his imagination. Was this truly the force that Sun Wukong endured in battle? Indeed, it was exceedingly heavy. I can feel it. Hit forcefully suppressed the agony coursing through his arms. Gritting his teeth and casting a wary glance towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Chapter 86. Flawless Execution, perfectly countering the time skip. Since the attacks concealed within the time skip were futile, there was no choice but to utilize the time skip technique. In the next instant, Hit focused his mind and leaped through time once more. This time, the duration of the jump extended to 0.5 seconds. He lunged towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, intending to seize the initiative. Ha ha! Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta chuckled lightly, unleashing another punch at an astonishing speed. The terror of this punch tore through space itself, its velocity surpassing even that of the time skip. The overwhelming force landed heavily against Hit's face, propelling him through the air. As he quickly regained his composure mid-flight, Hit activated the time skip again, launching attacks from multiple angles around Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Bang! 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 A series of piercing sonic booms erupted, each time Hit materialized within Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's striking range. He was met with relentless assaults, cruelly sending him flying. With each attempt, the duration of his time skip increased. 0.55 seconds. 0.6 seconds. 0.7 seconds. 0.8 seconds. 0.9 seconds. 1 second. However, even as he rapidly evolved amidst battle, extending the time skip to 1 second, he still could not approach Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. After a dozen attempts, he failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Conversely, his own body was riddled with wounds. Reluctantly, Hit ceased his offensive, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his violet cheek, his crimson eyes flickering with deep apprehension. The time skip has been completely deciphered. This fellow's level of difficulty is far beyond my imagination. It seems I must resort to that move. Even if it costs me my life, I must knock him off the stage. Hit took a deep breath, suppressing the pain coursing through him. searching for an opportunity to strike. Still unwilling to concede? Very well, let me witness what the legendary assassin of Universe 6 has in store. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, whatever it may be. Allow me to see the limits of the so-called time skip and how far it can extend. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's haughty words pierced deeply into Hit's heart. This proclamation filled Hit with both rage and frustration, yet he found himself powerless. The person before him utterly disregarded his time skip. Meanwhile, Jiren observed the battle, seemingly unfazed despite the interruption of his own fight. With arms crossed, he watched with keen interest the clash between Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Hit. The assassin of Universe 6 truly overestimates his abilities. Knowing full well the vast disparity in strength, he still dares to challenge someone of a different caliber, foolishness incarnate. In Jiren's eyes, Hit's strength was pathetically inadequate, relying solely on the time skip as his only means of defense. Without that skill, Hit's raw power was even inferior to that of their universe's dispo. To challenge Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta at such a level was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. In the audience of Universe 6, despair reigned. Nothing was effective. Whether through time-jumping attacks or strikes from another dimension, none could inflict harm. How infuriating. Hit, why won't you heed my warning and insist on confronting this man? The god of destruction, Kampa, was beside himself with rage, pulling at his ears and shouting. Their Universe 6 was already in dire straits, with only 4 warriors remaining on the stage. Now, with Hit, the strongest assassin representing Universe 6, confronting the strongest warrior of Universe 10, should he be eliminated. Universe 6 would suffer a catastrophic loss. Calm down, Lord Kampa, said the Angel Vados. From my understanding, Hit is not one to act recklessly. As an assassin, he gathers all pertinent information before every action and ensures he is adequately prepared. His decision to confront Vegeta from Universe 10 must be deliberate. Vados remained unperturbed, for she knew Hit's character well. Perhaps the key to Universe 6 victory lay within Hit. In the audience of Universe 10, the god of destruction, Rumshi, listened intently as the angel Kusu recounted Hit's exploits. The ace assassin of Universe 6 possesses the unique ability to manipulate time, demonstrating formidable strength. The capacity to control time is indeed a remarkable challenge. In all my years, I have never encountered a being from the lower realms capable of such feats. Although he hails from another universe, witnessing it firsthand is truly astonishing. Rumshi expressed much admiration for Hit. Alas, such praise felt tinged with regret, as the strongest warrior of Universe 6 was on the verge of elimination. Indeed, Lord Rumshi speaks the truth. Hit from Universe 6 is exceptionally formidable. Yet Vegeta is evidently far stronger. His might is such that even time cannot easily restrain him, Kusu remarked, then turned her gaze towards Vados of Universe 6. What a pity, dear sister. It seems your universe's strongest warrior may soon meet his end. Although I detest saying this, it is Hit himself who sought this confrontation. On the opposite side of the stage, as the fierce battle continued, the severely injured Son Goku, under the guidance of Son Gohan, received healing from Majin Buu once more. Participating in this tournament with the fate of the universe at stake, Majin Buu effectively fulfilled his role, flitting about to heal allies. First Goku, then Vegeta, and back to Goku again. How infuriating. Even if you recover your strength with the Kaioken, are you still unable to match that man? Super Saiyan Vegeta's heart weighed heavily with bitterness and rage. Having been so thoroughly defeated, he had lost all semblance of pride, let alone dignity. Even if that man was himself, he was too powerful. So powerful that they could not even compel him to fight seriously. If Hit continues in this manner, he will suffer a catastrophic defeat. The time skip is ineffective against that man. After taking a breath, Son Goku rose to his feet. Despite the continuous battles and persistent losses, he did not retreat, for he had the assurance of Majin Buu. As long as he remained in the fight, he could continuously recover and surpass his limits through such combat. Chapter 87. The two young ones take the initiative. As Son Goku's words resonated, Piccolo and Son Gohan exchanged grave glances. For them, the dimensional intensity limited the heights they could perceive. Both Son Goku and Vegeta's deep blue transformations had faltered. Even should they transform, they would hardly compare. The situation was growing increasingly dire, and their chances of victory dwindled. At that very moment, they remained unaware that Trunks and Son Goten had already departed from the vicinity. Elsewhere, amidst the fierce confrontation between Hit and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the other 3 competitors from Universe 6 concealed themselves, silently observing the battle unfold. That guy Hit, forced into such a predicament, and that Vegeta from the 10th universe is truly formidable, Kale remarked, a shiver of trepidation coursing through her. Beside her stood the duo, Kaba and Caulifla. After being defeated by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Kale had awakened, and the violent surges of her Saiyan power had notably subsided. It was evident that the bloodline power instilled by Vegeta had subdued Kale's instincts considerably. Sister, what shall we do next? We cannot allow Hit to fight alone, can we? Kale timidly inquired. She had been awake for some time, and to be candid, the overwhelming power unleashed by Super Saiyan for Vegeta had left her with a psychological scar. Although she had been unconscious during her rampage, remnants of the experience lingered in her mind. Now, merely catching a glimpse of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta instilled a sense of dread within her. Despite her concerns, Caulifla fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Kale's suggestion. She had contemplated aiding Hit, yet with their current level of combat prowess, assisting him seemed utterly implausible. Against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, there would be no exceptions. She would be annihilated in an instant. Caulifla-san, Kale-san, it would be wise for us not to act recklessly. Since Hit-san has made his decision, we must consider the survival of Universe 6. In the worst-case scenario, should Hit-san be eliminated, the three of us would become the last hope for Universe 6. If we are defeated, the downfall of Universe 6 becomes inevitable. As long as there are still fighters on the arena, we hold on a hope, Kaba suggested after a prolonged silence. While his words may have sounded harsh, they indeed represented their best option at that moment. In the absence of absolute power, they had no choice but to remain in the shadows, biding their time for an opportunity. Caulifla clenched her fists tightly, as a Saiyan. She yearned for the thrill of battle against formidable foes. However, given her current strength, any of the powerful warriors on the arena could likely obliterate them with ease. The prospect of encountering someone of comparable strength seemed a distant dream. Suddenly, two golden energy blasts tore through space, hurtling towards Kale and her companions from behind. Watch out. Sister, Kale shouted, instinctively sensing the danger. Before Caulifla and Kaba could react, the energy blast struck them. Boom! The explosion of energy erupted, enveloping the trio of Scions from Universe 6 in a thick cloud of smoke. The assailants were none other than the two young Scions from Universe 7, Goten and Trunks. Trunks, do you think our sudden ambush might be a bit inappropriate? Goten asked, a hint of timidity and embarrassment in his voice. At such a critical juncture, you still utter such naive words, Goten. The outcome of this tournament of power directly impacts the survival of our universe. With both Dad and Uncle Goku severely injured, if they are eliminated, it falls upon us. Trunks reprimanded, his tone laced with authority. Goten, chastised, fell silent and focused his gaze ahead. Who dares to launch a sneak attack against us? How infuriating. From the smoke, Caulifla, Kale, and Kaba emerged unscathed, as Trunks and Goten's ambush had not inflicted any substantial harm. So it's you two brats? Caulifla exclaimed upon recognizing Trunks and Goten, pausing momentarily before a spark of interest flickered in her eyes. Always wild and eager, she entertained a thought. These two inexperienced youngsters dared to provoke them. Were they not simply offering themselves up as targets? Hearing Caulifla's scornful taunt, Trunks and Goten's expressions soured. They were seasoned Scions, having weathered many storms, and at their age, they were hardly unworldly children. The reason Trunks and Goten sought out the Scions from Universe 6 was, quite frankly, to prove their own abilities. Caulifla, they seem to be Scions from Universe 7, and that Scion is Master S' son? Kaba recognized the two before him, hesitating. Although they had approached them, he was reluctant to engage with Master S' son and did not wish to confront Universe 7 directly. In his view, Universe 6 and Universe 7 should stand united against a common foe. Kaba, at this critical juncture, are you still hesitating? They ve come to us. If you want to act, then I shall. I'll deal with these brats swiftly and spare us the annoyance, Caulifla remarked, noting Kaba's indecision and understanding his reservations. Already itching for a fight, she dismissed Kaba's hesitance along with all other considerations. Goten, did you hear that? She says she'll knock us both off the arena. Caulifla taunted. I heard her. Trunks, Goten replied. The two exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they unleashed the power of their Scion blood, a golden aura erupting forth. Super Saiyan first grade, at full power, manifested in an instant. Although they typically did not train rigorously and preferred leisure, they had taken the time to seek out the old Kai to unlock their potential for this tournament of power. Furthermore, even without formal training, they had engaged in countless sparring sessions, ensuring their bodies remained sharp. Coupled with the potential unlocked by the old Kai, their base power was now at the level of trillions. With the foundation of trillions, combined with the 80-fold enhancement of Super Saiyan first grade, their battle power had surpassed the limits of trillions, reaching the realm of quadrillions. Chapter 88, Alliance vs. Caulifla. 7 quadrillion, 2,000 trillions. 8 quadrillion battle power. This strength likely eclipsed even that of Goku and Super Vegeta post the God vs. God saga. Upon sensing the pressure emanating from the two and witnessing their transformed state, Caulifla's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of delight. You two brats can transform into Super Saiyans. How wonderful! Caulifla exclaimed in exhilaration, as she had been lamenting the lack of worthy opponents. Now, with Goten and Trunks' arrival, her desire for a grand battle was about to be fulfilled. Since you can transform, then let us have a good match. Come, let me show you my Super Saiyan, Caulifla declared, unleashing the energy pool of her own Super Saiyan first grade. The tumultuous energy erupted from her body like a volcano, exuding a golden aura. The intensity of Caulifla's aura, when gauged by battle power metrics, soared to an astounding 24 quadrillion. All right, are you two ready? Caulifla asked, hands on her hips, a smile gracing her face as she regarded Goten and Trunks. As a female Saiyan, she possessed a unique charm. What incredible energy! It's far stronger than the sum of both of ours. We must tread carefully, Goten, Trunks cautioned. Adopting a battle stance, his expression serious. Let us unleash Super Saiyan second grade. Her power exceeds ours combined, Goten suggested, taking the initiative to ensure their readiness. Upon hearing this, Trunks paused for a moment before nodding. Such immense energy necessitated the full exertion of their strength, lest they fall short as opponents. Although unleashing the Super Saiyan second level prematurely would deplete their stamina, they still possessed a final trump card as a contingency. Goten and Trunks exchanged glances, each affirming with a nod. In the next instant, both warriors summoned their might, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Goten shouted, "Ha!" Trunks cried, "Yaha!" The two young Saiyans emitted a prolonged roar as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within them. Their golden auras expanded continuously, while numerous blue and white arcs of electricity danced around them, detonating in spectacular bursts. The sight of their full-powered transformation bore a striking resemblance to their fathers fighting side by side. As the blue-white lightning continued to expand and explode, they finally stabilized their transformation into the Super Saiyan second level. Though merely at the initial stage of this form, the enhancement to their combat prowess was a staggering hundredfold. Goten's power level stabilized at 90 quintillion, while Trunks soared to 100 quintillion. Huh, is this a higher realm of Super Saiyan transformation? How did you two achieve this? Caulifla exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Goten and Trunks. It was hard for her to believe that these seemingly unassuming boys could unleash such formidable power. While her own combat strength had surpassed theirs, she felt significantly inferior in terms of transformation mastery. Huh, big sister, are you unfamiliar with the Super Saiyan second level transformation? If you defeat us, perhaps we can share the secrets of achieving it. Goten and Trunks teased Caulifla, their youthful playfulness evident in this moment. Then it's settled. You mustn't go back on your word. If I win, you must reveal the transformation method, Caulifla declared, rubbing her fists together, a fierce determination flickering in her eyes. Although Goten and Trunks had attained a higher level of transformation, she was confident in her own strength. In the next moment, Caulifla took the initiative, charging toward Goten and Trunks at her utmost speed. Seeing her advance, the two did not hesitate, simultaneously launching energy blasts toward her. Futile. Your power pales in comparison to mine, Caulifla declared, facing the incoming energy attacks without flinching. With a swift motion of her hand, she deflected both energy blasts toward a nearby stone pillar, causing a tremendous explosion. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed in front of Goten and Trunks. With relentless ferocity, her fists rained down upon them, leaving the two boys no choice but to evade her brutal onslaught. If her punches connected, their small frames would be utterly overwhelmed. Trunks, her strength is incredible. We can't withstand her punches, Goten exclaimed. Indeed, we need a different strategy, otherwise, we'll be eliminated, Trunks replied. As Goten spoke, he noticed a gap in Caulifla's offense and leaped into the air, quickly gathering energy for the Kamehameha. Trunks, seeing this, swiftly jumped back to distance himself from Caulifla. Huh. A brilliant blue energy beam erupted from Goten's palms, hurtling toward Caulifla. With no means of evasion, she gritted her teeth, crossing her arms to brace for impact. Boom. The ferocious energy collided with the ground, resulting in a deafening explosion that enveloped the area in thick smoke, obscuring her vision. Caulifla, lacking the ability to sense energy, lost track of her opponents amidst the haze. Suddenly, a whoosh of air signaled Trunks, now in Super Saiyan second level, bursting forth from the smoke to launch a surprise attack on Caulifla. Bang! A resounding impact struck Caulifla's back, sending her hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a pile of debris. Well done, Trunks, Goten cheered, landing beside him with a smile. It seems our coordination remains intact, Goten, Trunks replied, sharing a triumphant high five. Yet, the exuberance of youth could not mask the reality of the arena. Each moment in this tournament was fraught with unpredictability. Caulifla, as she faltered, Gabe could no longer remain passive. This match was pivotal for the survival of their universe. Even if Trunks was Vegeta's son, he could not afford to hold back. You dare lay a hand on my sister? That's unforgivable. Unlike Gabe's indecision, Kale was on the verge of erupting. Witnessing her dear sister being toyed with by the two boys ignited a protective fury within her. The immense power of her ultra instinct began to surge, drawn forth by her escalating emotions. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Kale, Goten and Trunks recoiled instinctively, aware of her formidable prowess. They had witnessed her terrifying strength firsthand. Confronting this legendary Super Saiyan was a daunting prospect. Kale, wait. Suddenly, from the rubble, Caulifla's voice emerged. She brushed aside the debris and appeared before everyone, unscathed. Trunks' earlier kick had not harmed her in the slightest. Sister. Kale's tumultuous emotions began to settle upon seeing Caulifla unharmed. Gabe, Kale, you two are not to interfere. I must learn the method of the Super Saiyan's second-level transformation from them. Besides, they are merely children. A one-on-one match would be rather unfair. Caulifla asserted, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. All right, since you say so, I won't interfere, Kale promised from the sidelines. Caulifla, remember, he is my master's child. Be gentle. Gabe cautioned, aware of Caulifla's temperament, fearing she might inadvertently injure Trunks. In response, Caulifla smiled knowingly. Fear not, Gabe. I still rely on them to reveal the secrets of the Super Saiyan second-level transformation. How could I possibly harm them? Goten and Trunks looked at the approaching Caulifla, swallowing hard as the pressure mounted. Together, they barely had the strength to contend with her. If they couldn't even master the Super Saiyan's second-level transformation, they would have no choice but to unleash their ultimate moves. Meanwhile, on the side of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, the battle raged on, characterized by a relentless one-sided onslaught. Hit repeatedly attempted to utilize his time-skip technique, only to be effortlessly thwarted time and again. While he had honed his defensive capabilities exceptionally, the sheer brute force of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta proved insurmountable. Even a seemingly careless punch compelled him to exert every ounce of effort to block it. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to his immediate elimination. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! The muffled sounds of impact echoed repeatedly. No matter the angle of attack, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta accurately discerned the precise location of each strike and repelled them with precision. A slight frown creased his brow, and a flicker of impatience sparkled in his eyes. Enough! How long do you intend to repeat this tiresome assault? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta let out a growl. In the next instant, he gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. His formidable fist tore through the fabric of space, imbued with titanic force, shattering the dimensional barrier and landing squarely between Hit's arms. The overwhelming power coursed through Hit's body. In an instant, Hit felt his internal energy surging chaotically, as though his very form would disintegrate, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions continued without respite. The assassin Hit's body skidded along the ground, gliding for hundreds of meters before barely managing to stabilize himself. At this moment, he was battered and bruised, every part of him marred. Gritting through excruciating pain, Hit trembled as he stood, his body pushed to its very limits. Yet, for the survival of Universe 6, he had no choice but to persevere. The existence of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta posed an immense threat to Universe 6. His purpose in this arena was to eliminate the greatest menace. He had committed every attack and reaction to memory. The outcome hinged on this one strike. Taking a deep breath, Hit raised his hand and fired an invisible energy sphere. The ferocious energy pierced through several massive rocks, hurtling towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's position with astonishing speed. Vegeta, noticing this, did not flinch or evade. Instead, he conjured an impenetrable energy barrier that shielded his body. Hit's invisible energy sphere was ruthlessly thwarted by this turbulent barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. Utilizing the invisible energy sphere to divert Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's attention, Hit activated his time-skip technique, traversing space at blinding speed to position himself behind Vegeta. Futile! Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta muttered, pivoting sharply to deliver a crushing punch. The force of this blow was unstoppable, capable of obliterating anything. Should Hit endure such a strike in his current state, he was destined for elimination. Bang! In an unexpected twist, it was not Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's iron fist that connected with Hit, but rather Hit's own fist that struck Vegeta's chest. This fist, infused with all his strength, propelled Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta backward by 10 meters. How intriguing! You have indeed shattered my protective aura. I underestimated you, Hit. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta felt a sharp sting in his chest and couldn't help but smile, genuinely impressed by Hit's performance. The power of that punch had even breached the dimensional barrier, achieving a magnitude comparable to the 10th dimension. Although merely a single strike, it was nonetheless remarkable. It is worth noting that Hit before him was merely an 8th dimension warrior. Just as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was poised to move, He suddenly found his body ensnared by an invisible energy. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta sensed something peculiar, but soon realization dawned upon him. No wonder this punch carried such weight. It was the ultimate technique Hit had mastered from the original story, time freeze. It trapped a person's body within the confines of time, completely immobilizing their actions. Chapter 90. Hit is eliminated. I must admit, your power is unparalleled. A force I have never encountered before. It is unlikely that anyone on this stage of the tournament of power could rival you. However, this is where it ends. I will imprison you within this temporal cage. For the sake of the universe's survival, I must eliminate you. Hit stood atop a massive rock directly before Vegeta. Looking down upon him from a position of superiority, he concentrated his remaining energy into a deep purple energy sphere in his palm. This strike encompassed everything he had. Failure meant his demise. A hint of amusement flickered across Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's face. His body began to advance inch by inch, as if the temporal prison was on the verge of being shattered by Vegeta's formidable strength. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the time cage, Hit gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's might was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. This individual's power could not even be restrained by the temporal prison. This next attack would be my all. Hit bellowed as he leaped forward at breakneck speed towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Observing this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta halted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He made no attempt to evade as Hit unleashed his full-force strike. Boom! The terrifying energy collided with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's chest, erupting in an instant. The purple light exploded forth, soaring into the sky. The chaotic energy prompting those spectating the battle to withdraw in alarm. The intensity of this attack was staggering. Hidden in the shadows, the warriors of Universe 7 watched intently. Did it succeed? Goku clenched his fist, anxiously sweating for Hit in his heart. The terrifying might of this strike posed a significant threat even to him. If Hit could indeed knock Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta from the stage, he would become a hero of the entire universe. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was the most formidable adversary, the greatest obstacle to their victory. Nearby, Super Vegeta, Gohan, and Majin Buu held their breath, fully aware that the outcome rested upon this moment. In the arena of Universe 11, Jiren's enormous eyes fixated on the smoke billowing from the explosion. With his keen vision, he perceived far more than anyone else. While Hit's temporal prison and self-sacrificing strike were undeniably fierce, they fell woefully short of defeating a true powerhouse. This level of combat prowess was still insufficient to triumph over them. At least, that was his judgment, and likely true for Vegeta as well. After all, the warrior before him possessed a level of strength that even he could not underestimate. The spectators, including the gods, focused intently at this moment. Especially the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa. If Hit could eliminate Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, it would restore some semblance of dignity to their Universe 6. However, if Hit were to be eliminated, it would deal a devastating blow to their universe's morale. In the arena, Hit maintained his attacking stance, observing the energy explosion before him. And he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His final strike had successfully landed. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, no matter how powerful, would surely not emerge unscathed. Yet, as the smoke began to clear, the sight that met Hit's gaze made his pupils constrict and his body tremble. For Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had not only escaped the temporal prison, but had also withstood Hit's self-sacrificing blow, emerging completely unscathed. What the hell? What a ridiculous joke. This monster is absurdly powerful. That last strike was indeed commendable. A slight smile graced Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's lips as he brushed the dust from his body. Before the ultimate defensive power granted by the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, even the full-force strike of the assassin Hit could not inflict the slightest injury upon him. This is impossible. Trembling all over, Hit found himself unable to control the rising tide of panic within, retreating incessantly. At that moment, as an assassin, he was utterly flustered. Even during his previous mission to eliminate Son Goku, he had not felt such trepidation. The man before him was utterly flawless. Victory was beyond his grasp. Very well, assassin of the 6th universe, you have seized the opportunity to strike against another warrior. Since your performance has concluded, allow me to send you on your way. As Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's words echoed, an unparalleled aura erupted in an instant. A terrifying presence enveloped Hit, instilling an unimaginable sense of oppression that confined him completely. Feeling his body slipping out of control, Hit's nerves tightened as he could only watch helplessly while Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta concentrated an energy sphere against his chest. The energy orb propelled his body out of the arena of nothingness, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the void. Boom! The explosive flames engulfed the scene. At that moment, The other competitors still on the platform felt their hearts leap into their throats, gaining a newfound understanding of Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta's might. The strength of this entity was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Once the fiery aftermath subsided, the audience from the 6th universe bore witness to Hit's presence, signifying his elimination. At this time, the eliminated Hit remained in a state of shock. The overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta was the most absurd he had ever encountered. Even the prison of time could not restrain such a being. How formidable could this be? It was far more terrifying than the god of destruction. You need not blame yourself, Hit. You have done sufficiently well. This is not your fault. That fellow is so powerful, he even frightens the god of destruction. Kampa, the god of destruction, observed Hit's dazed state and spoke to console him. The Vegeta from Universe 10 is indeed extraordinarily formidable. His power surpasses even time itself. I have never encountered a human who has reached such a realm. His strength may even eclipse that of the gods of destruction, the angel Vados remarked, gazing at the nearly invincible Vegeta on the platform, her tone laden with gravity. So powerful that he reveals no flaws. I cannot fathom how this battle can be won. Chapter 91. Jiren makes his move. The entire universe shudders. On the spectator's side of Universe 7, has even that assassin been defeated? The prison of time has been shattered. Cursed Beerus, the god of destruction. What level has this Vegeta truly reached? There seems to be no one on this platform who can match him. Relying on tactics to achieve victory is merely a fool's errand. Beerus felt an overwhelming headache. In contrast to Beerus's agitation, the angel Whis remained remarkably composed. His gaze was consistently directed not at the assassin Hit from the 6th universe, but rather at the warrior named Jiren from the 11th universe. Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. While that Vegeta is indeed powerful, there are still those on this platform who can contest him directly. Pay attention to the warrior from Universe 11. He is unlike any previous opponent. Whis spoke softly, subtly redirecting Beerus's focus. Having been too preoccupied with the battle, Beerus had scarcely regarded the warrior from Universe 11. It is him. Upon witnessing Jiren's imposing physique and unfathomable aura, Beerus's expression deepened. This human is no ordinary being. Even in the universe governed by the god of destruction, there exists a formidable monster. On the arena, after eliminating Hit, Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta's gaze shifted toward Jiren, the formidable, bald warrior. Now, no one can hinder our battle. He communicated telepathically. Having observed for so long, you must be itching for a fight, just as I am. You appear to be significantly stronger than those from the 6th and 7th universes. If you wish to battle, then come forth. Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta extended a challenge to Jiren. This signified that the clash between the two mightiest warriors was about to commence. Listening to Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta's audacious proclamation, Jiren would not show mercy. With a scoff, he unleashed an unbounded tempest of energy, sweeping across the arena of the Tournament of Power. Instantly, the atmosphere of the void began to tremble. An unparalleled tempest of energy surged forth. As Jiren was determined to confront Vegeta with full force, the very air around him stirred violently, the arena quaked, and the fabric of space contorted. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiren, Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta couldn't help but display a joyful grin. Ha ha ha, how amusing. This is truly delightful. Such a level of power can only be deemed strong. Since arriving in this world, I have been fortunate enough to encounter a being like you. Initially, I thought you were just another one of those weaklings. Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta laughed exuberantly, fully captivated by Jiren's strength. This raw power, unlike divine strength, brought an absolute sense of oppression. Compared to battling those imbued with divine power, Jiren's pure combat prowess was evidently more enticing to him. Meanwhile, the other competitors on the platform felt the dreadful impact of Jiren's overwhelming aura, causing their hearts to sink. The gods also became alert at this moment. The angels turned their attention. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. One Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta was already terrifying. Now, another warrior of equal might, Jiren, had emerged. How would they contend with such forces? In the area occupied by the warriors of Universe 2, what kind of monsters are these fighters on the platform? Our Universe 2 stands no chance against them. As Jiren unleashed his chillingly terrifying aura, Ribrian's fighting spirit was nearly shattered. The strength of Super Saiyan 4th Vegeta had already instilled despair. Now, with Jiren's emergence, what could they possibly do? What is with that defeated look on your face? Ribrian. Smack. Observing Ribrian's despondent demeanor, fellow Universe 2 warrior Rogi could no longer contain himself and slapped Ribrian across the face. Feeling wronged, Ribrian protested. Is your love only at this level? The fate of Universe 2 rests upon you. If you give up, what shall we do? Rogi expressed his sentiments, viewing Ribrian as their Universe 2's last glimmer of hope. It was through this reminder that Ribrian found clarity. I understand now, Rogi. Thank you for your encouragement. I will not fall so easily. For the love of our universe too, and for the expectations of Lord Hellas, no matter what, I shall not lose. The warriors of Universe 2, spurred by this fervent motivation, regained their confidence. However, the contenders from other universes are quite different. In the realm of the third universe, the situation is becoming increasingly tumultuous. For the survival of the third universe, I must remain poised for fusion at any moment. Kitsky, Pontia, and Polarita, let us unite for the final preservation of the third universe. To prepare for any eventuality, Dr. Paparoni has commanded his 3 robotic subordinates, Kitsky, Pontia, and Polarita. Under Paparoni's summons and guidance, the 3 robots seamlessly merged into Kiskirita. This step has been accomplished. Should he so desire, he can fuse with Kiskirita, transforming into a true ultimate warrior, embodying the last hope of the third universe. Yet, now is not the time for them to make their move. If they strike now, it would mean joining the fray alongside Vegeta and Jiren, resulting in a fate far more dire than that of Hit, the assassin from the 6th universe. Only when the gray Jiren from the 11th universe and Vegeta from the 10th universe have battled to their last breath, both severely weakened. Will it be the moment to unveil his trump card and eliminate all the fighters on the stage? In his view, his strategy is foolproof. It is destined to succeed. Chapter 92, Crises Aplenty. 11th Universe versus 7th Universe. Meanwhile, in the 4th universe, the situation is equally grim, with only 2 contestants remaining, Gamasalas and Damon. One has survived to the end by employing his invisibility, rendering himself undetectable to his opponents, while the latter has remained hidden due to his diminutive stature. Because of his small size, he is nearly impossible to spot without careful observation. Given the current circumstances, they can only act together, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. This universe is undoubtedly among the most perilous, at risk of elimination. As for the 7th universe, has their battle finally commenced? At this moment, Goku's emotions are tumultuous. Before the match began, he believed his strength had reached its zenith, confident that no one could defeat him head-on in the tournament of power. Yet now, he realizes he was gravely mistaken. Countless experts congregate on this stage, and not only can Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta suppress him, but Jiren from the 11th universe possesses strength that is undoubtedly on par with his own. The sheer ferocity of Jiren's explosive power is something he cannot rival. He feels no fear, yet he is acutely aware of the disparity in strength. TCH, the power of these 2 monsters has reached such heights. Super Vegeta clenches his fists in frustration. His once proud strength seems insignificant on this stage. Not only is another version of himself superior, but even that bald giant from the 11th universe is far more formidable. How infuriating. There exist such powerful beings beyond our universe, rendering our existence utterly trivial. In light of this, Gohan cannot help but lament his own weakness. Had he not abandoned his training and maintained a rigorous regimen, and if he had sought out the Angel Whis as his master to cultivate divine power, his achievements might have surpassed those of his father, Goku, and Vegeta. Perhaps he could have reached the same heights as these 2 combatants on the stage. Yet now, it is far too late to ponder such things. Beside him, the Majin Buu, although silent, reveals the weight of his grave demeanor through his half-closed eyes. He is no fool. While he may appear simple-minded, he is, in fact, the most astute among them, merely choosing to present himself with nonchalance. His focus is entirely directed toward the unfolding events. It is precisely in this heightened state of tension that warriors from other universes have stealthily approached from behind, setting their sights on them. They are none other than the members of the 11th universe's proud team, Toppo and Dispo. Despite their disdain for underhanded tactics, the survival of their universe takes precedence above all else. Prepare yourselves, warriors of the 7th universe. Just as Slash, Toppo, and Dispo simultaneously unleash their techniques, launching a tremendous ambush against the nearby warriors of the 7th universe. A tempestuous wave of energy, accompanied by razor-sharp slashes, surged toward Goku and his companions. Goku, this is bad. It's Toppo and Dispo. Super Vegeta, 11th universe scum? Resorting to such base tactics. Sensing the impending crisis, the group snapped back to reality, having been too engrossed in spectating to notice the approach of their adversaries on the stage. Boom! The explosion of energy erupted, sending thick clouds of smoke spiraling skyward. The detonation's force was formidable, difficult to withstand for any being not of 9th-dimensional caliber. Fortunately, while the combined assault of Toppo and Dispo was indeed powerful, they managed to deflect it. The attack merely stirred up a cloud of dust. Once the haze cleared, Goku, Super Vegeta, Gohan, and Majin Buu emerged unscathed. The combined strike from Toppo and Dispo had been thwarted. I didn't expect you to come looking for me, Toppo. Very well. Let us settle the score from our previous encounter. My strength is no longer what it once was. If you wish to battle me, You had better be cautious, Topo. With a dismissive grunt, Goku unleashed his divine power, surging forth like a tidal wave. Blue divine energy enveloped him, and in an instant, he transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue full power state. Thanks to his revival from the brink of death, Goku's fighting prowess had once again ascended, now reaching a staggering combat power of 200 quintillion in this state. To the minions from other universes, since you've sought me out, you shall bear the consequences. Once I defeat you all, the Super Dragon Balls will undoubtedly belong to me, Vegeta. With a fierce shout, Vegeta too transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue full power state. However, his strength eclipsed Goku's by a terrifying margin. Revived from the brink of death, his combat power soared to an astonishing 250 quintillion. It is worth noting that this is merely Super Saiyan Blue. Should they unlock the even higher form of Super Saiyan Blue evolution, their strength would shatter the boundaries of the 9th dimension, entering the 10th dimension altogether. Alas, they are currently unable to transform into Super Saiyan Blue evolution. Divine power differs from ordinary energy. It requires rigorous training to cultivate. Even though they possess unique methods to condense divine power, they still require a period of rest. Now is not the time for Topo and his comrades to arrive. All they can do is engage in battle to cultivate their strength, to recover and surpass their limits through combat. Goku, do not be too arrogant. Do you think I am still the same as during our previous match? After undergoing training from the esteemed Master Beerus, I have been reborn, transformed beyond recognition. You, at your current level, cannot hope to be my opponent. Upon hearing Goku's brazen declaration, Topo scoffed, and energy surged forth from him like a tidal wave. Deep crimson light enveloped his entire being, and in that moment, his combat power experienced a tremendous surge. The deep red glow swirled around Topo. The tumultuous energy stabilized from its explosive state, and at this moment, the combat data of Torpa also settled down. Chapter 93, Awakening, Super Saiyan Beast. The surging energy had calmed, and the combat power data of Torpa had reached a state of equilibrium. After undergoing the unique training imparted by the god of destruction, Beerus, his combat prowess was indeed on an entirely different level. Currently, his battle power had soared to 200 quintillion, closely rivaling that of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue at full power. In fact, even Goku, who had not experienced the near-death revival, was far from being his match. In stark contrast, Tispa, standing nearby, emitted a less formidable aura. At most at the 8th dimension level, yet his speed was astonishingly swift. Even Torpa's full-speed burst would likely not compare. Otherwise, Tispa would not be renowned for his velocity. As the impending battle loomed, Gohan decisively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Goku. Upon witnessing this, Super Saiyan Blue Goku was momentarily taken aback, his eyes betraying a look of shock. Was his son, Gohan, truly intending to confront Torpa alone? Father, you should rest a little longer. The victory for Universe 7 will still rely on you and Uncle Vegeta. I shall take on Torpa from Universe 11. Leave this to me. Gohan was exceedingly confident in his abilities, firmly believing that he would not be bested by Torpa. Although his strength did not quite match Goku's, he felt capable of stalling Torpa for a time. Moreover, it was high time for him to showcase the fruits of his training. I'll join as well. That rabbit-like fellow will be my opponent. Majin Buu eagerly volunteered to face Tispa. He had harbored a desire to battle formidable foes since the tournament began. Eager to engage in some spirited fun, Majin Buu was indeed a combat enthusiast, albeit his understanding of battle was akin to play. Have you finally gained some insight? Very well. I leave the two of you to handle this. Just ensure you do not bring shame upon the Saiyans, Gohan. Vegeta resolutely reverted from his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. From the onset of the tournament, he had noticed a significant change in Gohan. This was a perfect opportunity for Gohan to regain his strength, and once rejuvenated, Torpa and Tispa would pose no threat. Alright, it's all yours, Gohan and Buu. With Vegeta's calmness, Goku also promptly retracted his transformation, stepping aside. The battlefield was now set for the others. Yash, I will not let everyone down, Gohan exclaimed. His fists clenched in excitement as he unleashed the full extent of his mysterious power. At that moment, under this enigmatic state, his combat power surged to a staggering 5 quintillion, placing him at the 9th dimension level. This demonstrated the immense strength he possessed in this state. It was his first explosive display since entering the tournament, a culmination of his training in the hyperbolic time chamber and the potential unlocked by Old Kai. Hiya! With a deep, resonant shout, Gohan fully tapped into his latent potential. A blinding, white flame erupted forth, exuding an overwhelming aura that even overshadowed Torpa. Amidst this frenzied roar, Gohan's transformation began. His black hair gradually shifted to a striking silver, and his pupils morphed into a blood-red hue. As energy surged forth, a vast torrent of power shot skyward. The terrifying energy forced several onlookers back several meters. In this radiant light, Gohan's metamorphosis was complete. At that moment, if not for the more terrifying battle occurring elsewhere, Gohan would have undoubtedly taken center stage, with all his potential converted into combat power. As the radiance of his explosive energy waned, Gohan's form had transformed. Super Saiyan Beast. At this juncture, his combat power had reached an astounding 250 quintillion, surpassing even Torpa. What is this? Gohan, is this your newly awakened transformation? Is this also a form of Super Saiyan? Goku gazed at his drastically altered son, disbelief evident in his expression. The silver hair and crimson eyes were a sight they had never encountered before in Super Saiyan history. Even Vegeta was taken aback by Gohan's transformation. Recalling the Super Saiyan 4th stage of the other Vegeta from Universe 10, an epiphany struck him. Bloodline power. Could it be that this transformation is unique to us hybrid Saiyans? Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan, the pressure this form exudes resonates with my own bloodline power? Super Vegeta murmured in astonishment within himself. I never expected you to possess such power. It seems I underestimated you during the preliminary matches. This strength is formidable. Yet you will need more than this level of combat power to defeat me. Despite his words, Torpa's demeanor was notably serious. He sensed a crisis from Gohan, realizing that this white-haired youth possessed strength that might even exceed his own. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back in our upcoming battle, Torpa, Gohan declared, determination fueling his every word. "You. I leave the other one to you." Without hesitation, Gohan surged forward, unleashing an astounding velocity as he charged directly at Torpa. "Dodge, Tispa." Torpa urgently commanded Tispa to evade, preparing to unleash a powerful strike against Gohan. Boom! A cataclysmic force erupted, sending shockwaves through the surrounding space. The residual impact forced Tispa back, leaving him in awe of the Saiyant's terrifying power. "In that case, my target is you." Tispa radiated a purple glow, bursting forth with incredible speed toward Majin Buu, who was caught off guard. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! The resounding echoes of their clash reverberated across the battlefield. However, Tispa's relentless barrage did not inflict any substantial harm on Majin Buu. Chapter 94, The Battle Begins. Clash of the Strongest. The chaotic clash between the participants of Universe 7 and Universe 11 was imminent. Apart from the competitors from these two universes, hidden in the shadows were two contestants from Universe 10, Muri and Nappa, who were quietly observing, biding their time for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, a battle of utmost importance that drew the attention of the gods and angels was about to commence. The Super Jiren moved with deliberate, heavy steps, each footfall causing the arena of the void to tremble, the very atmosphere quaking in response. Soon, he stood before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his robust and imposing figure emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure that inspired both awe and trepidation. As the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surveyed his formidable adversary with a smile, he discerned through sheer aura that Jiren's combat power had escalated to an astounding 5,000 Go. This level of strength was on par with his own pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, characterized by ebony locks. Was the original Jiren truly this powerful? Perhaps. Yet, Vegeta was certain that this iteration of Jiren was significantly stronger. It could very well be his interference that had catalyzed Jiren's enhancement. A chuckle escaped him, fueled by an exhilarating sensation that maintained his smile. A surge of energy coursed through him, a golden aura emanating in a relentless flow. In response, Jiren, unyielding, unleashed his own energy, and the clash of their fierce auras ignited a colossal storm of power. As the tempest roared, both warriors exchanged a glint of understanding in their eyes. In the ensuing silence, neither dared to shatter the tranquility with an initial strike. Spectators from other universes, lurking in the shadows, remained perplexed as to why neither combatant had yet engaged. But the deities and angels in the audience sensed that this was merely the calm before the storm. With a sudden whoosh, Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta vanished simultaneously, leaping through space to a new battlefield, disregarding the rules of the void and engaging in combat amidst the void itself. Their fervent assaults, a relentless onslaught of fists and feet, cascaded upon one another. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta showcased his true combat style, a ferocious offensive imbued with the prince's martial prowess, yet also possessing ample defensive capacity. His seamless blend of offense and defense far surpassed Goku's fighting technique, allowing him to act with utmost freedom. This nearly flawless fighting method left no openings, even for opponents of equal caliber. Nonetheless, Jiren's might was formidable and not to be underestimated. As a being from Universe 11 who had surpassed the gods of destruction through sheer diligence, his strength was deeply rooted, forged through countless trials and tribulations. His battle skills and instincts had been honed to perfection, allowing him to face the relentless barrage from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta not only without retreat, but with an air of ease. In mere seconds, they had exchanged thousands of blows, their colliding bodies creating shockwaves that reverberated through space, tearing the fabric of reality apart. Crackling sounds filled the air as energy transformed into lightning that mercilessly ravaged the arena of the power tournament, affecting foes and allies alike. "Huh!" roared Jiren, unleashing a cataclysmic punch fueled by the full extent of his power. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta found himself caught off guard by Jiren's overwhelming might. The terrifying force propelled him like a meteor towards the arena floor. Such weight in his blows, Vegeta mused, executing an elegant mid-air spin before landing gracefully. A massive fist imprint burned fiercely on his chest, emitting scalding steam. Seizing the moment, Jiren raised his hand, enveloped in searing crimson flames, condensing his heated energy into a devastating super energy sphere. This attack, one of Jiren's signature moves, held the potential to obliterate a significant portion of the arena. The fiery red energy, dazzling like the sun, surged forth, accompanied by a tempest of destructive force aimed directly at Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Feeling the immense destructive power of the forthcoming strike, Vegeta smiled, his blood boiling with exhilaration. He raised his hand, enveloped in violet-white lightning, gathering energy in his palm. "Big Bang Attack," he proclaimed, unleashing a sphere of energy compressed to its utmost limit, brimming with unparalleled destructive force. When the two energy spheres collided, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, their equal energies neutralized each other, igniting a series of crackling flashes throughout the void. As the residual shockwaves subsided, the void fell into an unexpected calm. Jiren's robust figure descended to the ground, leaving a 10-meter gap between him and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The two strongest warriors had merely engaged in a brief test of their capabilities, resulting in a disturbance within the void. Their gazes locked, the intensity of their auras tempered within. Vegeta regarded Jiren with fervent battle intent, his fists instinctively tightening. "Since my arrival in this realm, you are the first who has managed to engage me in a brief skirmish and temporarily hold me at bay. It seems my participation in this universal power tournament was indeed a wise choice." Observing the extraordinary strength of Jiren before him, Vegeta's desire for an epic confrontation began to blossom. "The Vegeta of Universe 10, your existence has indeed surpassed my expectations. Your strength ranks among the greatest I have encountered, second only to the gods of destruction. It is an honor to battle you, though, regrettably, regardless of the outcome, this may well be our last encounter. Though I lament this, your might shall forever be etched in my memory." Jiren's declaration was steeped in arrogance and bravado. While it may have sounded unpleasant and irksome to others, he possessed the merit and strength to back it up. It seems you harbor a wish that necessitates the Super Dragon Balls. However, I regret to inform you that the victor of this tournament of power shall undoubtedly be me." Vegeta. Jiren's hubris matched Vegeta's own, though Vegeta's arrogance surpassed even that of Jiren. Following their brief exchange, they shared a knowing glance, smiles gracing their faces, a sign of mutual understanding and kinship. Their fleeting clash and dialogue were observed by the highest gods and the eliminated contestants in the audience. In the observation zone of Universe 11, when Jiren revealed a smile, the Destroyer Vermaud, the Supreme Kai Kai, and other members of the Pride Troopers displayed expressions of disbelief. Jiren actually smiled. How astonishing. It was clear he held a deep appreciation for the warrior from Universe 10, hoping for an exhilarating battle in this tournament of power. The Destroyer Vermaud felt genuine joy for Jiren. Having known him for so long, he understood the solitude and isolation that plagued Jiren's heart. Yet, it was this cold demeanor, coupled with his harsh childhood, that had forged the ultimate warrior whom even Vermaud revered. "I hope Jiren can truly express himself in this battle. It's the first time I've seen him so joyous." The champion of this tournament of power is undoubtedly destined to be from Universe 11. The Supreme Kai Kai maintained a confident smile, unwavering in his belief in Jiren's power. Especially during the recent clash with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Jiren had maintained the upper hand, significantly boosting his confidence. The other members of the Pride Troopers, witnessing this unprecedented side of Jiren, began to feel a surge of excitement. The victory in this competition undoubtedly belongs to the 11th universe. From the spectator south area relatively close to the 11th universe, the audience from the 10th universe could not help but feel a sense of displeasure at the sight of that jester so gleefully reveling in his minor advantage. How infuriating. In terms of strength, Vegeta would certainly not be outmatched by that bald-headed fellow. At this moment, the god of destruction, Ramses, found himself in a rather disheartened state. To be frank, he was even beginning to worry about the condition of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Within the 10th universe, the only truly formidable contender was Vegeta himself. and their roster had already seen 7 competitors eliminated. Only 3 remained: Vegeta, Morichimu, and Napapa. Their situation was only slightly better than that of the second and fourth universes. Undoubtedly, Vegeta represented the pinnacle of their universe's combat power. Yet the strengths of Morichimu and Napapa were significantly lacking. At this point, Ramses could only hope that these two would not be eliminated. Otherwise, the 10th universe would be left with Vegeta fighting a solitary battle. Noticing Ramses' evident concern, the angel Kes smiled gently and remarked, "There is no need for distress, Lord Ramses. Although our 10th universe faces dire straits in terms of numbers, the ultimate victor of the tournament of power will undoubtedly be the one possessing the greatest strength. Even if other universes boast a greater number of competitors, they will appear feeble in the presence of true power." It is worth noting that the 11th universe is also in a precarious position. However, do you see them in a state of panic? With the formidable Jiren among them, other universes' contestants dare not make a careless move. Likewise, as long as Vegeta remains in the fray, the outcome remains uncertain. Listening to Kes' explanation, Ramses' previously anxious heart began to settle. The perspective of an angel is undoubtedly broader, and since Kes had expressed such confidence, it indicated a high probability of victory for the 10th universe. With this reassurance, Ramses clenched his fists, excitement flickering in his eyes. Since the inception of the world, a singular rule has been established: might is paramount, and the weak are destined to be devoured by the strong. With Vegeta's prowess, there was no need to fear the antics of the lesser beings. The champion of the tournament of power is destined to be the strongest. Meanwhile, the competitors from the 10th universe began to rally their spirits, particularly the muscular warriors among them. The wild and immensely powerful forms of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Jiren further solidified their belief that muscle equates to strength. They were convinced that by achieving physiques comparable to those of Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, their own power would inevitably grow stronger. One wonders how Vegeta would react if he were to learn of such thoughts. As for the second universe, observing the fierce competition between the two strongest mortals on the stage, the god of destruction, Hellas, inhaled deeply, burdened by a profound sense of melancholy. The situation for their second universe was exceedingly dire. They possessed only one high-level fighter, Ribrian, whose strength was hardly noteworthy on this stage. Even with the presence of Kakunsa and Rosie, they were still outnumbered and destined for elimination when the final moments arrived. They were at a loss, racking their brains for a way to reverse this predicament. Lord of Destruction, there may be a way, if this plan proves feasible, the Kaioshin, Pyre, finally spoke after a lengthy silence. His words piqued everyone's attention, prompting Hellas to shout in exasperation, "Why didn't you reveal your hidden methods sooner, you old fool? Have you not grasped the gravity of the second universe's predicament?" Hellas berated Pyre, who felt a surge of frustration but knew this was not the time for rebuttal. He hastily replied, "Our universe's situation is critical, and I am uncertain if this plan will work, but for the sake of our second universe's survival, we must take a gamble. The Patera earrings. My proposal is to use the Patera earrings to fuse Ribrian and Rosie. If they can successfully merge, an extraordinarily powerful warrior will emerge. At that point, our second universe's love and justice will surely be vindicated, and claiming the championship of the Tournament of Power will be within reach." Chapter 96, Battle. Continue the fight. Pyre laid out his plan in its entirety, which, while promising, left Hellas in a contemplative silence. He understood the power of the Patera earrings. Once activated by two individuals, they would indeed create an exceptionally powerful warrior. However, the rules of the tournament explicitly forbade the use of external items. Should the king of all become aware of the use of the Patera earrings, their universe would be immediately erased for violating the rules. What a foolish plan, Hellas sighed, turning his gaze back to the battleground. Rather than exhaust themselves with schemes here, it would be more prudent to accept the reality of their situation. At that moment, the gods from other universes began to murmur among themselves. The god of destruction from the third universe was issuing mental commands to the remaining contestants, instructing them not to interfere with the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, but to seize opportunities to eliminate competitors from other universes. Should it come down to the final moments, they would summon their ultimate weapon to sweep across the arena. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from the fourth universe was also commanding the last two participants on the stage. Survive. You must hold on at all costs. The fate of the fourth universe rested upon their shoulders. As long as competitors from other universes suffered significant losses, they could leverage their numerical advantage to secure victory. Lastly, the sixth and seventh universes, twin universes, were embroiled in rivalry. The god of destruction, Kampa, from the sixth universe, and the god of destruction, Beerus, from the seventh universe, continued their bickering even in these critical moments. Kampa, particularly agitated, noted that his universe's competitors had dwindled to just 3, while Beerus's universe still boasted all but one. Frieza, on the stage, highlighting an obvious disparity. This infuriated him, leading to harsh verbal jabs directed at Beerus and demanding that Caulifla swiftly eliminate Trunks and Goten. To this, Beerus could only grimace, feeling helpless towards his brother's antics. Damn it, if you weren't my brother, would any other god of destruction dare to mock me so? I would have given them a sound thrashing, and my universe would be in utter chaos. High above, in the realm of the void, the two kings of all were utterly captivated by the brilliant sparks igniting from the initial clash between Vegeta and Jiren. Incredible, Super Saiyan 4th level. The king of all from this timeline imitated Vegeta's stance. Yes, and that formidable Jiren from the 11th universe. Their powers are astonishing, seemingly surpassing even that of the gods of destruction. The future timeline's king of all's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, the battle between these two strongest warriors on the stage had piqued their interest deeply. Witnessing a clash between warriors of such caliber, surpassing even that of the gods of destruction, filled them with a joy that had long been absent across countless epochs. Observing the delight on the faces of the two kings of all, the Grand Minister couldn't help but smile as well. The current power tournament has been organized solely to bring joy to the Omni King. Now that both Omni Kings are exceedingly pleased with the battle, the primary task has been accomplished. It is time to attend to the matters at hand. The Grand Priest's gaze shifted, refocusing on the two fervent figures, Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. As mere mortals, one stands as the pinnacle of the universe, while the other has shattered the barriers of worlds to emerge as a top-tier powerhouse in this realm. You both possess formidable and impressive fighting prowess. This world shall ascend due to your strength. Shine brilliantly upon this tournament stage. There remain merely 20 minutes in this contest. Within these fleeting moments, you shall pour forth your utmost in battle, presenting the most fervent clash to the Omni King. The Grand Priest's proclamation resonated across the cosmos. All gods and contestants heard his words, undoubtedly amplifying the pressure upon them. Regardless of the outcome, they must engage in combat until the gods are satisfied, as the fate of the universe hangs in the balance. The already heavy burden intensified, rendering the competitors from other universes even more burdened by these declarations. However, such pressures only affect the weaker participants. The strong have always disregarded any words, pursuing only their desires. On the stage, no one dared approach the battleground of Jiren and Vegeta. No, to be precise, even if they wished to draw near, they found themselves utterly powerless. The might of these two warriors was overwhelmingly formidable. The sheer energy they exuded divided the arena of the power tournament into distinct zones. The brilliance of others, even that of the Super Saiyan beast, paled in comparison. The dark sky of the void was painted with the vibrant energy unleashed by the two, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. The area enveloped in a golden aura belonged to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, while the other was shrouded in Jiren's deep crimson energy, radiating intense heat. After a prolonged exchange of glances, they suddenly erupted into action. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta roared, "Hiya!" Jiren countered with a fierce, "Ha!" Their auras ignited once more, and a colossal wave of energy surged forth, expanding violently. The clash of their energies distorted the fabric of the void as both warriors simultaneously gathered their strength, raising their right arms. Boom! In an instant, two cataclysmic energy shockwaves tore through the space between them, carrying unimaginable destructive force. Boom! The sheer might of their strikes reverberated throughout the entire arena. The collision of these two energy shockwaves shattered the stage into countless fragments, splitting it in half. Before the explosions had even dissipated, Jiren and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta surged forth, their powerful forms piercing through the flames as they charged at one another. Fully immersed in battle, every blow and movement was executed to perfection. The collision of their bodies and the impact of their strength left no room for hesitation, resulting in a thrilling and exhilarating confrontation. The visible remnants of their destruction unleashed terrifying lightning that ravaged the space of the void, bombarding various corners of the arena. Chapter 97, Warm Up, concluded. They exchanged offense and defense, engaging in a flurry of strikes within mere seconds, having collided dozens of times. Each assault was either parried or neutralized. From the observer's perspective, both warriors stood equally matched in combat prowess and strength, neither yielding to the other. The fierce resolve between the strong reflected their unwavering concentration, channeling 200% of their energy. What an extraordinary opponent. His speed is terrifying, and his power is equally astonishing. My fists throb under his force. Even the robust physique of a Super Saiyan 4 pales in comparison to you. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta silently mused, while his formidable energy coalesced into a tangible form in his palm. Final flash. With a thunderous shout, Vegeta unleashed a sudden final flash. The golden energy twisted the space around it, as if a colossal dragon were clawing its way toward Jiren. Witnessing this, Jiren neither flinched nor dodged. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his seemingly enormous eyes. Boom! With a resounding crash. The energy of the final flash appeared to be obstructed by some unseen force, halting its advance. Ultimately, it was distorted and scattered, transforming into countless scintillating particles that drifted through the air. In this moment, Jiren's dominance and ferocity were fully displayed. Is my final flash thwarted merely by your keen perception? Impressive. Aside from the ever-pursuing Kakarot, you are the first to ignite such excitement within me. Just how many techniques do you have left, Jiren? With a powerful roar, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta unleashed his energy, causing a surge of power to expand outward. His aura, now even more formidable than before, sparked Jiren's desire for battle. Is this your energy? I must respond in kind. You shall not easily crumble before me. Universe Tens Vegeta, with his legs firmly planted, he clenched his right fist. His bulging biceps rippling with energy, veins pulsating as deep crimson flames coalesced at the tip of his fist. This strike bears immense weight. Even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta could not help but exhibit a grave demeanor. In the original tale, it was this overwhelming punch that had terrified Super Saiyan Blue Goku, forcing him to revert to his ordinary state. Flame of Judgment. Jiren now prepared to unleash this very blow. The sheer magnitude of this strike exceeded even that of the original tale. Jiren thrust his fist forward with ferocious intensity. The deep crimson flames entwining an endless, destructive force, shooting forth like a missile. Even Vegeta, formidable as he was, sensed the impending threat of this overwhelming blow. Compressing all his strength into his fist and unleashing it with all his might, the sheer terror of this strike was undeniable. On this stage, none could withstand it apart from myself. However, such an attack is far from sufficient to overcome me. Vegeta extended one hand, blocking Jiren's flame of judgment. The raging energy was repelled, scattering into countless beams of light that bombarded various corners of the arena. In that moment, whether friend or foe, all were caught in the explosive aftermath of this terrifying energy. As the residual waves subsided, Jiren's flame of judgment had entirely vanished. Both warriors effortlessly neutralized each other's techniques, appearing remarkably relaxed and at ease, devoid of any sense of pressure. Retrieving his hand, Vegeta regarded Jiren with a smile. Though no words were exchanged, the intent was unmistakably clear. Jiren comprehended Vegeta's intentions. Communication among the strong seldom requires excessive dialogue. A mere glance suffices to convey mutual understanding. How intriguing. Jiren flexed his arms, the sinewy muscles and resilient bones creaking under his movements. What is this guy doing? In such a tense moment, is he intentionally exposing a significant vulnerability to his opponent? Certainly, this is merely the perspective of outsiders. Those who truly comprehend Jiren are well aware that he would never commit such a rudimentary mistake. Moreover, Jiren's formidable strength is deeply ingrained in the minds of all. No one would be foolish enough to launch an assault against Jiren or Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta at this juncture. To engage in battle with these two titans would be tantamount to courting death. It appears you are also prepared. Very well, let us conclude this warm-up. What say you? Jiren, your true power must extend beyond this, does it not? I feel the same way. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's declaration ignited the atmosphere once more. The skirmish between Jiren and himself thus far has merely served as a prelude. However, if such a level of intensity is merely a warm-up, what staggering heights must their actual prowess have reached? This is indeed terrifying. The earlier speculation regarding their transcendence beyond the realm of destruction now seems irrefutably confirmed. Upon hearing these words, Jiren smiled, fervent battle intent surging within his eyes. Initially, I believed that even among contestants hailing from various universes within this power tournament, none would possess the capability to compel me to unleash my full strength. Yet, I now realize I was mistaken. Out of respect for a fellow warrior, I shall indeed reveal my true power to confront you. As Jiren's deep voice resonated, a searing flame akin to the sun erupted around him once more. In Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's gaze, Jiren's combat power was exhibiting an exponential surge. A terrifying aura stirred the atmosphere of the void, distorting its very fabric and shattering the arena beneath their feet. A resounding roar echoed across the heavens, Jiren's bellow growing ever more grandiose, his flames coalescing as if they had taken on a tangible form. His muscles became exceptionally resilient, a torrent of energy coursing through his being. Amidst this cacophony, Jiren's combat power soared to unprecedented heights, racing towards the 11th dimension. Combat power level, 5500. Combat power level, 6000. Combat power level, 6500. Combat power level, 7000. Combat power level, 8000. Combat power level, 9000. The threshold of the 10th dimension is on the verge of being shattered.